My strength... My strength comes from bonds.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Belle Unlocked Ultimate Harem Breeding System movie. Before we start, please go support Sparta 1617 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Belle is a male. In the Labyrinth City, there is a very common story. A young man arrives with big dreams and hopes, joins a family, becomes an adventurer, and ends up dying on his first day. It is something so typical that if it doesn't happen, it is the strange thing. Bellcranel nearly became another tragic and typical dungeon death tale, were it not for a golden cup that saved his life. Before him appeared a hero like those he had heard so much about. Now he has the duty to create and lead the next family of heroes. Chapter 1. The day it all began. What is a hero? The answer is complicated. Some will say it's someone who saves others, others will say it's someone who inspires others, a stranger group will say it's a guy who wears a tight suit. But what most people agree on is that a hero is someone superior to the rest, whether in strength, intelligence, charisma, or even financially. For Bellcranel, heroes are the best. All his life he had heard stories of heroes. When he was still a baby with barely any use of reason, his grandfather was already reading him heroic stories. On his birthdays, his grandfather would give him illustrated books that he made himself. When it came to heroes, the young white-haired man could easily get distracted or even abandon what he was doing. Which was exactly what I was doing at this moment. In an antique shop, a white-haired man could be seen arguing with a gnome who was the owner of the shop. "I'm telling you this book is bad," the white-haired man said with some anger. "Ho, what makes you say that?" said the gnome. "The hero Gilgamesh never fought the Nemean lion. That's one of the 12 labors of Heracles," the white-haired man said. The gnome, who was quite short in stature and had a long gray beard, smiled slightly as he stroked his beard. The book on the desk told the story of Gilgamesh, except that it contained quite a few unforgivable errors. Second, Gilgamesh was the king of Uruk, not England. Third, and how is it possible that there was such a mistake? Gilgamesh is not a demigod. Gods cannot have children. Belle said angrily, "You're right about almost everything. A few days ago some books broke, I put them all together and made this one. Since the cover was of Gilgamesh, I just changed the names. I hoped no one would notice," the gnome said calmly. Belle frowned. For a hero's fanatic like him, such an act was unacceptable. "You only got one thing wrong. How do you know Gilgamesh isn't a demigod?" the gnome said. "The original book says so. Gilgamesh had the support of Rimat, a spirit associated with the goddess Ninsun, but he is not her son. He also had Enkidu, a spirit associated with the goddess Araru." Belle spoke with determination. "Are you sure?" asked the gnome. "Absolutely. In fact, let's go ask Ninsun herself. The gods have said thousands of times that they don't have the ability to have children. If this weren't the case, the world would currently be full of demigods, and there isn't a single one," Belle said angrily. "Ho ho, are you sure? You really think there isn't a single demigod?" said the gnome with a smile. Bellcranel kept his brow furrowed. "Except there are many different versions. I personally like the Gilgamesh who is a demigod who controls EA the most," said the gnome. "EA, now what are you telling me?" Gilgamesh had two weapons, the Rimat bow and Enkidu's chains of heaven. The spirits that accompanied Gilgamesh ended up becoming these to help him on his adventure, Belle said. "Haha, my favorite part is when Gilgamesh yells FAKRRRR. At Archer," said the gnome with a smile. "What are you talking about now?" Belle said, raising an eyebrow. "I also really like the part where he uses EA against Iskandar, although it's kind of sad in the end," said the gnome. Belle simply kept his comments to himself. "I see you're quite knowledgeable, although not at my level," the gnome said proudly. Belle developed a nervous tick in his right eyebrow, something that was ignored by the gnome. "I'll give you this, a replica of the key to Gilgamesh's treasury," the gnome said as he placed a shiny golden object on the desk. Belle looked at the key with disdain. "It's exactly the same as the original. It even has the same pattern and design," the gnome said proudly. "If you know that the shape or design of the key was never mentioned in the story," Belle said with a sigh. "But it's just like the original," said the gnome as he pointed at the key with both hands. Okay, whatever you say," Belle said before letting out a long sigh. Belle took the key in his right hand before putting it in his bag. For a moment Belle's eyes sparkled, which the gnome noticed with a smile. "The only good thing I can say about your store is that it's unique," Belle said as he picked up a book and began to skim through it. The gnome nodded proudly. "Archeria, you even changed King Arthur's gender," Belle said with a sigh. "Hey, the customers like it. Who's going to say no to a king turned into a waifu?" "It's the same with Nero and with Musashi," said the gnome. Belle stared blankly at the gnome before putting the book back in its place and walking away from the shelf. Salamander, I didn't know this hero," Belle said as he picked up a new book. "Ignorant, how can you not know Etherius Natsu Dragneel?" the gnome said dramatically while pointing at Belle. Belle ignored the gnome's comment. "Now you're going to tell me you don't know the Goblin Slayer either," said the gnome. Belle denied it. "What about the Supreme Ain't Sama?" the gnome asked. Belle again denied it. "And Lord Kazuma, tell me you know Lord Kazuma," the gnome said. Belle again denied it. Knowing what you sell, you probably made up all those heroes, Belle said in a dismissive way that was uncharacteristic of him. The gnome denied the white-haired man's lack of culture. Lucy barely showed up, and she's already lost her clothes, Belle said while reading the book in his hands. For more pleasure, said the gnome. Belle again stared blankly at the gnome. Yes, of course, said the white-haired boy as he put the book back in its place. Belle continued to wander around the store for a while before shaking his head at all the junk it was selling. Child, since I see you're a difficult customer, I'll give you the heaviest thing in my collection, said the gnome. Belle could see the gnome placing a golden-colored cup with several gems embedded in its base. The white-haired man could see how the price tag of 10 million volleys was scratched many times, now being 100,000 volleys. It's a replica of the Grail from the Fifth Holy Grail War, the gnome said. Bellcranel was interested. He had never heard of that story. As you can see, there are 14 gems embedded in the base, the gnome said, pointing to several colored gems which had different engravings. Belle nodded. These first 7 represent the 7 classes of servant: saber, lancer, assassin, caster, berserker, archer, and rider. These other 7 represent the desires of each servant, spoke the gnome. Belle nodded. How I love the Fifth War. It's where a good number of wayfists gathered. Archeria, Medusa, Medea. Hey, where are you going? The gnome spoke calmly before shouting when he saw Belle turn his back on him. If you know that there are several centuries of difference between the histories of the people you just named, Belle said, haven't you ever heard of the Holy Grail War? Asked the gnome. You probably made it up, Belle said. Of course not, but because it's you, I'll give you a discount on this incredible piece, 50,000 volleys, and it's yours, said the gnome. It's very pretty, but it's just a simple cup that you decorated. It's not a collector's item, Belle said harshly. The gnome swallowed hard. Okay, how about 25,000 volleys? Said the gnome. Belle glared at the gnome, who swallowed hard. In the end, Belle ended up buying the cup for 1,000 volleys, feeling sorry for the gnome who clearly wanted to sell some of the trash in his shop. After leaving the antique shop, Belle headed to the dungeon to start his day. I was starting quite late. Belle quickly entered the first floor of the dungeon. He was quickly surrounded by a group of goblins, and with equal speed, Belle wiped out the group of goblins. The minutes turned into hours. Belle had been fighting monsters for some time. Strangely, today it felt stronger and faster. With great confidence, he went down floor after floor. Today I was motivated after reading some stories about heroes. The white-haired man never realized that the dungeon was very strange that day. The birth rate of monsters was abnormally high. Many groups of adventurers realized this and left the dungeon immediately. With great confidence, Belle continued descending floor by floor, until they reached the 5th floor where their confidence disappeared. A pathetic scream like that of a small child echoed off the dungeon walls. Bellcranel was running with his tail between his legs. The reason? He was currently being chased by a monster with a human body and a bull's head, a minotaur. Any attack that a level 1 like Belle could make was useless against the minotaur. By mistake and bad luck, the white-haired man entered a dead end. Belle was standing with his back against the wall. He closed his eyes so as not to see the minotaur approaching. The white-haired man regretted each of his childhood dreams. Being a hero, being rich, and having a harem were nothing more than the dreams of a child who knew nothing about the cruelty of the world. With each step of the minotaur, Belle cursed his own weakness. He cursed the minotaur. He cursed his naivete. He cursed everything that could be cursed. Gathering his courage and letting out a pathetic war cry, Belle launched himself headlong into the minotaur. The result. With a light blow, Belle was sent flying until he crashed into a wall. Although fortunately his bones weren't broken, he did suffer a severe blow. With his back against the wall, Belle closed his eyes. I'm dead, the boy thought as he closed his eyes and accepted his cruel fate. A second passed, then 2, then 3. Time seemed to become eternal. The white-haired man opened his eyes in great fear. In front of him, he was no longer in minotaur, but instead was an imposing metal armor with red accents. So you're my master then, a short knight covered from head to toe. Armor asked him this. His voice was clear even through the helmet. Belle for his part remained silent. He had no idea what was happening. I ask again, are you my master? Again a voice came through the helmet, but this time the armor sounded annoyed. Belle remained silent again. What should he answer, or rather what was a master, while Belle was lost in his thoughts and in managing the small but imposing armor. At that moment a great roar reached Belle's ears. I completely forgot about the minotaur, Belle thought with a cold sweat. Are you going to answer me yes or no? Once again, the voice that came through the helmet of the armor resonated throughout the place, but this time it sounded extremely annoyed. Belle felt a great chill run through his entire body. A penetrating gaze directed at him frightened him more than the presence of the minotaur. What an incompetent master. The voice behind the armor growled in annoyance as Belle trembled like jelly. Well, I am the being. Just as the knight had relaxed and spoken in a calmer voice, a great roar echoed throughout the place. Belle watched in horror as the minotaur moved to attack the knight. Don't interrupt me. The voice behind the armor spoke with a scream full of rage. The The knight swung his sword in his right hand and without even turning to look at the Minotaur severed its arm. He then held his sword horizontally, the point facing the Minotaur, and thrust it through the monster's abdomen. The knight then raised his sword vertically and plunged it into the ground. The Minotaur's corpse fell to the ground with a thud, then disappeared in a cloud of ash. "How was I going to say it? I am the saber-class servant summoned by you incompetent master," the knight's voice said mockingly. Servant, knowledge, it was definitive. Bell understood even less than at the beginning. "Whatever is this, a cave? What a deplorable place to summon me," said the voice behind the armor as it glanced around slightly. Bell remained silent as he watched the knight's movements. Who are you?" Bell spoke with a small hesitation. Could it be that I've been summoned by an idiot?" The knight's voice spoke with an annoyed tone as he felt everything fall into place. Bell felt embarrassed for some reason. "It's this helmet probably, I'll remove it," the knight said with a sigh. As the helmet covering her face split and merged with her armor, Bell couldn't close her open mouth when she revealed her face. "Are you a girl?" Bell asked, sounding astonished. Standing in front of Bell was a girl with blonde hair and green eyes who was very beautiful, a true beauty. Bell, who was lost in the blonde's great allure, didn't notice that her mood immediately worsened. "Don't say that again," the blonde growled as she appeared in front of Bell in an instant with her sword pointed at his neck. "Say what?" Bell said, on the verge of tears. "Call me that again and I won't be able to hold back," the blonde said, clearly annoyed. The gleam in her eyes betrayed her murderous intent. Bell's instincts told him she meant business. "Okay, I apologize." "I won't say it again," Bell said in a pathetic squeal. Despite the anger evident on her face, the blonde managed to regain her composure. Taking a deep breath, she muttered something with a somewhat grumpy expression. "I forgive you, and don't ever mention this again. Remember that," the blonde said with great seriousness. "Understood, so what's your real name?" Bell said with a sigh of relief. "I am Mordred, the one and only true successor of the King of Knights, Arthur Pendragon," the blonde spoke as she plunged her sword into the ground and brought both hands to the sword's pommel. "Mordred. Isn't that the name of the Knight of Treachery from the legend of King Arthur?" Bell said, raising an eyebrow. "I see you're not so incompetent after all," Mordred said with a small laugh. "Whatever, we'd better go somewhere else. More people are coming," Mordred said as he turned away. Bell stood motionless as he watched the blonde put her helmet back on and start walking. With great clumsiness, literally crawling a few meters, Bell stood up, picked up the Minotaur's stone, and followed the knight. Unnoticed, a blonde woman witnessed Mordred easily defeat the Minotaur. At a certain point in the journey, when Mordred realized he had no idea where to go, Bell started walking ahead while Mordred followed a few steps behind him. As the two walked through the city streets, most of the passers-by turned to look at the gentleman walking beside the white-haired man. An adventurer and his support, that's what everyone thought. Their walk continued in silence until they reached the ruined church where Bell lived. As it was still early, his goddess had not yet returned. "Tell me, master, what do you know about the Grail?" Mordred asked as he took a seat on a sofa opposite where Bell was sitting. "Grail," Bell said, completely confused. Mordred, who was not wearing a helmet, brought her hand to her face and gave a heavy sigh. "It can't be," Mordred said with great reluctance. Bell scratched the back of his neck in great embarrassment. "I had to be the first one to show up," the blonde grumbled. Since Bell had no idea what the blonde was talking about, she decided to stay out of it. "Check your luggage, you should have a golden cup somewhere," Mordred said listlessly. Bell nodded before emptying his backpack, revealing a golden cup which he had acquired from the gnome. "That's the Grail. It would be a nuisance to explain everything," Mordred said irritably. Bell, without understanding, gave a nod in comprehension. "Ah, tell me, master, do you want something?" Mordred spoke with noticeable annoyance. Bell, for his part, turned to look away in embarrassment. "Come on, say it, don't make fun of me. I find it unpleasant to make fun of other people's dreams," said a now calmer Mordred as she remembered how her dream was denied to her. "Well, I came to Arario with the intention of being a hero," Bell said sheepishly. Mordred smiled with amusement at Bell's statement. "And in have a harem," Bell spoke in a tone so low it could hardly be called anything other than a whisper. "JJ, ha 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 ha," Mordred laughed openly while holding his stomach. While Bell's face was completely red, Mordred laughed animatedly. "Well, look, master, that Grail grants you 7 wishes and allows you to summon 7 servants. The rest will be explained by whoever comes after me," Mordred said, wiping away a tear that had escaped her eye from laughing so much. Bell didn't understand anything at all. "Look, in that cup there are 14 gems, 7 have a number and 7 have an engraving. If you look, there are 2 that are completely gray, the one with the number 1 and the one with the engraving of a sword. Since you were about to die, the Grail went into automatic mode and granted one of your wishes, which you had in order to summon me. Let me explain again. Every time you make a wish, a servant will appear. Do you understand?" Mordred spoke, who at this moment was in a better mood than at the beginning. "Why, yes," Bell spoke, understanding something very little. "Okay, now take the Grail with both hands and make a wish," Mordred said as she lay back on the sofa where she was sitting. Bell sighed a couple of times. "Something I desire," Bell thought as he held the Grail. Belle wished to be strong, to be a hero, to save pretty girls, to have a harem, what every man would dream of. Nervously, Belle made a wish. The next instant, Belle's body glowed for a few moments, and shortly afterwards a magic circle appeared a few meters away from Belle. The circle shone before turning into a small pillar of light. When the pillar of light disappeared, a beautiful woman with black hair and pointed ears could be seen. She was the most beautiful woman Belle had ever seen in his life, far surpassing the beauty of any goddess the white-haired young man had ever seen. When Belle's brain came back to him, he realized that he had somehow summoned someone, so he turned to Mordred looking for answers and to ask if what he had done was right. What Belle saw was Mordred making a face which denoted disgust. Belle turned to look at the newly arrived woman. This one also had an expression that denoted disgust and discontent. The white-haired man swallowed hard. The dark-haired woman, after getting over her initial bad taste in her mouth, cleared her throat before speaking. "I'm Semiramis, the assassin-class servant. Are you sure you can handle me?" Semiramis asked with a smile that left Belle mesmerized. "What kind of tasteless presentation is that?" Mordred asked with a confident smile. Semiramis, who had her right hand next to her mouth to cover her smile, clenched her fist as a vein bulged on her forehead. "Whatever, Raven woman, you're here to explain to this boy about the Grail and all that," Mordred said in a very aggressive tone. Semiramis developed a nervous tick in her right eye at Mordred's words, but soon her bad expression turned into a captivating smile. "Well, master, since the blonde chimpanzee barely has 2 functioning neurons, I'll take care of instructing you," Semiramis said with a high-level smile. Belle nodded foolishly, falling prey to Semiramis's charm. Mordred, for her part, was offended, with a vein throbbing in her forehead. "Now then, first you must prepare a throne for me, then we will talk. If you don't have one, then you must serve as my chair," Semiramis said with a smile as she partially covered her lips with her right hand. If you want to sit down," Belle said while pointing to a patched and rather deteriorated sofa, but soon fell silent upon seeing Mordred with a bad expression and remembering the expression Semiramis made upon seeing her. "You can take this chair," Belle said as he stood up. The smile of the Queen of Assyria disappeared as she stared blankly at Belle. Semiramis sighed before taking a seat. Belle looked curiously at Semiramis, who put a hand to her forehead while muttering several curses. "Thank you for my good humor in the way I was summoned," Semiramis said. Belle nodded. Semiramis was practically the holy grail that Belle held in his hands. "This is a rather peculiar grail. We could even say it's more powerful than the original Semiramis spoke." Belle nodded, though he didn't understand much. "Where did you get it?" Semiramis asked. "It cost me 1,000 volleys from an antique shop," Belle said matter-of-factly. Semiramis sighed as she shook her head. Mordred, for his part, remained completely silent before smiling with annoyance and amusement as he imagined the grail being sold in a shop. Under normal circumstances, the Grail summons 7 servants who will serve under the command of 7 masters. The last pair standing will be granted a wish. Semiramis spoke. Belle nodded as he watched the Queen of Assyria, who had begun to explain. "But this situation is anything but normal. First of all, this Grail is different, very different from the one I know," Semiramis said as she looked at the Grail in her hands. Belle nodded. "You have been recognized as the owner of this Grail, which is far superior to the original," Semiramis said. Belle, not knowing what to say, just stared at Semiramis without moving a muscle. "The command spells, which would normally be 3, in this case there are 21. If you use 1 or more, they regenerate after a few days," Semiramis said. Belle nodded as a red mark in the shape of a rabbit glowed on the back of his hand. "You can think of this Grail as a prize wheel. By default, at the beginning you get 7 servants and 7 wishes. This would be the first group, but in the second group there can be many more servants and wishes. This will be decided randomly," Semiramis spoke. Belle nodded, although he was quite lost. "There is also a special or extra class. By summoning all the main classes, you will receive the opportunity to summon 1 or more servants of a class that cannot be summoned by normal means, whether it be a ruler or the grand class," Semiramis spoke. "In this first group you can only summon 1 servant per class. In other groups you can summon more servants of the same class. Remember that the servants you summon will always be of a class that is still available. You can also summon a specific servant as long as you are very clear about it and its class is available," Semiramis spoke. What is a servant?" Belle asked nervously. He had heard the word servant many times but didn't know what it meant. Semiramis sighed heavily. "We servants are the physical representations of heroic stories," Semiramis said with a slight headache. "Heroes, so I can summon heroes like the Argonaut, Albert Waldstein, David." Belle began listing heroes one after another. Yes," Semiramis spoke. Belle nodded as his eyes lit up. Semiramis cleared her throat before continuing with her explanation. "There are 7 servant classifications: Saber, Archer, Lancer, Rider, Caster, Assassin, and Berserker. These 7 classes are the classifications of a heroic spirit. A Saber is generally a hero known for their swordsmanship or one who wields a famous sword. An Archer is usually an unparalleled archer. A Lancer is one who wields a spear or similar weapon and is also known for their speed. Riders are those known for using riding mounts, live animals, or machines during their lives. Casters are unparalleled mages. Assassins are feared and famous killers. And finally, berserkers are heroes who lost their sanity and went mad at some point in their lives, explained Semiramis. Bel nodded, although there were things that were not entirely clear to him. He was afraid of making the Queen of Assyria repeat the same thing. Any other questions? Semiramis said with a sigh. If I could summon another servant, I mean my family is new and poor. If I could summon more like you, it would be easy to get ahead, Bel said with great enthusiasm. Aren't you satisfied with me? I mean, it's obvious that chimpanzee over there is unsatisfactory to anyone, Semiramis asked, feigning hurt. Mordred, for his part, smiled wickedly as multiple veins popped out on his face. Bel swallowed hard. The answer is yes, Semiramis said with a smile. Bel nodded as his eyes lit up. This is the best thing about this grail, unlike the original, which summons spirits. This one summons earthly beings. In short, I'm alive, Semiramis said with a smile. Bel didn't understand anything. Having life, I can generate my own mana, Semiramis said. Bel nodded. In any case, it is necessary that you constantly supply me with mana, but the expenditure is minimal. It is not even an eighth of the mana that you should normally transfer to me. Likewise, if necessary, I can transfer my mana to you, Semiramis said. Bel nodded again with an idiotic look on his face. This is the reason for my good mood and why I have been so patient. You don't get your life back every day, Semiramis said with a smile. Bel smiled slightly. What I meant was, you can summon another servant, but 3 would be the maximum. Summoning more could cause problems, Semiramis said seriously. Bel nodded obediently. And tell me, would you like to be part of my family? Bel asked. This time it was Mordred and Semiramis' turn to see Bel confused. Both, because of the Grail, had basic knowledge of the world they were in, but they didn't know everything. Bel, for his part, explained everything about the gods giving their fauna to mortals and creating families. That's a stupid question. You're my master wherever you are. I have to be too, Mordred said, sounding somewhat annoyed. It pains me to agree with the blonde chimpanzee, Semiramis said, pretending to be hurt. Just as Bel was about to add something, the basement door was opened, revealing a short girl. Bel looked somewhat frightened at the girl who had just entered. The girl looked between Bel and Semiramis, then saw Mordred before exploding in anger and lunging at Bel. After explaining the whole situation to Hestia, she nodded obediently while bowing on the ground. The reason Hestia was on the ground. When he tried to attack Bel, he was stopped by Semiramis. Currently, Hestia glared angrily at the dark-haired woman who was sitting elegantly on the floor. Are you sure you want to belong to my family? I mean, it's small, Hestia said as she stood up. Mordred shrugged. It's not like I can go anywhere else. That boy is my master, Mordred said dismissively. For now, I'm tied to the boy, Semiramis said. I have never given Falna to a spirit, or rather, I have never given a second Falna, Hestia said, though she was thinking the last part. Hestia stood up and approached the blonde. If you could remove your armor, it is necessary to give you my Falna, Hestia said. Mordred gave a nod, and in an instant all his armor disappeared, leaving only some kind of red leather protectors around his body. Much to Hestia's annoyance, Bel blushed deeply, something that did not go unnoticed by Mordred. How can you be a spirit and not have any more clothes? Hestia asked. Mordred flatly denied it. We'll sort that out later, Hestia said with a sigh, then turned to look at Bel and kicked him out of the room. The little goddess proceeded to give her Falna to Mordred, then copy it onto a sheet of paper and proceed to do the same with Semiramis. Finally, while they were both arranging their clothes, Hestia gave them both her status sheet. Mordred. Level 1. Strength I0. Defense I0. Dexterity I0. Agility I0. Magic I0. Magic. Mana Blast. Increased performance by infusing weapons and body with magical energy and expelling it instantly. Skills. Battle Continued. Allows continuation of combat after suffering mortal wounds. Reduces the mortality rate from injuries. Instinct. It gives the ability to instantly identify the best personal course of action during combat. Noble Phantasms. They cannot be categorized. Semiramis Level 1. Strength I0. Endurance I0. Dexterity I0. Agility I0. Magic I0. Magic. Incompatible. Skills. Presence Concealment. Ability to conceal the user's presence. Territory Creation. Ability to create a special terrain that is advantageous to the user. Object Construction. Allows the creation of magical objects. Familiar Dove. Allows the use of pigeons as familiars. Noble Phantasm. Hanging Gardens of Babylon. It is an enormous fortress capable of housing thousands of soldiers, gathered through systematically ordered floating masses. This fortress can be described as the unification of unpleasant disorder and luxurious beauty. Psychra Yusham, they turn the surrounding environment into poison. Not only do they give a poisonous attribute to all their attacks, but they can also add poison to the air and mana of the surrounding area, causing the atmosphere to acquire a poisonous environmental property. Semiramis looked at her status sheet in puzzlement. I suppose that thing about noble I don't know what's typical of you, Hestia spoke. I suppose mind-being objects cannot be categorized, Mordred said as he brought a hand to his chin. It's not possible, Semiramis murmured. Hestia looked at the dark-haired beauty with puzzlement. I was summoned as an assassin and I don't possess double summoning. I shouldn't have some of those abilities or that other noble phantasm, Semiramis spoke. Honestly, I don't know what you're talking about. By the way, you two have developmental abilities, or I felt you did. In Mordred's case, it was magic resistance, writing, and charisma. In Semiramis's case, it was divinity, but these couldn't be read, Hestia said simply. Both Mordred and Semiramis nodded. Even so, it feels strange to give you a fauna. It's almost as if you've already had another fauna before. This fauna also feels odd. Normally, each god's fauna feels very similar to their aura and yours feels like B's aura. No, it's not possible, Hestia spoke, who was in a dilemma. Hestia sighed before going to find Bell to update his status. Bellcranel, Level 1, Strength, I-77, H-227, Stamina, I-13, H-163. Magic, I-0, H-150, Dexterity, I-93, H-243, Agility, H-148, G-298. Magic, Skill, Heroic Wish. Improves Strength, Stamina, and Agility stats for a short period of time as long as a heroic act is performed. Hero Development, improves the body's physical aspects. Accelerates physical growth, allows the body to develop and adapt to endure the adventures of a hero. Accelerates mental development, develops an agile and quick mind while allowing one to remain calm in adverse situations. Eroge Protagonist. The very embodiment of the perfect seducer, the kind of man you only see in Eroge games. Creates an aura of beauty around the user, an aura irresistible to the opposite sex. Enhances eloquence, he will always know what to say at the right moment. Imposes his will on the world to create typical Eroge. Situations Gold Rule. Increases the ability to find treasures. Destines the user for a life of luxury and riches. Noble Phantasm. Gate of World. Only the heir to the world can access the treasures it has to offer. A vault containing every treasure that exists or ever existed in the entire world. It will never run out. Each time an item is taken, a new one appears shortly after. With that person's authority, this treasure gains the power to transcend the treasures of this world. \/big//big//big//. Bell could only let out a pathetic squeal as he read every word on the sheet. Okami-sama, this is incredible. My stats have gone up quite a bit and these skills, Bell said excitedly, but when he saw one in particular, he was filled with embarrassment. Hestia giggled slightly as she pulled Bell's cheek. Womanizer, Hestia growled angrily. What is this, by the way? Bell asked, pointing to a part that appeared to be erased on the sheet and then to another part that also appeared to be erased. It's nothing, just a typo, Hestia said. That noble phantasm seems strangely familiar to me, or rather it's too similar to his, Mordred murmured. With that person you don't mean him, do you? Semiramis asked. This is hardly the world we belong to in the first place. He will hardly have any authority here, Mordred said simply. Goddess Hestia, don't you know what you mean by that person? Semiramis asked as she looked at Hestia. I haven't the slightest idea, Hestia said, looking away. Semiramis looked at Hestia in confusion before sighing and dropping the subject. By the way, Belkun, as the owner of a treasure you have the ability to assess the value of objects and even people, Hestia spoke. Really? It doesn't say anything about that here, Bell said. Details to use your noble phantasm, you must concentrate and imagine a circle in front of you. Then you must think of some treasure you want to obtain. You will need to memorize many for it to be useful to you, and to evaluate people or objects you only need to concentrate on them, Hestia spoke. Bell nodded. Kami-sama, how do you know that? Bell asked. HMMPP, as your goddess, I can get an idea of your abilities, Hestia said while looking away. Bell nodded in satisfaction. Semiramis and Mordred looked at Hestia in confusion. The goddess herself had told them a few minutes ago that she had no idea how her abilities worked. The Queen of Assyria looked with amusement at the little goddess who clearly seemed to be hiding something. Anyway, I think it's a good time for us to go out for dinner. Because of the integration of the two of them, we should go out to eat. I know a good place, said Hestia. The three remaining members of the room nodded as they looked at Hestia. Hestia led the three to the exit before returning to the bed and throwing herself onto it while emitting a moan. This is wrong, Hestia murmured. Hestia lazily touched Bell's status sheet, and in one of the sections that seemed erased, another ability lit up and was revealed. Bellcranel, Level 1. Strength I-77, H-227. Stamina I-13, H-163. Magic I-0, H-150. Dexterity I-93, H-243. Agility, H148G 298. Magic, skill, heroic wish hero development, eroge protagonist. Gold rule, unwavering desires, accelerates growth. The effects last as long as your feelings remain unchanged. The effects are determined by the strength of your feelings. Noble phantasm. Gate of worlds, only the heir to the world can access the treasures it has to offer. A vault containing every treasure that exists or ever existed in the entire world. It will never run out. Each time an item is taken, a new one appears shortly after. With that person's authority, this treasure gains the power to transcend the treasures of this world. //big//big//. Unwavering desire. If anyone finds out, they'll want to take Belle away from me, Hestia murmured. Hestia was furious that she was not the object of Belle's feelings, but something at this moment was upsetting her more than the first thing. Hestia looked at the second section in Noble Phantasm, which also seemed to be deleted, but it did not change. Hestia had not erased it. I hope I'm wrong, Hestia muttered irritably. This shouldn't make any sense in something like that, Hestia muttered furiously as she looked at the second section. That section shone in gold. It was similar to a closed door from which rays escaped through the openings, indicating that there was a great treasure behind it. So you caused this, Hestia murmured as she continued to run her fingers over the erased space. Until you fully open up, I'll keep you sealed. You'll only cause bellcranel trouble, Hestia murmured. Hestia let out one last growl before standing up and going to join the others. As the little goddess emerged from the basement, she looked up at the sky with a certain amount of suspicion. Chapter 2. The Beginnings. I swear I was here, Belle said as he stood between two buildings, one a bookstore like any other and the other a flower shop. Belle had even entered both buildings to ask about the gnome's shop, and in both cases they had looked at him as if he were drunk. A store that disappears, what a cliché, Mordred said with a certain amusement. Master, didn't you get anything else from that store? Semiramis asked. Why yes. He also gave me a key, Belle said as he grabbed his backpack and put his hand inside. Soon Belle began to violently move his hand in the backpack without finding anything. Belle looked at the ground, dejected. Well, we gain nothing by staying here, let's go to the guild. By the way, I do believe you, bellcranel, Hestia said while looking at Belle. As an advisor to the guild's administration, Ina Toole shifted her focus from the book in her hand and raised her head. She had a pair of thin, pointed ears and clear emerald eyes. Her brown hair reached her shoulders and had a beautiful sheen. This beautiful appearance was not of the same kind as that of the elves, who seemed to be pure and perfect, but rather of the natural kind. This beautiful woman looked with concern at a clock on the wall. Every minute the sun set lower and lower, and with every minute his worry only increased. Ina turned her gaze back to her book as she tapped it repeatedly with her fingers. As she tried to concentrate on her book, an annoying squeal made its presence known. Ina could hear many of her classmates letting out high-pitched, annoying squeals. With an annoyed sigh, Ina raised her gaze and saw a beautiful blonde. Beside the blonde was an equally beautiful woman, with pointed ears which identified her as an elf and with long, beautiful black hair. Ina ignored these two people. Her mind at this moment was wandering about a boy she had just met and for whom she was extremely worried. Ina-san. The moment she heard his voice, Ina stood up instantly as she searched for that familiar voice. All he saw was an imposing suit of armor standing in front of him. Ina-san. Ina heard his voice again and saw the boy who had her so worried come out from behind the two people who were attracting a lot of attention. Ina looked affectionately at the boy, who gave her a smile. Ina then frowned as she looked at the boy. I'm sorry. In one of the guild's rooms, Belle could be seen apologizing almost with his forehead pressed to the floor. Ina had given him a stern lecture about how he should be more cautious and not take risks. Ina finally sighed while shaking her head. Well, and those two? Ina asked as she looked at two people standing behind Belle. They are Mordred and Semiramis. From today onwards they are part of my family, Belle said. Ina nodded as she looked at both people. The first one had the image and aura of a warrior, someone perfect to train and take care of Belle. The second one had a similar air to royalty. Ina was reminded of a certain elf she knew, and she also seemed quite knowledgeable, someone perfect to academically instruct Belle and manage his family. It was clear that Ina's interests were focused on Belle and what these people could contribute to Belle and his well-being, and although it was not her concern, she approved of both people. There are 3,000 heiress. A beastman waitress said those words as she handed a piece of paper bill to a pale Belle. Belle had a job and had that money. The white-haired man instinctively saw Mordred and Hestia, whose cheeks were full of food. Hestia swallowed all the food in her mouth as best she could, then wiped her mouth with a napkin. The little goddess took her purse ready to pay, but in that purse there were only 15 volleys. Hestia immediately looked at Belle. HMPH bellcranel, as I told you, imagine a kind of floating circle and then imagine a treasure, in this case, volleys. By the way, imagine the circle in a specific place, Hestia spoke. Belle nodded and then extended his right hand. As if it were a waterfall, a shower of shiny coins began to flow immediately. Bell put his two hands in a cone shape and let them fill up. Bell watched in amazement as his hand filled with coins, but his amazement soon turned to concern as he saw the coins not stop and began to fall from his hands. Upon seeing this, the Queen of Assyria took Hestia's purse and placed it under the golden circle to receive all the coins. I didn't think it was necessary, but to stop the flow of treasures, you just have to think about it, Hestia said while shaking her head. Bell nodded like an idiot, and the next instant the flow of coins stopped. Luckily for the family, no one had seen the jacket of coins, since all the conscious diners were some distance away and those who were nearby were passed out from drunkenness. Let's take advantage of this to go shopping, Semiramis said, holding Hestia's purse, which was about to explode. While Semiramis was paying the bill, Bell stuffed the shiny coins into his pockets as best he could. So by default, the coins that will come out if you think of volleys are 1,000, Hestia questioned while looking at Bell. After finishing their dinner, the Hestia family went to a small shop where they bought 3 sleeping bags, along with 5 pillows and a blanket before finally returning to the abandoned basement. She asked me, and if you're thinking of a specific amount of money, Semiramis asked as she was making the bed. Out of curiosity, both Mordred, who was arranging the sleeping bags, and Hestia looked at Bell. Think about about 50,000 volleys, Semiramis said. Bell nodded. A small leather bag fell into Bell's right hand from which a clinking sound could be heard. The bag contained 50 coins worth 1,000 volleys. 100,000 volleys, Semiramis said as she looked at Bell. A new leather bag fell into Bell's hands. This time it was bigger than the previous one. 1,000,000, Semiramis said, bringing a hand to her chin. A third bag fell into Bell's hands. Apparently, when you think of a specific amount, a leather bag comes to mind. This is convenient, Semiramis murmured. Everyone in the room nodded. Now think of 200,000 volleys, but think of coins with a denomination of What denominations are there? Semiramis spoke as she switched from looking at Bell to Hestia. There are denominations of 1, 10, 50, 100, 200, 500, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, 50,000, and 100,000. There is also a denomination of 1,000,000, but this is very rare. The 100,000 denomination is mostly used by nobles and extremely powerful families, Hestia spoke. Well, let the denomination be 50,000, Semiramis said seriously. Just as Semiramis had requested, a very small leather bag fell into Bell's hands. In this bag there were only 4 coins. Semiramis nodded in satisfaction. The next day, the Hestia Familia's base was located in the basement of an abandoned church. Because it was built underground, the sound of birds singing in the morning could not be heard from inside the room. Because Bell had lived in the countryside all his life, he had become accustomed to getting up early to do farm work. He had a good biological clock. The white-haired man got up heavily. Bell turned his gaze to a sleeping bag where a little goddess lay. She was sleeping in a special way. Her head was practically touching the ground. Her arms and legs were spread as wide as possible, and she had a small river of saliva which dripped from her mouth to her forehead. A few meters away from Hestia was Mordred, sleeping in a more normal way. Although she still had her mouth open while emitting loud snores, she was still inside her sleeping bag. Next, the white-haired man turned his gaze to a bed occupied by a dark-haired beauty. She slept elegantly, her beautiful face showing total peace, and her body was completely covered by a white blanket, although the blanket did nothing to hide the curvaceous figure of the Queen of Assyria. The day before, Hestia and Semiramis had a small competition to see who would get the bed, and the result was obvious. Hestia lost in a game of rock, paper, or scissors. The white-haired man left the room carefully enough to make almost no noise. The fresh air and morning breeze reached Bell as soon as he left the abandoned church. Bell took a deep breath, letting the fresh air into his lungs. With his body still numb, Bell stretched slightly. As Bell stretched his body a little to lose any trace of sleep, he received a big slap on his back. With a loud noise, Bell struck the ground. Turning around, Bell could see Mordred with a big smile on her face. Bell looked at the blonde as if wondering what she was doing there. No matter how quiet you are, I can still tell when you leave. Your goddess told me not to let you go to the dungeon alone, Mordred said seriously. Bell nodded as he stood up. Well, boy with dreams of being a harem hero, Mordred said with a smile. Bell blushed at Mordred's words. Are you in a hurry to get to the dungeon, or do you have time to have a sparring session? Mordred said, looking defiantly at Bell. At the thought of training with a heroic spirit, Bell was more motivated than ever before. With great determination, Bell launched himself into a duel with Mordred. Bell's determination lasted less than beer on roast beef. Mordred spent 15 minutes correcting Bell's posture. To do this, he showed him ways in which they could hit him without him being able to defend himself. In those 15 minutes, Bell had been sent to the ground more than 100 times. Next, Mordred had Bell do some basic exercises. Needless to say, after a few repetitions, the white-haired man felt his muscles throbbing. Then, with a good posture, Mordred made Bell shake a wooden stick over and over again for half an hour. And what seemed like an easy exercise ended with Bell barely being able to lift the stick, which weighed less than 2 kilos. This was simply so that Bell could learn to balance his body and perform a good attack. Mordred then stood in front of Bell, holding a wooden stick horizontally in his right hand. Bell's goal was to hit that stick. The white-haired man initially attacked forcefully, but after a few repetitions, Bell began to feel his entire body vibrating. Mordred really wasn't the best person to be a teacher. The blonde only knew how to wield a sword, nothing more, nothing less. She relied purely on brute force attacks. She didn't use elegant sword techniques, no. She attacked violently from the front and used her strength to create openings which she would then exploit. But even so, she could teach the basics to someone like Bell, who barely knew how to wield a sword. Mordred sighed before throwing a punch at Bell's leg to correct his posture. The white-haired man fell to the ground, clutching his ankle as he rolled around on the floor. A little over 2.5 hours had passed since Bell began his training, and his martyrdom was over. Bell was breathing heavily, had bruises all over his body, his right eye was swollen, and to top it all off, the palms of his hands and the soles of his feet were stained red. "Okay, your training is over. You can have a potion, but make it a low-level one," Mordred said calmly. Ball extended his right hand and placed it in a golden circle. Seconds later, Bell pulled his hand out of the circle along with a glass vial containing a bright blue liquid. Bell took the contents of the vial, and upon trying it, all his wounds and his tiredness disappeared. Mordred looked at this with curiosity. "Is that the lowest potion in your noble phantasm?" Mordred asked. Bell nodded. "Without counting certain exceptions in my noble phantasm, there is nothing processed of a value less than 100,000 volleys," Bell said with a sigh. Mordred raised an eyebrow, confused. "Only the greatest treasures enter my noble phantasm. For something to be considered worthy of entering, it must have a value equal to or greater than 100,000 volleys, although things like gold and silver, due to their usefulness and rarity, enter this treasure, but these are raw materials. Even things like wood and earth are found there, but these are only the best examples," Bell spoke. Mordred nodded in understanding. "Although I would consider it cheating that you heal so easily, in the long run your pain resistance will increase whether you use that potion or not, although I would like to know if your resistance increases more if you use a potion of a lower rank," Mordred said. Bell nodded with a slight shiver. He felt like a guinea pig. Foo, so early in the morning and you're already mistreating our master." A mocking female voice made its presence known as soon as Bell's suffering ended. Bell forced a smile upon seeing Semiramis. The Queen of Assyria smiled before extending her hands towards Bell. "I need you to give me 400 million volleys," Semiramis said with a smile. Bell remained completely silent. "So cold you don't even say good morning and you're already asking for money," Mordred said mockingly. Semiramis glared at Mordred. "I plan to put this little family in order. Yesterday I had a little chat with that girl Ina. It's not unusual for wealthy people to come to Arario with that amount of money, and middle to upper class families usually have that amount of money on hand, although of course it's all their savings," Semiramis said with a smile. Bell nodded. From a golden circle fell to the ground several sacks full of shiny coins. Even the sacks themselves looked like haute couture. "Carry that and come with me. I also need you, master, to come, although first you should take a bath," Semiramis said. Mordred clicked his tongue as Bell sniffed his clothes, checking if they smelled bad. The Union, as every morning, was bustling with activity, but today the star attraction was two people, a beautiful elf with black hair and a rather beautiful young woman who wore armor. They were both carrying large sacks which made a clinking sound with every step they took. The beautiful brunette stopped in front of a half-elf before breaking into a smile. "I want you to open 2 bank accounts," Semiramis said with a smile as she placed a sack full of coins on the counter. Semiramis's action was Mordred's indicator to copy the action, leaving the sacks he was carrying on the counter unchanged. "I want to open an account for this boy and deposit 100 million volleys into it. I also want you to open an account for the Hestia Familia and deposit 300 million volleys into it," Semiramis said seriously. The half-elf Ina nodded as she searched for a pile of papers. After dealing with a lot of paperwork, Mordred and Bell headed towards the dungeon and Semiramis took a different route. She had arrived at her destination, a property for sale. The day before, he had discussed with Ina possible properties for sale. She never thought she would be able to acquire it so soon. The property was a building based on Far Eastern architecture. There were 3 buildings. The first and largest was 2 stories high and had 20 rooms and 2 bathrooms. With an obvious distribution of 10 rooms and 1 bathroom per floor, it should be noted that the bathroom did not have a shower or a bathtub. It was simply for physiological needs. The second building was a single-story structure and could well be called a separate room. This was the dining room. It measured 6x6 meters, making it quite spacious. The third and final building was an Oriental-style bathhouse which was exactly the same size as the dining room and was divided into 2, one for women and one for men. The documents were signed and Semiramis handed over the payment of 8 million, including the furniture. And that's how the Hestia Familia acquired a property and went from living in an abandoned basement to a small mansion. Bell couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority as he looked at the person walking beside him at this moment. Mordred walked with a firm and determined step. His mere walk attracted the attention of many people who, without knowing him, looked at him with admiration. The white-haired man couldn't contain a sigh of admiration. He wondered how many years it would take him to be able to equal the person next to him. As Bell was undervaluing himself, a small sound interrupted his train of thought. Gurrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr looked around. He was looking for something he could buy to eat. Bell stopped in his tracks as he stared intently behind him. Glancing sideways, he could see Mordred doing the same. Bell's reaction could well be related to an exaggeration, but for Bell this was not the case. He didn't quite know how to describe the feeling from a moment ago. All I could say was that it was unpleasant. For a moment he felt the feeling of danger had altered every fiber of his being. Looking around, he couldn't see anything out of the ordinary, nor anything that could be called dangerous. Although one could also say that there was too much tranquility. It is. Immediately, Bell's entire body tensed up and he turned to look at the voice that was calling him. The voice at the end belonged to a human girl. The girl was wearing a white blouse and a long, knee-length green skirt. She was also wearing a mid-length apron around her waist. Her gray hair was tied in a small knot and a tail hung down from below that knot. Her eyes, which were the same color as her hair, were seemingly innocent and cute. "I'm sorry," Bell said with a slight smile. "And no problem, I'm so sorry I scared you," the girl said, also with a slight smile. Both Bell and the girl looked at each other for a few minutes while exchanging nervous laughs. "Is something wrong?" Bell asked. "Ah yes, you dropped this," the girl said as she extended her hands showing a small violet crystal. "Huh, a magic stone." Bell murmured in surprise as he turned to look at one of his sides, where he carried a fanny pack which he used to store the magic stones he obtained. Bell remembered exchanging all the magic stones yesterday at the guild. Could one have gotten stuck in his clothes? Many questions were swirling in Bell's mind. "I'm sorry, I'm grateful for it," Bell said as he accepted the small crystal. In the end, Bell decided not to complicate his life by thinking about how that crystal got there. "No problem," the girl said with a small smile. Bell returned her smile, although he felt somewhat uncomfortable seeing the girl's smile, which was too pure. "Are you heading to the dungeon so early?" the girl asked, still smiling. Just as Bell was about to answer, his stomach betrayed him and he let out a growl. Bell smiled nervously. "Do you know you've just been scammed?" Mordred asked. Bell nodded slightly. "I wonder where do I get the magic stone?" Mordred said, stroking his chin. Bell simply shrugged. "Although it's not a bad way to attract customers, I bet if I hadn't made your stomach growl instead of offering you the bento to predispose you to come later, I would most likely have tried to convince you to make a reservation," Mordred said with a smile. Bell nodded, agreeing with every word the Knight of Betrayal said. Bellcranel, Level 1. Strength G 227 F 380. Stamina H 163 F 390. Magic H 150 G 280. Dexterity G 243 G 270. Agility G 298 F 370. Magic Skill Heroic Wish. Hero Development Eroge Protagonist. Gold Rule Unwavering Desires. Noble Phantasm. Gate of the World /big/big/. Note, I didn't recopy the descriptions of the other abilities as it would be unnecessary filler, especially since they were just introduced in the previous chapter. Bell looked at his status sheet with satisfaction. He had been fighting for hours against a large number of monsters. Mordred, who was acting as his guard, had been in charge of preventing the monsters from overwhelming him or covering his back while he collected the magic stones or while he rested. In contrast to Bell's huge increase, Mordred's status hadn't risen a single point, although this didn't seem to bother the blonde in the slightest. Bell smiled happily as he lay back on an extremely comfortable sofa. Everything had gone uphill since the previous day and he expected it to continue that way. Currently, both he and the rest of his family were at the new headquarters, which was acquired by Semiramis. Upon arrival, the rooms were randomly assigned. Bell, Semiramis, Mordred, Hestia, in that order the rooms were assigned to each of them. As was clear, Hestia soon showed her displeasure, but she was ignored. It is worth mentioning that their rooms were located on the second floor. The move of the Hestia family was extremely quick. In a literal sense, they had nothing at their previous base. And although they didn't have much in this new base either, they now had a decent base and the possibility of decorating their personal space to their liking. Bell couldn't wait for his family to grow with new members, but that would be something for the future. Now it was time to celebrate all the good things of the day. The sun had already been setting in the west. As the sunlight disappeared, what emerged was a dark blue night, a faintly glowing full moon, and countless sounds of laughter. The workers finishing their shift, the adventurers returning safe and sound from the dungeon as if they were finishing today, were all immersed in wine. With its nightclubs as the main attraction, the bustling street exuded a passionate atmosphere, making even the demi-humans happy. Hobbits, known as the representatives of the little folk, and gnomes sang in the streets while holding each other's shoulders. Dwarves, famed as powerful and strong warriors, also let out peals of laughter and joined in the revelry. Just as there were beastwomen with animal ears and tails wearing daring outfits to attract customers, there were also Amazons who wore even more outrageous outfits, constantly ignoring the stares of those around them and walking around with a faint smile. The main street had fully entered its night mode. I should be here, shouldn't I? Bell thought as he stopped in front of a building. As Bell searched his memories to see if he had arrived at the right place, a female voice reached his ears. Bell-san. Upon hearing her name mentioned, Bell turned to see who it belonged to and saw the gray-haired girl she had seen earlier that morning. I'm here, Bell said with a forced smile. Yes, welcome, sir, who is wearing the same suit as this morning, welcomed Bell before looking at the people behind him. They are my goddess and companions, Bell said with a smile. Sir nodded before turning and entering the bar. As she stepped through the wide entrance, she called out in a clear voice, we have 4 customers. Bell entered while being followed by the others and was guided to the bar. Are you a sir customer? Haha, even though you're an adventurer, you look kind of cute. Bell could see an older woman approaching him and his group with a smile on her face. What can I say, your employee is very persuasive, Bell said with a smile. At Bell's words, the woman burst into laughter. I hear you're a big eater who would put us to shame. This old lady will serve you dishes continuously. You can relax and keep handing over your money, the boss said before turning around and heading to the kitchen. Bell laughed nervously while covering his eyes with his hand. You're a demon with a pretty face, did you know that? Bell said as he turned to look at Sir, who was standing next to him. Sir gave a small laugh as she hid behind the tray. Anyway, you can choose whatever you want, especially you two, Bell said as he looked at Semiramis and Mordred, who along with Hestia had remained silent until now. Mordred and Hestia ordered a wide variety of dishes, while Semiramis ordered a smaller number of dishes, although all of them were more expensive. Bell simply ordered a pasta dish to start. This dish cost 300 volleys, and for Bell, who had been spending the bare minimum on food, it seemed expensive and even a ripoff. Although Bell did not see it, his eyes glowed slightly red and a kind of circle with a complex engraving appeared in his pupil. Because the circle was a shade of red slightly darker than his eye color, it was almost imperceptible. Upon seeing the pasta dish, Bell saw a large amount of data floating in the air. Ingredients, cooking time, who prepared it, how they prepared it, all of that appeared before Bell. Each piece of information increased in price, and that price was 250 volleys. Considering the 50 volleys as an additional cost for the location and the pleasant atmosphere apart from the profit, the cost was quite good. Are you having fun? Once Bell decided to put things like money aside, a female voice reached his ears. When he turned around, he saw Sir standing beside him. Sir Fleva, estimated value 14 billion volleys. Bell nearly choked on his food after seeing it. Sir looked curiously at Bell, who kept his gaze fixed on her. In Bell's eyes, Sir had a light gray color with a warm glow. Excuse me, something caught my attention, Bell said. Sir started a conversation with Bell, who answered in a distant manner because he was lost in his thoughts. The estimated value of Sir had shocked Bell. It was more money than an ordinary person or even an adventurer would accumulate in 100 lifetimes. Human life of any species must be very valuable if that's what it's supposed to be, Bell murmured to himself. Bell looked away from Sir and turned his gaze to the other diners. Bell's shock only increased. The most valuable ones were worth up to 600 volleys. Compared to the value of Sir, the difference was incredible. While Bell was shocked, his eyes caught the silhouette of the bar owner. Mia Grand, estimated value 11 billion bolivars. Once again, Bell was shocked. He was struck by Mia's estimated value, which in his eyes shone with a dark gray hue. For Bell, the numbers for those two were not normal. Bell then turned to look at a catman with brown hair. If Sir and her boss have such high values, then Bell thought. Anya Frommel, estimated value 14 billion 500 million volleys. Once again, Bell was speechless faced with the brown-haired catman. Bell then turned to look at the other waitresses. Chloe Rollo, estimated value 14 billion 500 million volleys. Lunwar Faust, estimated value 14 billion 500 million suitcases. Ryu Lion, estimated value 14 billion 900 million volleys. The white-haired man was currently suffering from a headache at what he was seeing, although there was something that caught his attention more. With the exception of Sir and Mia, the waitresses Anya, Chloe, Lunwar, and Ryu had spots. It was difficult to explain, but if Bell concentrated, he could see a color and a glow in them. Sir had a light gray color along with a soft, warm glow. Mia had a dark gray color along with a strong and intense shine which inspired confidence and a protective air. Now the other girls had beautiful sparkles, but there were rusty stains that contaminated those beautiful colors. Lunwar had a light brown complexion that shone brightly, a glow that was warm and caring. Bell could tell even without knowing her that she was a woman who cared for others. She had rust stains on 5% of her body. Chloe had a dark violet color, an intense glow, and was playful and cheerful. Belle would say she was a natural joker and a very unserious person who tried to act serious. She had rust stains on 6% of her body. Anya was light brown in color with a warm, cheerful, and playful glow. Belle felt she was a kind-hearted airhead. She also had rusty patches covering about 10% of her body. The three waitresses seemed to have past traumas which they had mostly overcome, as Belle could clearly see fragments of those rusty stains falling off every moment. Finally, the green-haired elf had a golden color with a green tint. It shone brighter than the previous ones, its shine was intense and even somewhat warm. Belle quickly looked away from the elf. Disgusting, Belle murmured as he felt nauseous. The elf had rusty patches covering 70% of her body. Her glow was barely discernible, filtering through only small areas through which Belle could make out her color. It was unpleasant, hideous, and an eyesore. The glow of that elf was so corrupted it was nauseating. Belle clenched his fist in frustration. Seeing the elf was like seeing a work of art covered in dust and mold. It was an eyesore. Unlike the other waitresses, she wasn't losing her rusty stains. It was as if she refused to leave her past behind. Belle felt a strong urge to cry. It was almost as if he were watching a beautiful tree being consumed by fire. At that moment, something came to Belle's mind. If that elf shone so brightly and was worth so much even when she was so rusted, what would her value be if she didn't have those stains, if she were as clean as Sir? Belle wanted to know. I wanted to see it. I needed to see it. That beautiful color and that beautiful shine had to be shown to the whole world. As a collector, since when was I a collector? Well, never mind, I had to restore that work of art to its original beauty. Just as Belle was forming a plan in his mind, several figures entered the bar, and they passed right into Belle's view. Belle suffered another impact. Finn Damney. Estimated value 10 billion suitcases. Gareth Landrock. Estimated value 9,900,000,000 volleys. Beteloga. Estimated value 9 billion bolivars. Belle was shocked by the figures she was seeing. They weren't as high as the waitresses, but they were still incredibly high. Then Belle saw something much more beautiful. Lefia Vidris. Estimated value 5 billion volleys. Tioni Hurut. Estimated value 15 billion volleys. Tiona Hurut. Estimated value 15,200,000,000 volleys. Reveria Eljas Alf. Estimated value 15,500,000,000 of volleys. The word beautiful escaped Belle's lips, in full view of the two Amazons and the elf. Just when Belle thought he couldn't see anything better, he saw a head of blonde hair. Eyes Wallenstein. Belle murmured, her eyes wide open. Eyes Wallenstein. Estimated value 20 billion volleys. The same feeling that invaded Belle's body with the elf named Ryu. The blonde's body was about 50% covered in rust stains. These stains marred her beautiful golden color. Sorry, Belle-kun, we'd better go, Hestia said. Belle turned to look at his goddess. Hestia. Estimated value 500 million volleys. If Belle hadn't seen so many exorbitant values today, surely the warm maternal glow along with Hestia's sky blue color would have impressed him. I'm not good at dealing with Loki, we'd better leave, Hestia said. Belle turned his gaze back to the previous group and could see a goddess with red hair. Loki. Estimated value 510 million volleys. Belle nodded as he stood up. Well, there's no other way, Mordred murmured. Two goddesses in conflict is not a good thing, Semiramis said with a small laugh. Belle turned to look at the two heroes and remained completely silent. Semiramis, could you move about 5 meters away from Mordred? Belle requested. A strange Semiramis nodded as she walked away from the blonde. Previously, Belle had seen those beautiful colors and blinding brightness, but he could still make out the silhouette, even with the blonde eyes whose brightness threatened to completely obscure her silhouette. But now. Semiramis, estimated value 750 billion volleys. Mordred. Estimated value 700 billion volleys. For a moment, Belle forgot to breathe. Both heroes shone as brightly as the sun. I couldn't even see their silhouettes. An aura 1 meter in diameter enveloped them. Incredible, fantastic, fabulous. Belle had no words to describe what he was seeing. Belle turned to look at the blonde from the Loki family and the elf waitress. He loved them, he desired them. Belle brought a hand to his forehead as he held his breath, like a king who desires treasures. He loved all those amazing people. Forgive me, Grandpa, Belle murmured. The desire for a harem would take a back seat. He desired all those wonderful people, not in a romantic way. He wanted them in his family under his command, his private collection. Belle's gaze passed between Semiramis, Mordred, eyes, and Ryu several times. Belle let out a small laugh before looking at the ceiling. The white-haired man now had a new goal. A fervent desire arose in her heart. I would bring together the women and men whose colors and value are the highest. He would bring together all those heroes he admired so much in one place. I would use the Grail to summon the greatest heroes, and I would use their wishes to increase the power of those heroes. If it was within his power, he would make them all happy. He would make it shine even brighter. I currently held the theory that women were more brilliant and more valuable than men. If that was the case, then it would mostly bring together women. A harem that wasn't important. He didn't need to be loved, he didn't need any service of that kind. His mere presence was more than enough. It was wrong to form a collection of heroines in a dungeon. Chapter 3, Banquet of God. It was a beautiful day, the birds were singing, the clouds were drifting lazily, and a 14-year-old boy was screaming in pain. It was definitely an ordinary day. After being thrown to the ground, Belle stood up and lunged at Mordred while raising a wooden sword. Mordred simply waited until the boy came within range before swinging his own wooden sword. Mordred's sword struck Belle's right side at the waist. The blow was so strong that instead of sending him flying towards a wall, it caused Belle's body to rise into the air and do a 180 degrees turn until it ended up on the ground. Belle took a heavy breath before standing up. The white-haired man gripped the wooden sword tightly before lunging at Mordred, and in less than a second he kissed the ground again. While Belle was being crushed by Mordred in Hestia's room, she could be seen lying on her bed while holding a sheet of paper. "I need to consult with someone about this," Hestia murmured with a less than pleasant expression. Belle's torture disguised as training came to an end. The 4 people who lived in this Oriental-style base gathered in the dining room to enjoy their breakfast, which Hestia went to buy because she lost again at rock, paper, scissors against Semiramis. As is common at a family breakfast, trivial topics were discussed while eating. Banquet of God. If it's done every now and then, the gods gather, and well, that's all, nothing beneficial comes of it. Semiramis's curious voice was followed by Hestia's voice, which was devoid of any emotion. "You should go this time," Semiramis said. Hestia let out a ha, not seeing the need for her to do anything like that. "My master wants a weapon, a first-class weapon that won't hinder his growth, something a god of blacksmithing would be capable of making," Semiramis said with a smile. Belle, who had a spoon in his mouth, looked at Semiramis in amazement. He had never explicitly said that. "God of the blacksmith," murmured Hestia. "Yes, I would like you to contact Goibniu or Hephaestus to see if they would be able to do this job," Semiramis said. "In fact, I know Hephaestus. I don't think it's so necessary to go to the Banquet of God to contact her," Hestia said. "Even so, I consider it a good opportunity for our family to debut as an upper-class family and not just as one of the crowd," Semiramis said. Hestia forced a smile. The little goddess didn't want to tell the Queen of Assyria that the other gods would only see them as a family with a lot of money but of low status because of the levels of its members. "That said, Master, I need you to give Hestia a dress, heels, and some accessories. Everything must be dazzling and expensive," Semiramis said while looking at Belle. Belle remained silent for a few minutes before removing a spoon from his lips. "Do I look like a bank or a gnome vault?" Belle asked with a small laugh, as lately he had been used to extract expensive items for sale. "I'd rather say ATM," Semiramis said with a smile. Upon hearing Semiramis's response, Belle looked away as an emo aura enveloped him. "That's how he sees me," Belle murmured. Semiramis looked at Belle with a slight smile as she laughed, covering her mouth. Hestia forced a smile, and Mordred ignored everything, focusing only on the food in front of her. The little goddess smiled nervously. She was standing in front of a building which emanated an atmosphere of falsehood. In the glittering megalopolis of Arario, only this place stood out as different, or rather, it was very strange. The statue of a person with an elephant's head, which was surrounded by white screens, was sitting with its legs crossed. The elephant was approximately 30 meters long. As if it wanted others to see its power and prestige, it stood in a posture with its chest puffed out, causing those who saw it to have strange thoughts, and thus it became extremely famous. The cool god Ganesha, without knowing what he was thinking, used the money obtained by his family to create that great facility. The stronghold of the Ganesha family was the location for the I Am Ganesha. The entrance wasn't so great. Several gods were practically crying when they went through it. Incidentally, the entrance was the place where they sat cross-legged, the crotch. What does Ganesha think? Ganesha is really great. A few handsome men, dressed in the same clothes a nobleman would wear, smiled and entered. Everyone who was coming in was a god. They were the guests at the Banquet of God that Ganesha had organized. The Banquet of God was a gathering of the gods who had descended to the underworld. There were no rules about which god organized it or when to organize it. Only when they wished could the gods who wanted to participate take part. This perfectly demonstrated the inconsistency and unrestrained nature of the gods. To all who have gathered here today, I am Ganesha. This time, with so many people attending, I, Ganesha, am super grateful. I love you all. So there's also something I want to tell you. This year, just like the previous years, the Filia will be held in 3 days, and all the Familia are delighted to meet you. A rather masculine god who wore an elephant mask spoke while flexing his muscles. The place was designed in the style of a buffet. On the pure white tablecloths were various dishes, the aroma of food wafting in all directions. The voices and laughter of the numerous gods in the hall echoed everywhere. The number of gods in this hall was incredible. Because the Ganesha family was one of the most well-known families in Arario, almost all the gods were invited to this banquet. Hestia was also one of those people. The little goddess felt quite overwhelmed. Hestia was a rather vulgar and lazy person. She fought with all her might against the desire to throw herself onto the tables full of food and start decorating everything. But she was afraid that if she did, she would be brutally scolded by Semiramis. The queen of Assyria had not only chosen all of her clothing but had also taught her basic etiquette. Hestia sweated profusely as she recalled Semiramis's harsh lessons. Your behavior is reflected in your children. If you humiliate yourself, you would be humiliating master, and worse still, you would be humiliating me. Semiramis's voice echoed loudly in Hestia's head. Hestia delicately took a plate of food and ate slowly and with as much manners as possible. Did you see that boy at the entrance? It was quite beautiful. He asked me if it had any relation. I'd like to have a boy like that in my family. Ah, they're talking about that handsome blonde-haired man. Hestia almost choked on the wine she was drinking. I knew I shouldn't have brought Mordred, but ha that they mistake him for a boy, Hestia thought with annoyance before laughing as if she had won a battle. The blonde swordswoman was currently outside the I Am Ganesha watching over a carriage. After all, he had acted as the chauffeur who brought Hestia here. The mere thought of leaving Semiramis and Bel alone displeased Hestia. But now, knowing that many goddesses and strangely enough, a rather odd god had set their eyes on him, Hestia was more disgusted than ever. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Hestia family. No, not like that, keep your back straight. Of course, Semiramis's angry voice was followed by Bel's frightened voice. You must create an aura of royalty around you, and you must behave like someone worthy of such an aura, Semiramis said. Why do I have to do this? Asked Bel, who was sitting upright with his right foot resting on his left thigh, his legs slightly crossed, and a stack of books on his head. I will not be led by just any uncivilized villager. If you are going to be my master and captain, you must behave like someone worthy of leading a queen like me. You must behave like a true king, Semiramis spoke. I thought you were the captain of the family, Bel said nervously. Naturally, due to your current incompetence, I must lead this family, but that job is yours, Semiramis said. Bel nodded with a forced smile. Likewise, I have no desire to be the vice-captain. Find someone else to fill that position, Semiramis said, crossing her arms. If that's the case, will you still help me if I have difficulties? Bel asked, scratching his cheek. Semiramis sighed. Think of it this way, even though I'm not the captain or vice-captain of this family, I'm still your servant and I must help you whenever you need me. See me as your secretary if you wish, Semiramis said simply. For some strange reason, Bel blushed at Semiramis's last comment. The queen of Assyria, seeing the blushing boy, smiled with amusement. Naturally, sexual harassment of your secretary is strictly prohibited, Semiramis said harshly. An emo aura suddenly enveloped Bel. At least for the moment, Semiramis said with an amused smile. Bel's cheeks turned a light red as he smiled slightly. All right, let's continue with your private lessons, Semiramis said in a suggestive tone as she stood up and walked a couple of steps before standing in front of Bel and placing a finger on his chin. Semiramis's finger forced Bel to look up and meet her eyes. Bel swallowed hard as he looked the queen of Assyria in the eyes. At God's banquet, little Hestia felt a chill run through her entire body. Ah, the big-breasted lowly came. Anyway, she's still alive. Where do I get those clothes? Murmur after murmur. Some related to the fact that he was still in the underworld, and others related to the fact that every part of this outfit was incredibly expensive. What are you doing? As the little goddess brought a piece of cake to her mouth, an imposing voice reached her ears. Turning around, what she saw was red hair and a pure red dress that almost looked like it was burning. Delicate lines on her body and a sharp face revealed a strong and tenacious spirit. A gold earring hung in her ear, its brilliance still obscured by her flame-like eyebrows. The most striking thing about her was that half of her face was covered by a black leather cloth. A beauty with a patch over her right eye stared at Hestia in shock. Hephaestus, Hestia exclaimed joyfully. Yes, it's been a long time since I've seen you, Hestia, Hephaestus said while looking at Hestia like a strange creature. Hephaestus struck Hestia's head a couple of times with his right hand, then pulled her cheeks. Why, yes, it's real, Hephaestus said, shocked. Let go, Hestia growled as she frantically moved her arms. Excuse me, it's just that seeing you eat in a civilized manner seemed strange to me. I even doubted that it was really you, Hephaestus said as he put his hands on his waist and laughed happily. The little goddess, annoyed by her friend's teasing, puffed out her cheeks. Hestia sighed a couple of times before clearing her throat as she looked at her best friend. This is really good, you actually came. Coming here was definitely the right decision, Hestia said, crossing her arms. What? First of all, if it's about money, I won't lend you even one volley, Hephaestus immediately said, becoming defensive. How rude. Hestia shouted indignantly. Hephaestus, who was looking menacingly at Hestia, looked her up and down for a few moments before sighing as he brought a hand to his forehead. Forgiveness is a habit ever since you came to the underworld. Whenever you came to me, it was for money, Hephaestus said with a sigh. Hestia gritted her teeth in annoyance, but she couldn't deny her friend's words. Before she met Bel, the little goddess was cared for by Hephaestus. Hestia and Hephaestus in the sky were great friends and had been partners for a long time. But in Aurario, Hestia, who did not form a family or work, caused the trust that Hephaestus had in her to be drastically reduced. In the end, he finally couldn't stand it anymore and expelled her from his familia's home. Hestia, who had depended on Hephaestus for a long time, had no money and couldn't find work, nor could she even find shelter from the rain. Once again, Hephaestus had to come to his friend's aid and provide her with a small room in an abandoned church. Speaking of things Hestia did for herself, it was just adding Belle to her familia. In reality, Hestia was trying to act like an adult in front of Belle, but she was a goddess who couldn't do anything for herself. I apologize again, your past actions made me forget the most recent events concerning your family, Hephaestus said. Hestia looked away indignantly. At that moment, Hephaestus got a better look at the haute couture blue dress that Hestia was wearing. The dress even had gold thread embroidery. To match, the little goddess wore a pair of white gloves up to her elbows and heels of a darker blue color. To complete the outfit, she wore a pair of gold earrings with a blue gem in them and a white gold necklace which was covered with rubies. After admiring the valuable objects, Hephaestus noticed a pair of ornaments in her hair, each with a bell. These ornaments looked extremely cheap, although there was a great contrast between the prices of each item. Aesthetically, it looked good. Hephaestus didn't know that Hestia had refused to replace those ornaments with others of greater value, arguing that they were the first gift Belle had given her, and that they were worth more than gold ones in the end. Semiramis accepted this answer and allowed her to keep those ornaments. At first I found it hard to believe those rumors. A poor goddess suddenly having 9 figures in the bank was hard to believe, but seeing it with my own eyes I can't deny it, said Hephaestus. Hestia sighed one last time before looking at Hephaestus. I'm just as surprised as you are. A child in my family deposited all that money, Hestia said. Oh, you have devilish luck, Hephaestus said with a laugh. Hestia nodded, agreeing with her friend. Just as Hestia was about to open her mouth to start a conversation, a sound which was like a click-click interrupted the little goddess. The previous sound was a clear sound of footsteps which could be heard from behind Hephaestus. Fufu, just the same as before, a playful voice made itself known, and if Hestia didn't know that Semiramis was in her base, she would have said that it was her. Fr Freya. Hestia spoke with clear displeasure. The goddess that appeared in Hestia's sights was much more beautiful than the other gods, who were already quite beautiful in themselves. Her skin was as white as snow, her hips and waist were smooth, and if you looked at them directly, your reasoning might be in danger. This goddess of great beauty wore a dress with gold engravings which revealed her ample breasts, tempting to sin. This goddess was a goddess with the charm of beauty. Freya, shaking her long hair, walked in front of Hestia. Why are you here? Hestia growled, pointing her index finger at Freya. We just bumped into each other anyway. It's been a long time since I've seen you, so let's take a walk around the place, Hephaestus said calmly. You're too hasty, Hephaestus scolded Hestia. Is there a problem, Hestia? Freya asked with a mischievous smile. Actually, no, I'm just not good at dealing with you, Hestia said with a less than friendly look. Phew, Fufu, I really like that about you, you know, Freya said with an amused smile. Hestia waved her hand, expressing that it shouldn't be like that. Freya, who was on a completely different level in terms of appearance compared to the other gods, was known as a goddess of beauty and was also the most beautiful person among the gods. However, the gods of beauty were very cunning. If possible, it was best not to provoke them. Those were Hestia's true words. Hey, Hephaestus, Freya, dwarf. A noisy voice joined the 3 goddesses. Now that we're talking about it, compared to you, there's someone even more annoying, Hestia said while clicking her tongue. It's not good, Freya spoke with an overly acted disappointment. Freya, with a superior smile, turned her gaze around and greeted the goddess who was heading towards them. Scarlet hair and eyes, her hair was curled and she wore a fine black dress. The second person who was difficult to deal with appeared after Freya, of course. She also wore the same expression as Hestia. Loki. Hephaestus greeted normally. Why did you come? Hestia complained. What, can't I come for no reason? It's a banquet today. If you want a reason, then it's because I have too much free time. You really don't know how to read the atmosphere, shorty, Loki said with amusement. Hestia simply frowned and made a not very pleasant face. You look terrifying, Hephaestus said with a nervous smile. Hephaestus shook his head before seeing the flat-chested goddess. It's been a long time since I've seen you, Loki. I also ran into Hestia and Freya. This has turned into a troublesome night, Hephaestus said. Indeed, it has been a long time, There are also some faces I don't wish to see here, Loki spoke, slightly opening her squinty eyes as she gave a smile to the silver-haired goddess. Freya, who was seducing the waiter from whom she took a glass of wine, closed her eyes and smiled back at Loki. What's going on? Did they meet somewhere else? Hephaestus asked. We just bump into each other. Although I say that, we basically don't talk, Loki said bluntly. Loki, we've recently heard of your familia's success. It seems you're doing well, Hephaestus said with a smile. Actually, no, if the successful Hephaestus says that too, then I could consider myself quite well known. However, those children can be considered my pride, Loki said with a smile as he placed his hand on his back, chest. Even though I'm in the same boat, Loki in a dress is really weird. You've always worn men's clothing, Hephaestus said with a puzzled expression. About that, Hephaestus. I heard there was a dwarf who was getting ready in a hurry to go to a party. I wanted to make fun of her, but I can see that rumor was true, Loki said. Hestia, for her part, raised an eyebrow in annoyance. She felt like starting an argument with Loki. Are you planning to embarrass me? As Hestia planned to mock Loki, Semiramis's voice echoed in her head. The little goddess shrank in fear at the thought of hardening the queen of Assyria, so she let Loki's taunts go. You might be interested, but that blonde-haired girl was being bothered by quite a few goddesses when I arrived, Loki said. Hestia clicked her tongue in annoyance at Loki's words. What are you talking about? Freya asked curiously. Of the children the dwarf got, a rather beautiful blonde, though not as beautiful as my Izutan, a very beautiful black-haired elf if I may say so, and a cute boy with white hair and red eyes. Are you planning to recruit only pretty faces? Loki said with amusement. You, Hestia growled, pointing at Loki. Even though I saw you since you left without saying anything to me, I didn't want to add fuel to the fire. Mamma Mia would make me pay dearly for this, Loki said with a smile. Beside Hephaestus, who was nodding his head, Freya moved slightly. Coughing, she placed her glass on the table and lifted her hair. Then please forgive me, Freya said simply. Do you have something to do? Hephaestus asked as he watched Freya leave. That's enough. I've already confirmed the things I wanted to hear, Freya said simply. After coming here, did you make any move to listen to other people's conversations? Hephaestus said indignantly. Freya ignored her and used a slightly different smile and lowered her head to look at Hestia. Hestia, for her part, blinked a couple of times as she watched Freya leave without saying anything more. I don't like giving you advice, but be careful, Loki said with displeasure. What do you mean? Hestia asked, and although she disliked receiving advice from Loki, her curiosity won out. I'll just tell you to be careful after all. It's not my business, Loki said before emptying his wine glass and placing it on a table. Both Hephaestus and Hestia saw Freya leave. By the way, if that pretty elf gets tired of you in a year, tell her she can come see me and I'll gladly accept her into my family, said Loki, who smiled pervertedly while shamelessly moving her fingers. Both Hestia and Hephaestus made complicated expressions. Once Loki had left and the two goddesses were alone, Hestia turned to look at her friend. Regarding what I mentioned at the beginning, Hestia spoke with a nervous smile. Hephaestus looked at the little goddess with curiosity. In front of him stood a red-haired goddess. The family created by her, who was known as a goddess of fire in the sky, was one of the few that did not rely on the income of adventurers to operate. Even if it was inside the labyrinth city, where it is impossible to survive without relying on the dungeon, the special Hephaestus family was a great family that every adventurer who lived there knew. You could say it was a famous brand. Hestia informed me that they had business with me, Hephaestus spoke. The goddess of the forge saw two people in front of her, an elf with black hair and a human boy with white hair. Of course, we would like you to make a weapon for this boy here, and we would also like to know if you would be willing to buy weapons, Semiramis said with a smile. Regarding the second point, what kind of weapons? Hephaestus asked with interest. Although it sounds cliché, the goddess of blacksmithing liked to collect weapons. Semiramis looked at Bel before giving him a light tap on the shoulder. Bel, for his part, saw the Queen of Assyria, more specifically her hand, seeing 3 raised fingers. This was a code. Each finger represented 100 million, therefore, he had to draw a weapon worth 300 million. The goddess of blacksmithing saw a short, dark blue sword emerge from a golden circle. That's it. No, it doesn't matter, said Hephaestus, who looked curiously at the golden circle. What do you think of this? Semiramis said as she handed the short sword to Hephaestus. Hephaestus, upon taking the weapon, was captivated by it. Its shape, weight, edge, everything about that short sword was beautiful to the red-haired goddess. I see you like it. We'll start negotiations at 450 million volleys, Semiramis said with a smile. The sword is beautiful, but I estimate its value to be 300 million, maybe 350 million at most. I won't pay the price you say, Hephaestus said. Oh, it seems she has a good eye, Semiramis said with a playful smile. Little girl, I may not have my arcanum, but I can determine the value of a weapon with my eyes closed, Hephaestus said. So what do you think? 325 million, while Semiramis said with a smile. At that price I accepted, said Hephaestus, who took a pen and a small notebook. Please put away your checkbook. My intention is to empty your pockets, Semiramis said with a smile before looking at Bel and raising 5 fingers. Hephaestus looked both anxious and frightened at the golden circle next to Bel's hand. It's a pleasure to negotiate with you, Semiramis said with a smile as she looked at a check for the amount of 6 billion volleys. Now that you've left me bankrupt, what more do you want? Hephaestus asked with a tired sigh. On the shelves behind Hephaestus hung several swords, daggers, and other brightly colored weapons. A weapon that defies logic, a first-class weapon that won't ruin this boy's growth, Semiramis said. You know that's difficult, Hephaestus said wearily. Therefore, I ask you the following before the final weapon. You will manufacture a dagger as a prototype, Semiramis spoke. A prototype? Hephaestus asked doubtfully. Yes, I would like the final to be an alloy of orachicalco and mithril, Semiramis said. You know how difficult it is to make something like this? Orachicalco is difficult in itself, but making an alloy with mithril is even more so, Hephaestus said with a nervous smile. That's why I want you to make a prototype first. Mithril would surely be the best option, Semiramis said. Hephaestus, who was getting tired of such an absurd request, looked with a complicated expression at the two people in front of her. Speaking of your payment, we will not pay you with volley, Semiramis said before nudging Belle with her elbow. Belle stood up and walked a couple of steps before standing in front of Hephaestus above his right hand. A golden circle appeared. Belle took an orange handle and pulled it, revealing a crimson-red blade. If you complete the order, that sword could be all yours, Semiramis said with an amused smile. Hephaestus stared in shock at the katana in Belle's hands. When that katana was in his hands, he felt that his world was complete, and when he saw it dissipate into golden particles, he felt that his world was crumbling. That sword is worth 3 billion however you look at it. This will be a win-win for you, Semiramis said. Hephaestus sat down abruptly in his chair while bringing a hand to his forehead. She longed to have that katana in her hands again, but to do so she would have to create the impossible. The red-haired goddess's mind was working at full speed, trying to find an answer to her dilemma. So, all right, I accept. I already have an idea of what I'll do, although for that I'll need hestia, Hephaestus said. Semiramis nodded in satisfaction. Okay, master, enjoy your stay in the dungeon with Mordred. I'll go see hestia, Semiramis said as she said goodbye to Belle. The negotiation with Hephaestus ended. Belle and Semiramis met Mordred outside Hephaestus's shop so that Belle could head to the dungeon. It was barely 9 o'clock in the morning of the day after the gods' banquet, therefore it was still early enough to go to the dungeon and explore it for a while. The three of them went their separate ways to continue with their work for the day. Chapter 4. A Tasteless Joke Part 1. Crack. A sound similar to breaking glass echoed everywhere. The dagger, formerly in the hands of a white-haired man, had been reduced to useless pieces of metal. Bellcranel, completely unarmed, watched as two goblins headed towards him. In normal situations, this would be very bad for a novice adventurer like Belle. But Belle's situation was anything but normal. Then, on Belle's right side, a flash accompanied by a gust of wind appeared. Almost out of nowhere, an iron dagger had pierced the right side of the first goblin's skull, pinning his corpse to the bluish wall. Without wasting any time, Belle took the dagger from the skull and pulled it out of the goblin's corpse. The second goblin ran towards Belle while erratically waving his arms, trying to reach the white-haired boy with his claws. Belle slightly bent his knees as he positioned his dagger at chest height with the tip facing forward. When the goblin jumped towards him, Belle thrust the dagger forward, causing it to stab the goblin mid-jump. You have 10 minutes to collect the magic stones. A bored voice reached Belle's ears, and he turned to see a blonde girl leaning against a wall. She was wearing a simple dark-colored long-sleeved shirt, navy blue pants, and leather boots. This outfit was because it was useless to wear her armor on these floors since Hestia wouldn't let her wear a top and shorts. After seeing the blonde, Belle looked around the room where they were. More than 30 monster corpses were in this place, as well as many pieces of swords and daggers that had been destroyed and were scattered everywhere. Belle sighed at the thought of having to remove the magic stone from each of the corpses. When the clock struck 5:00 p.m., Mordred decided it was time to leave the dungeon. On their return journey, Belle had to eliminate any goblin or kobold that dared to attack them. At some point, Belle's dagger broke again and was replaced by one of the many that Mordred carried in a backpack. Until Belle had a decent weapon, Semiramis took it upon herself to go and buy daggers and swords of acceptable quality for Belle to use as expendable parts. This was because the weapons in the white-haired boy's treasury would only delay Belle's growth. Having killed one last kobold, the group of two emerged from a tunnel and could see a large open space in the shape of a circle. Both Belle and Mordred approached the nearest ladder and stepped onto the surface. Upon reaching the top, they were greeted by white walls and a large hall that resembled a temple. All of this belonged to the Great Tower of Babel, but something caught Belle's attention. There were adventurers pushing large boxes as if they were luggage, boxes which moved and emitted grunts. Belle was able to see them there, monsters which were being taken out of the dungeon. While Belle was wondering if this was legal, a conversation reached his ears. They will also be hosting that this year. Monster Festival, right? What is the importance of tirelessly hosting that? For acrobatics, right? How boring. Ganesha is truly unfortunate, being forced by the guild to perform such a task, and having to flatter the public every year. That's because no matter what you all say, he's a lord of all Sama, hahaha. By briefly listening to the conversation of a group of gods, Belle got an idea of what was happening. Since Belle had never heard of the Monster Festival, all of this was taking him by surprise. Ah, Ina-san, Belle murmured as he glanced at his advisor. Belle could see her there as beautiful as ever. Although this time she had a rather serious expression, she seemed to be arguing with another employee. Belle's survival instinct told him it was best not to interrupt Ina at this time, so Belle refrained from going to greet her and instead left. The following morning, crack. The sound of breaking glass could be clearly heard in a rather luxurious and ostentatious room. The little goddess could see at her feet a rather expensive cup shattering into pieces and its contents spilling onto the carpet. "I'll clean it right now," shouted Hestia, who didn't have the courage to turn around and face the gaze of the Queen of Assyria. Semiramis, for her part, looked curiously at the little goddess who was writhing in fear on the ground. The busty lowly definitely did not live up to what one would expect from a god. "PFFFFF, I have a goddess as a servant, what kind of bad joke is this?" Semiramis said with a slight laugh. Hestia, after finishing cleaning, looked at Semiramis with some fear. "Ever since they mentioned that you were a goddess, I expected some kind of divine punishment for myself," Semiramis said with a smile. Hestia, for her part, flowed slightly. "Tell me, if you had your powers, would you do something to me?" Semiramis asked with a smile. Hestia looked at Semiramis defiantly before lowering her gaze. "Even if I wanted to, I couldn't," Hestia said in surrender. Semiramis looked at Hestia confused. "The gods are quite vengeful. Even if they didn't have their powers back, they wouldn't hesitate to take revenge," Semiramis said calmly. "You know, comparing the gods you know to the gods of this world is pretty silly. What kind of idiot compares my world to theirs? Just because you know something about mythology doesn't give you the right to an opinion," Hestia said wearily. Semiramis nodded, somewhat annoyed. Hestia looked at the queen in front of her before sighing. "The vast majority of gods are defenseless beings who could be defeated by a normal human," Hestia said, something that threw Semiramis off balance. "Long ago, the primordial god created the geography of the world and then created humans along with many other races to inhabit it in order not to have to create new souls every so often. He created a system for souls to reincarnate, but administering the system created us, the gods," Hestia spoke. Semiramis gave a settlement. "We gods were born after humans. We were the second to last species to be born. The only thing that differentiates us from humans is our arcanum, and even then this is not a great power. The arcanum was made to protect and care, it is not for fighting. If a god were to attempt to use the arcanum to cause harm, he would be killed by his own arcanum. Heaven is a peaceful place where there is no conflict. Many of your gods trained or were powerful enough to deal with other gods in wars or fights, but not us. Our job was to guide souls so that they could be reborn. We gods possess immortality. We do not die of old age and our wounds heal instantly. That is why I can grant a state to thousands. My ichor blood will never run out and I will never die from lack of it. Even so, we felt pain, so training or fighting was a resounding no for most gods. Gods like take trained, but they are barely stronger than a normal human. The gods who were truly powerful attained their power in a different way. They manipulated something other than the arcanum and used it for their amusement. But manipulating that thing took them a lot of time and effort, basically because they did it blindly and without anyone to teach them. Were it not for their immortality, they would have died thousands of times. Some of those gods used to awaken that power in heroes of the past to allow them to fight. When we descended to the lower world, the primordial god restricted them so that they would not awaken that power in their children. I've gone off topic. As I was saying, we don't possess any real power to take revenge on someone. Even the soul system is very closed in terms of what we can and cannot do. The worst thing a god could do in revenge is to make your next life look horrifying. The gods who could duel with people like you or with a first-class adventurer, I can count on the fingers of my hands." Semiramis, after listening to Hestia's brief narration, carefully pondered her words. "Are they toy gods?" Semiramis asked, more annoyed than amused. "We could say yes," Hestia said, shrugging her shoulders. Semiramis shook her head. Changing the subject, "I got what you wanted," Semiramis said as she handed Hestia a small transparent vial. The little goddess could see inside the jar something similar to white threads. This was hair. "Yesterday, when Master returned from the dungeon, I cut his hair both to give him a better image and to achieve that," Semiramis said while pointing to the flask in Hestia's hands. Hestia nodded a couple of times in satisfaction. "I hope this isn't a fetish of yours or a form of harassment," Semiramis said with a very serious look. "Of course not," Hestia shouted, annoyed and red-faced at being called a pervert. Semiramis, for her part, sighed wearily. Although she knew perfectly well the plans of the little goddess, she found it amusing to mock her. "By the way, it's humiliating that the goddess of the family I belong to is a mascot character for a snack shop," Semiramis said with a very unfriendly face. Hestia, for her part, looked away. "I'm arranging everything for the purchase of those fried food shops from now on. I will properly educate you so that you can be a goddess and a respectable businesswoman," Semiramis said as her brow darkened. Hestia immediately ran to the door, but when she arrived, she could see that the door was locked. Hearing footsteps behind her, Hestia trembled to her very bones. "I will not accept lazy or incompetent people," Semiramis said seriously. Hestia swallowed hard. Walking through the streets of Arario, Bell sighed deeply. He had been given a day off, although it was really a forced day off. Mordred had discovered the existence of the Myach family potions. She determined that these were best for Bell's training, as their superior quality made them perfect for healing his wounds, and at the same time, allowing him to increase his stamina without completely healing him. While Mordred was busy, Bell had been given the day off. Similarly, Semiramis argued that days of rest were essential for cultivating strength. Even so, Bell felt dissatisfied. He wanted to become strong. I didn't want something like a day off, but he knew that if he didn't take the break he would be punished. And not in a way that would help him become strong or in a delicious way, as his grandfather used to say when referring to a certain ill-tempered woman named H. Hey, that white hair, wait a minute, Naya. Upon hearing the phrase white hair, Bell abandoned his train of thought and turned to see where he was being called. Bell could see at the entrance of the Lady of Abundance a girl with cat ears and a tail who was energetically waving her hands to call him over. Bell, somewhat curious, went over to the cat girl to find out why she was being called. Good morning, Naya. I apologize for calling you suddenly, Naya, the girl said in a tone that was too cheerful to be an apology. Bell, for his part, simply nodded. I have something to ask you for, it's just a slightly annoying matter. This is for you, the girl said as she handed a small object to Bell. Bell, for his part, looked at the object with curiosity. White hair, you're a close friend of Sir Naya, so I wanted to ask you to take something to that careless girl, Naya, the girl said in a relaxed tone. Bell, for his part, looked confusedly at the object in his hands, a purse, and then looked at the cat girl without understanding. Amid Bell's confusion, a new girl joined the conversation. Anya, if you only say that and don't explain anything, Cranel-san will end up getting confused, a young elf spoke in a calm tone. She had been arranging some seats, but seeing that Anya's conversation wasn't going anywhere, she had decided to interrupt. Ryu, you're such an idiot. It was Sir-san's turn to look after the shop, but he lazed around and ran off to visit the festival, so I wanted to give him back his wallet that he forgot, even if I don't say it to that extent. White hair should understand too. White hair. Anya spoke in a somewhat haughty way, explaining what she hadn't explained to a prince, but in the middle of her dialogue she found herself being ignored. So that's it. I apologize for not explaining it clearly, Ryu said, giving a small bow. No, is that okay? Bell said, downplaying the issue. At that moment, Anya, who had been excluded from the conversation, suddenly let her tail, which until a moment ago had been waving proudly, droop. Her face turned red and she lowered her head. Please ignore her. So can we ask you? Anya and I, along with the rest of the staff, have to prepare the shop, and we're not empty-handed, though I feel bad asking you something like this without knowing if you're busy or not, Ryu said in a formal tone while apologizing. I don't care, however, is it true that Sir-san was lazing around? Bell asked, his curiosity about the topic piqued. Lousy isn't exactly right, Sir's situation is different from those who stay here, Ryu said before proceeding to explain Sir's situation. Ryu explained to the white-haired man that Sir had used his day off to be absent from work in order to attend the Monster Festival. Of what the elf said, Bell only found one part striking. Monster Festival. Bell asked almost to no one in particular. Yes, Sir went to see the events that were organized today, Ryu said as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Bell was quite intrigued by the words Monster Festival since he had been hearing it quite a lot recently. Is this the first time you've heard about it? It's impossible that the people who live in this city don't know, Ryu said with noticeable astonishment at seeing that Bell didn't possess what could well be called common sense. I actually arrived in Arario recently, could you explain that to me? Bell said with a slight smile while scratching the back of his neck. Ryu nodded slightly, but just as she was about to speak, her companion interrupted her with her energetic voice. Then Naya, let me explain it to you, Naya. Anya said as she raised her hand and gave a small jump. Bell nodded slightly upon seeing the excited cat. The Monster Festival is held once a year. It's a super big event organized by the Ganesha family, Naya. They occupy the Colosseum all day and tame the monsters that crawl in from the dungeon, Naya. Anya said excitedly. The white-haired boy was stunned by Anya's words. His idiotic face reflected the fact that he didn't quite understand what the cat girl had said. Taming monsters isn't so surprising, white hair, you're an adventurer, so you must have experienced it too. The instant the monsters that have been beaten get to their feet and their eyes reveal that they want to team up, Anya spoke as if it were the most normal thing in the world. No, about that, I've never seen it, Bell said with great surprise. Upon seeing Bell's reply, Ryu coughed a couple of times before speaking in order to attract attention. Taming is a skill that exists, although it differs according to each person's qualities. But you must allow the monster to witness the strength and cause it to become obedient, Ryu spoke, while emitting an air similar to that of a teacher giving a class. Bell compared that air to that of Aina. Does that mean they fight monsters and the domestication process is the show? Bell asked, bringing a hand to his chin. That's the case, Naya. The truth is that it's like a circus show, Naya, Anya said with a big smile. Bell nodded slightly, now understanding the situation better. Actually, we wanted to see too, but Mom wouldn't let us. Sir said she'd buy some souvenirs, smiled and bowed, but she left her bag inside the shop. Sir is such a clumsy girl, Anya sighed softly, shaking her head and shrugging. Anya, I feel you're not in a position to say that about her, Ryu said with a mixture of amusement and annoyance. Bell chuckled slightly before saying goodbye to both girls and leaving to look for Sir Note, did you know that the name Anya, if you separate it into syllables, says A-Naya, and Naya is the Japanese onomatopoeia for the sound cats make? It's an irrelevant fact I just realized. The main street was filled with a large number of people, from union workers exhausted by the demands of the festival to small children who excitedly pulled their parents' hands. This entire large crowd was being observed by a pair of silver eyes. Located in a second-floor cafe overlooking the main street, a hooded figure was looking out of a window. However, that fabric could not hide her beauty. Despite having her face covered, all the attention in the store was focused on her. Every time her slender fingers traced the cup on the table, every time her delicate chin peeked out slightly from inside the hood, everyone held their breath. The goddess of beauty Freya didn't have to do anything to capture other people's hearts. Ignoring all the stares, ignoring all the sighs around her, Freya simply stared out the window. He observed every face that passed before his eyes. He carefully observed each person. As if he were looking for something, or someone, Freya's observation was interrupted by the sound of footsteps heading towards her. Freya sighed softly. Her simple sigh made the hearts of those around her leap. The goddess of beauty stopped looking at the window and turned to look ahead. The person he had been waiting for soon appeared in his field of vision. "Did I keep you waiting too long?" said a certain goddess lacking in bosom while raising a hand in greeting. "No, I just arrived," Freya said, downplaying the matter. The other goddess nodded slightly while yawning deeply. Her red hair swung back behind her head and her non-existent chest inflated a few millimeters. The so-called divine tablet Loki took a seat opposite Freya. "Hey, I haven't eaten breakfast yet. Can I eat here?" Loki spoke in a somewhat vulgar manner. "Please come in," Freya replied with a small laugh which captivated the vast majority of the diners. The atmosphere between the two goddesses seemed like that of old friends. "Anyway, when are you going to introduce me to that girl?" Freya said with a smile as she looked towards Loki's back. "What? Do I still have to introduce her?" Loki said, raising an eyebrow and looking somewhat strange. "This is my first meeting with her," Freya said with a small laugh. Standing behind Loki was a beautiful blonde girl with golden eyes who had a sword at her waist which made a great contrast with her pretty dress. "This is Izutan from my family. Is that enough?" "Izu, this woman is also a goddess. Greet her." Loki spoke wearily and somewhat annoyed. "Nice to meet you," Iz murmured as she gave a slight bow. Freya simply looked at Iz with a slight smile. Iz Wallenstein, her name and courage extended beyond Arario and even to the world, therefore, there was really no need to introduce her. Loki glanced slightly at Iz before urging her to take a seat as he was uncomfortable having her behind him all the time. "How lovely, and I understand why you like this girl, Loki," Freya said as she looked at Iz with a smile. Despite exchanging glances with Freya, Iz's little Stone-chan expressionless face did not change in the slightest. "May I ask why you brought the sword princess here?" Freya asked curiously. "Heh. Since it's rare to have a festival, then I can have a perfect and charming date with Izutan until she's satisfied," Loki said while laughing vulgarly. Freya simply smiled in a forced manner. "Oh, and I thought that after the expedition was over, she would finally go back and calm down, but she immediately wanted to dive into the dungeon," Loki said, shaking his head. Freya nodded, understanding the point somewhat. "If you don't take a short break, then you may end up resting underground," Loki said as he extended his hand and stroked Iz's head. Iz seemed to admit her mistake and looked down, allowing Loki to do as he pleased. After a few brief minutes in which Loki enjoyed stroking Iz's hair, she sighed deeply before looking at Freya. "Let me hear, what the hell are you planning?" Loki said very seriously, the joking air that surrounded her disappearing. "What are you talking about, Loki?" Freya asked while laughing foolishly. "Don't play dumb, idiot," Loki growled irritably. Freya kept a silly smile on her face as she ignored Loki's threats. "Your recent actions are quite significant. You appear at a banquet you have no interest in. From the tone of your conversation, you seem to be gathering information. What are you planning?" Loki growled. "Noisy," Freya complained, somewhat annoyed. Loki looked directly at Freya with annoyance. "Golden?" Loki asked, staring intently at Freya. Freya, for her part, maintained her captivating smile without any disturbance. "Black?" Loki asked, raising an eyebrow. Freya once again remained completely normal. "White?" Loki asked, slightly raising one of his eyebrows. Freya's smile broke for a few moments and her eyes stared into space as if she were thinking about something, but she quickly composed herself and returned to her silly smile. Loki slammed his fist on the table as he stood up. "Ha's white, is it white? Of the three you choose the most defenseless. What kind of bad taste is that?" Loki growled with a hint of disgust. "Come on, I don't know what you're talking about," Freya said with a silly laugh. "Don't play dumb, you're after the dwarf's child," Loki said with some annoyance. Freya, for her part, only smiled slightly. "And would you support her?" Freya asked with a smile. Loki simply clicked his tongue. "Those two girls aren't normal. Their aura makes it impossible for them to be level ones. You won't have it easy," Loki said while looking seriously at Freya. Freya sighed and Loki took his seat again. "That blonde girl is approximately a level 6 towards the end of the path and the elf is a level 6 in the middle," Freya spoke calmly. Loki sighed deeply as he massaged his temple. "So then," Loki asked. Freya simply looked at Loki with curiosity. When did you see him? Loki asked, sounding somewhat tired. He's not very strong yet. Compared to your family or mine, that child is still completely unreliable. He'd be hurt over the smallest things, he cries easily, that child is that kind of person, Freya said as she looked out the window. Loki remained silent as he pondered Freya's words. He is so charming and pure. In that child I have seen a light I have never seen before, Freya said with a dreamy sigh. Loki felt slightly disgusted to see Freya acting like a love-struck maiden, noticing it was truly accidental. It suddenly appeared in my sight, Freya spoke calmly. The goddess of beauty simply stared out the window while Loki looked at her accusingly. On that occasion, it was also similar to the current scene, Freya said with a smile that soon disappeared. Freya was speechless when she saw something pass through her field of vision. Excuse me, I suddenly remembered something, Freya said as she stood up. Huh, Loki muttered, raising an eyebrow. I'll see you next time, Freya said as she began to walk away. When Loki saw Freya leave, he simply sighed while scratching the back of his neck. What, that woman just suddenly left, Loki said, annoyed. Loki turned to look at Aiz, who was lost in thought, staring out the window. Aizutan, what's wrong? Is something happening? Loki asked curiously. No, Aiz murmured. Loki nodded unsatisfied before leaning back in her chair and staring at the ceiling. Ag, I already did enough warning the dwarf last time. Loki growled as he held his hair. Now it was Aiz's turn to look at Loki with curiosity. Anyway, I have no reason to interfere, it's the dwarf's problem, Loki grumbled as he stood up. Aiz simply followed Loki, who kept muttering things. Chapter 5. A Tasteless Joke Part 2. Here, this is for you. Lo. Once she received a small box from Hephaestus, Hestia couldn't help but squeal with excitement. At that moment, a certain queen took the box from Hestia's hands and then opened it, revealing its contents. This should be enough to meet your expectations, right? Hephaestus said, sounding a little tired. Yes, absolutely enough, there is not even the slightest objection. Hestia exclaimed excitedly. To silence the excited Hestia, Semiramis lightly tapped her head because the pigtail goddess wouldn't let her see the dagger. She had to take it away. Not bad for a prototype, but the final product needs to be better than this, Semiramis said seriously. Okay, you're paying me a lot for this, Hephaestus said seriously. That sword really interested you, Semiramis said with a smile. Its construction and edge were exquisite, knowing who made it interested me even more, Hephaestus said with considerable excitement. Krazo, a blacksmith from over 1,000 years ago, to have created a sword like this, he must have been something, Semiramis said. Hephaestus simply nodded. And tell me the condition of this dagger, could it be read by someone? Semiramis asked. The queen of Assyria looked expectantly at the goddess of blacksmithing. It would be difficult for anyone to read the hieroglyphs on this dagger, they would mostly be found hidden, Hephaestus said seriously. Semiramis nodded in satisfaction. I wish the conditions on our backs were so easy to hide, Semiramis said wearily. Upon hearing Semiramis's words, Hephaestus remained silent as he looked at Hestia with a face that was difficult to describe. Doesn't Hestia hide her feelings? Hephaestus asked, bringing a hand to his forehead and letting out a very tired sigh. Semiramis simply remained silent. Hestia, for her part, began to tiptoe towards the exit. You have 5 seconds to give me one good reason why you didn't hide our statuses, Semiramis said harshly. Hestia, who was kneeling in front of Semiramis, simply began to babble nonsense. 1, Semiramis said, narrowing her gaze. YYO, Hestia tried to speak, but a lump in her throat prevented her from uttering a word. 2, Semiramis grunted as a vein popped out on her forehead. After swallowing hard, the little goddess was able to pronounce her first word. 3, cried the queen of Assyria. A new knot formed in Hestia's throat. The little goddess shrank more and more before the overwhelming presence of Semiramis. 4, Semiramis spoke in such a strong and cold tone that it made even Hephaestus recoil, who could no longer distinguish who was the goddess and who was the servant. Hestia, for her part, trembled like jelly, unable to speak. 5, Semiramis spoke in a lower, emotionless tone of voice. Hestia at this point had her forehead pressed to the ground while performing a doja. As punishment for your ineptitude, starting tomorrow you are forbidden from being within 5 meters of Master. You may only approach him to update his status, and this process cannot last more than 30 seconds. Semiramis spoke in a very frightening tone of voice. Hestia could only nod because of the fear that the queen in front of her instilled in her. Now we must hand this over to Master, Semiramis said firmly. Hestia could only nod again as she pathetically crawled behind Semiramis. After leaving the shop of Hephaestus, the goddess, and the shopkeeper, although it was difficult to say who was who, they took a taxi. Head to East Main Street, Semiramis said matter-of-factly. Yes, understood. You also want to go to the Monster Festival, right, goddess? The taxi driver spoke while looking intently at Semiramis, completely ignoring a depressed Hestia. Yes, I plan to meet with a very special man, Semiramis said with a smile as she held her cheek. The taxi driver nodded, somewhat mesmerized by the beauty of the woman in front of him. I'm sorry, miss, from here on out it's impossible to move forward, the taxi driver said condolently. It's a shame, Semiramis said with feigned sadness. Hestia, for her part, gave a small jump to get out of the carriage. The little goddess had recovered her good humor halfway through the journey. All right, driver-kun, that's quite enough. We can walk from here, Hestia said with a smile. I'm really sorry about this. Although it's pointless now, if I had taken the alley off the street, it would have been easier to get to Main Street, the driver apologized in a pained tone. Thanks anyway. Well, how much do we owe you? Hestia asked. A total of 90 volleys, the driver said. The Queen of Assyria reached into a small bag she carried with her and took out a small cloth pouch. I took the rest as a tip, Semiramis said with a smug tone. The driver nodded as he looked at the payment of 500 volleys he had received. Without saying another word, Semiramis continued her journey on foot while being followed by Hestia. His current path was an alley. The alley was a bit dark. However, there weren't many people in it compared to the street outside. Shortly afterwards, another figure appeared. Could it be Freya? Hestia murmured in surprise upon seeing a cloaked figure. Hestia, the figure murmured, equally surprised. At the crossroads on the opposite path from Hestia's, there was a woman wrapped in a purple cloak. From beneath the hood, her beautiful silver hair could be seen, hair that looked familiar to Hestia. Are you also heading to the monster festival? Taking this kind of path, it seems you're in a hurry too, right? Hestia said curiously as she looked at Freya. Yes, I can't walk properly on Main Street where all the pedestrians are, so this is the only way I can avoid their eyes while I walk, Freya said with a slight smile. So being a goddess of beauty is hard work too, Hestia said with some annoyance. For her, that goddess who was called the embodiment of beauty, even if she were disguised, if she walked down Main Street, would undoubtedly cause chaos in the surrounding area, so she could only use that kind of cunning and low-profile method to reach her destination. Oh right, Freya, have you seen my familiar's child? I'm currently looking for him, Hestia said with a cheerful smile. Freya simply remained silent. He's a human with white hair and red eyes just like a rabbit, Hestia said with a bigger smile. As Hestia happily explained Belle's features, Freya's smile disappeared. However, her smile immediately reappeared and pointed the way she had just come. After saying that, I think I saw him in front of East Main Street, Freya said with a smile. Really? Hestia exclaimed happily. Yes, it seems he was heading straight for the Colosseum. Walk this way and then turn left, then you should be able to appear in front of him, Freya said, still smiling. Hestia's face changed immediately. She happily said thank you and fully accepted his suggestion. Hestia smiled and prepared to say goodbye to Freya, then she too headed down the new route. After having moved away from Freya, Semiramis finally spoke. I don't like that woman, Semiramis said in a dry tone. In my opinion, the two are very similar, Hestia said with a smile. And that's why I don't like it, Semiramis concluded as she continued walking elegantly. Hestia smiled wearily. Currently, Mordred and Semiramis made a bad duo. She hoped that Belle wouldn't summon any other women similar to the two of them. That bellcranel, Hestia shouted in her annoying voice upon seeing a head of white hair. Upon hearing someone calling him, Belle couldn't help but turn around to see who it was. Kami-sama, why are you here? Belle asked in great amazement. Hey, don't say such stupid things, because I wanted to see you, isn't that obvious? Hestia shouted with a smile as she walked past several people. Kami-sama, may I ask what exactly you are doing in this place? Belle asked, seeing Hestia just a few steps away. Do you want to know the reason why I'm so happy? Hestia asked with a smile and a silly laugh. Yes, Belle replied somewhat uncomfortably. The little goddess remained silent for a few seconds as if she were considering something before speaking. Yes, we're rarely together. As expected, I can't tell you right now, Hestia said with a smile. Belle muttered in disappointment. I want to leave the fun and happy things for last. We're going to have a CI, Hestia began with a smile, only to be interrupted at the last second. At that moment, Belle saw Semiramis hit Hestia's head with a wooden box. Seeking a man's attention in that way is very unpleasant, Semiramis scolded the goddess who was crying on the ground while holding her head. Belle simply scratched his cheek while looking away. Anyway, master, here is the weapon you've been waiting for, or at least a prototype, Semiramis said simply as she extended the wooden box towards Belle. Oh, Belle murmured with stars in his eyes as he picked up the wooden box and opened it. What Belle saw was a beautiful jet black dagger. This is incredible, Belle shouted as he unconsciously hugged the person in front of him. Hey wait, Semiramis growled under her breath as she tried to push the boy away from her. It was a dark, damp place with a dim light source. In that dimly lit space that resembled a warehouse, there were many stables for monsters. Many monsters were locked up there. The sound of metal being scraped was frequently heard in that place. That place was created to be a large underground space. It was inside the Colosseum arena. The earthquake-like cheers from the audience seemed to come from very far away and echoed within that space. What are you doing? The next show is about to begin. Why isn't the monster ready yet? A scream belonging to a woman from the Gaincha family could be heard in that space. The woman who had just spoken was in charge of the preparations and behind-the-scenes management of the festival. As the time for the show drew near but the monster still hadn't been sent out, she grew anxious and rushed downstairs to assess the situation. Hey, what's up? The woman asked, sounding empty. In the space before his eyes lay his companions in a languid posture. He ran in a panic to the nearest one to observe the situation. "Ah, they're still breathing. They don't have any external injuries either," the woman murmured, then raised her head and looked at the others. They were all in the same situation. "Is this the poison of a monster?" the woman asked herself. The woman looked closely at her companion's irregular breathing, slightly flushed cheeks, languid limbs. These were symptoms she had never seen before. She had begun to get scared because she didn't know what was happening. She accidentally felt the air behind her begin to tremble. It wasn't the feeling of a sneak attack, it was the feeling of someone walking calmly and slowly. Because she didn't sense any malicious intent, her reaction time also became very slow. Currently, a certain person was standing right behind her. "Don't move, okay?" In the next instant, her eyes were covered from behind. A pair of soft, slender hands covered her eyes. "Ah," the woman moaned softly. Then an impact that felt like an instant spasm went through his entire body. That was an incredible level of charm. It was impossible to resist such absolute beauty. She was deprived of her own will. "Where are the keys?" a Swedish voice asked. The keys to the monster stables, where are they?" The same voice spoke again. Upon hearing those words, her body seemed to obey completely, as if it were a conditioned reflex. Her trembling left hand slowly lowered itself and she pulled the keyring from her waistband. After the jingle of the keys, she raised them to shoulder height. "Thank you," the voice said in a cheerful tone. The keys were snatched from her, the arm covering her eyes disappeared. However, her eyes had already completely lost their ability to function. She, having lost her own will, could see nothing. She felt the person behind her retreat, and her hands and legs felt weak. She fell to the ground and sat on her bottom. As if the scene had been replayed once again, it had the same result as his colleagues. "I'm sorry," said the person responsible for the attack in a tone that showed anything but remorse. Freya left the woman who had completely collapsed. She walked slowly and calmly around the room until she stopped in a specific place. The captured monsters were extremely excited and violent. The sounds of their roars surrounded Freya from all directions. However, the moment he removed his cloak, all the roaring sounds stopped. Unparalleled beauty was on display. Even if they were ferocious monsters, they still could not escape the influence of her beauty. "I choose you," Freya murmured with a smile. Those silver eyes peered at the monsters carefully, as if they were meticulously selecting one. Finally, they stopped in one spot. The monster was completely covered in pure white fur. Its muscular body featured prominent shoulders and wrists. Its silver hair, like Freya's, extended down its back like a tail. The eyes of the monster, a silverback, followed Freya's movements. "Get out now," Freya ordered with an even bigger smile. Freya used the keys in her hand to unlock the monster's stable. The silverback obeyed the goddess's orders, opened the iron gate, and stepped out. Releasing the monster, no matter what, was extremely dangerous behavior. The actions of this free-spirited goddess could easily cause a lot of problems for others. There was only one objective. "That boy came here too," Freya murmured. After receiving his dagger due to his impatience, Hestia had to update his status in an alley to awaken the dagger, which until that moment was a piece of metal with a dead edge. Bellcranel, level. Strength C 670. Stamina C 650. Dexterity C 610. Agility B 720. Magic B 760. Magic. Skill. Heroic Wish Hero Development. Eroge Protagonist. Gold Rule. /big/big/big/. Noble Phantasm. Gate of World. /big/big/big/. "Oh, you're making good progress," Semiramis said with a smile as she looked at Belle's status sheet, where Hestia got a paper daughter from only the author knows. While Belle watched the hieroglyphs on his dagger glow, Semiramis watched her status on a sheet of paper. And Hestia, she was simply eating a Jayagamarukan that she had bought at a stall. "By the way, Belkun, is the person you're looking for a woman?" Hestia asked while continuing to eat. Needless to say, she was talking with her mouth full. Belle blinked a couple of times as he came out of his trance while his status was being updated. He had mentioned that he was looking for someone, only he had been so immersed in appreciating his dagger that he had forgotten about it. Belle silently apologized to Sir. "Oh yes, she's a woman with gray hair and eyes. She's about the same height as me," Belle said quickly as he described Sir's physical appearance. Upon hearing Belle's words, Hestia simply sighed. "That ability of yours, Eroge Protagonist, certainly does its job," Hestia said with annoyance. In a bad mood, Hestia walked towards a Jayagamarukan stall while Belle followed her. "Kami-sama, what's wrong with her?" Belle asked as he followed Hestia. Hestia did not answer. As Belle followed his goddess, he suddenly stopped walking. Hestia, who was walking a few steps ahead of Belle, also stopped walking. Semiramis, who was leaning against a wall a few meters behind Belle and Hestia, simply looked to the side. At the moment, a certain sound resonated in Belle's ears. It was different from the boisterous sounds of the festival. It was a sound that felt very urgent and sharp. "Is that the sound of screams?" Belle murmured. No sooner had Belle finished his sentence than another sound could be heard. Muntriwu. As if everything had frozen, the peaceful and bustling street was suddenly filled with fear. The silverback was extremely excited. He was breathing heavily and using every muscle to move. His long silver hair waved in the wind as if it were being controlled, and he kept running forward. What he was looking for was a goddess. What came to mind was the figure of a bright silver-haired woman waving as she disappeared from the room. From his body and soul, the silverback was completely fascinated. This fascination led him to perform his work with great devotion. To find their love, to seek the goddess's pampering, it was a completely unusual instinct that drove the monster to act. It wasn't survival instincts. It was not a desire to kill the intruders. In the middle of the street, I hit a cart and immediately sent it flying. The horse whinnied constantly, and the unprepared driver was also thrown into the air and fell to the ground, even doing a couple of somersaults. The wheels of the cart, which were completely upside down, continued to roll in the air. The silverback turned around and looked around, then stopped at a point. There were many people there, just when the silverback was about to end the lives of the people in the surrounding area. His bloodshot eyes saw a figure. It was a completely different existence from the people in the surrounding area. "Go after that little goddess, okay?" Those were the last words that person said to him. The silverback growled before starting to run. Bell froze as he watched the monster run towards him. "Unless you want me to deal with that ape for you, you'd better do something." Semiramis's calm voice echoed in Bell's mind. Bell immediately ran towards where Hestia was. The white-haired man picked up a surprised Hestia and then jumped diagonally backwards. The white-haired man narrowly dodged a blow from the silverback. With his jump, the white-haired man reached a small alley. Leaving Hestia on the ground, Bell grabbed his dagger as quickly as he could. Their main goal was to draw the monster's attention away from Hestia. Bell started running in the opposite direction from where Hestia was. When he was a good distance away, he picked up a stone and threw it at the silverback. The monster turned to look at Bell while growling loudly. Silverback threw another punch at Bell, who again dodged the blow by jumping diagonally backwards. The silverback fixed its gaze on Bell before launching another punch which connected with the ground where Bell was standing. Bell dodged the blow once again by jumping diagonally. Unfortunately for him, he hadn't noticed his surroundings, which caused his back to crash into a wall. Bell slowly fell to the ground, and when he tried to stand up, the silverback was already on top of him. The monster threw a punch towards Bell, which sent him flying several meters to the left. Without realizing it, Bell ended up where Semiramis was because of the blow. The silverback ran in the direction where Bell was. When Bell realized it, Semiramis was already in front of him. In the distance, Bell could see the silverback running towards him. Bell clenched his dagger and teeth tightly. He was going to be protected again. At that precise moment, the monster had reached where they were. Its breath and bad breath were upon them. The Queen of Assyria opened her hand before bringing it to the level of her lips and then blew. A cloud of purple smoke surrounded the silverback's face. As the monster coughed and tried to clear the smoke from its face, Semiramis took a couple of steps to the left. At that moment, Bell ran towards the monster and pointed his dagger at its chest. In the blink of an eye, the monster was dead. "Receiving help is not a sign of weakness," Semiramis said simply. Semiramis had heard from Mordred that Bell would recklessly jump in front of a monster whenever she went to protect him. There are women who don't like weak men, but not accepting a woman's help shows a very fragile masculinity. "In my opinion, an even greater weakness," Semiramis said with a smile. Bell simply remained silent. "With such fragile masculinity, you will never be able to possess a woman, much less be a hero," Semiramis said as he began to walk. Bell gritted his teeth before following Semiramis. The little goddess, meanwhile, was in an alley a few blocks from the other two. From afar, she saw everything and, seeing no more danger, ran towards them. Special, the first family. "The world is cruel, he is ruthless. It is a place full of suffering. If you think the world today is bad, the past was much worse. Only the strong survived. The purge began at birth. A weak body and your chances of life were snatched away days after you were born. The children who were born yesterday were on the verge of death today. The children who were born the day before yesterday died today. People had no choice but to hold back their tears and accept the cruel reality. The world stank. When the monsters started emerging from the bowels of the earth, everything got worse. Now you were not only purged at birth. If you were unlucky, you would be devoured by the monsters. Every day of your life, you were on the verge of death. But yes, you had a wide variety of options for dying. You had the option of dying from a disease or an infection. You had the option of dying by being devoured by a monster. You had the option of dying by being murdered by your fellow humans, or if you were strong enough, you could take your own life with your own hands. The world was a mess. People who were strong did not fight with the intention of helping the weak. They fought solely for their own benefit. The world was horrible. The monsters attacked, and the monsters disguised as humans looted your village, took your wife, daughter, and sister to prostitute them, and still had the nerve to demand that you have the protection payment ready for the following month. It used to be said that the Argonaut had started the Age of Heroes. But where were those heroes? Why did the monsters keep attacking? Why was my father murdered? What right did they have to grape my mother? Where could my sister be? I haven't seen her for years, not since those men took her away. Why didn't I die at birth? Those were just some of the questions that thousands of people asked themselves every day. At the worst possible time, in the era where monsters and humans killed out of pure instinct for survival, in a time when reaching the age of 20 was an achievement, in the midst of all that filth, a child had been born. A child born from the grape of an ordinary criminal by the daughter of an ordinary villager. The daughter had the decency to give birth to the child and then abandon him in the forest and take her own life in that same place. In that same forest, a woman of great beauty, golden hair with orange tints, dark blue eyes with a tone similar to the sea, a beautiful face and a body that would make any woman boil with envy. That woman, a spirit, had taken the baby in her arms and cared for it. That child had grown up happy and full of life. She had a weak body and got sick easily, but she always drew strength from the beautiful woman she had for a mother. Everything was happiness for that boy who lived in the forest. But since the world is a mess, nothing ever goes the way you want. On his 7th birthday, a group of bandits had attacked and burned the forest where that boy lived. The spirits in those times had supported the heroes, but there were men who hunted the spirits to obtain their powers. Despite having great power, that woman was kind and noble like few others. Her gentleness prevented her from hurting anyone. She had never fought in her life and didn't know how. He took his son in his arms and fled with all his might. As she fled, an arrow lodged in her calf, causing her to fall to the ground. Please forgive your mother's inability to fight. Seeing the danger in the distance, the woman renounced her existence and gave her power to her son in order to protect him. Please don't think I've abandoned you. I'll always be with you. I love you. After saying her last words, she had disappeared. She had vanished like mist being carried away by the wind. That boy never forgot the last words his mother said to him. That day, everyone had been shaken. The reason? A child's cry. Hey, rookie, stop staring at the moon and take your share. In the middle of the blue sea in the moonlight on the deck of a ship, a group of men of dubious appearance were dividing up a huge loot. Thousands of gold and silver coins, necklaces and rings with embedded gemstones including fist-sized rubies and diamonds. But there was one man who wasn't getting his greedy hands on that loot. A man who simply gazed longingly at the moon. What do you see in that stupid white rock? Valuable rocks are golden. HMPH, the man snorted as he continued to gaze at the moon. Rookie, you must answer your captain. The ship's captain shouted with some annoyance to the man who was looking at the moon. She reminds me of the most beautiful woman I've ever known. She liked to look at the moon and the stars, the man said simply. Ha 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 ha. Despite the mocking laughter of his companions, the man continued to gaze at the moon. Hey, leave him alone. Women as dazzling as the moon are few and far between. Hey, rookie, that girl must have been a knockout for a pretty face like you to still be hooked. The captain laughed somewhat mockingly. Let's say yes, the man replied simply. Ha ha ha, knowing you, it doesn't surprise me. You must drive the women crazy, the captain said with a cheerful laugh. Again, the man looked at the moon without saying anything. You're a strange fellow, a pirate who doesn't desire gold. You're a rarity, the captain said, still laughing at the man. Hey, rookie, don't you want something? Asked another pirate. The man glanced at them briefly before looking back at the moon. There are no men without desires. What is it that your heart desires? The captain said with a smile. As that man gazed at the moon, he could see the beautiful face of a woman reflected in it. One family, the man said as he continued to gaze at the moon. A family. The captain questioned, raising an eyebrow. Ha 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 ha, and what good is that to you? A man laughed. A stupid woman and some brats aren't worth a pile of gold coins, another man laughed. You can get a bore to hang out with at any cabaret, and dealing with some noisy snot is a nuisance, another man said mockingly. Ha 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 ha, that's why I left my children, a man laughed. Well, now there are two of us, laughed another man. While he was the center of ridicule, he simply looked at the moon with a smile. A family, that would be nice. That's what you would have wanted for me, the man thought with a smile. Bua, hey idiot, stop crying. Sorry, this story always makes me cry. And Raul hasn't even gotten to the really sad part, yet he hasn't read about how he lost his best friend, or about his death at 72. In a certain part of the world, in a certain mansion, and specifically in a library, a group of young people could be seen gathered. Two Amazons, an elf, a catman, and the only man in the place was a human who was holding a book with the title Whitebeard. The human named Raul smiled slightly as he watched the Amazon twins argue. The crying of the twin Tione had disconcerted him in his reading aloud. It seems Tiona-san just spoiled a good part of the events for me, said an elf named Lefia, with a small smile. The best part of the story is seeing how they get to those events. A key, and I have already read it. You should read it in your room. It seems Tione-san and Tiona-san won't let you read very well here, said the human Raul with a small laugh. Lefia nodded slightly as she took the book from Raul's hands. His nickname always bothered me, Aki said out of nowhere. Whitebeard. I think the one who was most bothered by it was himself, since his beard wouldn't grow, Raul said with a small laugh. Yeah, it's kind of out of place, Catman laughed. It so happens that all the pirates of that time had nicknames related to beards: Blackbeard, Redbeard, there was even one called Bluebeard, and since he was white-haired they nicknamed him Whitebeard, even though he never grew a beard, Raoul said with a smile. Lefia chuckled softly as she watched Akia and Raoul argue about a better nickname for that man. After returning from their expedition to the 59th floor, she, along with Tyone and Tiona, had begun to investigate the spirit Aria. Their investigation led them to a different story than that of the mercenary king, Albert Waldstein. That story was from a friend of his. 1,000 years ago, there was only one man who could stand on equal terms with Albert Waldstein. The pirate king, Whitebeard, he was the only man who could match Albert Waldstein. Raoul, who was a fan of that story, had told them that those two once had a fight that lasted 3 weeks and was on such a scale that it sank an entire island. Lefia had initially read quickly, searching for Aria's name among the pages. But as she read the story, it captivated her more and more, to the point where she began to enjoy reading every word. Without realizing it, the young elf had been left alone in the library reading that book. She had understood why Raoul liked that story so much. That man was simply incredible. He had stood before 1,000 adversities and had overcome them. Throughout his entire life, he never turned his back on an opponent. Throughout his journey, he met many people: bandits, swindlers, mercenaries, some murderers, and people of dubious mental stability. But he did not judge them, he simply tried to understand their motives, and if they were trustworthy, he took them under his wing. On his ship, he was the father and everyone was his children. He never abandoned any of his children. He set an entire gang of criminals up against one of them. He fought against an entire country of Amazons for another one. He put the strongest organizations of the time and his great friend Albert to work to protect a little girl. He spent 5 days fighting relentlessly against the monsters in order to protect another of his daughters. The more I read, the more I admired that man. Although her fangirl side wouldn't fully accept it, Eyes was no match for a man like the protagonist of that book. What he liked most was one of its final sentences. Strong men choose when, where, and how they will die. I've already decided. I've had a great life, but this is where I stop. At 72 years old and sick, after having made the Leviathan flee while wounded, he stood before his ship and said those words, then closed his eyes and never opened them again. He was a strong man until the day he died. He had not lain down in bed to await his death. He had died standing up. Lefia did not like what happened next. Even so, it was a dose of reality in a tale of heroes. That man had gathered many people with questionable family backgrounds. His crew was dedicated to sailing the seas to fight monsters at sea, in poor islands and remote places, but at the end of the day they were pirates. When that man died, they all went their separate ways. Some even killed each other for crew leadership. Without that man, they had lost their way and their light. Lefia didn't know because the book didn't say, but she was sure that this kind-hearted man deeply regretted what happened to his crew. The elf sighed heavily as she closed the book. The ending had left her melancholic. A family that was so close-knit and cheerful, when their captain died, it ended up becoming a dark place full of people seeking their own desires and benefit. Even so, Lefia perfectly understood the context of the story. It had not been written in a very beautiful time. It was a time where it was about killing to survive and where each person had to look out for their own survival, and the book did not seek to embellish the truth with a "and they lived happily ever after," even though she would have liked that. In her melancholic phase, Lefia let out a very high-pitched squeal when she felt hands on her breasts. The elf had been greatly frightened when she was touched at a moment when she was in total concentration. Seconds after letting out her shriek, Lefia tilted her body and struck a person behind her with her left elbow. When she was hit on the cheek, sent crashing into a bookshelf with a pile of books falling on top of her, the goddess Loki could only let out a groan of pain. "Loki-sama, what do you think you're doing? You almost scared me to death," Lefia said in an annoyed tone. "Sorry, Lefia, I was looking for you," Loki said with a small smile as he stood up. The young elf sighed wearily. "By the way, were you reading that book?" Loki asked curiously. Lefia nodded slightly. "It's been a long time since I read the story of the founder of the first family," Loki said with a small smile. "I really find the whole part where she starts to gather her children very beautiful," Lefia said with a smile. "Yes, his story even amazed us gods. It was because of him that we call our organizations families," Loki said with a smile just like Lefia's. "Loki-sama, what do you mean?" Lefia asked curiously. "When the first gods descended, many of them simply called the group of children they led the organization. Over time, some gods found a great resemblance between the end of that story and what happened to an organization when a god was sent to heaven. So they began to call their organization family and its dependents their children later. All the gods copied that," Loki said with a small smile. Lefia nodded repeatedly at the new information she was learning. "Loki-sama, I was possessed by the need to explain the similarity between the end of this story and what happens when a family loses its god," Lefia spoke curiously. "Well, let's take our family as an example," Loki said. Lefia nodded. "Most of what I'm about to tell you is just speculation, so don't take it too seriously," Loki spoke with a firm stance while extending his index finger. Lefia nodded. If I were sent to heaven, Gareth would retire first, that much I know for sure. What he would do in his retirement, I'm not so sure about. Reveria would also very likely retire, Bete would wander aimlessly, Finn would go with almost any god who would allow him to complete his objective, Rawl would go with him, and Tiona and Tyone would also follow him for obvious reasons. As for Eyes, I'd like to think she would go with them and not seek other ways to gain strength, Loki said seriously. Lefia simply remained silent. As you can see, the situation is very similar to that in the book. While I'm here, everyone is united. If I disappear, everyone will go their own way, some following darker paths than others, Loki said with a somewhat depressed sigh. Lefia nodded with her head bowed. Just imagining his family being separated hurt him. It pained him to think that he might be abandoned by his companions. As Loki said, each would go their own way. Well, Lefia, I've gone off topic. I want to ask for your help, Loki said with a smile. MNN, what do you need? Lefia asked. You see, I just got back from an auction and I got two things. The first is this piece of flag which belonged to Whitebeard's crew, and the second is this book of elven spells, Loki said with a smile. The symbol of her crew was a crescent moon, with a rabbit on one side. This is a piece of black cloth with a small white piece, Lefia said with a forced smile. That's why it's a piece of their flag, Loki said with a smile. Loki-sama, how much did it cost? Lefia asked seriously. 150 million volleys. The piece of flag was just a bonus. I wanted the spellbook. I thought it might be useful to one of you, Loki said as he let himself fall to the ground. Lefia picked up the spellbook and saw that only 3 pages had text. The rest of the book was blank. The elf looked with compassion at her patron goddess. The swindler goddess had been swindled. Loki, for his part, simply stared at the ground. Unfortunately, it's written in ancient Elvish. I can't read it, Lefia said with a compassionate look towards her goddess. I had Reveria translate it. At first, she was interested in seeing the contents of the book. Then she said it was a waste of time. It was hard to convince her to translate it, Loki said as he handed a sheet of paper to Lefia. Lefia took the sheet and read its contents. Loki-sama, this seems like a fairy tale spell. Lefia spoke with some discomfort before seeing her goddess fall to the ground again as if she had been hit. I just lost a good portion of my savings. I ask you to use the spell so that at least it has been used, Loki said dejectedly while lying on the ground. Lefia sighed before kneeling on the ground. Do you have a piece of chalk? Lefia asked as she looked at her goddess. Loki simply took a piece of chalk out of his pocket and handed it to the elf. Lefia sighed again as she made some marks on the ground. The text was very explicit about the circle that should be drawn. Loki-sama, this says that we must use an object with a certain connection to the hero we desire. This is too far-fetched, Lefia said wearily as she looked at the sheet of paper. Use the piece of flag, Loki said as he spun around on the ground. Lefia sighed before placing the black cloth on the floor. I can't believe I'm doing this, Lefia murmured as she looked at the sheet of paper. The elf stood up while taking a few steps back before beginning to read the spell. Iron and silver as a base. Stones and the Archduke of Pax as foundations. My teacher Schweinorg as an ancestor. The cardinal gates close. Start from the crown and follow the forked path that leads to the kingdom. Fill, 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 fill. Repeat it 5 times, but when each one is full, destroy it. Prepared. I command you, come to me. Your sword will control my destiny. Answer if you accept my will and reason. I swear here that I will be all that is good in the eternal world, that I will expose all the evil of the eternal world. By the 7 heavens that hold 3 powerful words, come to me from the circle of balance, protector of balance. Nothing happened when the song ended. Lefia sighed as she looked at Loki. PFFFFFFTT, you really cast such a silly spell, ha 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 ha. Loki laughed as he rolled on the ground. Lefia looked at Loki with her cheeks puffed out in a small tantrum. Thanks, Lefia, I feel much better now after losing my money, Loni said with a smile. Lefia simply ignored Loki. Indignant, the young elf began to walk. Unfortunately for him, he tripped over Loki's body, which was still on the ground. Crashing face first into the ground, the little elf broke her nose, letting a few small drops of blood fall to the ground. Hey Lefia, are you all right? Loki said with concern as he stood up and extended his right hand towards Lefia. Lefia took Loki's hand in her right hand while holding her bleeding nose with her left. As Lefia stood up, more drops of blood fell to the ground. One of those drops fell on one of the chalk lines. Lefia, Loki said with a look of astonishment. Lefia murmured uncertainly. Loki simply placed his hand on Lefia's head and forced her to turn around. The white circle gradually began to turn red. When it turned completely red, it began to glow. Loki-sama, whispered Lefia. Don't even ask me because I have no idea, Loki replied immediately. The circle took on such a bright red color that Loki and Lefia were beginning to believe that the ground was about to burst into flames. Out of nowhere, the brightness subsided. Loki and Lefia relaxed when they saw nothing on fire, and suddenly the circle shone again before a small explosion occurred. Lefia and Loki were sent flying into a wall, the room filled with smoke as the entire mansion shook. Bellcranel class, writer, tell me, are you my master? Amidst all the smoke, a male voice could be heard. Lefia and Loki coughed several times. I ask you again, little elf, are you my master? When the smoke cleared, they could both see him. In the middle of the room was a man with white hair, a rather handsome face, not to say beautiful, a very muscular physique, and a height that would make Otter look like a Palom. Are you? Lefia asked with a stunned look. The man tried to speak but was interrupted. Damn you, the voice of a werewolf filled the room. The white-haired man tilted his head slightly to the right, avoiding a kick, and with abnormal ease grabbed the werewolf's leg with his right hand. With a flick of his wrist, the white-haired man had left the werewolf buried in the ground. The werewolf had lost consciousness from a blow. Who the hell are you? Stay away from those two. No sooner had the werewolf been neutralized than the screams of two Amazons were heard at the same time as a bearded dwarf ran after them. Seeing that they had no intention of talking, the white-haired man sighed. His right leg was covered by a white aura before he threw a kick. The white-haired man's movement caused a shockwave which sent the two Amazons and the dwarf flying. The library wall was smashed and the three were buried in the pit. The two Amazons had white eyes and overly loose bodies. The dwarf could barely stand up. May I ask who you are? The white-haired man turned to look at Palom, who was looking at him seriously. Ari no, murmured the white-haired boy as he looked over Palom's shoulder. Finn, who had his spear held diagonally to stop Ice's advance, looked over his shoulder. What he saw was Ice in a state of great shock. Bellcranel class, Ryder, the white-haired man spoke seriously. Finn remained silent as he watched the white-haired man. I asked you once more, are you my master? The white-haired man asked as he looked at the elf. Lefia remained silent before looking to both sides and then looking at the white-haired man. Master, am I, murmured the elf. The white-haired man nodded. The elf's scream of shock could be heard throughout the mansion. Chapter 6, we have a third one. He hated being weak. He hated having to be protected. He deeply hated every time she stood in front of him in the dungeon to protect him. And a few hours ago, he had to be protected again. That beautiful dark-haired woman had stood in front of him and prevented him from being killed. To make matters worse, that woman had taken his pride in one hand and crushed it. But she was right. Lying on a sofa in the living room, Bell gritted his teeth as he covered his eyes with his left forearm. Even if she was right, Bell hated being the damsel in distress. His dream was always to be the hero who protected and helped others, not to be the one who received help. It was at these moments that he realized how stupid his dream was and how far he was from achieving it. Cursing his weakness in his mind, Bell clenched his left fist and did his best not to start crying in frustration. While Bell was trying to rebuild his broken pride, the one responsible for such a break was sitting elegantly in an armchair while looking at a sheet of paper. That sheet was Bell's updated status. Bellcranel, Level 1. Strength C670B 760. Stamina C650B 740. Dexterity C610B 700. Agility B720A 810. Magic B760A 850. Magic. Skill. Heroic Wish Hero Development. Eroge Protagonist. Gold Rule. Impulsive King of Assyria. The boost that allows the king to protect his queen. Increases the king's strength against anyone who disturbs his kingdom. Increases combat effectiveness against enemies who have already obtained Exilia. Allows passive use of the development skill Hunter. The skill's effectiveness is proportional to the level. King's Poisoning. The ability to withstand the toxicity of love. Grants resistance to abnormal status effects, primarily poison. Allows passive use of the development skill Abnormal Resistance. The skill's effectiveness depends on the level. Noble Phantasm. Gate of the World, //big//. Fufufu laughed the Queen of Assyria with a smile of pure satisfaction as she read Bell's status. After finishing reading the status sheet, Semiramis turned to look at Hestia, who was grinding her teeth while her arms were crossed. Before you explode, let me inform you that you are less than 5 meters from Master, Semiramis said with a smile. The little goddess simply stood up before walking over to another sofa where she sat down abruptly. Listen to me, Belkun, I want you to answer me now. Which of the three do you find most attractive? Hestia shouted angrily. At Hestia's scream, Bell let out a small gasp of surprise before turning to look at his goddess. Mordred, who was lying on a sofa, simply opened one of her eyes as she looked in the direction of Bell. More attractive, Bell murmured. That's right. Which of the three of us is the most attractive? Hestia shouted, arms crossed. The little rabbit remained silent for a few moments while he pondered the question. Which of the three was the most attractive? Hestia was beautiful, that was undeniable, like any goddess. Hestia was beautiful in Bell's eyes. She was a beautiful goddess, only he wasn't physically attracted to her for the same reason. Mordred was a very attractive young woman. Her wild air seemed very appealing to the white-haired boy, adding to that her moe-like qualities, like when she ate a sweet treat or when she played with a stray cat, or when she laughed heartily at the white-haired boy's mistakes to Belle. Mordred was simply beautiful, but physically, Mordred wasn't that striking. She could easily be mistaken for a boy. Unconsciously, Belle looked at the Queen of Assyria. Physically, she was the most attractive of the three. Her figure, hair, eyes, lips, even the color of her nails and her facial expressions, everything about her was beautiful. Her beauty surpassed that of goddesses. When the two were in the same room, Belle found it difficult to take his eyes off her. As they walked together, he discreetly looked in her direction. Even his blinking and the sound of his walking was mesmerizing. When she spoke to him, Belle couldn't help but stare at her lips. The movement of that woman's lips was so attractive, so erotic that Belle felt like he was being bewitched. Fufu Semiramis laughed with a mischievous smile. "Belcun, you idiot," Hestia shouted before running out of the room. Without realizing it, Belle had spent nearly 15 minutes staring at Semiramis while drooling. "Kami-sama," Belle shouted in confusion as he stood up. As Belle was about to go behind Hestia, Semiramis stood up and with a few steps placed herself in front of Belle. The white-haired boy, seeing the queen in front of him, blushed slightly, reflecting on his previous actions. He felt embarrassed for having stared at her so intently. "Leave her alone for now. She probably won't want to hear from you for a few hours. She'll be back," Semiramis said seriously as she tried to meet Belle's eyes, who kept his gaze fixed on the ground. Belle nodded slightly as he tried not to look directly at the queen in front of him. "It's late, go take a bath since it's a special occasion. I'll allow you to enjoy my food," Semiramis said with a smile as she handed the sheet of paper to Belle. Without another word, Semiramis walked past Belle as she headed to the kitchen. Belle, meanwhile, looked at his status sheet. He had once again made great progress in his statistics. Belle lost the color from his face. Under normal circumstances, Belle would be screaming with excitement about having new abilities, but her face turned crimson, and when she turned to look at Semiramis, she only gave her a small smile. Belle had frozen. He was mentally cursing himself. He couldn't move, which meant he was standing still while watching Semiramis cook. Watching Semiramis cook only reaffirmed one of Belle's theories. She looked beautiful doing whatever she did. With a flushed face, Belle tried to ignore Semiramis's beauty and meditate on his situation. He in particular was very confused. According to Belle, he loved Mordred, having fallen in love with her when she rescued him from the Minotaur. But today he had spent his time admiring Semiramis's beauty and had even developed 2 skills based on it. He was truly confused. Both were beautiful, both had very attractive aspects in their personalities when you got past the tomboy and sadistic woman layers. You could appreciate cuter and even adorable aspects in both of their personalities. Belle particularly liked seeing them smile, not fake or mocking laughter. He liked it when they smiled out of genuine happiness. There were so many things he liked about each of them that Belle was now wondering who was he truly in love with. A new day had dawned. As usual, Belle had followed his routine to the letter. Wake up, get hit by Mordred, take a bath, have breakfast, go to the dungeon, return home to take a bath and eat. And his next action of the day was to report his progress for the day and be scolded by Ina due to his recklessness. "You really are brave," said a certain half-elf with a prominent vein on her forehead. Belle, for his part, tried to avoid Ina's accusing gaze. Today, thanks to the addition of the Hestia dagger to his arsenal, Belle had destroyed all the monsters that crossed his path with terrifying ease. His killing spree took him to the 7th floor, because now his weapon didn't break into pieces every second. He could fight more fluidly and Mordred's intervention was reduced. Given all this, Belle had gone to the guild to enthusiastically report his day to Ina. However, "I've told you 1,000 times, why don't you understand my words? Beyond the 5th floor is enough, but you actually ran all the way to the 7th floor. Even if you're an idiot, there has to be a limit." Ina shouted, her anger evident in every word. Belle simply took a step back as he looked at the enraged elf. Although he wanted to scream and apologize, the words wouldn't come out of his mouth. "Your sense of danger is not enough. Absolutely not enough. Today I will fix your cheerful attitude and deeply engrave the terror of the dungeon inside your head," said Ina, who did nothing to hide her annoyance. Belle swallowed hard. In his time as an adventurer, he had learned something, or rather it was his assumption. Ina had Spartan blood flowing through her veins. Otherwise, Belle could find no other reason for such a method of instruction. Whenever Ina mentioned the word study, regardless of their level, the adventurers who heard those words would run away. Belle had already gone through that suffering called studying with Ina and didn't want to go through it again. Please wait a minute, I've grown so much since that incident," Belle shouted, cold sweat running down his back as he tried to avoid Ina's teaching at all costs. "Clearly your skill is still at H. What kind of growth are you talking about?" Ina said, annoyed. The half-elf knew perfectly well which incident Belle was referring to. It was the one with the Minotaur, and that incident happened a week ago. How much more could an adventurer grow in that amount of time? "Actually, a couple of the skills in my state have already reached A. I speak Belle with great pride in each of his words. A. The half-elf could only utter a single letter before all her actions stopped. The information affected Ina so deeply that it caused her brain to shut down for a moment. When her brain reconnected, she crossed her arms under her chest while looking at Belle with a gaze that promised suffering. Even if you tell a lie, do you think you can fool me? Ina said, clearly annoyed. It's true, my stats have increased a lot lately. Belle said with a big smile. Are you serious? Ina said, raising an eyebrow in obvious disbelief. The white-haired man, for his part, nodded a couple of times with a smile of pure happiness. Ina stared at Belle for a few seconds. The boy was disgusting at lying. It was very easy to see through him. Is it really a? Ina murmured in disbelief, analyzing Belle. She realized that he wasn't lying, but he was having trouble making such statements sound. Yes, Belle said with great confidence in his words. Ina was confused. Belle wasn't lying. Even though he wasn't lying, the fact that his ability suddenly spiked to A was like a joke. It was impossible to believe. About that, bellcranel, Ina said lightly. When called, Belle just silently looked at Ina. Can you show me the state engraved on your back? Ina asked with great seriousness. Huh, Belle murmured in great surprise. Even with her serious expression, Ina looked at Belle, although she was soon embarrassed by his somewhat unreasonable request. But an adventurer's status absolutely must not be revealed, right? Belle said nervously, stating what was common knowledge. Revealing one's status to a member of the same family was already risky. Mostly only the god and the dependent knew about one's status in some cases. Even the captain of the family would find out. On the other hand, the guild, which placed adventurers under its jurisdiction, also developed laws regarding the disclosure of personal information. Adventurers were obligated to report their level and ranking, as this served as an indicator for judging their strength. But beyond that, there were no other requirements. I'll make you a promise. From now on, I won't tell anyone what I see. If your status is officially leaked, I'll take full responsibility. I swear I will absolutely obey this, Ina said with great seriousness. Okay, anyway, can you also read the sacred text, Ina-san? Belle said hesitantly. Yes, though only a little. I should be able to read the skills within the state, Ina said with some pride, since she had graduated from the school district where she learned to read the state's hieroglyphics. Belle nodded slightly. If I can't use these eyes to confirm it, I no matter how long will not allow you to go below the 5th floor, Ina said seriously. Belle nodded slightly because the half-elf had taken care of him on multiple occasions. He had placed his complete faith in her. So about that, should I start undressing? Belle said, a blush spreading across his face. Stop blushing like that, you're going to embarrass me too, Ina said sheepishly. Both stood up, their faces flushed, and headed to the corner of a room with enough space. Belle suppressed his embarrassment and quickly removed his upper body clothing. In that short time, Ina stared at the status engraved on his back, but the first thing that caught her eye was a surprisingly well-trained body, and she quickly coughed a couple of times to clear her head. Bellcranel, level 1. Strength B 760. Stamina B 740. Dexterity B 700. Agility A 810s. Magic's A 850. It can't be, Ina murmured under her breath. Although she had accepted Belle's words, a part of her still had her doubts about the truth of those words, but seeing it with her own eyes was simply too much. His stats were more than enough for him to fight alone on the 7th floor. Ina's throat let out a silent groan. The next instant, she felt her own common sense shatter. As a guild worker, she had seen countless adventurers, but Belle's growth, no matter how you looked at it, was simply too fast. A skill, Ina murmured, trying to find an explanation. A possibility had crossed the mind of the half-elf. Ina glanced briefly at the magic and skill windows. Having reached this point, it was almost impossible for him not to look at that part of the state. Belle's state was like a treasure chest with its lid open. No matter who you were, curiosity would make you take a look. Ina lightly bit her lip as she clenched her fists and looked away. Her ethics prevented her from seeing beyond. Ina-san, haven't you finished yet? Belle said sheepishly. Upon hearing Belle's timid voice, Ina was quickly pulled from her thoughts and somewhat embarrassed. She looked away even further. That's enough, Ina said in a small shout. As Belle began to get dressed, Ina was once again lost in her thoughts. An adventurer with Belle's stats was more than ready to go to the 7th floor and win there, as long as he was well prepared and didn't underestimate the dungeon. Your team, Ina murmured. Ina carefully examined Belle from head to toe, who had just finished getting dressed. What's wrong? Belle said in a small squeal as he felt Ina's gaze very close to him. Actually, Ina wasn't staring at Belle's body as if she wanted to decorate it completely. She wasn't even looking at his body, but at his equipment, his poor, cheap armor. Bellcranel, Ina spoke to the white-haired boy after making a decision. When Belle was called, he silently turned to look at his advisor. Are you free tomorrow? Ina asked with a smile. My little one is growing up. After being scolded by Ina, Belle returned to his headquarters where he reported everything that had happened. At first, Semiramis seemed annoyed that someone had seen her condition, although that annoyance soon turned into a mocking smile. The Queen of Assyria spoke in a maternal tone that was completely out of character for her, her face slightly flushed as she held her cheek with her right hand. They grow up so fast, you'll have your first date soon. Semiramis said in her motherly tone. It's not a date. Belle shouted in embarrassment. Fufu Semiramis laughed, returning to her usual tone of voice. The black-haired queen found it very amusing to embarrass the boy. Belle, for his part, saw Semiramis with a slight pout and a crimson red in her cheeks. Listen, master, you're so cute and adorable, which makes it fun to embarrass you, Semiramis said with a mocking smile. Belle simply nodded, somewhat embarrassed, much to Semiramis's amusement. If you don't want to be ridiculed by the women around you, you must learn to fight back, Semiramis said with amusement. Belle nodded slightly. By the way, Belkun, do you think I'm cute? Semiramis spoke, almost singing each word while striking a rather suggestive pose. Faced with the sight before him, Belle was speechless, his brain shut down for a few moments as his face turned red. PFFFTTT ha 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 ha, see why it's fun to embarrass you, Semiramis said with a laugh that was too cheerful for someone like her. Although he had just been used as an object of entertainment, Belle briefly saw Semiramis laughing. She looks more beautiful when she smiles, Belle thought as he watched the cheerful queen of Assyria. Master, when a girl asks you if she looks pretty, there are only two possibilities. One is looking for a compliment, two is trying to embarrass you, Semiramis said, still with a cheerful smile while raising two fingers. Belle nodded slightly. In both cases, you should go on the offensive, respond by saying she looks pretty and then follow up with a comment that will embarrass her, like, I can't wait to marry you. Use your imagination to think of something that will make her the butt of the jokes instead of you, Semiramis said with a smile. Belle nodded slightly. Well, again, Belkun, do you think I'm cute? Semiramis spoke again, singing each word. Gulp, yes, you look so beautiful, I'd love to marry you someday. After swallowing hard, Belle spoke with a completely red face, shouting every word. Ara, I'm happy you think that way, but don't you think you should win me over first before asking me to marry you? Semiramis said with a smile. Belle remained completely silent. As I looked at Semiramis, I didn't know what to answer. Master, when you launch a counterattack, you must maintain a serious expression. Otherwise, you'll embarrass yourself. The counterattack she'll launch will make you wish the earth would swallow you up, Semiramis said with a smile that denoted amusement. I already realized that, Belle murmured. PFTTT ha 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 ha. For the second time today, Semiramis began to laugh animatedly. Despite being the center of ridicule, Belle simply gazed in wonder at how beautiful Semiramis was when she smiled. When Belle thought about brutal training, Ina's classes, Mordred's beatings, and Semiramis's manners lessons came to mind. Today I had learned that training to launch a counterattack against a woman was harder than those three combined. Even so, as with everything, he showed abnormal growth. Of course. You're an incredibly beautiful woman. You would make me a very happy man if you agreed to go out with me. Practicing his counterattack, Belle spoke very seriously and with a tone of voice that denoted a lot of confidence. This was his 26th attempt. Uha. The victim of Belle's counterattack was Hestia, who fainted with her face turning red. I give it 7 out of 10. The Queen of Assyria, who watched everything from afar, rated Belle's performance. Belle mildly celebrated his victory while looking at Semiramis, who was analyzing Belle's new status sheet. The little goddess, since her escape the day before, had returned at 6 in the morning completely drunk, being carried by Mayach. Hestia found herself sleeping all day until recently. After taking a bath, the little goddess had updated Belle's status and then at Semiramis's request became a test subject for Belle. It should be noted that Belle had only practiced one counterattack with Hestia. Hestia had fallen with a single counterattack. The Queen of Assyria had withstood 25 counterattacks without breaking a sweat, and in more than half of those, Belle was the one who ended up on the ground with his face red with embarrassment. Even so, Belle had made good progress and built up a good self-esteem. In his current state, he could praise Semiramis's beauty with just a few red tints on his cheeks, and he could make Hestia faint with a few words. Belle clenched his fist, feeling that he was getting closer to his noble goal. At that moment, Belle saw a certain person enter the room. Mordred had returned from an all-you-can-eat Jayagamarukan buffet where he had a battle with a blonde princess. To his dismay, they had tied. I was waiting for you, Belle declared with great confidence in every word. Mordred only glanced slightly at Belle. Driven by the adrenaline in his body and his recent victory, Belle had decided to go on the attack. I'd like to ask you out on a date this Saturday, Belle said in a calm voice, although inside his head was a mess. Mordred let out a murmur of confusion as he raised an eyebrow. I would honestly be very pleased if a beautiful girl like you, Belle said in a soap opera heartthrob's voice as a pink background loomed behind him. Unfortunately for Belle, he did not manage to finish his conquest before having a boot buried in his face. With one kick, Mordred had left Belle lying on the ground before walking away with his hands in his pockets. On the ground, Belle let out a small squeal of pain. You know, if you had left out the last part, you would have gotten that date, Semiramis said with a playful smile. Belle simply rolled on the ground. Master, it seems I gave you the wrong idea. Every woman falls for different lines. If you want to fulfill your dream, you must find out which line is appropriate for each woman, Semiramis said with a smile. Still on the ground, Belle lightly held his nose. If in your last sentence you had said, we'll go to the restaurant of your choice, you would have gotten that date, Semiramis said while looking at Belle with amusement. Belle made a mental note of Semiramis's words. So what should I say to get a date with you? Belle asked unconsciously. Upon hearing Belle's words, Semiramis was surprised for the first time for a moment before returning to her usual behavior. First of all, your current confidence is based on the adrenaline of the moment. It's difficult for me to place my trust in a man who barely trusts himself, Semiramis said with a smile. Upon hearing Semiramis's words, Belle felt a very hard blow. Likewise, you have little kingly quality. You are too kind to be a king, Semiramis said with a smile. How? Belle asked in confusion as he got up from the ground. For example, if I told you I wanted you to bring me a plant from the 18th floor, would you go and get it? Semiramis said seriously. Belle nodded slightly. Belle liked seeing those close to him happy. He probably couldn't fulfill Semiramis's request in his current state, but he would strive to fulfill it as soon as possible. Okay, and if you were the one who wanted the plant, would you ask me for help, or would you do it alone? Semiramis said with a smile. Belle remained thoughtful for a few moments. You would do it alone, right? Semiramis said seriously. Belle simply remained silent. A king does not adapt to the needs of his subjects. The subjects are the ones who adapt to the king's wishes. Semiramis spoke firmly. Although Belle seemed to want to say something, I prefer to remain silent. With such a malleable will and so little selfishness, you are not fit to be a king, Semiramis said seriously. With a few light movements, the queen of Assyria stood up and walked towards where the white-haired man was still lying on the ground. Your selfishness is incomplete. You want to be strong, you refuse to accept help, and you don't want anyone to worry about you. Your selfishness makes you want to do everything yourself, which in turn worries those close to you and ends up hurting you emotionally. That shows that your selfishness is incomplete because it doesn't encompass all your desires. Semiramis spoke harshly. Belle nodded slightly. Kings desire more than ordinary people. They laugh louder than the common folk. They celebrate more enthusiastically than others. With this, I've already answered how to fulfill your selfishness, Semiramis said as she handed her status sheet to Belle before turning around and leaving. Still lying on the ground, Belle looked at his status sheet. Bellcranel, level 1. Strength B 760, A 805. Stamina B 740, B 789. Dexterity B 700, B 760. Agility A 810, A 880. Magic A 850, S 907. Once again, their progress had been quite significant, but at this moment Belle was too distracted to marvel at that. He wanted to know how he could accomplish what Semiramis had told him, to be able to be selfish in such a way that all his desires were fulfilled. He wanted to be strong. He was proud. He didn't want to be saved. He also didn't want them to worry about him. Asking them not to worry about him was unreasonable. Hestia would always be worried that he would get hurt. That was the norm and it was inevitable. Even so, there were other actions of his that worried others. Reflecting on his way of being, they are most likely afraid that his innocence will cost him his life or get him into trouble. Hestia and the others will most likely judge each of their decisions harshly. To solve that, he would have to become a trustworthy person. That way they would feel safe with each of his decisions. That settled one point. What else could worry the people around him? Reflecting on their actions and way of being, seeing everything through someone else's eyes. I'm an idiot for not seeing it, Belle thought as he gritted his teeth. Frustration. Every time he lost to Mordred, he became frustrated. Every time Mordred helped him, he became frustrated. Every time he updated his status, although somewhat cheerful, he still felt it wasn't enough and therefore he became frustrated. Her mind was absorbed in finding strength. Did he have any guarantee that she would love him when he caught up with her? And what if by the time that happens she's already met someone else? Belle sighed lightly. They had certainly known each other for a short time, but what had they done together besides training? Looking at things in perspective, if their relationship continued as it was, by the time he caught up with her they would only be teacher and student, nothing more. Now that he thought about it, his ideal was to save the maiden and for her to fall in love with him, like a heroic story where the man protects the woman. But there were also stories where the woman was much stronger than the man, but for various reasons she fell in love with the latter. In her memories was the story of a powerful Amazon who fell in love with a kind merchant. This merchant was the adoptive father of 24 children. The Amazon had seen everything she desired in this man. She didn't desire a powerful man, nor an attractive man. She desired a man with whom to start a family, a man who would love her and not fear her strength. There were many stories like that one. But Belle always saw himself reflected in the protagonist, so those kinds of stories weren't to his liking. Semiramis had told her that if she hadn't ruined everything at the last minute, she would have gotten a date with Mordred. Good, Belle said with determination as he stood up. His ideals have just changed drastically. Now he had set his sights on making her fall in love with him. First he would make her his, then he would become stronger than her, and as her partner he would protect her from any danger even though she didn't need protection. Protecting someone motivated Belle's heart. With his newfound determination, Belle thought he shouldn't get so frustrated anymore. He saw his condition from a new perspective. When I saw his state without the burden of having to be absurdly stronger, it was incredible. His progress in weeks was what many adventurers achieved after years of effort. With a slight sigh, Belle made up her mind. He would try harder than ever, he would strive to become strong and to win over the woman he loved. It would do him no good to be stronger than her if someone else fell in love with her before he'd. He would also become someone his entire family could trust, like the cherry on top. If instead of being frustrated, I'm happy they'll be happy, Belle murmured with a slight smile. For his selfishness to be complete, he had to derive happiness from his actions. If his selfish actions did not make him happy, then he was not being selfish enough or his selfishness was misguided. If he was happy and gladly accepted his growth, Hestia would stop worrying about him. Although as a selfish person and a king he should continue to aspire and desire more. But in order not to lose his way, he had to be content and happy with what he already had while he looked for a safe way to obtain more. And speaking of getting more, he recalled another of his ambitions. His magic was already at S, there shouldn't be any problems. After gathering the 3 female members of the family, Belle had prepared to summon a new servant. He took the grail in his hands. I wish I were stronger, Belle thought with a smile. After making her wish, she felt an electric current run through her body. Although Belle hadn't noticed, for a few brief moments something changed in his body, and for a few moments the 3 women felt an overwhelming presence. Bathed in white light, a man with red hair and a muscular build appeared in the center of the room. Class, Lancer Leonidas, I spoke the new servant with a slight smile. I am. As Belle was introducing himself, he swallowed his words and tilted his head slightly, allowing a pillow to pass by without touching him. Kami-sama, Belle said, confused as he looked at Hestia, who had thrown the pillow. Incidentally, Belle had no idea how he dodged the little goddess's attack. He was focused on the new servant. If I had to describe it, I'd say his body moved on its own. Nothing, I was just checking something, Hestia murmured. The 2 female servants simply stared at Belle with confusion and some astonishment. Belle nodded slightly before turning his attention back to Leonidas. I'm bellcranel, nice to meet you, Belle said with a smile as he extended his hand towards the servant. It's a pleasure as well. From today you are my master and I am your servant, Leonidas said, returning Belle's smile. I am Mordred. I suppose from today you will help me take care of that troublesome child, the blonde said as she stood up with a smile. Leonidas nodded slightly. He wasn't very aware of the current situation, but it was normal for him to protect his master. Semiramis, it will be a pleasure to use your strength to fulfill the master's objectives, Semiramis said with a slight smile. I will carry out master's orders with the greatest possible precision, Leonidas said seriously. Belle simply nodded with a smile. He enjoyed watching his family grow. While Hestia was explaining the state to Leonidas, Belle simply left the room. He had had a very long day and planned to rest up for his appointment tomorrow. Ah, innocence is such a beautiful characteristic of life. He had been very innocent. She had believed that her advisor was giving her Spartan training. How innocent he was. Today I had experienced true Spartan training. If only with Mordred he felt his body weaken. Adding the king of Sparta had only made things worse. For a moment he had even forgotten that he had to go see Ina. He had been beaten so hard that on one occasion he forgot who he was. The good news is that with another blow he recovered his memory. After having been unconscious for half an hour, take a bath and have breakfast, Belle headed to his appointment. His destination was the northern area of Arario Square. His companion was supposed to be there. And that person entered Belle's field of vision very quickly. Hey, Belle-kun. When Belle arrived at the place, a lovely voice spoke to him. Good morning, you're very early. Are you really excited about buying a new suit of armor? Belle gave a small smile to the person in front of him, a half-elf named Ina. Buying equipment really excites me, Belle said with a smile. I was actually looking forward to it too. Even though it's just to shop with you, I was still really excited, Ina said, smiling back at Belle. Belle took a moment to appreciate the appearance of Ina, the half-elf. She was wearing a cute white blouse with laces and a miniskirt. Belle remained silent as he watched, completely captivated by Ina. Do you have something you want to say, Belle-kun? Ina asked, looking at Belle with mischievous eyes. Belle remained silent for a few seconds. Is she mocking me, or does she want a compliment? What should I say? Belle thought as he recalled Semiramis's words and thought of a counterattack. The white-haired man looked at a smiling Ina who was waiting expectantly for his answer. She was most likely waiting for an opportunity to make fun of him. You look extremely beautiful, Ina-san. I know I'm not worthy, but if you give me a chance, I'll make you an extremely happy woman, Belle said with a smile as he took Ina's hands. Ina remained silent as a deep blush spread across her cheeks and she gazed into Belle's eyes. Belle-kun and Ina spoke with great difficulty. Ina, who was extremely embarrassed, turned to look at Belle, who had a mocking smile etched on his face. A vein stood out on Ina's forehead. Idiot! Ina shouted, Plaza Central. The white walls of the enormous tower had a circular arrangement of houses surrounding Babel. Green plants and various types of fountains could be seen everywhere. There was absolutely no problem calling it a park. Since we're heading to the shops of the first-class blacksmith family in Arario, I'll explain more about those blacksmiths. Belle-kun, do you know about the development skill? Ina asked. Bell turned to look at his companion, who until a few moments ago was extremely angry. Apparently, his inner teacher had surpassed her anger. The development skill is a skill that appears randomly after the status level increases. These skills are more specialized than the basic skills, Bell explained. Ina turned to look at Bell and blinked a couple of times. It seems someone has been doing their homework, Ina said with a smile. Bell looked at Ina with a slight smile. Well, to add to what you said, when the time comes, it will automatically use the individual's experience points to decide which skills to improve. Among those skills is blacksmithing, Ina said. Bell nodded. Blacksmithing was a fundamental skill for any blacksmith who wanted to be respected, and for that, level 2 at least was necessary. The current generation, those who possess the skill of blacksmithing, can add attributes to weapons, as they have the power of grace bestowed by the gods. This is also a special skill. If they so desire, they can also imbue the weapon with an adventurer status ability, such as an unbreakable blade. An ordinary blacksmith could not create such a weapon, Ina explained. Bell nodded, wishing he could see something that interested him. Among them are weapons that can create phenomena like magic. For example, they can swing a weapon downwards and make flames erupt. Weapons that can evoke a magic-like effect are called magic swords. There are only a handful of blacksmiths who can create magic swords, Ina said. Bell looked quite surprised by what Ina had just said. Bell immediately searched his treasure for magic swords. The number of magic swords that existed was ridiculous, more than 300 million, and of those more than 280 million were attributed to a single family. Krazo, Bell thought. Krazo was a blacksmith who had forged some of the most valuable weapons in history. One of his failures had left a goddess of blacksmithing like Hephaestus drooling, but Bell didn't know that he forged magic swords. However, magic swords are consumable items, and they have the characteristic of breaking once they reach their limit. Even though they don't require incantations and can be activated directly, their power still falls short of magic, Ina said. Bell nodded. A weapon that broke easily couldn't be very useful, and if it wasn't, why were there so many in his treasure? Bell clicked his tongue before continuing to walk, although doubt gnawed at him. After a walk and a brief chat, Bell and Ina arrived at the 4th floor of the Tower of Babel. Even though the shop we're looking for is upstairs, we might as well look around the others since we rarely come here. Bell-kun, you want to look around too, right? Ina said. Bell simply responded to Ina with a smile before starting to walk away. All the shops in this place had a sign with the emblem Eta Phi Alpha Iota Sigma Tau Omicron Sigma. From the 4th floor to the 8th floor, everything was rented by the Hephaestus family, Ina said, answering a question that Bell never asked. As Bell walked, he looked for something that would catch his attention. Her eyes sparkled slightly as she assessed everything in the place. It almost seemed as if the emblem of Alpha Iota Sigma Tau Omicron Sigma inflated the prices of objects in these apartments. All weapons and armor were priced at around 5 times what they should have been. Trash, 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 more trash, thought Bell as he looked at each weapon and piece of armor. In Bell's eyes, none of those things were worth the price they had. This is a garbage dump, Bell muttered. Nothing eye-catching, nothing of quality, all the items seemed made simply to be sold. The engravings on the weapons and beautiful decorations looked generic to Bell's eyes. It almost seemed as if the emblem of Alpha Iota Sigma Tau Omicron Sigma inflated the price of weapons. The vast majority of those weapons were worth 10 times more than they were actually worth. With nothing else to see, Bell and Ina headed to the 8th floor. Okay, we're here, Ina said with a smile. Bell simply nodded as he glanced at everything this new apartment had to offer. Swords, spears, axes, hammers, daggers, bows, shields, armor, and other defensive equipment all were analyzed by Bell's eyes. At some point during their journey, Bell and Ina separated to cover a wider range. Bell entered the first shop he saw, a shop that had a sign for armor and shields. As soon as Bell entered, a gigantic amount of weapons and armor appeared. The most appropriate way to describe it was as a forest of armor. On the brackets on the wall, there were numerous shields and helmets. Bell glanced sideways at each item in the store as he walked. He reached a corner of the store where there was something that didn't stand out. It was a box of defensive equipment stacked like a small mountain. It was a set of armor. Although the other armors were displayed on the torsos of the mannequins, these were piled up like a mountain of garbage. And that was certainly the case. All the armor in that place was junk with almost no value. At this point, Bell was seriously considering asking Hephaestus to make him a custom armor. Bell continued walking and looking at the boxes full of armor pieces. I had already lost hope of finding anything decent, when in a corner he saw a faint white color. A corner where there was little light and where there were even cobwebs. A small ray of sunlight reflected a white glow. That's when Bell saw her, a set of light armor in a silvery white color. Bell knelt down to look at her carefully. I didn't understand it. Probably the best armor on the entire floor was in a corner like trash. Bell, with a trembling hand, took the breastplate and examined it closely, brushed off some of the dust and turned it over. On the back of the breastplate there was a signature. It wasn't the Alpha Iota Sigma Tau Omicron Sigma brand, it was the signature of the one who created the armor. Welf Kraz. Bell saw the signature and something clicked in his mind. Krazo, Bell murmured. He had seen that surname somewhere before. Bell knew that surname. There were millions of weapons in his noble phantoms, millions of pieces recognized as treasures. Bell then searched directly for the name Welf. The white-haired man was completely astonished. The treasure of the world had recognized several works by that blacksmith, less than 10, all magic swords. Bell wondered what the creation of a blacksmith who had managed to place his creation in the world's treasure was doing in a dusty, cobweb-covered corner. Bell glanced at the price of the armor, 9,900 volleys. The price is wrong, those appraisers are blind, Bell muttered. Bell's eyes registered a different value, 99,900 volleys. That armor was literally worth 1/10 of its true value. Bell decided to buy the armor, took the box and carried it to the counter to pay for it. Bell left the store and returned to a previous spot where he met Ina again. "Bell-kun, this is for you," Ina said as she handed Bell an item wrapped in a rag. Then Bell could see what it was about. Its shape mimicked a hand covering and its length extended from the wrist to the elbow. From its metallic surface, it was clear that it functioned as a shield. It was a jade color identical to Ina's eyes. "A gift from me, you have to remember to use it, okay?" Ina said. Bell smiled as he looked at Ina. To be honest, it's not surprising that an adventurer can die at any moment. No matter how powerful a person is, a small mistake can easily cost them their life. "I've seen many adventurers never return," Ina said, lowering her gaze. Bell remained silent and decided to wait for Ina to finish saying everything she had to say. "I hope you don't suddenly disappear, Bell-kun," Ina said timidly. Although in Bell's eyes, the object they were giving him was garbage. Bell took the object while wearing a smile on his face. "Don't be silly, he doesn't disappear. What kind of man leaves his future wife alone?" Bell said with a smile. At Bell's words, Ina's face turned completely red while her ears turned red and she said unintelligible things. Stop doing that, don't play with my feelings," Ina said while looking at the ground. Bell smiled as he stroked Ina's head. "Since when are you so bold?" Ina said, embarrassed. "Hihi, Semiramis gave me training to boost my confidence," Bell said with a smile. Ina looked at the smiling Bell. In just one day he had developed a different air about him. He seemed more self-assured and even more mature, as if his perspective on the world had completely changed. "What kind of monster are you creating?" Ina wondered to herself, blushing. Throughout the day, Bell had blocked all of Ina's attempts to embarrass him, and she ended up being the one who was embarrassed. If this continued, or if Bell became more assertive, Ina's heart couldn't bear it. Ina looked with a slight smile at a smiling Bell. The sky was gradually turning dark red. After accompanying Ina home, Bell headed to his headquarters. Bell walked with a slow, steady pace. His mood was quite cheerful. He had found a hidden treasure and had managed to see some lovely expressions on Ina's face. But as always, something has to ruin it. Sounds of footsteps. Bell murmured as he heard several sounds from the end of the alley. Bell stopped in his tracks as his ears sharpened and he prepared to see who the footsteps belonged to. From the end of the alley, the sound of someone running could be heard, or rather two people. One had a small body, the other had a large body. Because the sound made by their shoes was significantly different, it was easy for Bell to figure that out. Whatever it wasn't in Bell's best interest. Bell took a couple of steps back to let the person who was running along pass and continue on their way. But the person had tripped over Bell's foot even as he took several steps back. Bell could see the figure that fell in front of him. She had a smaller body than Hestia, with thin hands and legs that looked as if they would break at the slightest touch. No matter what part of her body it was very small. The figure was that of a girl. Her long brown hair reached her shoulders and covered her neck. Bell glanced sideways at the small figure, quickly identifying it as a hobbit. That's when her eyes once again caught something incredible. Bell remained silent as he stared at the small figure. The small body quickly stood up. "I finally caught up with you, you damned hobbit." Bell could hear someone else's angry roar. A new figure appeared. This one was a human man who appeared to be in his 20s. "I won't let you escape now," growled the man as he glared angrily at the hobbit. Bell maintained a serene expression until it transformed into one of disgust. Upon seeing the man, he saw a negative value. It was the first time I had seen a person with negative values. The accessory was rusty, a malicious aura surrounded it, and a smell of decay emanated from it. Then Bell turned to look at the hobbit lying on the ground. It had several rust spots, but it had a beautiful shine and outstanding value. When the man drew his sword and tried to swing it downwards, Bell made a decision. He jammed his fist into the man's face, sending him crashing to the ground with a broken nose. Bell's speed was extremely high and his strength was great. The blow was also precise and left the man unconscious. Upon seeing the unconscious man, Bell guessed that they were both level 1 but that the latter had lower stats than him. "She's pretty fast," Bell murmured. The little hobbit had already fled the place. Bell didn't take it very seriously. Something told him he would see her soon. Chapter 7. Assistant. A new day dawned. With the arrival of the new day, everyday things began to appear. The birds are singing, workers are getting up to start their day, albinos are screaming in pain, definitely the same old thing. Ag. With a small grunt, Bell clutched his stomach after being hit by Mordred. We should let him rest a little, Leonidas said, feeling somewhat sorry for the white-haired man. Mordred nodded slightly as she walked away from Bell. Bell, for his part, mentally thanked Leonidas while still clutching his stomach in pain. Today was only the second day of training that Bell had with Leonidas. When Bell was training, his teachers wouldn't let him rest until they saw that he had broken something. With his body screaming in pain, Bell slightly closed his eyes. Have you ever felt so comfortable that you didn't want to wake up? The sensation that invaded his body was one of such comfort that his consciousness refused to return. Wake up, sleepyhead. In her unconsciousness, an angelic voice brought her consciousness to reality. He slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw was a beautiful face adorned with a lovely smile. It is often said that if you don't want to say something embarrassing, you shouldn't open your mouth when you're drunk or half asleep. You look really beautiful. And Bell, still half asleep, said the first thing that came to mind. He was probably still drifting back and forth from the dream world since he saw the stoic queen blush. With Bell still not fully conscious, Semiramis simply stroked his white hair with a slight smile. Ah, good. Bell, who was equipped with his new armor, confirmed his position with the mirror. After realizing she was sleeping in Semiramis's lap and realizing what she had said with her face flushed, she ran to her room to change and thus began the current situation. When he confirmed that he was ready to leave, he went down to the first floor where he said goodbye to Hestia and left with Leonidas and Mordred. The weather was very pleasant. As he left his headquarters, a vast sky opened up before Bell's eyes, a sky so beautiful that it calmed his heart. After a long walk where the group crossed several alleyways until reaching Central Street finally, the three arrived at Central Square. As Bell walked along following the flow of adventurers, Mordred and Leonidas lagged a little behind the white-haired man, both of them chatting away, absorbed in everything else. Unfortunately for Bell, they were talking about future training. Bell, for his part, was preoccupied with other things. He was still embarrassed by the events of just a few minutes ago. His body may have been in the Central Square, but his consciousness had remained in Semiramis's soft, warm thighs. After remembering the above, Bell's cheeks flushed bright red. One san, white hair Oni-san. Upon hearing the unexpected call, Bell couldn't help but snap out of his thoughts. Huh, Bell murmured as he turned in the direction of the voice but found nothing. Bell turned his head all around but still couldn't find anything. Oni-san, a below. Bell heard the voice again. This time the voice was angrier, and by following the voice's instructions, looking down, Bell managed to see who the voice belonged to. He was about 100 centimeters tall. His long, cream-colored robe covered his entire body. Only a sliver of his brown bangs peeked out from under the hood. On his back was a large backpack several times bigger than his own body. That backpack was so enormous it was terrifying. Bell looked at the girl with slightly open eyes before smiling. This is the first time we've met, Oni-san. Although it's a bit abrupt, are you looking for an assistant? The girl asked sweetly, pointing at Bell's backpack. Only solo adventurers would carry a backpack. Anyone could tell that simply by connecting the dots. If they have a helper, the adventurers won't have to carry their own backpack. Bell smiled slightly again as he watched the girl. In the distance, he saw Mordred and Leonidas coming towards him. Are you still confused? But isn't the current situation very simple? An assistant who is very important to an adventurer, but they are limited in number, has come to you, the girl said with a radiant smile. Bell nodded slightly. Besides that, Oni-san, so what? Do you need an assistant? The girl said without losing her smile. About that, if possible, then I probably want to. Bell spoke with a slight smile, but he didn't finish speaking as he was interrupted by the girl. Really? Then why don't you take Lily, Oni-san? The girl exclaimed with great excitement, her eyes sparkling. So tell me, what's your name? Bell asked with a smile. Lily's name is Lilaruka Ard. Oni-san, what's your name? Lily asked with a smile. Bellcranel. Bell spoke while looking at the girl. Looking back at Lily, Bell saw his two companions before moving his right hand slightly as if making a light salute. When Bell turned around and started walking beside Lily, Mordred and Leonidas understood their master's wordless message. To follow him without being near him. Babel's second floor, the simple canteen. After their meeting, Bell and Lily had headed to this place to talk more about Lily's proposal. In other words, you're an assistant with no affiliation, Bell said simply. Yes, although Lily entered a family. Lily spoke as she placed a cup of coffee on the table. What is the name of the family? Bell asked curiously. The Soma family, Oni-san. Lily acknowledges that it's quite a famous faction, Lily said with a slight smile. Why did you choose me even though I belong to a different family? Having a relationship with a member of another family isn't necessarily a good thing. Can't you form a group within your own family? Bell asked uncertainly. Lily is small and not very strong. Because Lily is slow at everything, all the other members of the family hate me and treat me like I'm a burden. Even if I beg them, they won't let me join, Lily said sadly. Bell nodded slightly. The money I have left to live on in the hotel is only about the size of a fist, so I really don't know what to do. Please, 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 Lily wants to go into the dungeon with you, Oni-san, Lily said worriedly. I understand your circumstances, Lilaruka-san, Belle said calmly. Lily Isnrio Ligerment. If possible, can you take off your hood? Belle said with a smile. Lily nodded slightly before using both hands to remove her hood. What Belle could see were some extremely cute animal ears that were trembling slightly above his head. Belle glanced slightly over Lily. At a table in the corner sat Leonidas and Mordred. The king of Sparta was drinking a cup of coffee with a certain elegance. The blonde was eating a piece of meat with a great lack of manners. Next to her there were already several empty plates. If he weren't literally rolling in money, Belle would be terrified to pay the blonde's bill. Belle sighed before looking at Lily again. They're quite convincing, is it magic? Belle asked while lightly touching one of Lily's ears. What are you talking about, Oniai-san? Lily's ears are real, Lily said with a slight blush and embarrassment in her voice. There's no point in pretending to be ashamed. We both know you don't care if he touched them, or do you? Hobit, Belle said with a smile. Lily was stunned as she watched Belle. You know, for days now I've become very good at observing. I've confirmed that I can see through lies and disguises like yours, Belle said with a smile that would make Semiramis feel proud. Lily, I don't understand what you mean, Lily stammered involuntarily as she began to sweat. Belle simply smiled again as he tilted his head. Am I wrong? Belle asked uncertainly. Lily just remembered that she has to meet with her family, Lily said as she stood up. When Lily started her escape, she immediately bumped into something. Looking up, the little girl could see a blonde with a very intimidating expression and aura. Master is talking to you. Do you plan to ignore him? Mordred said, several veins standing out on his forehead. Lily swallowed hard as she felt her whole body wobbly like jelly. While she was trembling, she felt a hand grab her shoulder. I'm finished, Lily thought as she tensed up, cursing her disgusting life at that moment. Waiting for her end that never came, Lily felt something very warm but at the same time quite cold. Without realizing it, Lily found herself being hugged by that white-haired man. She was in the boy's arms while her head rested on his chest, which was covered by a metal breastplate. I told you I can tell when people are lying to me, and your situation, along with that of your family, is only half the truth, Belle said in a calm voice. Lily couldn't help it and started to cry. Such a comforting and warm feeling enveloped her. She felt loved and protected, something she hadn't felt in many years. We're here. With a cheerful voice, a little goddess entered the office of one of her friends. From her desk, the goddess Hephaestus watched Hestia with wide eyes. She was dressed decently, almost as if she were cosplaying in her own clothes. She wore somewhat baggy black pants, a pair of boots, and a short-sleeved white shirt. Beside her friend, Hephaestus could see the one responsible for leaving her without her own money. What's wrong with your clothes? Hephaestus asked curiously. The little goddess is in training to be the director of the Jayagamarukun posts in the city, Semiramis said with a smile. Hephaestus nodded slightly. I decided to copy your style. It's practical for work, Hestia said with a smile. Hephaestus broke into a bright smile at his friend's words. The first day she wore a dress and heels, she ended up with blisters the size of her heel and burned her dress with a stove, Semiramis said while covering her mouth with her hand. Ha 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 ha, I can imagine, Hephaestus said with a loud laugh. Well, let's get down to business, Semiramis said as she took a seat next to Hestia. Yes. You see, together with Tsubaki, I have made these two prototypes, Hephaestus spoke as he took out two small knives from a drawer, no more than 10 centimeters long. They didn't even have handles, they were just the blade. This was made using Hestia's hair and ichor. As you can see, it's useless. Hephaestus spoke as he ran his finger along the edge of a black knife without suffering any damage. If this knife does not receive Hestia's fauna, it is practically dead or asleep, Hephaestus said as he placed the knife on the table. Goddess and servant nodded. This knife, on the other hand, has an edge that cuts you just by looking at it, Hephaestus said as he took a white knife in his right hand before using it to cut the black knife in half. Hestia was very impressed by what her friend had done. This knife was made with it, and just like the first one, it's dormant. If it's this sharp while dormant, I can't even imagine the power it will have when it awakens, Hephaestus said seriously. Hestia nodded, very impressed. That's exactly what we were looking for, Semiramis said with a smile. The problem is that it's very fragile, Hephaestus said as he took the blade with his 2 fingers before applying pressure, and like glass the blade shattered into pieces. Hestia and Semiramis' smiles disappeared. This one was made of mithril. We tested it with adamantite. It's much more resistant, but it dents easily, Tsubaki, and I intend to combine mithril, adamantite, and orachicalc, but I feel like something's missing. We've tried using monster items, but it hasn't worked. We can't find the missing piece, Hephaestus said regretfully. Hestia gave a long sigh as Semiramis clicked her tongue. Your order will take a little longer to complete, but it will be ready soon. Tsubaki has already taken it as a personal challenge, especially after seeing that sword, Hephaestus said with a slight smile. You're always mentioning that sword, you even seem to have a fetish for it, Semiramis said with a hint of mockery. Having received the Hestia dagger, Belle and Semiramis had fulfilled their part of the deal and delivered the crimson katana to the goddess of blacksmithing, who was still on a mission to complete the project. Well, I have a child who is a descendant of the person who forged that sword, Hephaestus said with a slight smile. Oh. Upon hearing the words of the red-haired goddess, Semiramis could not help but show interest in them. But that boy, he's very, how to put it, special. If that's what it is, he's someone special. He hates his talent and refuses to forge magic swords, Hephaestus said with a tired sigh. What a waste, Semiramis said as her smile faded. Hey, you and everyone else think the same, Hephaestus said with a tired smile. Semiramis, for her part, just rolled her eyes in annoyance. That sword is proof that the boy can achieve incredible things. He hates magic swords because they break. And now I possess a magic sword that creates seas of fire, over and over again, without showing any signs of wanting to reach a limit. Tsubaki told me that this sword unites the user's mind to create the seas of fire. Hephaestus spoke seriously. And why don't you show the sword to the boy? If he sees it, won't he want to replicate it? Hestia said while bringing a finger to her chin in doubt. That would be stupid. If he only accepts his talent for replicating someone else's work, is he really accepting it? Semiramis spoke harshly. Hestia was very confused. It's just as you say, he has to accept his talent for himself out of a desire to protect his friends. After he accepts his talent with its apparent limitations, he must climb to the top himself, using all his abilities at his disposal. If I just arrive and show him the pinnacle of what his talent can do, where is the adventure? The self-improvement, the ingenuity? It would be an empty victory, Hephaestus said seriously. Hestia nodded slowly. Tsubaki felt the same way. She was frustrated to see something she had never imagined and thought impossible. She is currently trying to create a weapon that surpasses that one, or at least matches it. If she was frustrated, who knows how that boy would react, Hephaestus said in a calm voice. Hestia and Semiramis nodded slightly. I think the meeting is over. I'll let you know if we make any progress, Hephaestus said as he stood up from his seat. With a final nod, the two of them left. Dungeon, 7th floor. Despite not having entered the ranks of the first-class adventurers, he had a growth rate that was far above that of normal people. A violent horizontal slash struck the thin abdomen of the killer ant and split it in two. The 7th floor is typically a floor that requires a team to work closely together. But for bellcranel, that normally did not apply. He continued to struggle on his own without needing help. I dodged a purple moth that descended from the sky and at the same time used the hestia dagger to cut off one of its wings. As soon as the enormous insect lost its balance, Bell used his dagger to stab the monster's abdomen. What was directed at Bell this time were killer ants again, and there were two of them. Gripping his dagger tightly in his right hand, Bell ran towards the two insects. When the first killer ant lunged at him, Bell performed an acrobatic somersault, dodging the monster's mandibles and landing on its back where he plunged his dagger. Upon seeing its dead companion, the second killer ant launched itself at Bell. With a vertical somersault, Bell dodged a bite aimed at his leg and still in the air cut the monster's neck. Bell-sama, you are very strong. Alongside the scene where Bell was continuously tearing apart the group of monsters, Lily was gathering the corpses of the monsters she had killed. Her actions were very skillful. Even while smiling slightly, she didn't forget to be mindful of her surroundings. There was no doubt she was trying to avoid bumping into other monsters. Using a tea-colored rope specially created for the helpers, she was tying the monster's hands and legs and pulling them through the dungeon. The area in which Lily was actively moving did not seem to limit Bell, turning the needle rabbit into food for his dagger. Bell stuck to the basics. Even though he already had the power to defeat monsters on the level of the killer ant, he wasn't overconfident. Following his advisor's guidance, he first defeated the tough killer ants that could summon their companions, trying to avoid a situation where it was many against one. Seeing all around him filled with monster corpses, Bell sighed wearily. Sweat began to trickle down his face, his breathing had become agitated, and his heart was beating rapidly. He still had plenty of stamina but needed to rest his racing mind for a few seconds. Standing with his back against a wall, Bell saw Lily moving the monster's corpses, while Mordred and Leonidas watched from afar. Flicker. Crack. A breaking sound could be heard in the room. Behind Bell's left leg, a killer ant poked its head out. In a tenth of a second, the killer ant closed its mandibles, piercing and tearing apart Bell's left calf. Age, Bell screamed in pain. Bell-sama, master. Within 3 seconds, Bell had received a fairly serious leg injury. Flicker. Bell breathed heavily as he looked around. Lily, Leonidas, and Mordred looked calm. More importantly, he no longer felt a searing pain in his calf. Crack. As soon as the sound of something breaking was heard, Bell instinctively raised his left leg, dodging the bite of a killer ant. With great force, Bell lowered his leg, driving his boot into the monster's skull. Similar to an egg being stepped on, the killer ant's skull went crack, and then a mixture of blood and brains was scattered across the ground. Seeing the pool of blood at his feet, Bell breathed very irregularly. Bellcranel, level 1. Strength AA 896. Stamina B 789 A 875. Dexterity B 760 A 840. Agilities A840 A80. Magic S907, S999. Nope, Belkun, you don't have any ability to see the future, and none of your abilities have that capacity. Looking at his status sheet, Bell tried to find an explanation for what he had witnessed with his own eyes. I don't understand what happened, I swear. In my mind it all went by as if it were a memory, Bell said with some frustration at not understanding anything. So now you can see the future. What a strange Master Mordred said those words with a click of her tongue while sitting on a sofa. Bell simply laughed nervously. How are you supposed to train for something like this? Leonidas said, putting a finger to his chin. Hestia, since Leonidas' arrival you seem to know something. What are you hiding? Semiramis spoke seriously. As I've told you, we gods cannot use our arcanum for violence, but that doesn't mean we can't fight. Hestia spoke seriously. Everyone in the room nodded. Many years ago, gods seeking amusement began to fight amongst themselves. Thanks to our arcanum, we felt no pain or fatigue, and more importantly, we could not die. Conflicting gods like Zeus, Hades, Poseidon, Thor, Odin, and Quetzalcoatl fought each other for millennia once. Zeus and Thor fought for 10 years straight. Hestia spoke seriously. Bel, for his part, was impressed by the last part. All these gods, being of the first generation, had many freedoms, so they could skip their duties. The six of them, through millennia of battle after battle, awakened a power. So to speak, the convergence of their will and desire to fight, this made them very powerful beings, and they shared the secret with almost no one. The six of them would be the only gods who could fight one-on-one in a physical battle against a first-class adventurer. Hestia spoke seriously. How do you know that? Semiramis asked curiously. I was in a book club with Quetzalcoatl, and he told me about it. He also said that they used to awaken that power in the heroes of the ancient era when they descended to the underworld. The main god forbade them from using that power, or rather, sealed it away. Hestia spoke calmly. Semiramis nodded with a certain complacency. I'm not aware of many things, but that power itself is very difficult to control and use at will. Those six idiots knew how to use it, but not how to teach it. Take Mikazuchi once tried to learn, but no one knew how to explain it to him in the end. He only learned the basics before they descended. I doubt they could teach their children without practical demonstrations, Hestia said with a sigh. Leonidas nodded slowly as he tried to come up with a training plan for Bel. I'll have to look for that Take Mikazuchi guy or one of the others mentioned, Leonidas thought. I got sidetracked. What Bel is demonstrating is an ability of that power. I'll ask Take Mikazuchi if he can help you. He knows more about it than I do, Hestia said with a slight smile. Bel nodded as he smiled back at Hestia. Forward. After updating his status and discussing his vision with Hestia, Bel waited until after dinner to go to Semiramis' office at her request. Master Leonidas informed me about a certain hobbit. Do you have something to tell me? Semiramis spoke with a smile. Bel swallowed hard as he looked away. First of all, it doesn't bother me or anything like that if you've become infatuated with her and you want her, take her when you see fit. That's how a king acts. I'm just displeased by a certain attitude of yours, Semiramis said seriously. Bel nodded slightly. You hugged her, you already had her cornered. It was just a matter of tightening the rope a little and using her insecurities to make her yours, Semiramis said with a slight smile. Hugging her seemed like the right thing to do. I could see she wasn't lying about needing enough. In fact, she was only revealing part of the suffering she was experiencing. I felt I should comfort her, Bel said seriously. How you must, you're not fit to be a king. You're too kind, though I can't say I don't like your kindness. Well, it's your whim and your decision. Do as you please, Semiramis said seriously. Bel remained silent as he thought about how to explain his reasons to the queen in front of him. What good is a broken doll? Bel said seriously. Semiramis raised an eyebrow when she saw Bel. He looked very motivated. I wish to form a collection of the women with the most beautiful and brilliant souls in the world, like a collection of dolls. These must be beautiful and well cared for. A dirty and mistreated doll would only tarnish my collection, Bel said seriously. Semiramis smiled slightly. I don't want any doll with a fake smile or a tainted shine. I want a doll with true happiness and a bright light, Bel said earnestly as he clenched his fist. Ha ha, okay, that's a good ambition. You're right. What good is a broken doll just sitting in a drawer? You can hardly display a broken doll with pride, Semiramis said with a big smile as she stood up. Bel smiled slightly. If it makes you happy to see your dolls smiling and truly happy, then just do it. Semiramis said with a smile. Bel nodded before giving a slight bow. Walking towards the door, Bel glanced slightly over his shoulder. He saw Semiramis signing several documents. A king does not adapt to the needs of his subjects. The subjects are the ones who adapt to the desires of the king. Those words echoed in Bel's mind. Bel bit his lip slightly. Semiramis, Bel literally spoke. Yes, Semiramis said with some curiosity as she looked at a trembling Bel. Could you investigate the Soma family? Bel asked with a slight hesitation. Semiramis adopted a surprised expression before smiling. You're asking wrong, Semiramis said with a slight smile. Bel showed an expression of total confusion at the words of the Queen of Assyria. Stand up straight, hold your head high. And speak firmly. You're not asking for a favor, you're giving an order, Semiramis said seriously as she stood up. Bell sighed slightly before standing up firmly and raising his head, trying to look down at the dark-haired woman. I want you to investigate the Soma family and keep an eye on the hobbit Lilaruka. Bell spoke with the utmost seriousness and the best commanding tone he possessed. At your service, I will fulfill my mission without any failure, Semiramis said while bowing. Bell swallowed hard. It was too strange for him to see the proud queen of Assyria lower her head. Good, Bell said with a slight smile. After seeing Bell leave the room, Semiramis smiled before taking a seat. He's progressing very well. He still has a way to go, but at least he started asking for help, Semiramis said with a broad smile. The queen of Assyria looked at the papers on her desk before she looked at the ceiling. Trying to do everything himself will end up killing him, Semiramis said seriously and with a certain displeasure. Semiramis squeezed the pencil tightly in her hand, causing it to break in 2 pieces. I refuse to let him die if necessary. I will give my heart to keep him safe, Semiramis said seriously. The next day, after receiving his daily beating, Bell sat on a rock while wiping the sweat from his forehead with a rag. Upon hearing a voice, Bell turned in its direction. He could see a man with black hair tied in an oriental hairstyle and simple, humble clothing, also oriental. The man who was running towards the place where Bell was training was a man who looked quite cheerful and lively. As soon as the man reached Bell, he grabbed his knee and breathed heavily, trying to catch his breath. Hestia told me everything, the dark-haired man said while looking at Bell with a smile. You must be Take Mikazuchi-sama, right? Bell said as he extended his hand towards the god. The dark-haired god nodded as he returned Bell's handshake. After letting go of Bell's hand, the god, with a slight sigh, sat on the ground with his legs crossed. I'll be honest, once and for all, I barely got to practice that. I only know the basics and I could barely use it, but I did see how those 6 of them used it, Take Mikazuchi said seriously. Bell nodded slightly. Being able to see the future is one of the advanced applications of it, and the fact that you can see it so soon shows your enormous potential, Take Mikazuchi said with a smile. Bell blushed slightly as he scratched the back of his neck in embarrassment. That has 3 applications, but to avoid confusion, I'll only talk about the one you have access to. What you're showing is like a 6th sense that allows you to foresee future actions or events. It works best when it comes to attacks against you, Take Mikazuchi said seriously. Bell nodded slightly. Attacks fueled by killer instinct, like monster attacks, are easy to predict, Take Mikazuchi said as he looked at the ground as if he were searching for something. The dark-haired god picked up a stone from the ground before clenching it in his fist. Several marks were visible on it, and Bell swore he saw a dark and evil aura surrounding the god. Long before Take Mikazuchi threw the stone at Bell, Bell already knew he would throw it, so he simply moved his head to the side, dodging the stone. But people are liars. They can hide their emotions. It's harder to dodge the attacks of someone who hugs you with a smile while putting a dagger in your back, Take Mikazuchi said with a smile. Bell could see Take Mikazuchi take 3 small stones in his right hand before he started playing with them, passing them through his fingers and throwing them several times, all while smiling and surrounded by an aura of peace. Although Bell knew there was a possibility that he would be hit with a stone, he didn't realize when a stone hit his forehead. Even on the 2nd or 3rd shot, Bell was unable to foresee the attack. With a red forehead, Bell looked with some tears at the dark-haired god. People are deceitful. The best assassins can make their presence and bloodlust disappear without the need for magic or skills. To make matters worse, there are many magics and skills that do the above, Take Mikazuchi said with a challenging smile. Bell swallowed hard. Adventurers hone their instincts after hundreds of battles. We could say they use it unconsciously, but they never manage to use it to its full potential. First-class adventurers are barely scratching the surface of something much bigger, Take Mikazuchi spoke seriously. A great motivation was created in Bell. By the way, even if you can see the attacks coming, it doesn't mean you can dodge them. If you don't have enough speed and your reflexes aren't trained enough, you won't achieve anything, Take Mikazuchi said as he stood up. A slight emo aura enveloped the white-haired man. Here, put this blindfold on. For training, you must dodge my attacks blindfolded. Most of them will be launched with killer instinct, and I'll randomly launch one without it. Your goal will be to dodge them all, Take Mikazuchi said. Bell nodded as he put on the bandage and sat down on the floor. Take Mikazuchi stood behind Bell and with a wooden sword began to throw blows at Bell. The blows Take Mikazuchi threw didn't have much force, but they were full of killer instinct. Bell effortlessly dodged every attack with just a slight movement. Seeing Bell's reactions, a vein popped out on Take Mikazuchi's forehead. Take Mikazuchi raised the wooden sword above his head and gripped the hilt tightly before letting out a sigh. Bell stopped, sensing the terrifying aura around Take Mikazuchi, which made him worry. Where would the blow come from? Take Mikazuchi lowered his sword with all his might, and even when Bell felt a small breeze above his head, he did not expect the attack. The wooden sword broke over his head and Bell's face hit the ground. You're relying too much on your instinct to dodge attacks. It's good to rely on your instinct. In fact, it's a very good thing, but you're not concentrating at all. You're letting your body react on its own. If you don't concentrate, you won't be able to prevent attacks without killer instinct, and you'll just be dodging those that do have it. Take Mikazuchi said seriously. Bell chuckled softly as he painfully clutched his head. Let's start again, Take Mikazuchi said as he picked up another wooden sword. After having 5 broken swords hit in the head, Bell was grateful that they were made of soft wood and easy to break. With the 8th sword broken in his head, Bell was in the world of dreams. On behalf of Master, I thank you for your help, Semirami said with a smile. Take Mikazuchi nodded slightly. I'm sorry I can't help you more, but he has to go to the dungeon and I have to go to my job, Take Mikazuchi said, returning the smile to the Queen of Assyria. By the way, what do you want as payment for your teachings? Even though I need it, you don't seem like the type to accept money for favors, Semirami said. No, my knowledge is limited and I don't know how much I can help. It's not something worth money for, Take Mikazuchi said with some regret. Although I don't mind, Master likes to return the kindness shown to him, Semirami said. Well, since you insist, you see, my children and I are from the Far East and well, I heard from Hestia that you have a bathroom like that. If it doesn't bother my children, they would be thrilled to use it, Take Mikazuchi said while scratching his cheek. I understand is 7:00 p.m. okay. By that time, everyone has usually finished using the bathroom, Semirami said calmly. Thank you, Take Mikazuchi said, bowing. As soon as she saw Take Mikazuchi leave, Semiramis prepared to begin the mission Bell had given her. The Queen of Assyria looked over her shoulder with some displeasure. Several meters behind Semiramis, an unconscious Bell could be seen with his head in the lap of a certain blonde. That's it. He's become stronger again. A whisper echoed quietly in the air. Looking at the distant white figure far below, she seemed completely overcome with emotion. Her burning gaze followed the departing figure intently. Enveloped in a thin black evening gown, she was a slender and voluptuous figure. Her silver hair, which almost reached her waist, shone brilliantly. That's good, as long as you become more dazzling. Towards the window that reflected her excessive beauty, Freya stretched out her hands as if she were grabbing something. In one of the highest rooms in the tower, she, as the owner of that room, was currently looking down at Bell. More and more dazzling. You have that obligation after making me fall in love with you at first sight, Freya said. In that pair of eyes there was a deep love, and an absolute sense of superiority was established between her and the existence that was inferior to herself. Freya was already madly captivated by Bell. Freya had eyes called the eyes of revelation, which could see through to the very essence of people from the underworld, the soul. Those eyes, which could perceive the color of the souls of the dead before anyone else, had always brought together the person she liked. Become stronger, become more suitable, that is your duty, Freya spoke with a fervent desire within her. I like strong men too, you know, Freya said as if Bell could hear her, noticing Bell was an accident. One morning her figure walking along West Main Street was captured by that pair of silver eyes. I love you. The moment he saw it, that's what he thought. It was a feeling she hadn't experienced in a long time. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably, her abdomen ached, and a gasp of ecstasy escaped from the back of her throat. Just as she had done until now, she wanted him to be hers. Even if it was awful, her mind still let out that pure, almost childlike desire. In Bell's soul, there was a color that Freya had never seen before. It was a transparent color. From then on, what color would it turn into, or would it remain transparent? The goddess's interest in that stranger before her was endless. Ara, Fufu, did she realize it again? Freya said, covering her mouth with her hand. In front of his face, Bell, who had already become extremely small, suddenly stopped and turned his head. Even though Bell was extremely far away, Freya could see him sharpen his gaze in her direction. Bell's gaze countered Freya's. A small battle of glances ensued, the goddess versus the adventurer. The result. Ah, how I want it, Freya murmured with a blush on her face as she bit her index finger. Freya had lost the staring contest. The goddess was overcome by the adventurer, who destroyed all of the goddess's defenses with a single glance. You're the only one, Freya murmured. In all her years of life, absolutely no one had been able to hold a gaze with her, much less beat her. But this wasn't the first time Bell had beaten him easily, although it was the most violent time he had been. Freya had already developed a somewhat masochistic liking for that gaze that looked at her with disgust like a nasty insect. She had never been seen or treated that way before, and the goddess ended up liking it. Even though making it my own is something I've longed for, it's really complicated. I also wish that moment would never come. These moments are perhaps the most pleasant, Freya murmured as she stopped biting her finger. From time to time, her eyes flashed like those of a girl in love. Freya continued to gaze at Bell as if she were deeply in love. But that's right. It's almost time I was able to use magic, Freya murmured. Although Freya's eyes could not see through the true form of other gods' state, she could still vaguely perceive the situation by color and brightness and predict. From what he saw, Bell's magic window was empty, but it's strange, too strange. Her magical power is very high. I don't understand how she doesn't have magic. There are also things I don't understand about that glow of hers, thought Freya. Freya could actually see Bell anywhere in the city. This was due to Bell's brightness. Although her soul was transparent, its glow was golden, something unusual. Freya had never seen that before, and Bell's glow was special. A huge pillar of light surrounded him at all times. Freya had developed a masochistic liking for seeing that shine. It was extremely dazzling and blinding. It hurt his eyes, but he loved watching it. That pillar of light swallowed everything around it, even Belle's figure. It extended in a diameter of 1 meter around Belle and rose to a height that Freya was unable to measure. Freya loved Belle madly because of all the abnormal things that surrounded him, literally. Sighing heavily, Freya looked away from Belle. She had already reached her limit in terms of when she could appreciate it. Freya turned to look at a shelf behind her. Its color is beautiful, its brightness intense and blinding. It can be appreciated from anywhere in the city, but can it increase more? Thought Freya with a smile. Master, what's happening? As they walked towards their home, Leonidas watched curiously as Belle suddenly stopped and turned to look in a specific direction. I don't know, sometimes I feel an unpleasant gaze on my back. It's a rather disgusting gaze. Lately I've become more aware of that gaze, Belle said as he sharpened his gaze. I'd like to know whose gaze that is so I can tear their eyes out, Mordred said irritably. If that person bothers Master, it's my duty to get rid of them, Leonidas said seriously. Leave him alone, Belle said as he turned around and started walking away. A new day had begun, and as usual Belle was lying on the grass at his headquarters. Take Mikazuchi had taken the liberty of starting to instruct Belle in martial arts to improve his hand-to-hand combat, fall after fall. Take Mikazuchi's movements were very fast and elegant. He always used the same momentum from Belle to send him to the ground. Today, Belle was supposed to have a day off for various reasons, so Take Mikazuchi helped Belle train until 8 in the morning before going to his job, and then he continued training with Mordred and Leonidas until shortly after noon. Belle had heard that Leonidas was going to see Ina to discuss a curriculum for him, and Mordred had simply said that he didn't feel like going to the dungeon. So, are you resting today? Well, something like that, Belle said. With nothing to do and it being a little afternoon, Belle headed to the Lady of Abundance to get something to eat and pass the time. As usual, Belle had Sir on top of him. Belle couldn't make out what, but he knew there was something strange about that girl. Today is really boring, Belle sighed. So what about reading a book? Sir asked. Read a book, Belle murmured. Now that Belle thought about it, he really did have a lot of books not related to work or research that he wanted to read. He had acquired so many heroic stories that he hadn't read. That was the perfect solution to his boredom. Yes. Because you don't seem like the book-reading type. Why not take this opportunity to try it? Sir said with a smile. Belle smiled ironically. Before coming to Arario, he must have read more than 150 books in his entire life. Upon arriving in Arario, Ina made him read about 10 books. Well, I think I'll try reading a book. Thank you very much, Sir, Belle said with a somewhat forced smile. If I am able to help, then I am also very happy, Sir said with a smile. Belle returned Sir's smile. What kind of books do you like to read? Sir asked. I don't really have a preference, although I do like stories about heroes more, Belle said, though the last part was a whisper. When Belle thought about going to his residence, Sir said, in that case, and brought out a white book that was leaning against the wall. Why don't you try reading this book? Sir said with a smile. Isn't that book something a customer forgot? Belle said with a hint of boredom. He had already planned what to read, so he wasn't particularly interested in the book Sir was showing him. As long as you return it, there won't be any problems. Besides, the books won't lose anything after being read, and this must be something related to the adventurers. Perhaps there's written content that will help you, Belle-san, Sir said with a broad smile. Does it really not matter if I take it? Belle asked, still without much interest. That doesn't matter. Anyway, Mia Mama doesn't seem happy that this book was left at the store. If you can accept it, then maybe it would help us, and Sir spoke calmly before her face began to flush. Belle raised an eyebrow before looking curiously at Sir. I also want to become your strength, Belle-san, or something like that, Sir said, blushing and feeling a bit embarrassed. Belle smiled slightly before accepting the book. Belle returned to his headquarters before heading to his office. Belle's desk had been taken from his treasure. It was quite valuable and made of a wood that Belle didn't recognize. Belle sat in the chair similar to a royal throne behind the desk. The white-haired man, without much interest, took the white book in his hands. Belle opened the book, which had nothing written on the cover, and began to read. They were able to find a note on the first sheet. Autobiography, Mirror, Mirror. I'm the most beautiful magical girl in the world. Side story, letting you become a master of magic. Episode 1. Goblins can understand modern magic too. Belle felt a feeling of repulsion as soon as he opened the book and read the first page. It was an unpleasant feeling. Ignoring the bad start, Belle continued reading. Magic is divided into innate and acquired categories. Innate type means it is obviously related to the target's inherent qualities and race. Ancient magical races possess potential talent, and through practice and rituals they would be able to learn magic from the start. Although there was also the possibility that their attributes were partial, most of them were powerful and had a wide range of effects. It was his day off, and Belle felt like Ina had told him to read something. However, what are these little texts that wander between the lines? Belle thought. What appeared to be strange symbols were scattered throughout the book. Belle decided to ignore them and continued reading. The acquired type uses God's grace as a medium, so it's possible for shoots to grow. There are unlimited branches along the way. It is greatly affected by experience points. Magic equals interest. That is the primary fact needed for an acquired type. The things they worry about, accept, hate, dream about, feel, regret, revere, swear by, desire. What they believe always exists in their body. The grace of God will only reveal the most pristine part within their hearts. If you want it, then just ask. If you want it, then just break it. If you want it, then just sit and take note of it. The mirror that allows no deception to be prepared. Before Bell's eyes, the landscape changed and he could see himself. Then let's begin. Hearing his own voice, Bell lost consciousness. Tog, tog, tog. Bell opened his eyes slightly. His body felt heavy. Come in, Bell said with a yawn. The person who had been knocking on his door opened it and entered his office. The person was Hestia. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, Hestia said. Bell shook his head as he stretched. Hestia refrained from asking, were you sleeping? Since she knew how hard Bell worked for his family and for his noble goal. I figured you wanted to update your status as soon as I arrived, so I came to see you, Hestia said. Bell nodded before looking at a wall clock which read 4:00 p.m., which was Hestia's departure time. Hestia updated Bell's status normally. She had already gotten used to Bell's extremely high growth rate, but this time she froze. The minutes passed. Bell turned to look as much as he could at Hestia, who was on his back. Magic, Hestia murmured. Bell raised an eyebrow. Congratulations, you obtained another magic, Hestia said with a forced smile. Bellcranel. Bellcranel levels 1s. Strength A 896, A 896. Stamina B 875 S 999. Dexterity B 870 S 990. Agility A 890 S 999. Magic S 999. Magic. Sacred Flame, Fire-type magic, allows the creation of white flames that can be manipulated at will. Grants the user the ability to enchant their body or weapons with fire to enhance their physical abilities or the damage they can inflict. You awakened a magic in an abnormal, Hestia spoke wearily. Bell brought a hand to his cheek before turning to look at his desk. Bell's eyes glowed slightly. So that's it, Bell murmured. What is it? What's going on? Hestia asked curiously as she managed to hear Bell's murmur. Nothing, just that from now on I'll learn a magic spell every time I level up, Bell said with a smile as a book appeared in his hand. A grimoire, I see, so that's what it is. Well, it could also be called a treasure, Hestia sighed. Bell nodded before the book disappeared. As you know, I am the goddess of sacred fire. This title does not imply that I can harm others with fire. It implies that I control fire, Hestia spoke. Bell nodded. Your magic grants control over fire, meaning it doesn't just create it, and keep in mind that fire is more than just flames that burn everything in their path. After all, I'm telling you this, Hestia spoke proudly. Bell smiled nervously. After all, even though I was born with control over 207 types of Arcanum, I came to control 1314. I am the goddess with the greatest control over Arcanum. Well, not counting him, Hestia spoke proudly to finish in an almost inaudible murmur. Bell nodded, though he didn't know what that statement was about. Bell went out to the patio of his headquarters. It was already quite late, but he still went out to try something. Firebolt, Bell murmured as he raised his right palm. A white flame shot out of his hand. That was his basic spell or his first technique. Control over fire, Bell murmured as he opened and closed his right hand. Bell sighed before starting to walk. I was going to have to explain what had happened to Sir. Chapter 8. Wine from God. It must be around here somewhere. Where did that stupid hobbit go? Walking through the alleys of Arario, one could see a group of adventurers who seemed to be searching for something. While they were desperately searching, a black dove landed on the left shoulder of one of the adventurers. Shoo shoo, go away, growled the adventurer as he slightly moved his body and tried to shoo the dove away with his right hand. The dove tilted its head as if looking at the adventurer with curiosity. And suddenly, the adventurer screamed in pain. The dove had driven its beak into the adventurer's left eye. His eye had exploded, and a mixture of blood and another kind of liquid began to trickle down the adventurer's face. As the adventurer writhed on the ground, his companions looked at him with concern, and the dove took flight and left. Walking carefully through some alleyways, a small hobbit was carrying a bag of gems to be one step closer to her goal. As I was walking, I heard a scream. The hobbit peeked out from one of the alleyways and could see adventurers belonging to the Soma family. The hobbit immediately fled in the opposite direction. The hobbit gave a slight expression of gratitude for her good fortune. For once, it seemed that someone up there cared for her. Without realizing it, a black dove was following her. Located in an Oriental-style building was an office, which was filled with bookshelves full of books. In the center was a desk that looked quite expensive, and as a chair there was a throne that seemed to be carved from a solid block of gold. So what have you found? It's quite unpleasant. To be honest, your little toy is constantly bullied and robbed by its classmates. Its family is a dump, and its god doesn't deign to do anything. Upon hearing the words of a dark-haired woman, a white-haired man clicked his tongue in annoyance. The white-haired man brought a hand to his chin before standing up. Semiramis, follow me, we'll have a date, Belle said with a smile as he started walking. Fufufu laughed, the dark-haired girl, as she followed the white-haired boy. Aina, are you also getting ready to go out? Yes, that's what I was planning, the woman identified as Ina nodded in response to her colleague's question, beside the window of the guild headquarters. The reception area, located on the first floor, was covered in white marble walls and floor alike and exuded a serious atmosphere. The rays of the setting sun, filtering through the windows, illuminated the spacious and well-organized lobby. As she watched the lobby scene from the window side, Ina tidied her workspace and stood up from her seat. Wow, so punctual. You really finished your work this time, Ina. That must be a lie. Could it be because of a man? Why did I end up like this? Ina asked herself. I probably have a date. Ina, who is she? He's that serious, muscular guy with red hair. Or is he the rich boy with the pretty face and eyes who seems to be saying, "You're trash, you're not worth my time," a girl said, her cheeks flushed. Ina shook her head as she blushed. What do you think of Belle? Although his gaze is certainly quite penetrating, it's as if he's evaluating you, Ina thought with a slight blush. By chance. She is the black-haired elf. Don't tell me, Yuri, Ina smiled nervously. The Hestia family was a small, recently formed family, but it was well known. Apparently their captain, Bellcranel, possessed a lot of money and was referred to as one of the wealthiest people in the city. Similarly, it was known for being a family made up of extremely beautiful people. Belle and Leonidas were familiar faces in the guild. Both were extremely handsome, and despite not having any notable achievements, they already had a fan club, even though Leonidas had only been in Arario for a few days. Ina had earned a bit of envy for being their advisor. Ina sighed deeply to her. They weren't so much handsome boys as strange boys. Belle was so Belle. To put it mildly, he seemed to know a lot more than he let on. Leonidas was a hot-blooded idiot but with a good brain, which was the least unusual thing about him. He was passionate when it came to training and studying. He was the only person he could get along with when it came to education, since they both had similar beliefs about it: if it hurts, you haven't learned. For Ina, the Hestia family was curious. And there were still more members, Mordred and Semiramis. For some reason, Ina wasn't exactly a fan of the two of them. Both were very beautiful women. Mordred was constantly compared to the Sword Princess, and a rumor arose that they had a competition to see who could eat the most Jayagamarukan, a competition that ended in a tie. Semiramis, for her part, had won the hearts of all the elves in the city, both men and women. She was constantly compared to Reveria. But even though they were easy to deal with and didn't cause any problems, Ina couldn't stand them at all. When Ina saw them, she felt anger and disgust rise up through her body. Every time they came to the guild, the blonde would put her arm around Belle's neck and get very close to him. It almost seemed like she wanted to annoy him. Every time the dark-haired woman came to the guild, she would tell him how handsome Belle looked when he woke up in the mornings, or she would recount in great detail the times he fell asleep in her lap. On both occasions, Ina could only grumble inwardly. With a bad mood and an empty smile, the half-elf left the guild. Currently in the northwest section of Main Street, already bathed in the colors of dusk, there were almost no kiosks or street vendors. Only giant stores stood, carefully positioned on both sides of the street. As a street created for the guild headquarters, the shops there catered primarily to adventurers. In recent days, Ina had been investigating the internal situation of the Soma family. Why? If asked, she would simply reply that she was worried. If she had to elaborate, it was because she was concerned that Belle was involved in some kind of trouble. Even if I were to ask the person in charge of the Soma family, the content I would hear would be almost the same. Even when I searched through references and gossip gathered by the guild, there were no impressive results. He only revealed that they had an abnormal persistence towards money, a strange atmosphere that caused the members to enter a blinded state. A wine bar entered his vision. NNNNN, if I could enter this place, it would be the best, Ina murmured. From ancient times to modern times, when it came to intelligence gathering, people naturally thought of bars and city centers. However, Ina had some complicated feelings about the place. For an elf, the wine bars where numerous adventurers gathered were mostly gateways to hell. In other words, regardless of their race, as long as they were male, they would be attracted to them like bees to a flower, and they certainly wouldn't ignore them. Ahaha, as I expected, it's really not going to work, thought Ina as she smiled ironically. Probably imagining what would happen next, Ina walked past the wine bar, which exuded an adult atmosphere. Once she heard the adventurers' gruff voices inside, she slightly increased her pace in a panic. Ina was somewhat aware of her own appearance. Within their bodies flowed the blood of the elves, who had a reputation for producing handsome men and beautiful women. The opposite Hex instantly turned their gaze upon them and swarmed around them. This was something they had to accept. Ina had no intention of living as just an innocent girl, ignorant of worldly matters. She was already 19 years old. It shouldn't be strange if she was in a relationship. She herself felt that sometimes it was a slightly empty line. It was a misfortune to be completely devastated by work, But I haven't yet met a person who gives me the impression of, this is the person, thought Ina. Half of the people who spoke to Ina were robust and slender adventurers. She felt that when they were about to hold hands, everyone would spin her around and around, those overly reliable adventurers. Ina was a little scared by the fact that they were like that. Can't they be a little less reliable or something? Ina murmured. Maybe she wanted someone the kind everyone wanted to take care of, someone normal. Ina thought bluntly about the matter. A person plagued by problems, who through their own efforts would ultimately persevere by her side in the end, that kind of person. Ina would smile and care for him, thinking it couldn't be helped. They would both work together to build a relationship little by little, a relationship of give and take. Someone capable of trusting themselves, or perhaps someone who awakens their desire to protect. For Ina, that was perfect. Aha, why does he sound like a fair man like Belkun? Ina thought as she blushed. Ina stopped walking and laughed awkwardly at herself. Ah, it's here, it's here, Ina said with some excitement. Ina approached and entered a large two-story shop built of irregular stones. The name written on the shop sign was Lee Tail. The reason I went there was to investigate the wine that the Soma family was selling. The crystal bottles, which were harder than glass, seemed to have been placed haphazardly as they occupied the center of the store. Ina turned her head to look back and forth among the high-end products. There were many products displayed on the shelves. The blue liquid inside the round-bottomed flask was a recovery potion, the liquid in the thin tube was an antidote, and the one served in the elegant bottle was the elixir. All of these were commercially available family items. As long as it was a product from a particular family, basically most item shops would sell it. That shop not only occupied the area near Adventurers Lane, which had a high adventure rating, but another important factor was the complete variety of items it carried. After Ina saw more or less the items that the adventurers used, she casually approached the grocery area, indicated by the arrow mark inside the store. Ina, who found the Soma family sign on the wine bottle shelves, suddenly became excited. What sat on the wine rack was a plain glass bottle with no decorations whatsoever. The liquid inside was also clear. Even if it looked good, it certainly didn't look like something that would taste good. And while the other shelves still had many wines remaining, the Soma family shelf only had one bottle left. Looking at the white mark that seemed to have no motivation, Ina's jade-colored eyes flickered instantly. The name of the wine is the same as the main god. Could it be that Soma-sama himself named it? Ina murmured. Ina shook her head slightly as she prepared to call a store employee to take the product out of its display box. At that moment, she suddenly noticed the price. 60,000 volleys. Ina's forehead hit the bookshelf. That's what that wine costs. I can't believe it, it's more expensive than Belkun's entire outfit. Ina said with a laugh and then with a start. Ina rubbed her forehead, which was turning red as she looked at the wine Soma. It was on par with the items or equipment typically used by high-class adventurers. You could even say it was more expensive than that. While by no means unattainable, it wasn't something an ordinary person could just casually pick up and say, here, this one. And no way the money I brought will be enough, Ina murmured. Although the guild's salary was by no means inferior to that of adventurers, it did not reach the point where one could carry 60,000 volleys with him. Standing in front of the wine rack, Ina was suddenly overcome by endless frustration. Only one. A stern voice brushed past her ears. Hearing someone call her name, Ina turned around. Standing behind her was a tall elven beauty even for a woman. Her beautiful, lustrous emerald hair, which seemed to stretch all the way to her waist, was tied up in a bun. Her ears, peeking out from her beautiful hair, appeared to be pointing upwards like leaves. Even among the beautiful elves, that face could be described as a divine and beautiful jewel. It wouldn't be wrong to say that she would be incredibly popular. She, enveloped in an endless and breathtaking atmosphere, had eyes the same color as Ina's. No, they must have been a lighter jade color. This time, Ina was truly surprised. "Our Riviera-sama," Ina exclaimed in amazement. "As I expected, it's you. It's been a while since I've seen you, and in the short time we haven't met, you've become even more beautiful. I almost didn't recognize you," Riviera said, as although it couldn't quite be called a smile yet, the corner of her mouth curved gently. Before Riviera Eljos Alf, Ina hastily became respectful. I am deeply grateful. I am deeply afraid that those words are too exaggerated." Ina spoke in a most respectful manner. "Don't use that tone. This isn't our native home. Speaking of which, you weren't even born here, so there's no need to dwell on it," Riviera said wearily. "While that is true, my mother taught me beforehand that we must never forget and must revere the nobles," Ina said seriously. "Did she really teach you something like that?" "That's very sad, even though we were companions who left our native home together," Riviera said sadly. The elf let out what could have been a charming sigh. Riviera shot Ina a powerful look. "While mastering at least the ability to differentiate is necessary, anything beyond that is unnecessary. I'm bothered by the oppressive atmosphere that emanates from the depths of my heart. If you wish to respect me, please understand my feelings first," Riviera said dejectedly. "How could I?" Ina stammered. At Riviera's words, Ina shuddered with fear. In fact, Aina was born in a free city that welcomed mixed races living together, and she only had knowledge of the native home of the elves. However, the person standing before her was from the royal family. Half of her blood flowing inside her body made her bend over. That said, there's no need to completely change your attitude. There's no need to be so sensitive about it, that's what I'm saying, Riviera said. I understand, Aina murmured. Riviera nodded happily. When she was little, Aina returned to her hometown on several occasions, but she did not meet Riviera. Although Aina quickly learned of Riviera's existence when she joined the guild, her work arrangements made it difficult for them to meet. Although it wasn't impossible to meet, she had always been afraid and undecided. Being energetic is good enough. I didn't expect you to work at the guild, Riviera said with a small smile. I'm sorry, I originally wanted to contact you, Aina said apologetically. Don't worry. I was immersed in the dungeon every day after arriving in this city. I didn't have time to worry about other things. Putting it off until now, Riviera spoke with utmost elegance. Although Aina also grew up under the influence of her mother's good character, she still couldn't compare to her, who was born into the royal family. The two worlds were simply too different. Riviera-sama, why are you here? Aina asked politely. Not much, I used up all my items during my exploration a few days ago. I'm restocking them, Riviera said calmly. Can't you use magical healing? If I may ask, isn't that a bit silly? Aina said, raising an eyebrow. After all, magic isn't all-powerful. If a situation arises where I can use items, I don't use magic. What about you, Aina? Riviera said with a smile. She recalled her own goal when asked. Spurred on by Riviera's dime, Aina hesitated slightly and tried not to reveal any information from her research on the Soma family while answering. I believe it was to avoid unnecessary gossip about a guild member specifically investigating a particular faction. Oh, this wine, huh? Many people in my family enjoy it, Riviera said. Riviera-sama, among the people who like to drink this wine, are there any particular symptoms they showed, such as dependency problems or the like? Aina asked. If you want me to tell you, I think everyone who drinks wine is abnormal, but there's no one acting beyond the ordinary. Why do you ask those kinds of things? Riviera replied calmly. That's it, yes, although a friend recommended this wine to me, I heard that the wine from the Soma family seems to have some rather negative rumors, said Aina while mixing the facts into her words. I see. In fact, I heard that members of a certain family had some bad rumors going on, Riviera said. Do you know something, Riviera-sama? Aina asked, her eyes full of expectation. Before Aina, Riviera closed one of his eyes and looked at her. Riviera was very perceptive. She could easily see through the secrets inside a person's heart and then follow them to understand their true intentions. It had probably already been revealed that he was investigating the Soma family, Aina thought. While Aina was sweating profusely, she waited for Riviera's reply. Forget it. Unfortunately, what I know about that family isn't much. Maybe as much as you do or even less than that, Riviera said. Is that so? Aina said with disappointment. Although I'm not very clear on the matter, I do know someone who knows a lot about that faction, Riviera said. Aina was surprised by Riviera's words. Do you want to come to my family headquarters? Riviera said with a smile. Aina was completely stunned. Aina. A third voice interrupted the recently concluded conversation. Aina was even more shocked. A long guest house. In the northernmost part of Arario, next to a street that was a little far from Main Street, a large, long corridor was roughly constructed in the earth. The tall towers seemed to overlap each other like a forest, and they complemented one another. The top of each tower formed a flower. Although the height of the coppered vestibule was much lower than that of Babel, it was still high enough that looking at it would strain the neck. The top of the tallest central tower tinged the sunset with a faint green hue. It was as if it were a house built from pieces of fire. Riviera-san, welcome back. Excuse me, is she a member of the guild? And who are they? This girl is my friend and their guests. I hope you can bend the rules a little, Riviera said. After explaining to the male and female guards, Aina and Riviera went through the lobby door. Although standing together they looked like sisters, the truth was that the age difference was definitely more than double. Behind the two of them, a boy with white hair was walking calmly, and next to him a black-haired girl was walking as if she were in her own living room. About this, it may be too late to say, but is it really okay? Aina spoke timidly. What's wrong? Riviera asked, allowing someone who belongs to the guild to enter the headquarters if they were to steal classified information from the Loki Familia. Aina spoke nervously. If you don't, then don't say so, Aina. If you had ulterior motives, then I wouldn't have invited you in the first place. Or are you insulting me in a subtle way? Riviera said with a serious look. Aina nodded shyly. The room, decorated in a yellow-orange color, exuded a sense of calm and opened onto the hallway. Several sets of seemingly expensive sofas and round tables were arranged crosswise around it. Compared to using an upper-class study to describe it, the reception room looked more like a room where friends gathered. Just by looking at that space, he felt as if he were able to experience the atmosphere inside the Loki Familia. As Aina looked around, a scene entered her vision. Looking at the back of the armchair, she saw a group of golden objects lying alone behind it. No, it was a person's head. Long golden hair spilled over from the armrest. The person sitting in the chair twisted their thin neck and slowly looked towards Aina. "Welcome back, Reveria." "Yes, I'm back, Eyes," Reveria said with his usual seriousness. A beautiful girl who was younger than Aina. Delicate facial features that were full of sweetness and impressive striking body lines. Moreover, beautiful golden eyes that seemed to be crystal clear and could only be described as flawless. Inside his body there truly coexisted a sublime fighting spirit and adorable childishness. As Aina had previously told herself, she was a beauty that no one could help but sigh over. Eyes Wallenstein. "Who is that person?" Eyes asked, looking at Aina. I am," Aina stammered. "Someone who's like a relative to me." They should both also exchange a simple greeting, Reveria said. They were urged to introduce themselves. Eyes looked directly at Aina and clearly stated her name. Eyes, who wasn't wearing any equipment, looked like a noble lady. The pure white dress draped over her slender body gave off a strong impression of delicacy. Even her breasts, which could only be considered average, seemed a little larger. "You can address me as Semiramis," the dark-haired woman said with a certain disinterest. Eyes nodded slightly, and the eyes spoke with a hesitation. "Bellcranel, it's a pleasure to meet you," Bell said in a friendly tone. Eyes nodded shyly. I detected shame and regret directed at me. "What's that about?" Bell said with a smile as his eyes gazed at Eyes. Eyes immediately turned to look away. Reveria looked extremely confused. "Maybe tell me, is it about the Minotaurs?" Bell said, still smiling. Both Eyes and Reveria remained completely silent, not making a single sound. "A few weeks ago I was attacked by a Minotaur. Through my investigation I learned that the low-key familia was to blame," Bell said calmly. At Bell's words, Reveria turned pale and Eyes lowered her gaze. Eyes spoke with difficulty. "Don't worry, I don't hold a grudge," Bell said calmly. "But I arrived late," Eyes said. Bell smiled ironically. "We could say that thanks to that I met someone very special to me, a very beautiful blonde," Bell said, although the last part was unconscious as she looked at the ceiling. Eyes blushed slightly as she looked away. Aina puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. Reveria smiled brightly. Semiramis turned to look away in annoyance. "Anyway, that means you were there," Bell said with a smile. Eyes nodded. "When I arrived, the Minotaur was no longer there. I only caught a glimpse of you as you were leaving," Eyes spoke. Bell smiled with amusement. He brought it up simply for fun, to tease a little. He hadn't expected Eyes to actually have been at the scene. While Bell smiled amusedly at an embarrassed Eyes, Reveria intervened to help the blonde. "Eyes, did you replenish the items you used?" 10 days later, there will be another expedition," Reveria said. "Yes, I'll go tomorrow," Eyes said as she sat down in a chair and hugged her knees. Reveria nodded in satisfaction. "Reveria-sama, it's almost time. Regarding the matter I mentioned earlier," Aina spoke. Sorry, we'll call her," Reveria said, laughing heartily. "About that, Riviera-sama, weren't you going to call someone?" Aina asked. "Going out to look for her will be a real hassle. Ultimately, there's a chance we won't be able to find her. Letting her come to us is the right decision," Reveria said. Reveria gave Bell some signals. He gave a slight nod before snapping his fingers. From a white circle, a glass bottle landed in Bell's hands. He took a corkscrew that Reveria handed him and opened the bottle. Soon, a sweet and unique smell, which did not seem to be wine, overflowed throughout the reception area. "Wea, what a refreshing aroma," said Aina. Although I'm already used to the smell, but still," Reveria murmured. Bell took some glasses that were on the table in front of him and filled 4 glasses with the contents of the bottle. Aina and Reveria almost simultaneously brought the glass to their lips. Semiramis took it more calmly and looked at it as if she were looking at any cheap wine. Aina's eyes widened. So good. It was too good. It was as if her entire tongue were paralyzed by an intense sweetness. It was soft, as if it melted the instant it entered her mouth. The fragrance immediately filled her nose. The refreshing taste, even the final, lingering aftertaste, continued to swirl in her consciousness. It was as if it seeped into every crevice of her body. This should be able to attract customers on several occasions. Aina understood that with just one sip. This smell is. Then shortly after, Aina drank the soma. Da-da-da-da, as if the smell of wine had attracted her, sounds of intense footsteps were constantly approaching. "You, that's Soma." An instant later, with long red hair, the main goddess of the family, Loki, appeared. "Let it come, so that's what it is," thought Aina. It really is Soma. "What, you bought it especially for me, Riviera? You really are thoughtful," Loki said. Aina first looked at the wine glass that emitted the soft fragrance, then she understood what Riviera had foreseen. She had attracted Loki. "I didn't pay for it," Riviera said simply. "So it was Izutan. Did she come back depressed just so everyone could have a surprise?" "Cool, Izutan, you're so cute," Loki exclaimed excitedly. "That's not the case," I said simply while looking sharply at Loki. Loki sweated as he took a step back. "The one who bought it was," Reveria said, pointing at Bell. Bell, for his part, was analytically examining the glass in his hands. Just as Loki was about to speak, she was interrupted by Bell. Bellcranel. Bell spoke simply. Semiramis, the dark-haired woman, spoke simply as she examined the glass in her hands. Loki nodded before turning to look at Aina. "Who is this girl?" Loki asked. "This is the first time we have met, Goddess Loki." "My name is Aina Tool," Aina spoke. Whatever is fine, I feel like my head is itchy a little. Stop talking, Loki said, waving his hand violently as if annoyed. He seemed to have noticed something and continued staring at Ina's uniform. Expanding his right eye, he revealed a sinister smile. What is this? Someone from the guild wants to make contact with my family. Uranus, that old man, wants to abandon his neutrality. Is that it? Loki spoke. And no, Ina said desperately. This girl is my guest. I won't allow you to slander her, Riveria said harshly. Is that so? If you're a guest of Riviera, then that's fine. I'm sorry, Ina-chan, please forgive me, Loki said cheerfully, showing a dramatic change in personality. And no problem. There's no need to apologize, Ina said nervously. Well, let's skip the formalities and get straight to the point. Since you brought my favorite, what would you like to order? Loki asked, glancing between Bell, Semiramis, and Ina. I want information about the Soma family, Bell said directly, so you just wanted to ask about Soma. Haha, so that's what it was, Loki said calmly as she took the bottle of Soma and poured it for herself. I don't have a very good relationship with Soma either, that idiot. Although I don't know if I can live up to your expectations anyway, it doesn't matter if it was just a slip of the tongue. What is it you want to hear? Loki spoke. Bell was about to speak but was interrupted. What do you know about the reason for the anomaly within the Soma family? Ina asked. You went straight to the root of the problem, but how should I put it? Loki asked. Goddess Loki, I can see she's a fan of liquor, Bell said calmly. Loki, who was searching through his memories to answer Ina's question, turned to look at Bell with intrigue. I just tasted this wine. I can only say that I've tasted much better, Bell said simply. Loki looked at Bell with curiosity. I'm willing to provide you with a good wine if you're willing to tell me every detail you know about the Soma family, Bell said with a smile. Okay, count me in, Loki said while giving an exaggerated military salute. Bell nodded in satisfaction. A few hours later, since I've already said too much, is there anything else you want to hear? Loki asked as he looked at Bell. No, this is enough, Bell said calmly. Both Bell and Ina had already understood the situation regarding the Soma family. Semiramis, for her part, already knew everything the goddess had said. Although the thirst that arose from the normal wine was terrifying, it was still within the permitted range. There were also those who were only interested in money. If you really compared them to the other adventurers who entered the dungeon looking for money, they weren't so different. What was terrifying, though, was when they tried to achieve their goal at all costs. If it was just as Loki had said, that risk only occurred with a small number of believers. Ina-chan, Si-chan, Bell-kyan, Loki spoke with a smile. Yes. Bell and Ina both said as they turned to look at the goddess. It's like donkeys with a carrot dangling in front of them. They'll never be able to eat that carrot, you know, Loki said. Both Bell and Ina looked at the goddess with intrigue. The donkeys that run out of strength will fall first, then the greedy donkeys will eat the carrots from the other donkey, and until they are expelled, they will continue to snatch them away, Loki spoke. At first, what arose in both of them was confusion, followed by understanding. Currently, that family completely exudes that kind of feeling. After all, he's just a stupid radish. No one will stop him, Loki said calmly. Ina nodded and Bell clicked his tongue in disgust. So it's no wonder there's a donkey who doesn't get discouraged, even when his companions kick him. As a substitute for a person who isn't capable of doing anything, he'll work hard to be adopted by other owners who will feed him. A donkey who is cunning and intelligent and not easy to deal with, Loki said with a smile. Bell smiled ironically. By the time they realize it, their entire body could be completely naked. That kind of situation can also happen, Loki said with amusement. Loki, who stood up, stretched his lazy waist. Well, I've said everything I had to say, Loki said, extending his hands like a child waiting for a gift. Bell sighed before snapping his fingers. Everyone present could see a truly beautiful bottle appear in Bell's hands. You're not a member of my family and the information was superficial. This wine is ranked 407,892nd among the best wines. That should be reward enough, Bell said as he placed the bottle on the table. You describe it as if it were garbage. If my reward is garbage wine in a pretty bottle, you can be sure you won't be setting foot in this place again, Loki said as he reluctantly took a seat. Bell smiled smugly as Semiramis chuckled softly. Loki uncorked the bottle and poured some into a glass before bringing it to his lips and tasting it. The result. Loki had frozen in place. Her gaze had drifted off and she lost all strength in her muscles, causing her glass to hit the ground and shatter. Riveria looked at Loki with uncertainty. The goddess cleared her throat. Well, it's nothing special even so. I consider a mediocre wine like this gift enough every time you come to this place, Loki said, looking away. Bell smiled somewhat nervously. The goddess laughed softly before turning to look around. Her gaze finally settled on Eyes. Look, Izutan, how long do you plan to be depressed? Loki spoke hurriedly. Eyes turned to look at Loki silently. Right, why haven't we updated your status? You haven't done it since you came back, have you? Loki said with a smile. I understand, Eyes said almost in a whisper. Phew, it's been a long time since I touched your soft skin, Izutan, Loki said with a lascivious smile. If you do anything strange, I'll cut you off, Eyes said seriously. Loki leaned forward, wrapped his arms around Eyes' shoulders and left the reception room. not before silently taking the bottle of wine. Before disappearing behind a wall, he gestured to Ina and winked at her. She really is an interesting goddess, Ina said with a forced smile. While I can only agree that it's interesting, it changes too quickly. We all trust her deeply, Riveria said. You too, Riviera-sama? Ina asked. Yes, me too, Riveria said with a small smile. Looking at Riviera, who closed both eyes and revealed a slight smile, Ina also smiled. After a while, Ina stretched out her hand and took the last full glass of wine. Aiziutan REACHD level 6 PFFT. Ina spat out the wine she had drunk. Ina, Riveria said with concern. Wow, I'm sorry. Ina exclaimed, clearly embarrassed. Belle, who until a moment ago had been reclining in an armchair, smiled brightly. That's what I wanted to hear, Belle murmured. The Queen of Assyria turned to look at her master in confusion. Belle leaned slightly towards the dark-haired woman and spoke into her ear. When I saw her, I could see that her value increased, Belle said with a slight smile. Semiramis nodded lightly. Belle stood up before he started walking. Well, I've heard what I wanted to hear, I'll take my leave, but not before a gift, Belle said as he extended his right hand towards Riveria. Riveria looked curiously at Belle's hand before opening her eyes in surprise. It's the same color as your beautiful eyes, Belle said with a smile as he placed what appeared to be an emerald-colored gem in Riveria's hands. Without saying anything else, Belle left the place. And tell me, what do you think of the boy? In the previous room, Riveria and Loki could be seen. If I had to describe him, an incomprehensible prince, Riveria said seriously. I think it suits her. Her pretty face can hide many things, Loki said with a smile. Like a mask, a pretty mask, a sweet mask. It sounded better in my mind, Riveria said simply. Hey, you gave me a good idea, it'll be for that occasion, Loki said amusedly. Riveria sighed heavily. My biggest problem with the dwarf girl's boy is his eyes, they seem to see right through your soul, and it's like he knows everything about you. He reminds me of her, Loki said with distaste. And about the other one? Riveria asked calmly. She's quite pretty, but she's in the same boat. She has a royal aura similar to yours, but she's more of a black heart queen, the kind who will destroy anyone who bothers her or damages anything of hers, Loki said simply. That description fits him, Riveria said calmly. By the way, what was it that he gave you? Loki asked. A magic crystal, Riveria spoke. I doubt it's just a simple magic crystal, Loki said, Riveria sighed. It's at least 20 times more powerful than the ones I usually handle with my cane, Riveria said. Ah, the dwarf got someone interesting, Loki said with a smile. Riveria said nothing more. 5 days after the meeting at the Loki family headquarters. Gnome's Variety Store. In that antique shop with an uncreative name, a small-scale commercial transaction was taking place today. Inside the store with numerous decorations, the customer, a hobbit, stood silently, surrounded by items that lacked uniformity. I've kept you waiting, said the gnome. The hobbit shook his head. She has been beautifully granted the support status against the effects of poison. She is high class, so what about 48,000 varisu? The gnome spoke as he looked at an item on the table. Upon hearing the owner's words, the hobbit nodded in satisfaction. The trade was established. Do I have to pay with cash today? Asked the gnome. No, it's fine if it's the same as always, the hobbit said simply. The negotiations proceeded smoothly. The sound of the large clock inside the store echoed between them. Although I can't say that this old man is a great gnome, murmured the gnome. Ignoring the customer who bowed his head, he played a little with his decorations using his hand and after a short time continued talking. It's still best not to put your head in anything too dangerous. Although it may be too late now, said the gnome. The hobbit remained silent. Although the general public is unaware of it at this point, word has spread among adventurers that there is a dishonest hobbit who steals belongings. Occasionally, he even empties the entire set of equipment, said the gnome. What are you saying? Asked the hobbit. Nothing, I'm not doubting you either. That hobbit is a woman and she seems to be a repeat offender. For you who are a man, these words can certainly be said to be aimed at the wrong people, the gnome said calmly. The hobbit nodded. I heard that almost all the stolen items were praised by this old man's eyes, wasn't that right? This old man thought it might be best not to exaggerate things if you want to have a relationship with your friends, the gnome said, stroking his beard. Casting a sinister glance at the owner's words, the hobbit revealed a slightly arrogant expression and flashed a smile. It seems there's a rather malevolent hobbit, but even if they say so, what's the problem? Adventurers aren't qualified to speak ill of others, are they? Most of them do dirty deeds too. Aren't they similar to stealing or bullying? The hobbit spoke with obvious annoyance. That's it, the gnome managed to say. If it were me, I'd say this too. Don't overlook your own actions, the hobbit spoke, venom dripping from his voice. The gnome remained silent. It may be cruel, but the blame still lies with the party that was deceived, said the hobbit. The owner's anguished groan was drowned out by the mournful ticking of the large clock. It was a new day. As on every day, Bell was brutally beaten by his teachers without any mercy. After regaining consciousness, tending to his wounds, and taking a bath, he was ready to start another day in the dungeon. Belle, Mordred, and Leonidas left their home and headed to West Main Street. Under the cloudless sky in a wide, round plaza, many armed warriors gathered. Belle and Leonidas were a clear example. Hasn't she arrived yet? Belle murmured as he looked around for Lily. Ever since Belle met the Hobbit girl, he knew she wasn't one to be late. In the 8 days since he met her, she had never been late. As Belle walked looking for Lily, he spotted something in the distance. On the corner of the central square, Lily and a group of male adventurers were there. The 3 burly men surrounded little Lily. They made horrible faces as they shouted something, and Lily used all her strength to turn her face away. Belle sighed heavily. Leonidas looked at everything with a sour taste in his mouth. "Enough, give it to me," shouted one of the men. "I don't have it anymore, seriously," Lily managed to say. Just as Belle was about to give an order, a voice echoed behind him. A voice, along with a hand resting on his shoulder, caught Belle's attention. Belle turned to look at the person responsible. What he saw was repulsive. The man wasn't exactly handsome or ugly, his soul was simply rotten. The sight was unpleasant, and Belle swore he felt a nauseating smell reach his nose. The subject's value was negative. He was so unpleasant that Belle did not wish to see him. "You really were that brat back then? Forget it and listen to me. Did you team up with that dwarf?" The man said with distaste. Belle remained silent as he looked at the adventurer with disgust. "Hey, answer me quickly. Did you hire that assistant?" the adventurer said irritably. "So what?" Belle said, crossing his arms. Facing the man, who revealed an irritated expression, Belle looked at him with displeasure. The man let out several complaints before seeing Belle. "Kid, help me set a trap for that dwarf," the man said. Belle raised an eyebrow in annoyance beside him. Leonidas clenched his fist tightly while Mordred clicked his tongue. "I won't tell you to do it for nothing. Not only will I give you a reward, but I'll also split half of the money I get from it," the man said with clear malice. Belle smiled broadly. "Just pretend you're going to the dungeon with that dwarf like usual. Then just find a reason to casually go out for a while and let that girl fall for it. It's not a big deal, is it?" "It's very simple," the man said with a broad smile. The man couldn't stop the corner of his mouth from turning into a smile. And then J-A-J-A-J-A-J-A. Belle's smile turned into a big laugh. Belle wiped away a tear before looking at the man. "You made me laugh like no one ever has before. You, a simple worm trying to attack Lily, are definitely funny," Belle said with a smile. The man's smile disappeared, and in a fit of anger he threw a punch at Belle. A blow that never came. Mordred had grabbed the man's arm. "You're trying to throw stones at the clouds? Even an idiot like you should understand that's practically impossible, especially with your abilities," Mordred said, with a very nasty look. The blonde twisted the man's arm behind his back and didn't let go until she heard a crack. Leonidas looked at the man lying on the ground with a certain satisfaction. "Don't just stand there, you have work to do," Belle said, pointing towards where Lily was. Leonidas quickly arrived where Lily was. His arrival surprised both Lily and the 3 men. The king of Sparta grabbed the first man by the face and smashed his face against the ground. The other 2 men tried to attack Leonidas. Leonidas used the first man's face as a fulcrum and delivered a kick to the second man's chin, who then spun around and punched the third man in the stomach. Lily was shocked by what had happened. The king of Sparta stood up and looked at Lily calmly. "I'm glad you're okay." Leonidas fractured one of their limbs, Belle said calmly as he looked at Lily and then at Leonidas. Leonidas nodded before placing his foot on the first man's right arm. Both Belle and Lily heard a crack. The first man awoke from his unconsciousness but was quickly sent back to sleep by a kick from the king of Sparta, which broke his septum. Lily suppressed a gasp of astonishment at how easily Leonidas disabled several people. The hobbit looked at Belle with perplexity. The white-haired man was completely calm. "Well, it's time to get you out of that detestable place," Belle said with a smile as he patted Lily on the head several times. At that moment, Lily did not understand those words. In front of Lily was a large gate. Behind this gate were several buildings and watchtowers. This was the home of the Soma family. There were 2 people with Lily. The 3 of them entered the place. There were drunken adventurers all over the place, both men and women. Most felt intimidated by Mordred's aura, which was very angry. The few brave stupid ones who tried to stop the group's advance were silenced by a blow from Mordred to their faces, a blow which destroyed their septums, left them without several teeth and with their mouths bleeding. The group made their way through the complicated and complex corridors of the main tower. After a while, they found the staircase that led to the 2nd floor. The group climbed stairs one after another until they reached the 3rd floor. The room of the god Soma was on the 3rd floor. "Where do you think you're going, Burn?" When they finally arrived at the room of the god Soma, the door was opened and a man came out of it. Said man looked at Lily in a contemptuous manner. "Lily wants to see Soma-sama." Lily spoke forcefully. The adventurer in front of the door, who went by the name of Xannies, adjusted his glasses before looking at Lily. "You know the rule, there's a quota," Xannies said. "Lily doesn't have the money," said Lily. Xannies looked at Lily with disdain before mocking her. "Well, go then," Xannies said with a smile. Suddenly, a loud noise occurred. Mordred had grabbed Xannies by the head and slammed it hard against the wall. "We don't have time for your nonsense. Master wants this girl for today," Mordred said with a very angry look. Who are you talking to? You knocked the guy unconscious, Leonidas said with a nervous smile. Mordred laughed nervously as he let go of the face of the bespectacled man. Xannies' glasses had been destroyed, blood was flowing from his nose, mouth and several other parts that had been cut by the pieces of glass. Lily could only watch in shock as her family's captain fell to the ground with no apparent intention of moving. In her darkest days, Lily had tried many times to escape the abyss only to have her connection to the Soma family drag her back. The hobbit opened the door. Soma was there. He stood in front of the wide balcony, tending to the various kinds of plants that grew in the sunlight. The amount of water each plant received, the future ingredients for his wine, was the only thing on his mind at this moment. Soma-sama, please listen to what Lily has to say, Lily said, trying to get the god's attention. At first, the god continued working with his slightly dirty robe despite Lily's pleas until he finally turned away with a slightly annoyed look on his face. Soma's cheek twitched as if Lily's voice had hurt his ears. He slowly turned to face her. Lily wants to leave the family, Lily said as she put a hand to her chest. Soma looked at Lily. Before searching for someone else, he didn't see anyone, so with a shrug he started walking, not without signaling to Lily to follow him. Soma and Lily went to the second floor of the main tower. Leonidas and Mordred followed them. The two entered a small room with no windows. There was no need to worry about any information being exposed to prying eyes or ears. The three of them set to work in the dim light. Lily sat down in a chair, took off her blouse, and exposed the state on her back. Soma made a small cut on her finger and ran it over the hieroglyphs. The ichor in her blood made the markings glow. His finger moved swiftly across her skin as if deciphering a puzzle. The hieroglyphs glowed with each passing moment until each mark began to flicker. That should be fine, Soma murmured. Lily nodded as she adjusted her blouse. The hobbit left the room, leaving a thoughtful Soma behind. Lily left her former family's base. She felt like a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. The group of three had a short walk until they reached the headquarters of the Hestia family. Upon arriving, Lily was guided towards Hestia so that she could give her Falna. Hestia pricked her finger and added her own ichor, gradually erasing several hieroglyphs as their color faded. The markings indicating Soma's contract disappeared from view as Hestia's name and symbols were engraved above Lily's name at the top of her state. Conversion. A ceremony that allowed a child from the underworld to be transferred from one family to another. A ring of light wound its way around the girl's state, making it resemble an epitaph in the dimly lit room. The Hestia familia markings glowed brightly at the top. From this moment on, Lily was now one of Hestia's dependents. Lilaruka Ard. Level 1. Strength I42 I81. Stamina I42 H123. Dexterity H143 G232. Agility G285 F383. Magic F317 E402. Magic. Cinderella. Transformation magic. The goal of the transformation is based on imagination when chanting. When precision is lacking, it will end in failure, recommended for imitation. Activation chant, your wound is mine, my wound is mine. Release chant, the echo is the signal of midnight. Skills. Anonymous hero. Activates when the weight of the equipment exceeds a certain limit. The compensation amount is proportional to the weight. Royal bond. Allows you to copy skills from people you share Falna. Only one skill can be copied at a time. Activation may be required depending on the skill type. If you don't have a clear idea of which skill you want to copy, the skill that best meets your needs and/or desires will be copied. With great simplicity, Hestia passed her status sheet to Lily. Lily gained a skill. Lily murmured in shock as she looked at her status sheet. Didn't you have it before? Hestia asked curiously. Lily shook her head. When Lily placed her status sheet on the table, Hestia picked it up and looked at it with great curiosity before becoming a little worried. The sun had set quite some time ago. It being past midnight, Lily headed to Bell's office. Upon entering, he could see Bell sitting at his desk while reading several documents in front of him. What do you need? Bell asked. Lily tried hard. I want answers, Lily said. Bell raised an eyebrow. I tried to deceive you, Lily said. I know, Bell said calmly as he stood up. I tried to rob you, Lily said, clenching her fists. I knew that too, Bell said as he stood in front of Lily. So why I'm helping, Lily asked Lily with tears in her eyes. Bell laughed softly as he stroked Lily's head. For one simple reason, I'm a selfish person, Bell said with a smile. Lily looked up. From the moment I saw you, I knew I loved you. That rotten place wasn't suitable for someone of your kind, Bell said with a smile. You talk as if Lily were an object you can possess, Lily said, wiping away her tears. Object or not, there is something that is undeniable, Bell said with a smile. Lily looked at Bell with uncertainty. From today on you belong to me, you are the first piece in my collection, Bell said with a smile. Lily was breathless. Object, person, thing, or entity, none of that matters, you are my property, Bell said before taking Lily in his arms. Lily was speechless. As something that belongs to me, I won't allow anyone else to hurt you. I'll make sure you grow and shine brightly whatever you lack. I'll give it to you. I'll always be there. When you have doubts, I'll be there to guide you. When you lack strength, I'll give it to you. When you feel alone, I'll be there, Belle said with a smile. Lily remained completely silent before bursting into tears. Belle pressed Lily's face against his abdomen. Cry all you want, I don't want you to suffer. I'll take all your pain and suffering, you just have to smile and be happy. Let me take all the bad things, Belle said with a smile. Lily nodded as best she could while still crying. Belle affectionately stroked Lily's head. But you recorded the following in your head, Belle said. Lily nodded. You belong to me. Chapter 9, Training Part 1. So there are no more problems with the Soma family. Yes, nobody should try to find Lily. It was already the next morning. Weak rays entered through the windows, marking the dawn. Hestia and Lily were having a chat about various topics. They had been talking for quite a while. Hestia trusted Belle completely and didn't judge his judgment too much. When in the middle of the night he brought a strange girl she had only heard of a couple of times and told her to give him her falna, she accepted without much resistance. The little goddess glared at Lily, but her expression quickly softened. Hestia knew perfectly well that Lily had tried to deceive and steal from Belle, but had failed after learning about her circumstances. She understood her actions. It was difficult for Hestia to feel hatred towards Lily for something like that. Many in her situation would have done the same. Even so, something bothered the little goddess. Lily had failed in her attempts to swindle Belle, but she continued to stay by his side. Why? Hestia growled inwardly as her pigtails flapped in the air. Well, it's gratifying to see our family grow. Semiramis's sweet voice broke into Lily and Hestia's conversation, which had ended long ago. Semiramis gently placed a slice of cake in front of Hestia. The little goddess's eyes lit up like a little girl's. The beautiful queen approached Lily and placed a slice of cake in front of her, then leaned to one side of Lily. If you try to harm Master, rest assured that I will destroy you, Semiramis said in a sweet voice into Lily's ear. Lily's whole body trembled greatly. Semiramis walked away from Lily to return to her work. Take that threat seriously. We all adore Belle here in one way or another. Try anything and you'll regret it, Hestia said. Lily would have taken Hestia's advice seriously if Hestia's face wasn't covered in cake. Lily crossed her arms and gave Hestia an arrogant smile. Hestia-sama is absolutely right. We all adore Belle-sama here, all of us, Lily said with a smile while emphasizing the last word. Hestia ground her teeth. If you finished talking, Lily, it's time to go. The two lowlies turned to look at Belle, who was finishing putting on his armor. With impressive speed, Hestia grabbed Belle's arm and pulled him towards her. What? Belle asked as he looked towards Hestia. Well, since you were brought here like some abandoned cat, I hope you won't cause any trouble for my Bellcun, Hestia said, emphasizing the my. The surrounding atmosphere changed completely, just like a tiger guarding its territory. It used its eyes to convey the message, if you dare attack, I will devour you. Lily was surprised when Hestia, who was preventing her cheeks from twitching, was present. She was a goddess. She was a divine being, a noble existence worthy of reverence. However, above all else, she was still a girl. No, it was better to say an enemy. Lily's head was filled with a wave of anger towards her, who squeezed Belle's arm to her chest and above all pointed at the line in front of Belle as revenge. Lily used both hands to pull on Belle's other arm. Faced with Hestia's intense, penetrating gaze, which was full of ill intentions, Lily returned her gaze directly. Because Belle-sama always treated Lily with kindness, Lily would never do anything to cause Belle-sama any trouble. On the contrary, Lily will do her utmost to please Belle-sama in every possible way, Lily said while looking defiantly at Hestia. The two girls glared at each other challengingly as they pulled Belle from side to side. Belle laughed nervously. In this situation, only one person, a hero, someone extremely brave, the man among men, intervened. Excuse me, Hestia-sama, we're running late. Leonidas spoke as he began to walk, with Lily on his right shoulder like a sack of potatoes and while dragging Belle by the collar of his shirt with his left hand. Belle said goodbye to Hestia with just a nervous wave of his hand. And tell me, Lily, what do you think of everyone? Belle asked. Sitting in a corner of the 9th floor, Belle and Lily were having lunch while Leonidas dealt with some monsters. Well, Semirami-sama is very scary. Mordred-sama shows no interest in Lily and I'm not interested in her in the slightest. Hestia-sama and Lily are sworn enemies. Only Leonidas-sama is a nice person, Lily spoke with complete honesty. Belle laughed slightly at Lily's response. But Belle-sama is the nicest person in the world and the most important to Lily, said Lily, as she threw herself into Belle's arms and buried her head in his abdomen. Belle's eyes shone momentarily, and in that time he was able to see Lily's worth and the color of her soul. All the rust in Lily's soul had disappeared, revealing a beautiful brown color that shone intensely. Likewise, small white particles floated around it. Belle smiled warmly. As always, you haven't gained a single point, Hestia said as she handed a sheet of paper to Leonidas. Leonidas clicked his tongue as he looked at his status sheet. And like you haven't been either for the last few days, Hestia said as she turned to look away and handed a sheet of paper to Belle. Belle sighed as he watched his stats stagnate at 999. Only she and Lily remained in Hestia's office. After Hestia finished updating her status, she gave it to Lily. Lily. Level 1. Strength I-81 H110. Stamina H123 H153. Dexterity G232 G282. Agility F383 F420. Magic E402 E442. Lily was very surprised by a bored Hestia. 196 murmured Lily. Ah yes, Hestia spoke while looking at her nails. Seconds later Hestia realized something. Both the little goddess and Lily were in shock. Lily had gained an increase of 196 points in a single day. This was by adding up the increases in her individual stats: strength 29, stamina 30, dexterity 50, agility 47, magic 40. Compared to Belle's enhancements, it didn't seem like much, but for a normal adventurer it was. Similarly, the day before, Lily had gained 392 points in her stats, also by adding up the individual increases of her 5 stats, but this had been after 6 months without updating it, so Lily couldn't feel happy about it. To put it more clearly, Lily's magic had increased by 85 points over the course of 6 months, and today, in just one day, it had increased by 40 points. That was a considerable increase. Little Lily had never in her life had such a big increase, although she certainly had increases of more than 30 points. That was after months without updating her status. Returning to the comparison and using their magic statistics, an increase of 85 points over a period of 180 days or 6 months cannot be compared to increasing by 40 points in a single day. Lily left Hestia's room with great joy. TOC, TOC, TOC. Baz. Upon hearing knocks on her door, Hestia spoke in a calm voice. Oh, Hestia, I want to talk about the little hobbit's growth, a dark-haired woman said with a smile. I have no idea what you're talking about, Hestia said, looking in another direction. Oh, come on, I've seen Masters and the Hobbit's stats. From the beginning, it was obvious that Master isn't your average adventurer. I researched adventurer growth, and it's very different from Masters. Than a certain Hobbit arrives with the ability to copy skills, and coincidentally she starts growing faster. What's Master's ability all about? Semiramis asked with a smile. When cornered, Hestia decided to tell everything. So the yellow chimpanzee influences her growth, Semiramis said with her arms crossed. Hestia nodded in annoyance. Hey, oh yeah, Hestia, Master is still somewhat innocent. Maybe it's not a good idea to talk about his ability, but show him that his condition is still progressing. He's currently a calmer person, but he can get frustrated if he thinks he's stagnated, Semiramis said seriously. Hestia nodded in understanding. I'll ask you to speak with Lily and explain what happened, how her ability and Belle's work. If they share a similar growth rate, it would be good for Leonidas to start training her, Semiramis said calmly. This family will drive me crazy, Hestia said with a sigh. Anyway, I'll go talk to Hephaestus. A few days ago, some new material was found in Master's treasure, and it's probably the key to what we want, Semiramis said as she stood up. Since you're going as you say, it would be good for Assistant Kun to start training. Because of his growth, it would also be good for him to get a weapon, Hestia said with a smile. One like the one you do for a master's degree. Semiramis asked curiously. Well, Assistant Kun is a hobbit. I think Loki's captain is a hobbit, and he uses a spear, so a spear, Hestia spoke with slight excitement. Semiramis chuckled slightly before nodding and leaving the room. Currently, a white-haired man could be seen walking on Adventurers Street. As the white-haired man walked, he turned abruptly. Belle narrowed his eyes, which conveyed a very too palpable murderous intent. He disliked that look more and more, and today he wasn't in a good mood. In a certain room, a silver-haired goddess fell to the floor while experiencing various types of orgasms. Returning with Belle along this one-way path, the Adventurers Guild, Belle wanted to ask Ina about how to level up. Belle's frustration prevented him from seeing that Ina wouldn't tell him that easily. Fortunately, Belle's intelligence prevented him from entering the dungeon alone and with a high probability of dying. After a walk, Belle arrived at the Adventurers Guild building. Slowly, the white marble lobby came into view of Belle. Belle calmly walked through the lobby and headed towards Ina's reception window, but someone was already there. Out of frustration, Belle didn't pay much attention to the adventurer and simply approached the counter. After a few steps, Belle could see that the adventurer had long golden hair, which was very beautiful. Shortly before Belle arrived at the reception, Ina turned to look at him and stared at him intently. Then, as if following that reaction, the person who had their back turned slowly turned around. Her long golden hair swayed, revealing a pair of clear golden eyes, a slender jaw, and a delicate neck. Her delicate white skin was utterly at odds with her female race. She was simply beautiful with an appearance that rivaled that of a goddess. Belle knew that person. He had seen her a few days ago. Belle calmly walked to Ina's reception. The half-elf looked at Belle for a few seconds before clearing her throat and speaking. Belle-kun, just a few moments ago they were asking about you, and well, she'd like to know if you could spare her a few minutes of your time, Ina said while pointing at the blonde adventurer. Belle looked at the blonde for a few moments. Do you want to talk to me? Belle asked. The blonde simply nodded. Belle gave a slight nod before turning around and starting to walk away. The blonde then followed Belle. In the center of the large courtyard in front of the guild headquarters, a white-haired man and a blonde woman could be seen sitting on a bench. What did you want to talk about? Belle asked. Loki wanted to know if you would sell him any of the liquor you gave him last time, the blonde said calmly. Okay, 35 million volleys. Tell him that's the price. Also tell him I'm practically giving it away at that price, Belle said calmly. Upon hearing the price of the liquor mentioned, the blonde was stunned, her gaze unfocused. Belle smiled slightly at the blonde. Or you could also tell him I accept a trade, Belle said with a smile. Exchange. Eyes asked doubtfully. Yes, tell him that if he transfers a pretty blonde swordswoman with golden eyes from his family to mine, I can give him a bottle of liquor 1,000 times better than the one he tasted last time, Belle said with a smile. Eyes nodded slightly. At that moment, Belle began to count in his mind 3, 2, 1. Eyes froze completely as her eyes widened, processing the information. I don't think I'd trade you for a bottle of liquor, I don't think so, Eyes said with a certain certainty, although the last part was an almost inaudible whisper. Belle Rio meant. I've heard you're working hard on your exploration of the dungeon, Eyes said lightly. Belle tilted his head slightly. When I asked about you, your advisor thought you had hurt yourself, Eyes. Belle Rio meant. In her own words, something happened to Belkun. I've told him 1,000 times that it's too soon for him to venture to the 10th floor and above, but he doesn't listen to me, Eyes said. Belle smiled as he imagined a hysterical Ina. From my point of view, it seemed like she wanted to vent, Eyes said lightly. Yes, I make her work hard. Every now and then I ask her for authorization for a new floor and she bombards me with information. She's a great advisor, Belle said with a smile. Eyes looked curiously at Belle before speaking. You've already reached the 10th floor, incredible, Eyes said while looking at Belle analytically. It's not a big deal, I needed the help of many for that, my goal is still completely out of my reach, Belle said as he raised his gaze towards the sky. Eyes looked curiously at Belle, who was gazing at the sky with great longing. I also considered that despite training and giving my all, there are aspects that I still haven't mastered and are beyond my reach, Belle said involuntarily. Eyes glanced at Belle for a moment before falling silent, then she looked at Belle somewhat embarrassed before speaking. If that's the case, do you want me to show you? Eyes asked. Belle remained silent for a moment before blinking a couple of times, fighting techniques. Nobody's teaching you, are they? Eyes spoke in a tone that was both determined and embarrassed. Belle remained silent again. The white-haired man currently had 3 teachers. Leonidas taught him how to fight hand-to-hand and train his muscles. He also helped him study and create strategies for different monsters. Take Mikazuchi taught him to control that and taught him martial arts techniques. Mordred, well, Belle didn't know exactly what Mordred was teaching him. You could say she was cultivating his stamina and teaching him to hit anything that moves. For a moment, Belle saw Eyes. The blonde was level 6, she must know a trick or two to level up. With that in mind, Belle replied. Yes, for the moment nobody is teaching me, Belle said seriously. Belle's statement wasn't entirely a lie, since by saying for the moment, he never specified a time. He could very well say that at this precise moment nobody was training him, and he would be right, since at this moment he was with Eyes not training. Eyes nodded in satisfaction. Belle looked calmly at Eyes, hoping he could use her to learn how to become stronger. Similarly, another person shared that same thought with Belle. The sky barely reflected the first rays of the sun with a pleasant warmth. It was barely 7:00 and Belle had already received his daily beating. Today, for some reason, their teachers had been more brusque. Mordred almost cut off his leg and he only had a wooden sword. Likewise, Leonidas broke several of his things. Both of them were too rough when training. In a matter of weeks, Belle had received so many blows and fractured so many bones that it had become commonplace. Belle had told his family that he had things to do. He had also told Leonidas and Lily that he would see them at the Tower of Babel at 10:00 a.m. The white-haired man headed towards his destination, which was the walls surrounding the city, more specifically the outer section to the northwest. From this location, the interior of the city could be easily seen. The Pantheon, the Colosseum, the headquarters of the famous families, all that and more was visible. Are you ready? As soon as Belle arrived, he was greeted by a somewhat monotonous voice belonging to Eyes. Belle nodded slightly. Because the Loki Familia would be going on an expedition soon, and Belle wanted to train as soon as possible, his training would start today and end when the expedition begins. So Eyes, what am I supposed to do? Belle asked curiously. Belle only knew the training methods of 3 berserkers who didn't know the word limit or the word measure, so he didn't have much of an idea of what the normal training of an adventurer would be. Eyes squeezed her thin chin and stood there, frowning as she desperately tried to think of something. Although I've been thinking about it since yesterday, Eyes murmured. Eyes silently shifted her gaze like a scolded child. Belle had the feeling that Eyes had become smaller. You only use a dagger? Eyes asked. Eyes fixed her gaze on Belle's dagger 7W7, which was carefully sheathed at his waist. As expected of Gil Bell, he carried everything in his treasury. With him, he only carried his armor and his dagger. The dagger users I know also use kicks and taijutsu, Eyes said. Thinking back, Bell used to hit his opponents too hard, throwing kicks or punches whenever he had the chance, especially when he used his dagger like a thug. He would grab his enemy's head with his left hand and stab his stomach with his right. While Bell was lost in thought, Eyes said, "Lend it to me," and took the dagger. In this way, Eyes murmured as she demonstrated what she meant. Her right hand held the dagger in a reverse grip, and she slightly raised her knee vertically. He raised his knee vertically a little, tilting his head. She lowered her leg and once again raised it upwards. Then once again she bowed her head. She repeated the raising and lowering of her left knee. Each time Aizu bowed her head. Bell was completely speechless. He started shaking his head. Somehow Eyes reminded him of someone. Just when Bell was thinking about that kind of thing. As if she had captured some incredible sense, Eyes swayed the lower part of her body. Using his right foot as an axis for his center of gravity, he released intense friction, causing the stone floor to scream, and twisted his body. Ignoring Bell, who let out a muffled sound, her left leg traced an arc. Her miniskirt rolled forward, revealing the blue stockings she wore underneath. After her snow-white thighs burst into Bell's vision, he was sent flying. Bell let out a pathetic squeal as he felt the air leave his lungs. A spinning kick at high speed, it had sent Bell crashing to the ground. "She reminds me more and more of her," Bell murmured as he stood up. Eyes, whose face was devoid of emotion, just stood there with her eyes wide open. She really is a natural airhead, Bell thought with a sigh. Eyes tried several things, but nothing seemed to work. Bell looked with a certain amusement at a trembling Eyes, who seemed extremely indecisive. It was obvious she had no idea what to do, like a graduate student when asked to do derivatives or an engineer when asked to write a summary. Eyes remained silent as he desperately searched for something to do, like a PE teacher when his students had already run several laps around the court. Then Eyes applied the old reliable. "As expected, we should fight." Eyes spoke confidently like a physical education teacher when he says "free sport" to his students to save himself the trouble of preparing an exercise routine. Eyes placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. He drew his sword and placed it in a corner of the wall, then turned to Bell while holding the scalp. "Since I'm not good at teaching others like Riviera, this is the best way," Eyes said. Bell brought his hand to his dagger. He put his finger into a ring, which he had asked them to put there, next to the handle of his dagger. Then he removed the dagger from its sheath, and with a few light movements of his fingers made it spin several times, before letting go and then catching it in the air. Bell fixed his gaze on Eyes, whose right hand held the sheath that was almost as long as a normal one-handed sword, and silently took his stance. Bell looked up at the sky as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. As usual, Bell had a broken nose and split lips. He also had quite a few bruises all over his body. The white-haired man stretched slightly before leaving the training area. Another day of exploration in the dungeon had come to an end. As a cheerful Lily carried the magic stones of the day, Bell turned to look behind her. Once again, they were being watched. The white-haired man sighed before turning around and continuing on his way. In the skyscraper built directly above the dungeon, on the top floor, there was a small amount of furniture. Although the decorations had at least reached the point where they didn't match the spacious first-class suite, whatever the decor, it was very extravagant. At the same time, it was also very elegant. The giant bookshelf, the enormous bed that defied common sense, and the unique dark red rug. A painting of the sun and moon hung on the wall, covering the entire surface. The silver-haired goddess held a wine cup while engrossed in a topic with a carefully selected follower. "Otter, that boy has grown stronger again," a silver-haired goddess spoke while biting her finger. "One more time, huh?" murmured a large man. "In my opinion, it's like an increasingly refined material," Freya spoke calmly. Looking at the crystal goblet that was enveloped by the cold air emanating from the moonlight that entered the room, Freya stared at the surface of the wine that reflected the light. "The development of the material, the improvement is obvious, isn't it?" Freya murmured. "Perhaps that's true," Otter said briefly. Maintaining an upright, motionless posture, his gaze towards his principal goddess as a follower was serene. While being watched by the rust-colored eyes, Freya slowly lowered half of her eyelids. "That boy is getting weirder and weirder, but a good weirdo," Freya murmured. Otter nodded without knowing what he was nodding to. "That hobbit next to her wasn't so remarkable before, but now she is much more so. Those little white sparkles that I don't understand are incredibly attractive," Freya murmured. Otter raised an eyebrow, confused. "I can almost guarantee that hobbit is growing up at an accelerated rate. It's as if his aura is marking her as his own, and as a side effect, she'll start to grow up to be worthy of being marked, although she might just be copying some aspects of him," Freya murmured. At this point, Otter was confused. "I don't understand that boy either. His aura and those golden circles he uses. I can feel and see arcanum in them, but it should be impossible. Only gods can use arcanum, even if he has the blood of a spirit in his veins. It shouldn't be possible. The arcanum of spirits couldn't even be called arcanum, although it's the closest thing to arcanum," Freya murmured. Otter began to feel a headache as he tried to decipher his goddess's thoughts. A human who possesses Arcanum, it's ridiculous, impossible, it's incredibly alluring, Freya murmured as she fixed her eyes on something in the distance. But how? He has Arcanum. Demigods don't exist. Gods can't father children, not with humans. Not with other gods. It's not in our programming. There's only one god who could have children, Freya murmured as she brought a finger to her chin. Freya became lost in thought, but soon emerged from it and smiled slightly. Ha 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 ha, it can't be possible. That man would never have children for the same reason he created us gods. But if that were the case, the innate power of a god combined with the growth of humans, it's something I'd like to see, Freya murmured. Officially, Otter had stopped listening to Freya for his own mental health. But the Arcanum shouldn't be used offensively. Its purpose is to heal, protect, and guide. Even the most warlike gods knew that using the Arcanum as a form of attack is contradictory. Not even Ares or Loki ever tried it, since it can't be used that way. They simply fought with their fists. I should have studied the Arcanum more like Hestia. I only ever mastered 250 types of Arcanum, Freya said analytically, then sighed. The goddess of beauty decided to put her thoughts aside. He could level up now. Maybe he just needs an adventure. One last push, Freya murmured. Freya casually looked at Otter. That final push can only be one thing, Freya murmured. Freya glanced at Otter again, briefly. For it to grow and reach new heights, it first needs to get rid of that thorn. In its first encounter, it was humiliated and defeated. In the second, it will be proclaimed victorious. It even sounds poetic, Freya said with a slight smile. Newly formed jagged rocks occupied from top to bottom, from left to right. The high ceiling created a feeling of being enclosed. The enormous rocks that peeled away from the walls from all directions created a suffocating pressure. The dim light source wasn't the only reason for concern. The dark atmosphere was also a factor. The floor, obviously, had no marked path. The rough stone made it difficult to move forward. It really has been a long time since I've once again stayed in this apartment, murmured a large man as he walked with complete confidence. 17th floor of the dungeon. In that area where the rank of adventurers was level 2, a burly level 7 man like Otter explored on his own. In the dim light, the beastman's equipment could be seen. Surprisingly, it was light armor. The body, which was over 2 meters tall and could easily use super heavy full body armor, actually only used light armor to cover the parts that could be potentially threatening if a monster attacked. That said, each piece was incredibly thick and large, as if a heavy shield had been embedded in his body. If asked whether he was simply wearing light armor, a nod would also seem unnatural. The enormous and robust backpack he carried on his right shoulder seemed to be involuntarily restricted. Now that I think about it, the last time I went into the dungeon, it's already quite blurry, Otter muttered to himself. With each step, his enormous body trembled. Although it wasn't unusual for him to make a sound or two, in reality, not a single footstep was audible. That kind of movement was shrouded in a strong sense of discord, yet, from the very beginning, he had exuded an absolute presence that could not be ignored by those around him. As if they were afraid of Otter, not even the shadow of the monsters appeared before him. At that moment, Otter's rhythm stopped. From the helmet, which was similar to that of a guard and covered with very little black iron, the sniffing pig ears suddenly reacted. From the rock of the walls, the head of a black and red bull surveyed the surroundings. Voo, he left, Otter murmured. The enormous bloodshot eyes captivated Otter, who was standing in front. Minotaur, with the outward appearance of a bull, a large monster with rumbling muscles and bones. He was slightly taller than Otter. Based on his physique, there were many places similar to him. This was the reason why Otter was in a flat that was extremely inappropriate for his own LV. He wanted to capture the violent monster right in front of his eyes. Voo voo voo. The Minotaur was extremely excited. Otter's gaze quickly shifted to the Minotaur's weapon. The axe, which was about the size of a hand, was soaked in red liquid. Did he just fight some adventurers? Maybe he managed to cut off their heads. Otter thought as he watched small drops of red fall from the edge of the weapon to the ground. The Minotaur let out a growl as he took a step. This really is the grand prize, Otter thought as he squinted. Placing his hand on the strap, the specially made backpack fell from his shoulders to the ground. From the enormous bag, which could be described as a building's structural beam, came the sound of a loud thud along with the sound of the earth splitting. The moment the Minotaur realized this, he roared loudly. Voo-voo-voo-voo-voo-voo-voo-voo-voo. Kicking the ground in the dungeon, he created a whirlwind of gravel. Then he raised the stone axe high. Even when he received the vibrant roar directly, Otter remained impassive. He placed his right hand, which held the backpack, vertically towards the ground while his left hand hung limply at his sides. He wasn't even carrying a weapon and was waiting for the Minotaur to charge in a straight line. Then, just as the Minotaur in front of his eyes used his leg to smash the ground, Otter slowly raised his left hand. "That's fine. I've decided it'll be you," Otter said in his usual tone of voice. At that moment, many cracks appeared in the stone axe and then it fell to pieces. The Minotaur's attack, using all his strength, was resisted by the bracer on Otter's left arm. Excluding the armor's toughness, what was truly astonishing was its abnormal resistance. Maintaining an upright posture, the enormous body could be described as immobile. Even without assuming a fighting stance, the pig-like beastman directly neutralized the Minotaur's assault. He was almost like a huge tree with roots underground. Otter didn't move. He even assessed the Minotaur without any hesitation. Perhaps by instinct, his eyes showed a little cowardice inside. The Minotaur began to retreat step by step. "Stop," Otter said calmly. The Minotaur let out an unintelligible growl. The Minotaur, who was struck down by Otter's gaze, actually stopped. Otter's gaze fell upon the stone axe that was slipping from his opponent's hand, and he thought for a while. Shortly after, he reached behind him with a hand. Ignoring the Minotaur's surprised reaction, he drew one of the two swords crossed at his waist and threw it down. "Based on your previous actions, there shouldn't be any problem. Try using it," Otter said calmly. While revealing an awkward and amusing sensation to anyone who saw them, the Minotaur looked at the great sword before his eyes and bowed his head. His gaze darted back and forth between Otter and the sword, and he timidly extended his hand toward it. The fingers that were covered by the hoof gripped the sword's hilt tightly. "Since I have already accepted this mission, I will not be merciful," Freya-sama, Otter thought. So far, Otter had fought many Minotaurs and repeated his selection. It was simply so that Belle would show growth to bring forth the brilliance that Freya desired. For a level 1 adventurer, a Minotaur belonging to the rank of a level 2 might seem far too difficult. Based solely on its abilities, there was an insurmountable gap. Seriously fighting such an opponent would be tantamount to suicide. Not only that, but now it had even been given a weapon. It had reached the point where he was simply dominant. Otter was currently preparing a highly abusive act against Belle. Otter was actually very worried about Belle. If that was the case, why did he want to eliminate Belle from Freya's sight? Faced with that self-questioning, no Otter could make such a statement. If Belle died, Freya definitely planned to pursue his soul. In other words, she wouldn't even hesitate to return to heaven and lure Belle to her breast. If that weren't the case, then she probably wouldn't have risked his death and wouldn't have given Otter full authority. Belle's life or death no longer mattered. Whether he lived or died, what lay ahead was the curse of the goddess of love. It wasn't about jealousy, it was a baptism. "If you wish to accept the goddess's love, then show me you can overcome this," Otter murmured to no one. "Belle-sama, why are you already in tatters even before we've entered the dungeon?" Ha ha ha, there was a slight matter. Belle had met with Lily, Mordred, and Leonidas in front of the Tower of Babel just like the day before. Given her appearance, small wounds and cuts on her clothes along with some dirt, Lily couldn't help but make an observation. Leonidas, for his part, raised an eyebrow as he looked curiously at Belle. Mordred, in contrast, shrugged it off, dismissing it as unimportant. "But we have a long day in the dungeon, we need to get started already," Belle said with a small smile as he tried to change the subject. Leonidas nodded, Lily simply smiled, and Mordred, for his part, just followed Belle. The next day, she never imagined anything like this, not even in her wildest dreams did she think of it. Train what for? He was weak and would never change, or at least that's what he thought. "Yesterday Hestia should have explained everything to you," Leonidas said. The little hobbit nodded. "You have unconsciously been copying an ability of Belle which increases your growth," Leonidas said. Lily nodded again. "I'd like to experiment a little with your ability, but for the moment it won't be possible," Leonidas said seriously. Lily nodded. "Yesterday I took the liberty of going to the Hephaestus family store and buying this," Leonidas said as he picked up a spear which until a moment ago was leaning against a wall. The spear measured just over 160 meters and was designed to be used by hobbits, so it was somewhat small. "Because of your size, I think the spear is one of your best options. It allows for a long range and will help you avoid getting into close-quarters combat, although the spear is also quite good in melee combat. You just need to know how to use it," Leonidas said with a smile. Lily nodded, and when she thought Leonidas would give her the spear, he put the spear back against the wall before taking a stick and passing it to her. "All right, let's begin your training," Leonidas said simply. Lily nodded somewhat fearfully. The little hobbit was lying on the living room sofa. She was exhausted. It was barely 7:00 a.m. and she was done for she didn't feel like going to the dungeon. Currently in the room, Hestia could be seen reprimanding Leonidas. "For heaven's sake, what the hell did you do to him?" Hestia shouted, waving a leaf. Leonidas laughed nervously. Hestia continued shouting at poor Leonidas while waving the leaf in her hand back and forth. "If you looked at the sheet, it said the following. Lilaruka Ards. Gauge 1. Strength G215, G290. Stamina G257, F320. Dexterity F340, E410. Agility E440, D507. Magic E489, D535. While Lily was looking at a clock on the wall, Leonidas was making notes in a book. Mordred approached the door while adjusting his shoes. "Where do you plan to go?" Semiramis's voice caught Mordred's attention. "Isn't it obvious?" Mordred said calmly. Semiramis smiled slightly while Leonidas and Lily looked confused. "I'm going to where a row master is. I want to know what he's doing," Mordred said. Semiramis nodded with a smile. "It's not obvious, he must be training," Leonidas said calmly. Yes, I know, but that person he's training with, is he trustworthy? Mordred asked, crossing his arms. At Mordred's insinuation, Leonidas and Lily exchanged glances while Semiramis looked somewhat amused. Since I only plan to observe, I'll wait until Hestia leaves. She'd rush towards Belle just seeing him with a stranger. I only plan to intervene if things get bad, Mordred said. Lily and Leonidas shared a nod before exchanging glances. Were they stalkers? No, they were simply concerned about the person who had earned the position of being the most important in their lives. Mordred, Lily, Semiramis, and Leonidas were hiding on the roof of a building, watching their captain's training, although everyone was currently watching an unconscious Belle lying in the lap of a blonde. Leonidas had a proud smile, similar to that of an older brother seeing his younger brother achieve something incredible. Lily was angry as she bit her thumb. She looked enviously at the blonde who had Belle on her lap. Mordred had an empty stare, devoid of any emotion or feeling, as if he were looking at an insect. Semiramis had a darkened look. She had vague ideas of what Belle was doing, but never expected to see what she was seeing. The dark-haired woman felt as if something of hers was being taken. Slowly she opened her eyes. Her crimson eyes, like two rubies, could appreciate the beautiful blue sky. As soon as he opened his eyes and consciousness returned to his body began to ache, an insignificant pain compared to what he normally felt. Even so, once again, he couldn't do anything and ended up losing consciousness. With pain all over his body and shame at being easily defeated, Belle only found solace in the soft, warm sensation behind his head. Suddenly, a pair of beautiful golden eyes appeared out of nowhere, looking at him with concern. Are you okay? A soft voice which belonged to Eyes caught Belle's attention. More or less, although I've been in better shape, Belle said calmly. Belle calmly got up from the lap pillow that Eyes had given him. He remained seated to one side of Eyes. Belle stared straight up at the clouds as if they were the most interesting thing in the world. Then he sighed. This was his third day of training. During the previous and today's training, he had fainted quite a few times. Looking up at the sky, Belle couldn't help but let out a sigh. Have I made any progress? Belle asked unconsciously, forgetting about the person next to him. You have indeed been changing to a surprising degree. Believing the question was directed at her, Eyes answered Belle's question. Upon hearing Eyes' voice, Belle slowly emerged from his thoughts, then looked at her with curious eyes. If you're wondering, half the reason you fainted was because I misjudged my strength, Eyes said. Belle smiled slightly before hearing a crack in his mind. That crack belonged to his masculinity, which had been shattered into pieces. Although Belle knew that perfectly well, it still hurt him to accept it. Leonidas knew how to control his strength very well to prevent Belle from losing consciousness with a single blow. He would make him suffer before allowing him to lose consciousness. Eyes and Mordred were similar. They did not control their strength well and easily knocked Belle unconscious. Belle sighed again before looking at Eyes. Eyes slowly narrowed her eyes. Although it wasn't different from her usual expression, Belle could tell that the blonde was depressed. To confirm this, Belle noticed her shoulders had slumped. The blonde looked at Belle for a few moments before lowering her gaze. Can you tell me? Eyes murmured shyly. At Eyes' timid question, Belle blinked a couple of times in confusion. Why can you get strong so fast? Eyes asked in a louder tone, but it could still be classified as a murmur. Become back strong. Belle murmured as he looked at his hands. For the white-haired man, the word strong didn't seem to fit him very well. But still, the reason why he wanted to be stronger. Well, so, there's someone I wanted to pursue at all costs. I desperately wanted to pursue that person and unconsciously reached this level, in short. Belle said with a slight smile. Belle spoke in a low, shy tone. His cheeks were crimson and he smiled in a very pure way. In short, it's because there's a place I want to reach, Belle said while scratching his cheek. Upon hearing that answer, Eyes' eyes widened. So that's how it is, Eyes murmured as she hugged her knees and looked up at the sky. Eyes remained silent for a long time before whispering, me too. Seeing a thoughtful Eyes, Belle decided it was best not to press the issue, so she let it go. When Belle went to see Leonidas and Lily at the Tower of Babel, the two told him they had some business to attend to. Belle, knowing that at that hour, if there was no exploration, Mordred would be sleeping and Take Mikazuchi would be working, he chose to return to find Eyes and continue his training. Fortunately, the white-haired man found Eyes while returning to the walls. Several hours had passed since then. Phew. At the sound of what seemed to be a baby yawning, Belle turned his head to the side. He saw Eyes using her hand to cover her mouth. Her peach-like mouth was opening slightly. She was yawning. Aren't you going to do the afternoon nap training? Eyes asked, looking away. Huh. Belle only managed to utter one word. Belle looked directly at Eyes, who looked away. In the dungeon, no matter what, you must be able to sleep, Eyes said weakly. Belle remained completely silent. Whether or not you can regain your strength is also very important, Eyes spoke with a strange seriousness. What Eyes said was actually true. Although Belle currently returns from the dungeon in the afternoon, as he continues to go down more floors, there will be a need to remain in the dungeon for extended periods of time. Belle smiled ironically as he looked at Eyes. Could it be? Are you sleepy? Belle asked with a smile. Faced with that accusation, Eyes remained silent for a few moments before turning to look at Belle. It's training, Eyes said, sounding overly serious. Okay, Bell said with a small smile as he raised his hands to protect himself. Eyes nodded slightly in satisfaction. The blonde woman instantly lay down on the floor. The road along the surrounding walls was very rough. It couldn't even be called beautifully made due to the numerous potholes of varying depths, like most roads in Latin America. Aren't you going to sleep? Eyes asked casually. Ah, okay, Bell said with a forced smile. Bell calmly lay down on the ground and stared at the sky. Shortly after, a faint sound of breathing entered his ears. The white-haired man tilted his head slightly, and as he did so he saw Eyes, who was already asleep. Bell smiled ironically. He didn't know if it was because the blonde was used to falling asleep quickly after her trips to the dungeon or because she was simply sleepy. The white-haired man decided not to dwell on it and let it go, but just as he was about to go to sleep. V. Bell. A voice flooded Bell's head. Bell blinked a couple of times. V. Bell. The same voice spoke again. Almost immediately Bell recognized that voice. He couldn't have misheard that it was his grandfather's voice. It's time to go, Bell. Grandpa's voice echoed again in Bell's mind. For some reason, Eyes' face appeared before Bell's eyes. Go, take advantage of the fact that she's asleep and attack her, the grandfather's voice echoed again. Bell swallowed hard. The white-haired man gazed intently at the blonde. The details of her lovely, innocent sleeping face could be clearly appreciated. Her soft, delicate white skin, her slender neck, her pleasant pink lips, every detail of her beautiful appearance could be seen. Bell was at a crossroads. Kiss her, grandpa's voice spoke clearly, and at the same time Bell felt a hand on his shoulder. Bell swallowed hard. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't considering it. The white-haired man sighed heavily. Bell lay back down on the floor. Even though he could still hear his grandfather's voice, he was ignoring it. Although the idea appealed to him at first, he did not consider kissing a sleeping girl to be something appropriate for someone like him. After all, Bell could have Eyes if he wanted her. There were several options. He could buy her from her goddess. He could convince her to go with him. After all, he could help her get the power she wanted. Bell, if he so desired, could have all the executives of the Loki family in his family in a matter of hours. Many of their goals and ambitions could be fulfilled by Bell, but for the moment, she didn't want them in her family. Bell wanted to see how much more they could grow and shine on their own before he took them and added them to his collection. Bell smiled slightly before falling asleep. Located in her room, the top floor of Babel, she sat in an extravagant chair. Freya could clearly see Bell and Izu sleeping against the walls. The battlements that stood guard below suddenly lost their meaning. The actions of both Bell and Izu were clearly discovered by her. The Sword Princess's brilliance is a little too bright, Freya murmured. Although from her position, being able to see Bell and Eyes, who were on the outer edge of the city, might be considered impossible, Freya's eye could clearly see the brilliance of the boy and girl. Although it was a small but clear and transparent light, and a powerful and dazzling golden light which would blind anyone, none could escape the eyes of Freya, who could recognize the essence of the soul. After noticing that Bell and Eyes had been concentrating on training since dawn, Freya continued to observe them from then on. Speaking of which, things have gotten interesting, Freya murmured as she tucked her silver hair behind her ear. While his subordinate secretly created the stage in the dungeon, the boy, who was the main character, had decided to learn from one of the strongest female swordswomen in the city. The monster trained by the warrior Otter, and the boy trained by the sword princess Eyes. Perhaps it had become something worth seeing beyond her own imagination, so Freya had been jumping for joy. Her silver eyes glanced briefly at Bell and Eyes in silence. Are they asleep? Before the still light, Freya revealed a smile as she tapped her slender ring finger on the armrest of the chair. After that, until she began to curl her finger with her silver hair, her actions stopped abruptly. Finally noticing her unconscious action, her lips twisted into something that seemed like an ironic smile, but at the same time a mocking smile. Aha, I'm jealous, Freya murmured with a small smile. Seeing Bell and Eyes sleeping next to each other, a little jealousy suddenly blossomed from within her voluptuous chest. After taking a short afternoon nap, Bell and Eyes woke up and continued with their training. Several hours passed where Bell bit the ground over and over again. Time passed quickly until the sun set. Currently, both had left their training place. Bell was walking alongside Eyes, who was holding a small magic lamp. As they were walking, the blonde suddenly stopped. Bell looked curiously at the blonde. Looking closely at her expression, her eyebrows were slightly at a sharp angle and tensed discreetly. Out of reflex, Bell followed Eyes' gaze. What Bell could see was a side alley. In the quiet area surrounded by darkness, or rather, complete silence, and unnatural darkness enveloped her. There wasn't even the slightest light. After a moment, someone's shadow emerged from between the gaps in the building. A catman, Bell murmured. As if he were about to dissolve into darkness, he wore dark armor, dark stockings, and a dark mask. Suddenly, Catman went from being 20 meters away to being just a few steps away from Bell. The dark mask revealed a dull light, and without saying a word, he attacked Bell with the spear he held in his hand. Time seemed to have frozen. The word death flashed through Bell's mind. Bell could clearly see Catman's movements. In a fraction of a second, hundreds of different scenarios had played out in his mind. In the vast majority of cases, he was stabbed in the stomach. The fact that I could see his movements and knew where he was aiming did not mean that I could dodge the attack. In the best-case scenarios in his mind, he dodged the attack by millimeters, receiving a slight cut in his stomach, but Catman would instantly deflect the trajectory of his spear and stab his arm. Bell was definitely lost. Just as Catman was about to pierce Bell with his spear, it deflected its trajectory upwards. The Catman adopted a strange position, bending his knees and leaning back. He had dodged an attack. As soon as Catman regained his balance, he jumped and took a few steps away. At that moment, Bell saw a golden sword stuck in the ground. The sword soon disappeared into particles of light. Bell understood he had defended himself purely out of instinct. The Catman stood frozen in attack position while looking at Bell with curiosity. Similarly, Eyes had a look of surprise on her face. Once again, Catman launched an attack. Just as Catman was inches away from reaching Bell, he swore he saw a smile on the white-haired man's face. They were slow to act, Bell said. The Catman didn't understand those words, but soon after his spear had been stopped. A strong hand had grasped his spear before reaching the tip. The Catman saw a burly man with red hair who used his right hand to throw his own spear in his direction. Catman tilted his head to avoid a fatal blow, but at that moment he received a blow to his face. The redhead had used his left foot for support, and with his right kicked Catman in the face. Then he increased the strength in his left hand, then swung it with great force and threw Catman towards a wall. With a great thud, Catman crashed into the wall. He recovered quickly and looked at the redhead cautiously. He had recognized him as someone strong. Then, above the Catman, 4 small shadows swayed in the dark sky. The shadows that appeared on the roofs of the houses fell silently downwards. A sword, a hammer, a spear, and an axe. Out of nowhere, strange black whips wrapped around the torsos of the 4 figures and violently slammed them to the ground. The figures managed to free themselves from the whips quickly and rushed towards the redhead, who was the only visible enemy. The redhead used his spear to stop Catman's spear, turning his back on the 4 figures. Eyes quickly launched himself towards the 4 figures, engaging in a sword duel with one of them. Another blonde appeared out of nowhere and, using her sword, stopped the axe that one of the figures was carrying. The other 2 figures continued walking towards the redhead, but stopped him out of nowhere. Black whips had hanged the other 2 figures. The 2 of them brought their hands to their necks, trying to remove the whips that were burning their skin. Out of nowhere, the whips disappeared, almost as if their owner had taken pity on their lives. At that moment, while Eyes kept her rival at bay, the other blonde launched a powerful kick towards her opponent, leaving him lying on the ground before stabbing his right arm with the tip of her sword. Catman jumped back, moving away from the redhead. "Who the hell is this guy?" thought Catman. While the redhead remained unharmed, Catman had several cuts on his arms, legs, and face. "This guy must be at the top of level 6, thought Catman with annoyance. Catman looked around at his companions who had been freed by their opponents. 2 of them had serious burns on their necks and looked like they were going to lose consciousness at any moment. Another of them had a useless arm, which hung at his side while blood gushed from a large wound, and the one who had faced the sword princess barely had a few light scratches. All the opponents looked challenging. The Catman and the hobbits had recognized the people in front of them as true enemies. They would gain nothing by holding back. They would have to get serious. The city of Arario was about to witness a dispute that could shatter several entire neighborhoods. But if it's not too much trouble, could you tell me why I was attacked by Vana, Freya, and Bringer? The Freya familia attacking a rookie, typical of them, Bell said with a smile. The Catman and the hobbits remained completely silent. "We've got the wrong person, sorry," said Catman, though he spat out those words. Bell smiled ironically. In a single second, the Catman and the hobbits disappeared from the place. Bell sighed softly as he scratched the back of his neck. The white-haired man calmly began to walk. "Hey. They attacked you and you let them go. We could have taken them out," the blonde growled angrily. "Master, it's unacceptable that they attack you and just leave like that. We must retaliate," said a redhead with a serious look. Bell sighed. "If they had fought, they would have destroyed a good part of Arario. I'll let it go," Bell said calmly. "Master, if you let these things go, they will attack you again," spoke a dark-haired woman who had emerged from the shadows. In response, Bell raised 3 fingers and then lowered one. "If they attack me or get in my way 3 times, they'll be free to take revenge as long as they let it go. It's complicated to go up against that family," Bell said. Bell looked at his 3 servants. Leonidas nodded, though he was dissatisfied. Semiramis nodded while sighing. Her face clearly showed anger and displeasure. Mordred clicked his tongue before clenching his teeth bitterly. "Thanks for today's training. See you tomorrow," Bell said calmly. Eyes nodded slightly. The white-haired man began walking alongside his family members. "Who would have thought my classmates were bullies?" Bell said with a smile. "Bell Sama, that's not it," Lily said with a blush. "So what, do you have a problem?" Mordred said, annoyed. "I had to ensure Master's safety," Leonidas said seriously. "I was bored," Semiramis said with a smile. Bell laughed slightly. However, speaking of Master's security, Semiramis spoke seriously. Bell raised an eyebrow as he looked at Semiramis. It's time to summon a fourth now that I've confirmed that the Freya Familia is above Master. We need more attack power in case we have to face them in open warfare, Semiramis said seriously. A room, Lily said, confused. What do you mean, did you check? Bell asked with the same confusion as the Hobbit. The Silverback's attack on Master was carried out by Freya. I have several carrier pigeons gathering information, especially some following Loki who spoke about it with Freya after the attack, Semiramis said seriously. That's it, we must destroy them. They'll regret messing with Master, shouted a furious blonde as she slammed her fist into a table, splitting it in two. This needs to stop, Leonidas said, frowning. Remember what I said about the 3 attacks? The Freya Familia is too strong, Bell said with some annoyance. I'm a little lost, someone explain this to me, Lily said indignantly. Faced with the confused Hobbit, Leonidas stood up and approached her to explain everything. Certainly, if we want to have any chance, we must begin to prepare. Leonidas, Mordred, I must ask you to begin training together. We must become as strong as possible, Semiramis said seriously. Mordred nodded, and Leonidas briefly left his explanation to Lily before also giving a nod. Master, in the meantime, I will ask you to summon the 4th. Semiramis spoke quite seriously. Bell nodded as he stood up. With a sigh, Bell pulled the grail from a golden circle before beginning the summoning. Looking at the golden cup, Bell could see that he still had 4 wishes left. He didn't have a clear idea of what to order. Instead of wasting a wish on something he wasn't sure about because of the heat of the moment, Bell decided to just summon the 4th servant and make the wish at some other time. Looking at the options available to me, I could summon an archer, caster, rider, and a berserker. Which one should I invoke? Semiramis had told him that they needed more attack power. Then the best thing would be to bring in a warrior. A warrior who had enough strength to put them on equal footing with the Freya family. A warrior who could destroy any opponent. A magic circle formed a few meters from Bell. The magic circle was dark blue with hints of purple. The circle shone brightly before being covered by a black mist. Bell looked at the circle with uncertainty. A column of light which reached all the way to the ceiling was erected. B. Bell and the others heard a sound, more than a sound, an unintelligible scream. B. The scream was heard again. As the column of light disappeared, a figure came into view, berserker. A deafening scream was heard. While Lily was about to faint from fear, Bell and the others watched the figure with serious faces. More screams could be heard as the fog dissipated. A dark purple, almost black armor was revealed. Clay's berserker Lancelot. The armor named itself amidst shouts and unintelligible words. Chapter 10, Training Part 2. Not long ago, she had just finished a mission imposed on her by a rather strange person. Eyes went to collect her reward, which was stored in some gnome vaults. The vaults were filled with piles of red, blue, green, and purple jewels, gold and silver rings, decorative unicorn horns, and several ready-to-use grimoires. It had left Eyes speechless. She could only guess the value of the contents. The blonde had decided to contribute to her family's preparation for the next expedition. Today, about 3 days after completing her mission, Eyes was strolling through the halls of her family's headquarters. The blonde tilted slightly, allowing a red blur to pass by and crash into a wall. Aizutan, you're so mean, the goddess Loki said while crying comically. Eyes stoically gazed at the goddess. I have a very important mission for you, Loki said. She stopped in the middle of a garden and looked at the building in front of her for a moment. The blonde resumed walking and prepared to carry out her task. She walked calmly, passed through the main door and the guild's lobby. At no point did his eyes stray from his target, a half-elf who was behind a counter. Mrs. Wallenstein. The half-elf spoke with some intrigue. Eyes nodded slightly before greeting the half-elf. The half-elf named Ina Tool glanced at Eyes momentarily before clearing her throat and speaking. What do you need? Ina asked. The blonde remained silent for a few moments. It's about bellcranel, Eyes said with her typical seriousness. In contrast, Ina slammed her hands hard against the counter as she got as close as she could to Eyes. Did something happen to Belkun? Ina asked, shouted. Eyes' eyes widened as she looked at the worried advisor. Before the misunderstanding worsened, Eyes strongly denied it. Ina nodded before sighing ruefully. I've told him 1,000 times that it's too soon for him to venture to the 10th floor and above, but he doesn't listen to me. He's barely been an adventurer for a month, Ina said sadly, not realizing she had said too much. 10th floor, less than a month. Those questions were running through Eyes' mind. Reaching the 10th floor in less than a month was a remarkable achievement, or rather, it was insane. It shouldn't be possible. Eyes wanted to know more. She wanted to know how someone could progress so much in such a short time. Even so, she decided to fulfill her assignment first. I would really like to talk to him to discuss a certain matter, Eyes said. Ina nodded. Eyes was about to ask for information about where Belle's home was located, but suddenly the blonde saw the half-elf looking over her shoulder. When Eyes saw that the half-elf kept looking over her shoulder, she turned around curiously. Upon doing so, she saw a head of white hair that she recognized. The blonde saw Belle walk calmly towards where the two of them were. The half-elf looked at Belle for a few seconds before clearing her throat and speaking. Belkun, just a few moments ago they were asking about you and well, they'd like to know if you could spare them a few minutes of your time, Ina said while pointing at Eyes. The white-haired man turned to look at Eyes. Do you want to talk to me? Bell asked. Eyes nodded simply. Bell gave a slight nod before turning around and starting to walk away. Eyes looked at Bell's back for a few moments before starting to walk and catching up to him. The two left the guild and walked to a bench where they sat down. Eyes glanced at Bell for a few moments. At this moment, she lamented her lack of social skills. She wasn't good at starting conversations. What did you want to talk about? Bell asked. In response to Bell's question, Eyes mentally gave thanks over her shoulder. Many Eyes sighed in relief at not having to think about how to start the conversation. Loki wanted to know if you would sell him any bottles of the liquor you gave him last time, Eyes said calmly. Eyes looked nervously at Bell, who remained silent for a few moments before nodding and then speaking. Okay, 35 million volleys. Tell him that's the price. Also tell him I'm practically giving it away at that price, Bell said calmly. Eyes remained completely silent, her mouth open as she processed that amount of money. Eyes was so lost in thought that she didn't notice Bell smile slightly. Or you could also tell him I accept a trade, Bell said with a smile. Upon hearing Bell's voice, Eyes finally returned to reality and she looked at Bell with curiosity. Exchange? Eyes asked doubtfully. Yes, tell him that if he transfers a pretty blonde swordswoman with golden eyes from his family to mine, I can give him a bottle of liquor 1,000 times better than the one he tasted last time, Bell said with a smile. Eyes nodded slightly. The blonde was lost in her thoughts again. An expedition is near. I don't think she'll spend that much money on liquor right now. She'll probably accept the deal to transfer someone to his family. It just has to be one swordswoman, blonde, golden eyes. Eyes thought calmly before realizing something. In Eyes' mind, a chibi Eyes was pointing at her sword, then at her hair and then at her eyes. Eyes froze completely as her eyes widened, processing the information. The blonde's gaze fell to the floor. I don't think I'd trade you for a bottle of liquor. I don't think so, Eyes said with a certain certainty. Eyes had such low self-esteem that she considered exchanging it for a bottle of liquor a good deal. While Eyes was in an emo moment, she neither saw nor heard Bell laughing. Eyes was silent for a few seconds, the same amount of time that Bell remained silent. The blonde glanced briefly at Bell. Eyes wanted to keep talking, to learn more about him and hear his voice again. However, she knew his tendency to use as few words as possible was a problem. The two of them wouldn't be able to talk without a common topic. Eyes couldn't speak. Like Tiona or her other friends. At that moment she came up with an idea. I've heard you're working hard on your exploration of the dungeon, Eyes said lightly. Eyes prayed mentally that his attempt to revive the conversion would bear fruit. Bell tilted his head slightly. When I asked about you, your advisor thought you had hurt yourself, Eyes said. Eyes clenched her fists tightly again. She was bad at communicating. Bell Rio Lydra meant. Eyes heard Bell's laughter. She was internally praying that he wasn't laughing at her at that moment. A chibi Eyes appeared on her shoulder. This chibi Eyes was hugging her knees. In her own words, something happened to Belkun. I've told him 1,000 times that it's too soon for him to venture to the 10th floor and above, but he doesn't listen to me, Eyes said. Eyes spoke again. His partner remained silent. The blonde now understood what her other friends and acquaintances must feel when she remained silent. Eyes felt very bad. She didn't like this feeling of talking to herself and not receiving a response. From my point of view, it seemed like she wanted to vent, Eyes said lightly. Eyes was gradually surrounded by an emo aura. She had already been speaking without receiving a response. Wasn't she interesting? Didn't he want to talk to her? The blonde's self-esteem was at rock bottom. Yes, I make her work hard. Every now and then I ask her for authorization for a new floor and she bombards me with information. She's a great advisor, Bell said with a smile. The blonde's face lit up at that moment. Upon receiving a response, she felt a great weight lift from her shoulders. At that moment, she realized something. He had not denied reaching the 10th floor. You've already reached the 10th floor, incredible, Eyes said while looking at Bell analytically. Eyes wanted to know how a novice adventurer had grown to the point of being able to stay on the 10th floor in such a short time. What if this boy has a secret that helps him grow? As I am now, Eyes thought. Visions of the red-haired woman Revis reappeared in the back of his mind. She thought about the trip to the still unexplored 59th floor. There was no way of knowing what awaited him, only that he would face a series of new challenges. It wasn't a hunch but a certainty. Most likely, Eyes would have to lead her friends and family into increasingly fierce battles. She would need to be stronger than ever. The only thing she didn't want was regret. She didn't want to lose anything, and to reach even higher. Even after reaching level 6, his experiences on the 24th floor only reinforced those desires. That's why she wanted to know the secret of his growth, his potential, the true strength of this boy who has improved drastically in almost no time. It's not a big deal. I needed the help of many for that. My goal is still completely out of my reach, Bell said. Bell's voice pulled Eyes from her train of thought. Eyes looked curiously at Bell, who was gazing at the sky with great longing. I also believe that despite training and giving my all, there are aspects that I still haven't mastered and are beyond my reach, Bell said. Eyes glanced at Belle for a moment before falling silent, then she looked at Belle somewhat embarrassed before speaking. If that's the case, do you want me to show you? Eyes asked. Eyes was extremely embarrassed. She wanted to train the boy. She thought that if he trained alongside her, she could discover the secret to his growth. This idea embarrassed the blonde a little. Belle remained silent for a moment before blinking a couple of times. Fighting techniques. Nobody's teaching you, are they? Eyes spoke in a tone that was both determined and embarrassed. Eyes could see Belle, who was lost in his thoughts. Yes, for the moment nobody is teaching me, Belle said seriously. Eyes nodded in satisfaction. Eyes was happy. This way she could discover that secret. To put it simply, she planned to use Belle to figure out how to become stronger faster. Similarly, another person shared that same thought with Eyes. Darkness covered the night sky. Based solely on the sky, one could say that the current time was between midnight and dawn. Eyes had woken up early, even compared to her normal routine. For the moment, she stood atop the great walls of the labyrinthine city of Arario. Maybe I'm a little tired, murmured Eyes, who was already dressed in her lightweight armor set and carrying her trusted sword, desperate. Lying below her was the vast metropolis of Arario, the view bringing a sense of tranquility. Eyes stared across the vast city and its darkened lights. The blonde then became lost in her thoughts. Yesterday, a task was placed upon Eyes to obtain a bottle of liquor for her goddess. The mental image of Loki rolling on the ground while crying was still etched in Eyes' mind. Loki wanted that bottle of liquor, but she wasn't stupid, misusing money that could be used to gather resources for her family's expedition to Loki. The lives of his children were worth more than any amount of liquor, no matter what kind it was. For some reason, Eyes felt relieved to know that she wouldn't be traded for a bottle of liquor. Although Eyes was clear about one thing, once Loki got the money, he would go straight to buy the bottle of liquor. The real reason Eyes had offered to help the boy was to learn his secret, to discover what was behind his extraordinary and remarkable growth. Despite having been an adventurer for a little over a month, Belle's growth was unprecedented. She needed to know how he did it, how he managed to progress so quickly that he could already venture onto the upper floors, because she would be taking over the 59th floor in just 1 week. She wasn't going to give in to the threat of the hybrid Revis. Eyes sought power, and for that she needed to know everything about bellcranel's growth. He was selfish, a selfishness that was stubborn and ugly. The boy would suspect nothing, believing that Eyes was teaching him out of the goodness of her heart, while in reality she would be lying through her teeth. A great guilt overwhelmed Eyes. The blonde reassured herself, telling herself that everyone when she could discover the secret of the boy's growth, and the boy gained combat experience, a win-win situation. Even so, something was bothering Eyes despite being determined and motivated to give it her all. What am I supposed to teach her exactly? Eyes murmured under her breath. She had never trained anyone before. In the past, she had always focused too much on improving herself. In fact, just a few years ago, her elders in the Loki family were still training her: Finn, Gareth, Reveria, and all the others. And now someone like her was going to be a teacher. Even though she was the one who originally suggested it, that didn't make the discomfort she felt any less real. What exactly should I teach him? Eyes thought uncertainly. Eyes found herself completely lost. She was in unfamiliar territory. There was no one she could ask either, not even the little Eyes inside her knew the answer. Eyes prayed to heaven to find the answer soon. The city was asleep. Not a single light flickered in the entire Twilight Manor mansion, home of the Loki familia. I can't believe I woke up so early, Lefia muttered to herself as she left her room. 4 days had passed since their confrontation with Revis and his creatures on the 24th floor. After succumbing to the mental fall and resting for almost 3 consecutive days, Lefia had never been more awake. I could use this opportunity to train, couldn't I? The incident on the 24th floor had reminded her just how powerless she truly was. She reaffirmed her determination to become stronger, not only to ensure she would never again hold back her elders in the Loki familia, but for her own sake as well. So early, I might even have the chance to train with Miss Eyes, Lefia thought as she further fueled her determination. There was no one Lefia admired more than the golden-haired, golden-eyed swordswoman. She never missed a training session, waking in the early hours to hone her swordsmanship. If Lefia were to leave now, there was a chance she could spend time with her dazzling goddess. This is strange. Perhaps I've arrived too early after all, Lefia thought. Lefia looked down from the bridge connecting the tower, searching for her golden-haired, golden-eyed warrior in the courtyard below. Strangely, she was nowhere to be found. Perhaps even Eyes had his limits, Lefia thought as she saw that the hands of the clock still hadn't reached 3. Lefia leaned forward in the middle of the bridge, sadness weighing heavily on her shoulders. Finally, she renewed her resolve, attempting to begin her training alone. Anyway, Miss Eyes, Lefia murmured. At that precise moment, Lefia caught sight of the person she was looking for. Not in the courtyard, but in a space behind the mansion, perfectly situated between its towers. Already dressed in her lightweight armor and with her sword hanging at her side, she was acting suspiciously, checking from left to right, before silently jumping to the top of the wall surrounding the mansion. The sight of eyes hiding without going through the door caused Lefia's large blue eyes to grow as wide as saucers. The only witness to this suspicious behavior was Lefia, and she couldn't help but worry that Eyes might be heading to the dungeon on her own, and she went after her idol in a fit of concern. Leaping nimbly from the bridge, she headed for the garden. There wouldn't be time to fetch her cane as she dashed off and swiftly leaped over the wall. It was dark and cold as she ran through the city streets. Before long, Lefia realized that Eyes' destiny was not the city center where the Tower of Babel was located. Instead, it appeared to be heading towards a district in the northwest. Where on earth could he be going so early in the morning? Lefia thought with concern and intrigue. Small puffs of white air rose from her lips before melting into the shadows as she pushed her legs as fast as she could go. Stopping briefly to ask a demi-human for directions, she followed Eyes' trail. However, she couldn't keep up with her speed, and eventually she completely lost sight of the only clue she had. Lefia reached a stop near the northwest wall, struggling to catch her breath. I was so sure she came this way, Lefia muttered in defeat. She paused to examine her surroundings, and the ornate magic lampposts were perfectly aligned before taking off on another run. She left the main street behind, running first into a fairly wide but tidy side street before disappearing into a complex network of small alleyways. Lefia blindly pursued that shadow for 20 or 30 minutes, struggling with the ever-branching roads. She didn't even know what she was doing, yet she didn't seem to stop. She had to find Eyes. Before she knew it, a considerable amount of time had passed. Turning her head from side to side and her mind consumed by the frantic search, Lefia navigated around the nearest corner and came face to face with a body on the way. There was a loud thud as their heads collided. Both sides landed hard on their backsides. They lay motionless for a few moments, their eyes watering and moaning as they held their heads in pain. As a level 3 adventurer, she couldn't believe she'd ended up on the ground looking like a complete klutz. It was her own fault, really. She'd been too caught up in the chase, unable to think of anything but Eyes. I'm so sorry, Lefia apologized, deeply embarrassed. Looking up, her eyes met those of a boy. The boy brushed some dust off his body. Well, it doesn't matter, he said dismissively. At that moment, Lefia could see him clearly, a human boy with ruby-colored eyes and white hair. She had the most angelic of features, her hair reminiscent of the pure white snow that often painted the landscape of the elven villages in the forest that Lefia had called home. Lefia couldn't help but wonder if their ages were really that different. The boy, on the other hand, simply reached out his hand towards her. Are you okay? The boy asked as he extended his hand towards Lefia. The proud elves detested skin-to-skin contact with anyone they didn't approve of. This was common sense, and the boy didn't seem to care. Although this was not the case for all of their race, the number of elves who could not overcome their malaise was considerable. All Lefia could do was sigh. Not wanting to be misunderstood because of the habits of other elves, she took the boy's hand herself. She took a moment to dust herself off before meeting those ruby eyes again. The boy was undoubtedly incredibly handsome. His attractiveness could rival that of many gods. For a few moments, the boy in front of her could even be mistaken for a deity, whether because of his almost perfect appearance or simply because he gave off that impression. Thank you so much, and I apologize. I wasn't looking where I was going, Lefia said. I accept your apology, and I offer mine as well. I'm sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going, the boy said with a small smile while making very exaggerated movements with his hands as if he were trying to imitate elegance. Lefia smiled slightly. The boy was comically imitating the way many elves spoke and acted. Although this could very well be a racial insult for Lefia, who did not approve of many actions of her race towards other races, it was quite funny. At that moment, Lefia remembered the reason why she was currently in this place. Practically leaning forward in her urgency, she quickly asked if he had noticed anyone nearby matching Eyes' description. Golden hair and golden eyes, Belle murmured. Exactly, the sword princess. Eyes Wallenstein, you're an adventurer, aren't you? You must know her. Have you seen her? Lefia spoke quickly. The boy remained silent for a moment. I haven't really seen her, I'm sorry, I can't help you, the boy said calmly. Oh, I understand, thank you anyway, Lefia said gratefully while bowing. Moments later, the elf resumed her journey in the exact opposite direction to where the boy was going. The boy, named Bellcranel, simply answered what he was asked. Have you seen Eyes Wallenstein? The answer was naturally no, because today he hadn't seen her at all. Although he knew perfectly well where she could be, they didn't ask him for her location or if he knew where she was. They only asked him if he had seen her. Mildly amused, Bellcranel walked calmly. Ha ha ha. Several hours had passed since Lefia had started chasing Eyes. Lefia's shoulders shook with every breath she took. The adorable elf had almost run out of steam. Her persistent efforts to find Eyes had become futile, but she could not give up. It was at that moment that she felt someone's presence behind her. Two people, actually. With a small sigh and a sudden feeling of foreboding, Alala quickly darted behind the nearest deck she could find. Peeking out just enough to take a look, he felt his heart stop. Wah. With every muscle frozen in shock, Lefia found herself petrified in place. Had she looked more closely, she would have realized that Eyes was simply lending the boy an arm. He was quite disheveled and completely worn out at this point after all, but Lefia wasn't scrutinizing closely. No, those blue eyes of hers saw nothing more than a passionate and intimate embrace. That night, as the members of the Loki family sat down to dinner in a corner, a certain elf was enveloped in a gloomy aura. What happened to her? And the idea? Tyone and Tiona whispered to each other as they watched the dejected elf. Lefia, is everything all right? Eyes said with a slight hesitation as she approached the elf. A large majority of the people in the dining room turned to look with interest at the blonde's approach to the odd elf. What were you doing with that human this morning, Eyes-san? Lefia asked seriously, her ears drooping. How does she know? Eyes thought nervously. Lefia stayed in her place, waiting for Eyes' answer with her head down, her eyes hidden under her bangs and her ears drooping. The incriminating silence only increased Eyes' agitation. Feeling watched, Eyes took Lefia's hand and led her out of the dining room. Lefia, how do you know? Eyes said in a trembling voice as she began to sweat. Lefia, who had been taken to an empty room by Eyes, and not in the way she would have liked Scissors, remained silent for several seconds. This morning I chased you to the northwest part of the city. It was there that I witnessed a sword goddess with beautiful hair and golden eyes in the arms of a human. Lefia spoke, still depressed. Pedrita-chan was stunned by Lefia's comment. Lefia tried to calm down for a moment. Eyes spoke nervously as she looked at a heartbroken elf. Were you training on top of the wall? Lefia asked seriously. Yes, replied Eyes as she looked down. So who was that boy holding you? Lefia asked with an annoyed look. He was having trouble walking, so I just lent him my shoulder, Eyes said simply. It didn't take long before the questioning made the situation crystal clear. The black cloud of dangerous anguish emanating from Lefia steadily dissipated and light returned to her distant eyes. So what you're saying is that you're going to be training with that human before the expedition begins? Lefia asked with a serious look. Eyes nodded. Lefia sighed contentedly. To think that boy would ask someone from another family to train him, even for free, doesn't he have any shame? Lefia thought with annoyance. Eyes watched with concern as the elf's face contorted in rage. That boy's insolence, being alone with Miss Eyes like that, I'm so jealous. Lefia thought as she began to bite a handkerchief. Eyes was increasingly worried about her partner's mental health. But above all, he lied to my face. I fell for his lies. The elf thought angrily before shouting angrily as she threw the handkerchief to the ground. At this point, Eyes was very worried that someone would arrive at the place where they were because of Lefia's scream. She fooled me with her pretty face, Lefia thought with annoyance. I think you've misunderstood. I was the one who offered to train him, it's not his fault. He wouldn't be involved if it weren't for me, Eyes spoke quickly, trying to stop Lefia's train of thought. On the contrary, Lefia was annoyed that Eyes wanted to cover for the boy. Please, Lefia, don't tell Loki, Finn, or anyone about this, okay? Eyes said worriedly. The elf tried to keep her composure, but her jealousy eventually took over, causing her to talk too much. If you want me to keep this a secret, you'll have to do something for me, Lefia said in a small, serious shout. No one would have believed that Lefia had demanded something from the person she admired more than anyone else in the world. Eyes was taken by surprise. Why, you must train with me too, just like that human, just you and me, alone, Lefia said with determination. All Eyes could do for a moment was blink silently. Yes, that's what you want, Eyes said simply. Really? Lefia shouted in surprise. Eyes nodded again. Only 6 days remained until the day of the expedition. This marked the second day of their training. As on the previous day, Eyes was dealing with the fact that she didn't know what to teach Belle and above all that she couldn't efficiently control her strength. The second day of training for the human bellcranel was also the first day of training for the elf Lefia Vidris. The elf took a watch out of one of her pockets. His silver pocket watch, handcrafted by the elves to resemble a tree and its leaves, indicated that it was already late afternoon. Closing the lid with a snap, Lefia headed for the exit, pausing right in front of the door for one last look at the room where she had spent so many hours training. Maybe I'm staying too long, Lefia thought with a slight sigh. She herself had asked Eyes to leave a few hours ago. Lefia reflected before leaving that western room on the 5th floor of the dungeon and running towards the surface. She advanced to the upper levels, taking down 2 or 3 monsters and passing a good number of her fellow adventurers along the way. Maneuvering through the starting road, when the great passageway on the 1st floor was called, she proceeded up the spiral staircase to the great hole leading to the surface and emerged on the 1st floor of the Tower of Babel. She was about to make her way through the gate and into the sprawling Central Park when she came across a familiar face. She saw those unforgettable ruby eyes and hair as white as pure snow. He was on his way back to the dungeon, no doubt. He looked completely worn out, but after crossing paths with Lefia, the two stopped dead in their tracks. A hobbit, apparently a companion of the white-haired man, looked curiously at the two young people, while a red-haired man watched everything with more amusement. Lefia was the first to move. With her eyebrows raised, she lifted her slender finger and pointed at the boy. I'm not going to lose, Lefia shouted with determination. As the elf withdrew in annoyance, the boy looked somewhat amused. "Why are you following me?" The elf grunted as she turned to look at the white-haired man. "You seem to have something to tell me," the white-haired man said with a slight smile. You deceived me." Lefia said angrily, pointing at the white-haired man. "That's not true," the white-haired man said, still smiling. The elf was outraged by the boy's response. "You asked me if I had seen Isen at that moment. I hadn't seen her. I went to see her after you left. You didn't ask me if I knew where she was," the white-haired man said with a certain amusement. The elf remained silent for a few seconds as if processing what the white-haired man had said. "Damn it," growled the elf. "You should stop frowning. It's ruining your pretty face a little, although you still look beautiful," the white-haired man said with a smile. "Flattering me won't do you any good," shouted the elf, her face slightly flushed. "So how about this?" the white-haired man said as he extended his hands. Before the eyes of the elf of a golden circle, a magical blue crystal was removed. "Your family will be going on an expedition in a few days. It would be a shame if your beautiful face were damaged. This should help amplify your magic," the white-haired man said with a smile as he placed the crystal in the elf's hand. The elf remained silent as she restrained herself from throwing the blue crystal to the ground. At this moment, he was certainly on the verge of an expedition. And indeed, the magic crystals amplified the power of magic. If that crystal helped him be more useful to his family, even with the rage rising through his body, he had to accept the gift. "I'll take it, but it offends me greatly," the elf complained as she lightly squeezed the crystal in her hands before putting it in one of the pockets of her dress. "I hope I can see your pretty face more often," the white-haired man said with a smile as he walked away. "Shut up," shouted the elf, her face flushed. Ermid, are you busy?" The healer of the Diane sect family bowed her head towards the girl who was visiting her. The sun had already set. As she was in the process of closing her familia shop, she was approached by the first-class adventurer who was her friend, and while wondering why she was there, she took her to a room to talk with her alone. "Can you teach me how to treat adventurers' wounds?" Eyes asked with a certain determination. "You mean first aid?" "I don't mean to promote sales, but wouldn't a potion work well?" Ermid asked with a slight doubt. "I don't want you to use a potion so much," Eyes said lightly, almost shyly. Upon hearing her mention something about training, Ermid apparently understood the situation and accepted her request while laughing. Even though she was only about 150 cm tall, Amid was still a 19-year-old girl. She had often accompanied members of her family to the dungeon as a skilled level 2 healer. When she assisted an alliance of multiple families in the defeat of a monster Rex, she single-handedly supported the crumbling front lines while braving danger, earning herself the alias D-Saint. As a healer, she was genuinely happy that Eyes came to see her. Ermid, well, Eyes spoke with a slight blush. Earlier that day, Eyes had asked Reveria some questions about how to train lower-ranking adventurers and how to help them recover faster. The green-haired elf's answers left the blonde confused, so she went to seek help from her healer friend. Only now she felt ashamed of it. "If you have something to ask for, then please do so," Ermid said with a kind smile. Smiling kindly, similar to a saint, just like her alias, Aizu gathered her resolve and asked Ermid, "Can you teach me the correct way to give a lap pillow?" Eyes asked with determination. Ermid froze at the completely unexpected question. Her parents had given her a lap pillow, but the only time she'd ever given one was to a unicorn. Because of this, she had no idea what a proper lap pillow was. Ermid blushed just like Eyes and began to apologize, though she was speechless at the look of expectation Eyes had on her face as a healer and an older person. Ermid, who had been sweating and glancing around, finally agreed to his request. "I see, I'll show you. I'll give you an example, so Eyes-san, if you could put your head on my lap," Ermid said with embarrassment and a blushing face. Diane Sek-sama. "When I visited the room before, I saw our Ermid giving a lap pillow to the sword princess," a generic man spoke. "I don't understand what you're talking about, but why do you have a nosebleed?" The god with an old appearance spoke with great uncertainty. When the old god asked the member of his family, he replied that it was a good scene. Days later, an exaggerated rumor spread, causing the male gods to visit the pharmacy while asking if it was the Yuri garden, but that's another story. The next day, after landing a blow, she watched him collapse to the ground as consciousness left his body. Seeing the white-haired man's body lying lifeless on the ground, she knew it was time to attack. Gently taking the boy's head in her hand, she slowly settled herself before carefully letting the white-haired boy's head fall onto her thighs. It was a few brief minutes in which the boy was in the world of dreams. During that time, she stroked his silky white hair. Slowly, the boy opened his eyes and she was lost in those ruby-colored eyes. "Are you okay?" the blonde murmured as she looked down at the boy in her lap. "More or less, although I've been in better shape," Belle said calmly. Belle calmly got up from the lap pillow that Eyes had given him. He remained seated to one side of Eyes. Eyes could see the boy staring blankly up at the sky before he sighed. "Have I made any progress?" Belle asked unconsciously, forgetting about the person next to him. "You have indeed been changing to a surprising degree," believing the question was directed at her. Eyes answered Belle's question. Upon hearing Eyes' voice, Belle slowly emerged from his thoughts, then looked at her with curious eyes. If you're wondering, half the reason you fainted was because I misjudged my strength, Eyes said. The blonde watched for a few seconds as the white-haired man became lost in his thoughts. In her eyes, the boy was incredible. The progress he had made was unhealthy. It took her more than 6 months to reach the 10th floor, a floor that the bald man reached in less than a month. Can you tell me? Eyes murmured shyly. At Eyes' timid question, Belle blinked a couple of times in confusion. Why can you get strong so fast? Eyes asked in a louder tone, but it could still be classified as a murmur. Become back strong, Belle murmured as he looked at his hands. For the white-haired man, the word strong didn't seem to fit him very well, but still the reason why he wanted to be stronger. Well, so, there's someone I wanted to pursue at all costs. I desperately wanted to pursue that person and unconsciously reached this level, in short, Belle said with a slight smile. Belle spoke in a low, shy tone. His cheeks were crimson and he smiled in a very pure way. In short, it's because there's a place I want to reach, Belle said while scratching his cheek. Upon hearing that answer, Eyes' eyes widened. So that's how it is, Eyes murmured as she hugged her knees and looked up at the sky. Eyes remained silent for a long time before whispering, me too. Seeing a thoughtful Eyes, Belle decided it was best not to press the issue, so she let it go. The blonde woman said goodbye to Belle around 8 or 9 in the morning, the time he was supposed to meet up with his teammates. The blonde was pleasantly surprised when the white-haired man returned minutes after leaving, breathing heavily and asking to continue training. From what he had managed to find out, the white-haired man's companions had been unwell that day. After taking a short afternoon nap, Belle and Eyes woke up and continued with their training. Several hours passed where Belle bit the ground over and over again. Time passed quickly until the sun set. Currently, both had left their training place. Belle was walking alongside Eyes, who was holding a small magic lamp. As they were walking, the blonde suddenly stopped. The blonde's instincts were screaming at her that something was wrong. At the corner of an alley, she saw a dark figure emerge. The blonde quickly placed the lamp on the floor while bringing her hand to the hilt of her sword. When she got a better look at the figure, she saw a catman. His eyes could see Catman's movements in slow motion. It was obvious he was going to attack Belle. The blonde had started running to intercept Catman before he hurt the white-haired man, but her instinct made her back down at the last second. The blonde watched with wide eyes as a golden sword appeared out of nowhere and stopped Catman's advance. If she had stopped walking a second later, she would have been pierced by that golden sword. Both Catman and the blonde recovered quickly. As Catman took a position to attack the white-haired man, Eyes took one to defend him. They were slow to act, Belle said. The recent words had thrown both Catman and the blonde off balance. Who is she referring to? The blonde thought doubtfully. The bewildered blonde watched as Catman's spear headed towards the boy's abdomen, but in an instant it had been stopped. A strong hand had grasped the spear before it reached the tip. The blonde and the Catman saw a burly man with red hair. Eyes watched with wide eyes as the redhead not only stopped Catman's advance but also launched his own. In a single instant, the blonde saw the redhead send Catman crashing into a wall. She was impressed by the display of strength of the man in front of her. Then, above the Catman, 4 small shadows swayed in the dark sky. The shadows that appeared on the roofs of the houses fell silently downwards. A sword, a hammer, a spear, and an axe. Once again, the blonde prepared to go on the attack. Out of nowhere, strange black whips wrapped around the torsos of the 4 figures and violently slammed them to the ground. The blonde was very confused. She wasn't understanding anything. Rivals and allies kept appearing from all sides. The figures managed to free themselves from the whips quickly and rushed towards the redhead, who was the only visible enemy. The redhead used his spear to stop Catman's spear, turning his back on the 4 figures. Eyes quickly launched himself towards the 4 figures, engaging in a sword duel with one of them. Eyes tried to stop, but not hurt her opponent. She didn't worry about the figures that passed her. Something told her they would be stopped. Agreeing with Eyes, another blonde appeared out of nowhere and using her sword stopped the axe carried by one of the figures. The other 2 figures continued walking towards the redhead but stopped him out of nowhere. Black whips had hanged the other 2 figures. The 2 of them brought their hands to their necks, trying to remove the whips that were burning their skin. Out of nowhere, the whips disappeared, almost as if their owner had taken pity on their lives. At that moment, while Eyes kept her rival at bay, the other blonde launched a powerful kick towards her opponent, leaving him lying on the ground before stabbing his right arm with the tip of her sword. Catman looked around at his companions who had been freed by their opponents. 2 of them had serious burns on their necks and looked like they were going to lose consciousness at any moment. Another of them had a useless arm, which hung at his side while blood gushed from a large wound, and the one who had faced the sword princess barely had a few light scratches. All the opponents looked challenging. The Catman and the hobbits had recognized the people in front of them as true enemies. They would gain nothing by holding back. They would have to get serious. The city of Arario was about to witness a dispute that could shatter several entire neighborhoods. But if it's not too much trouble, could you tell me why I was attacked by Vana, Freya, and Bringer? The Freya Familia attacking a rookie typical of them, Belle said with a smile. The Catman and the hobbits remained completely silent. We've got the wrong person, sorry, said Catman, though he spat out those words. Eyes glared at Catman while Belle smiled ironically. In a single second, the Catman and the hobbits disappeared from the place. Belle sighed softly as he scratched the back of his neck. The white-haired man calmly began to walk. Hey. They attacked you and you let them go. We could have taken them out, the blonde growled angrily. Eyes nodded slightly, though she wasn't sure she wanted to hurt those other adventurers. If they struck first, it was only self-defense. Master, it's unacceptable that they attack you and just leave like that. We must retaliate, said a redhead with a serious look. Belle sighed. If they had fought, they would have destroyed a good part of Arario. I'll let it go, Belle said calmly. Upon hearing Belle's words, Eyes couldn't help but agree with him. How many people would be affected by their fight? Master, if you let these things go, they will attack you again, spoke a dark-haired woman who had emerged from the shadows. Eyes felt confused. She didn't know which side to support. The blonde looked somewhat curiously at the white-haired man who seemed to be talking about something with his companions. Thanks for today's training. See you tomorrow, Belle said calmly. Eyes nodded slightly. The white-haired man began walking alongside his family members. Eyes sighed again. The events of the last few minutes had been very confusing for her. With a light step, she headed towards her headquarters. As Eyes was walking, she suddenly stopped. That girl, Eyes murmured as she turned to look towards where Belle was, focusing on a head of blonde hair. The blonde swordswoman of the Hestia Familia turned slightly and exchanged glances with Eyes. Eyes clenched his fist and clicked his tongue in annoyance before continuing to walk. Sauces, watch out, Eyes, you can't eat so many Jayagamarukan. Bang, bang, the echoes of metal on metal filled the air. Incessant, sharp knocking sounds came from all directions at once, accompanied by a shower of sparks. A young hobbit, most likely a student of the trade, hurried to make her way through the animal people and dwarves with her arms full of firewood and extra tools. Damn you, Amazon DI. 5 big men were working hard in a corner of the workshop, repeatedly hammering a large piece of adamantine. All the blacksmiths had acquired the advanced skill of blacksmithing, which allowed them to provide unique skills to their work. The head of each hammer glowed with a soft red light as they breathed steadily and transformed the ore in front of them into a weapon that would become something far superior to the rest. Eyes made herself as small as possible while listening to the complaints of the sleep-deprived blacksmiths, most of which were directed at her best friend or herself. Walking very quietly and hoping to go unnoticed, the blonde girl stopped in front of a deity. To think that you destroyed it in just 5 days, a male voice said. Eyes' shoulders trembled under the weight of Goibniu's words. Although the god was small in stature, similar to a dwarf, his aged features were compensated for by an incredibly muscular physique. It was the morning after Monsterphilia. Eyes was here to retrieve her favored weapon, desperate, from the Goibniu family's forge, the 3 Hammers smithy. The repairs were finally completed. She stood at the counter in the center of the long, rectangular workshop. It was still very early in the morning, and yet the blacksmiths of the Goibniu family were already working hard around her. You young people really know how to make a blacksmith miserable, Goibniu said with a sigh. I'm sorry, Eyes said in an almost inaudible murmur. The Loki family again. The blonde heard the weary murmurs and furious glares of the blacksmiths working around her. Although Eyes felt guilty for causing them so much trouble, she was also grateful for their skillful work. How much do I owe? Eyes asked in a murmur. 40 million volleys or something like that, Goibniu said with a sigh. That number hit him like a ton of bricks. Eyes trembled slightly as she thought about the fact that she would have to wander around the dungeon, just focusing on making money. Come on, Eyes, cheer up. You should be just as worried. As Eyes walked along with a depressed aura, she could hear Tiona's jovial voice followed by an enraged Tione. Let's get something to eat, Eyes-san. The blonde's depression quickly disappeared at the suggestion of the elf beside her. Eyes immediately thought of her beloved Jayagamarukan. Oh, it's the captain, Tiona said with a smile as she looked ahead. Captain, Tione squealed as she ran towards the blonde hobbit. Following the Amazon's path, Eyes could see Finn, Gareth, Bite, and Raoul. Apparently, they were returning from receiving their own equipment. Just as Eyes was about to say hello, she saw a Jayagamarukan stand run by a black-haired god. More importantly, she saw a sign. Eyes-sen, you're not thinking, are you? Leffia stuttered as she looked at the same sign as Eyes. Limited time promotion, eat 1,000 Jayagamarukan in 3 hours and receive a 50% discount on all your subsequent purchases. You're crazy that much mashed potato would expand in your stomach, a werewolf said irritably. You're wrong about that, it wouldn't expand, it would dissolve, Eyes said confidently. Hey, in my first year I ate 3.5 kilos of fish, I think I know what my body can handle, Eyes said indignantly. The blonde's certainty in taking on a certain challenge had divided the whole group in 2 Eyes. Tiona and Gareth on one side and Bite, Finn, Raul and Tione on the other, with Leffia not knowing which side to take. We're not talking about grapes, we're talking about mashed potatoes with way too much salt. The human body can't handle that much. You get dehydrated, Finn said confidently. Listen, in extreme cases it has been known that the pancreas can increase insulin production by more than 60%, Gareth said seriously. Yes. Eyes and Tiona answered at the same time. The fact that your pancreas can produce enough insulin to fill a swimming pool means nothing. Your extrarenal glands can't distribute it into the blood quickly, Tione spoke firmly. Yes, shouted Finn, Bete and Rawl. Gentlemen, this discussion is pointless, Eyes said with a stoic expression. Everyone present could see how Eyes approached the shop, and how in an instant a tray of Jayagamarukan was placed in front of her without them knowing. While they were arguing, Eyes had discreetly already registered for the contest. Eyes sat silently in a chair next to another blonde. One Eyes spoke after eating her first Jayagamarukan. 446. 447. Impossible, he won't achieve it. 448, 661. 662. 663, 662, 661, 662, 663. After more than 2.5 hours, Eyes could be seen lying on the ground with her face covered in crumbs. It seems the human body can only withstand 996 Jayagamarukan, checkmate, Bete said with a smile as he looked at Eyes lying on the ground. Eyes, there are only 4 more, you can do it. Tiona said as she bent down, showing the blonde 4 Jayagamarukan. And no Jayagamarukan, I'm dying, Eyes managed to say with difficulty as her stomach growled. Listen, nobody said you have to eat the Jayagamarukan, just that they have to be inside your body, right? Gareth said seriously. And you're right. While Eyes watched her companions with concern, a certain black-haired god, amused, covered the word eat on the sign with a piece of paper. The blonde took the 4 Jayagamarukan from her friend's hands and put them in her mouth before quickly eating them. Glup, glup, grumbled the blonde in annoyance. Yes, he did it, Tiona shouted. Okay, you win, Bete said with a slight smile as everyone began to applaud. This was better than the time Cruz did 100,000 sit-ups, Rawl said with amusement. Impossible. Cruz is in good shape, but 100,000 sit-ups is like begging for a double hernia, Tione said, crossing her arms. That half-thinking is what prevents you from recognizing greatness. What's your problem? Damn it, Tiona growled in annoyance. While Eyes was lying on the floor, she could see her classmates leaving, arguing about the damage that 100,000 sit-ups can do to the body. We have winners, both passed the challenge, a certain blonde god spoke while ringing a bell. Both. Eyes thought as she stood up. Eyes and another blonde exchanged glances. It's a tie, the god said with a smile. Tie, the 2 blondes murmured as they looked at each other. That day a great rivalry was born between those two. Chapter 11, Knight and Maiden. Berserker class Lancelot. The armor named itself amidst shouts and unintelligible words. Mordred stared at the armor. The armor let out a scream full of hatred and resentment, then it began to walk while continuing to growl like a wild animal. The white-haired man stared at the armor in bewilderment, his mind racing a mile a minute searching for a solution. In an instant, as the armor groaned with every step he took, Mordred stood before Bell. His own armor already equipped, Leonidas had his spear ready and awaited a signal. While several magic circles formed in front of Semiramis, Lily, for her part, was terrified, gathering every ounce of courage in her body to stand up and begin walking towards Bell. It's not necessary, Bell said as he placed a hand on Mordred's shoulder and stood to one side of her. Bell's mind had already found a solution. There was a certain book in his treasury that had provided him with very useful information. The white-haired man removed a glove from his right hand, revealing what appeared to be a red tattoo which resembled the shape of a rabbit. Insanity enhancement for now, you're useless, dispel, Bell spoke as he extended his hand towards the Knight of the Lake. The mark on her hand shone brightly. Mordred and the others could see what to them was a wave of red color heading towards the armor and completely surrounding it. The armor reached for his helmet and grasped it. I have total authority over my servants. Some of their abilities would be useless against me, and I can decide at will whether to seal or activate their abilities, Bell said with a smile. As he began to better understand his treasury, certain notifications appeared in his head. Recommendations for various items were given to him daily. Among these notifications was the appearance of a certain item drop that had never been recorded before. Likewise, a book called Grail Manual had given Bell a great understanding of everything new in his life. After seeing her master's determination, the blonde blinked a couple of times under her helmet before removing her armor and returning to her previous place. Take off your helmet, Sir Lancelot, Bell said. Lancelot obeyed, removing his helmet to reveal an extremely emaciated and disheveled adult man, with unkempt hair, terrible dark circles under his eyes, pale skin, and cracked lips. I am Bellcranel, your new master, Bell said as he took a couple of steps towards Lancelot and extended his hand. Lancelot, who had a terrible headache and was struggling to stay oriented, returned Bell's greeting. Lancelot spoke Lancelot in a muffled voice and between breaths. Belle nodded before turning around. He literally looks like a homeless person. Show him where the bathroom is and get him some clothes, Belle said as he walked past Lily. Lancelot, who heard Belle's words, not that he made any effort to hide his thoughts, could not deny it. Although he did not know what Belle looked like, it was easy for him to deduce that he should not be too far removed from the appearance of a vagabond or an alcoholic. Lily nodded as she nervously approached Lancelot. Lancelot was led to the bath, a bath inspired by the Far East. The knight completely removed his armor before getting into the tub. Lancelot was still very confused. At one point his mind was shattered with partial memories and where he kept repeating kill Arthur, Arthur over and over again, only to regain his reasoning ability the next instant. The mental shock had been too much. Lancelot clutched his head tightly. Although he didn't need to sleep, a long nap would do him a world of good right now. Lancelot felt his head spinning. The madness was still fading. Small traces still remained. Hearing a voice in his head screaming for blood was not pleasant. Added to that was a constant ringing in his ears. Lancelot had a terrible migraine. Lancelot scooped up some water with both hands before pouring it over his head. Cold water must be better, murmured Lancelot as he climbed out of the tub. The Knight of the Lake took a bucket, filled it with water from a tap, and poured it over his head. A slight shiver ran down Lancelot's spine, but it helped to ease his headache a little. Without hesitation, he repeated the operation a couple more times. He then began to do some simple mental exercises. First, he started by counting. When he felt his head spinning or his thoughts were irrational, he would pour cold water on his head. Then Lancelot began doing basic addition, starting with 11. Although it might seem stupid, just a few seconds ago his mind was only repeating Arthur. Lancelot spent a good while exercising his mind and letting cold water fall on his head. Finally, she returned to the tub and let her muscles relax in the warm water. With his thoughts now more in order, Lancelot got out of the tub and stood in front of a mirror. Undoubtedly, his appearance was not the best. The face that once made women sigh was now gone. Lancelot ran a hand through his hair before washing it. The thought I should cut it off crossed her mind, which was now more organized and in a better state. Lancelot, wearing a simple black suit, walked back the way he had come. He didn't really know anything about the place he was in. He only knew one path, and that's the one he was following. Upon returning, he could see 4 people. Mordred, his master named Belle, 2 other people he identified as servants, the girl who had guided him to the bathroom, and a girl with black pigtails. "Now you have a more gentlemanly appearance," Belle said with a smile. Lancelot said nothing. He just took a seat opposite Belle. "Your thoughts are in order. Would you like some aspirin or something?" Belle asked. Lancelot shook his head. "It's not necessary. I still have a slight headache, but it will disappear in a few minutes," Lancelot said. "I see, judging by your previous appearance, madness enhancement was extremely attached to you. Regaining sanity in an instant must have been a hard shock," Belle said. "It was, but I'm better now," Lancelot said. Belle nodded. "I really don't feel like explaining the situation you're in. You do it," Belle said as he turned to look at Hestia. Hestia sighed before she began to speak. "Lancelot. Level. Strength I0. Endurance I0. Dexterity I0. Agility I0. Magic I0. Magic. Skills. Knight of the Lake, you can temporarily add a boost to any parameter. Eternal Arms Mastery. Through the complete fusion of mind, body, and technique, it is possible to make use of all fighting skills even when under the influence of any kind of mental obstacle. Protection of spirits. The ability to increase luck in dangerous situations. Activation is limited to battlefields where it is possible to perform feats with weapons. Noble Phantasm. For someone's glory. Ability to gain fame and glory while in disguise. A black fog whose outline constantly changes like a blurred photograph. Knight of Honor. Ability that embodies unarmed combat. Once you take hold of anything that can be conceptualized as a weapon, and you recognize that you wish to use it, the object will instantly gain the property of becoming your noble phantasm. The Knight of the Lake held a sheet of paper in both hands as he carefully read what it said. You possess abilities and/or magic incompatible with the fauna of the gods. That is the reason why some of your abilities do not appear. But it does not mean that you have lost them, Belle said with a sigh. Lancelot nodded without a doubt. This had been one of the most eventful days of his life. While Lancelot continued to analyze the sheet in his hands, Belle finished his work for the day and decided to go to his room to rest. The next day, "That's a very bad position. You have too many openings." Lancelot scolded Belle, who was wielding a wooden sword, and to prove his point, he struck Belle on the shoulders, elbows, and behind the knees. Lancelot's light blows caused Belle to fall to the ground sitting down. Belle had several bruises on his body. He could barely open his right eye and his lip was split, letting a few drops of blood fall. The white-haired man had already had his training with Leonidas, hand-to-hand combat and muscle training, and with Mordred, dodge or he'll hit you. Now it was his turn to train with Lancelot, who was going to teach him swordsmanship. Fortunately, you only fight wild monsters. Your swordsmanship is non-existent. You just swing it around hoping to hit your target. Sometimes you don't even strike with the blade, Lancelot sighed. Bell laughed nervously while scratching the back of his neck. Well, you can't expect much from a student of Mordred, either, Lancelot said with a slight smile. Bell nodded unconsciously as he recalled his lessons with the blonde. Mordred didn't teach him the correct way to use a sword. She mostly helped him hone his reflexes, launching attack after attack, forcing Bell to keep up or be brutally beaten. The white-haired man took the wooden sword in both hands before assuming a fighting stance. In less than a second, Lancelot struck Bell's hands, more specifically his thumbs, and then struck Bell's jaw with the tip of his sword. Bell spat out a little blood as he was forced to look up. His feet left the ground and a feeling of buoyancy washed over him. Seconds later, the feeling vanished the moment he touched the ground. Once again, Bell was lying on the ground while looking up at the sky. "Your grip is incorrect," Lancelot said in a calm voice. Bell didn't answer. Instead, he remained admiring the sky. Since he had lost strength in his legs, he couldn't stand up. But, "Uyuag," Bell felt the air leaving his body. "I haven't given you a break," Lancelot said calmly. At that moment, Lancelot withdrew the tip of his sword from Bell's stomach. A single thrust had completely knocked the wind out of him. Bell forced a wry smile as he did his best to stand up. Bell took a deep breath. Long lines of sweat ran all over Bell's body. Small cuts were bleeding, and several bruises were extremely swollen. Bell believed that Lancelot would be a kinder teacher. How wrong I was. The Knight of the Lake taught with an iron fist and engraved his lessons on Bell's mind and heart with the point of his sword. "You're a good apprentice, you're doing quite well," Lancelot said. Bell could see Lancelot sit down next to him while maintaining a calm expression. "Your wounds heal quite quickly. Leonidas told me you have a fairly high regeneration rate for a human," Lancelot said. Bell looked at Lancelot while smiling ironically. "Oh, I know what you're thinking, but we don't count. We're servants. We may look human, but we're closer to being spirits than anything else," Lancelot said as he shifted his gaze from Bell to the sky. Bell nodded as he looked in the same direction as Lancelot. "You know, if there's anything you want, don't hesitate to tell me. After all, I'm your master, and the captain of this family. If it's within my power, I'll get it for you," Bell said. Lancelot smiled slightly. "You're a very kind boy, thank you," Lancelot said without turning to look at Bell. "As proof that my word carries weight, I'll give you this," Bell said. A golden circle appeared above Lancelot's hands. "Take what's inside," Bell said with a smile. Lancelot uncertainly put his hand inside the circle. At that moment he felt like he had taken something. It was a kind of handle. Lancelot had a slight suspicion of what it was. Something inside him told him so, and for that reason he didn't want to bring it up. But the golden circle moved away from Bell's hands, revealing a sword with a blue handle and a golden blade. The sword was beautiful in a nutshell. It had engravings that showed its status as being forged by non-human hands. "Arendite," murmured Lancelot. The Arendite he held in his hands was the original, the one that was not corrupted, and that increased Lancelot's parameters. Lancelot never believed he would ever see Arendite again in any form other than the blackened one he currently possessed. Just seeing the sword caused Lancelot confusing feelings. "Don't stare at her so much, your gaze is going to pierce her," Bell said mockingly. I cannot accept this," Lancelot said. "Why not? That sword was created for the perfect knight," Bell said. "That's precisely why. I am not that knight. I killed my own companions with it. I defiled it and stained it black. I don't deserve to have it again. If anything, I deserve the corrupted version," Lancelot spoke. "I don't understand what's bothering you. Are you in Britain?" Bell asked. Lancelot turned to look at Bell. "It allows you to summon heroes or beings whose names you have etched in history. It summons them at their peak. It gives them a second chance. These are small fragments taken from the Grail manual that I possess," Bell spoke with a smile as he revealed a book in his right hand. Lancelot smiled slightly. "We can call you servant, but not a spirit. You are truly alive. Even if I die, you will continue to exist until you die of old age or are killed," Bell said. Lancelot remained completely silent. "So this is a new life. Smile and leave the past behind. Your new life in Arario is just beginning. It's time for you to live as you wish," Bell said with a smile. Lancelot smiled before looking at the floor. "You know, although there are collectibles that are more beautiful and valuable the more rusted they are, I don't want any of my collectibles to be rusted. I only want bright, clean pieces. As a piece of my collection, you should shine as brightly as you can, and if you can't shine any brighter, I'll polish you until you shine as brightly as I want," Bell said with a big smile. "You're literally treating me like just another object in your treasure collection," Lancelot said, looking at the ground. Bell nodded since that's what he was doing. Lancelot, Mordred, Semiramis, Lily, Leonidas, and Hestia were all his collectible pieces, as they shone brightly and were beautiful, referring to their color. "But it's probably the best motivational phrase anyone has ever said to me in my entire life," said Lancelot with a small smile. "Now that you've accepted that, tell me, what do you wish for?" "Personally, I want you to shine much brighter and for your value to grow," Bell said. "I appreciate your interest, but what I desire most you cannot give me," said Lancelot with a bitter smile. Bell smiled broadly. "Do you mean Guyvern?" Belle asked. Lancelot remained completely silent. If you're wondering how I know reading is a hobby of mine, Belle said as he held up a book titled The Knight of the Lake. Lancelot remained silent as he looked at the book. I've read everything about Mordred, Leonidas, and about you. After all, I must know my subordinates thoroughly and even more so my prized possessions, Belle said. Lancelot smiled slightly. As a piece of my collection, it is your duty to be so brilliant that it causes blindness from your shine, Belle said with a smile as he began to walk. Lancelot saw Belle turn his back on him and then watched him walk away. Although Lancelot did not see it, a certain golden cup appeared in Belle's hand, and then behind him, a blinding light and a magic circle were invoked. I'll leave you alone, Belle said as he turned away. Alone, murmured Lancelot. Where am I? Lancelot felt time stand still. That voice, that tone of voice, he knew it perfectly, he had never forgotten it. Lancelot turned to face the voice. At that moment he saw her. The most beautiful woman in his eyes. Lancelot. Lancelot took one step, then another. He didn't even realize when he started running. In less than a second, Lancelot was already in front of the woman. Guyvern, Lancelot said as he placed his hand on the woman's cheek. Lancelot, Guyvern said in shock, unable to believe who was standing before him. Guyvern, Lancelot said before wrapping the woman in front of him in a hug. Neither of them noticed when it happened. But they were both crying on each other's shoulders. I only have 3 wishes left. Well, it was worth it, Belle said with a smile as his eyes sparkled. Summoning Lancelot is one thing, but summoning Guyvern, who's next, my father or my mother? Upon hearing a voice behind him, Belle saw Mordred with a forced smile. How long have you been there? Belle asked. I just arrived. I arrived just in time to see Lancelot break down in tears on Guyvern's breast, Mordred said. Belle nodded before smiling. While summoning Morgan doesn't appeal to me much, summoning King Arthur does, Belle said. Before Belle knew it, Mordred had a vein bulging on her forehead as she pulled Belle's hair. That hurts, Belle complained. I've never mentioned my mother. How do you know about her? Mordred asked. Belle remained silent as he considered whether or not to answer the question. Well, I own many books and some of them are about you, Belle said, trying not to say too much. Just so you know, if you invoke my mother or someone who looks like her, I will strike you, Mordred said. Belle nodded as every ounce of his body trembled like jelly. And what about King Arthur? Belle asked. Mordred remained silent as she looked away. As long as they don't kill each other, I can arrange a duel, Belle said. Mordred still did not answer. Furthermore, I can grant you Excalibur and Caliburn. Belle spoke as he summoned a sword in each hand. Mordred saw both swords in Belle's hands before clicking his tongue and leaving the place. Belle sighed before both swords disappeared. Nobody understands women, Belle said with a small laugh. The same day in the afternoon, the exploration of the dungeon ended. While Leonidas went to the guild to report everything and Mordred went to sleep at headquarters, Belle along with Lily went to replenish supplies. Passing through an alley, they both arrived at the headquarters of the Myich family. Upon entering the small shop, Chinthrope Naza, who was behind the counter, glanced slightly at Belle. Ugh. The white-haired man felt a lump in his throat upon seeing the expressionless Naza. He had known her for some time, but since obtaining the Grail, he had not seen her in person. Semiramis and later Leonidas were in charge of buying the potions that Belle would use, or Myich himself would make deliveries to his house. Belle smiled bitterly at the sight of the brunette. A depressive aura surrounded her. Her body was 40% covered in rust, and many negative feelings enveloped her. Unlike a certain goddess, Belle saw beyond the representation of strength and potential in colors. He saw people's emotions, moods, and mental stability. All of this added together gave him the monetary value he perceived. I came on my family's errand, Belle said calmly. Naza nodded as she turned around and walked away from the counter. While Chinthrope was looking for Belle's errand, the white-haired man turned to look at the hobbit. A beautiful brown color, a bright and warm aura that was the current Lily, her value only increased day by day. Unconsciously, Belle stroked the hobbit's brown hair, causing her to blush deeply at the white-haired man's actions, but she did nothing to stop him. While Belle was lost in contemplation of Lily's beautiful aura, Naza returned with a wooden box in her hands. This is your order, 24 potions, Naza spoke calmly. Belle nodded calmly. His order of 24 potions was worth about 12,000 volleys. Just as Belle was about to pay, he glanced at the potions. Belle's smile twisted. Similarly, Belle wasn't the only one who noticed something strange. Without taking her eyes off Chinthrope, the hobbit, with quick and natural movements, extended her hands towards the wooden box that Naza was holding, taking out a test tube full of a bluish liquid. Without waiting for any approval, Lily took out the cork and put her little nose close to the test tube, checking the fragrance and examining the color. Beside Naza, who was somehow panicking, Lily quickly poured a drop of potion into her hand and licked it. Fufu, this potion costs 500 varisu. It must be a profitable business. I'm so envious, Lily said with a smile. Belle smiled slightly while Naza sweated profusely. This is a diluted version of the original tincture, right? With this, its effect is less than half that of the original. The potion's unique sweetness has also been faked with flavor, Lily said with a wide grin. Chinthrope was speechless as she stood still in her place. At most, it's worth 200 volleys, Lily said as she moved the test tube from one side to the other. 150, Belle spoke simply. At his words, Lily and Naza's eyes moved to look at him. 150, that's the price of these potions, Belle said with a smile. Naza swallowed hard as she felt Belle's gaze upon her. I'm sorry. A long-haired god shouted loudly as he bowed his head. Beside him, Naza stood with one of her god's hands on her head, forcing her to lean forward in a gesture of lament. It's due to my negligence in supervision, I'm so sorry, Belle. We'll return all the money we've swindled from you so far, said the god Mayach seriously. It doesn't matter and it's not that much money, they can keep it, Belle said calmly. As Belle said, for obvious reasons, Semiramis and Leonidas had never been scammed on any of the times they had gone shopping, and Belle had been scammed in the past when he barely bought a potion every few days. The money he had lost was insignificant. Mayach nodded slightly, his face looking guilty. Belle simply sighed as he stroked Lily's head as a reward for the hobbit's good work. Naza, why did you do something like this? Answer me. Mayach spoke in a strong tone as he turned to look at Chinthrope. The family ledger has always been in a desperate situation. The ignorant rabbit was an easy target, Naza said with a calm face. Being called an easy target, Belle frowned. Although he couldn't deny that fact, it was only now that he was more aware of his surroundings, but weeks ago he was a perfect target to be scammed. Mayach glared at the Chinthrope. Her eyes were half closed and her voice was monotonous, but her fluffy brown tail was trembling. HMPH, you idiot. What good comes from the money you earn by cheating? Naza, my child, the underworld runs on faith and trust, and business is one of the main proofs of that. Just for a little more money, you almost lost the trust of these people, you know, Mayach said seriously. Belle looked at Mayach with a somewhat ironic smile in his mind. He could see Semiramis laughing at the god and saying something like, the thing is, they don't know how to deceive. The biggest companies were created and are maintained by deceiving their customers. While the white-haired man silenced the mental image of Semiramis, he turned to look at Naza, who clenched her fists and glared angrily at Mayach. You say that, but Mayach-sama, no matter who it is, you put on a pretty face and give out potions for free. That's why we can't even pay our expenses. Besides, you seduce a bunch of girls without even being aware of yourself, and you make them misunderstand. How many times do you think I've suffered the consequences of that? Naza shouted in great fury. While Mayach displayed a complicated face, Belle rested his right ankle on his left thigh, then extended his hand and from a golden circle summoned a silver bowl which was full of popcorn. What are you talking about? Saying something like seduce them, don't say things that are easy to misinterpret. Mayach shouted with an embarrassed face. Enjoying the show, Belle stuffed a handful of popcorn into his mouth while Lily mimicked his actions. I did something bad to Belle, but even so, as things stand, we won't be able to pay off our loan and it will be extended tens of thousands of times. Naza shouted in despair. Huh? Lily murmured, confused. She turned to Belle, asking him to explain the ending of the movie. Loan, Belle murmured in the same situation. Mayach simply lowered his head in melancholy. When Belle was about to ask at that precise moment, excuse my intrusion. With a loud laugh, a person entered the pharmacy while roughly opening the wooden door. I am here to receive this month's loan payment, Ch spoke, a god who possessed grayish hair and beard. With a mocking face and clothing embroidered with gold and silver, the god entered the place laughing. Diane, Mayach whispered, no matter how long I waited, you didn't come, so I went to the trouble and came here. Be grateful, you poor wretches, The god Diane spoke with a big smile. Belle glanced briefly at the god before shifting his gaze to a rather small girl standing next to the old god. It's a dusty shop as always. If I stay here too long, my body will suffer, so let's get down to business. There are also an unusually high number of poor people here, Diane said with a smile. While Naza displayed a serious expression, almost as if she were looking at an old enemy, Mayach showed a bitter expression in Belle. In Belle's head, one could see an indignant Semiramis and a Mordred crying out for blood for his offense. What? Belle murmured as he stood up. In everyone's eyes, Belle's kind and amused expression disappeared. Can you repeat what you said? Belle asked as he stood before the ancient god. Instinctively, Diane took a couple of steps back. How much is it? Belle asked seriously. Diane said, confused. How much is Mayach's debt? Don't make me repeat myself, Belle said seriously. 25 million, Diane spoke with a slight smile and a hesitation. From a small golden circle, a leather bag fell into Belle's right hand. Take it and leave, your second-rate stench is starting to bother me, Belle said irritably as he threw the leather bag at Diane. Diane barely managed to stay on his feet when he was hit by the leather bag. The clinking of its contents was present as soon as Diane held the bag. We're leaving, Diane shouted after seeing the contents of the bag. After Diane left the place, Mayach and Naza could be seen with their heads to the ground while thanking Belle. I swear I'll pay you back, Mayach shouted. Come on, stop that, Belle said with a certain annoyance, having listened to Mayach's thanks for more than half an hour. No, Belle, you shouldn't have done that. It wasn't your problem, Mayach said with some bitterness. At Mayach's words, Belle raised an eyebrow. What shouldn't I have? Belle said, raising an eyebrow. Mayach nodded. What kind of bad joke is this, Mayach? Since when does a peasant tell a king how to spend his money? Belle said irritably. Mayach swallowed hard as he looked at the white-haired man. I'll do what I want with my money. If I want to pay off the debt of a second-rate god and a fourth-rate cheenthrope, then I'll do it. Any objections? Belle said firmly as he stood up. Mayach and Naza gave slight denials. At least let me make it up to you. This debt started because of me. I'll do anything you ask, Naza said seriously as she stood up and faced Belle. Belle raised an eyebrow. Naza's resolve faltered when she saw Belle's shining eyes. Then let me touch them, Belle said seriously. Naza took a step back before swallowing hard and nodding slightly. Belle exchanged a glance with Naza before extending his hands. Cheenthrope sighed before standing firmly, thrusting her ample chest out. Hey, Mayach murmured in disbelief as he watched Belle reach his hands toward his daughter. Kaya Naza squealed as she felt Belle's hands on her. So soft, Belle murmured with satisfaction. Belle, their sensitive Naza spoke with difficulty while screaming against her will. I always wanted to play them ever since I saw them, Belle said as he continued playing. Before Lily and Mayach's eyes, Belle was stroking Naza's ears with great satisfaction. This is awkward, Mayach muttered as he watched his daughter blush and gasp. Lily, for her part, puffed out her cheeks with jealousy. I'll do this whenever I want, Belle said very seriously as he let go of Naza's fluffy ears. Naza nodded slightly. Anyway, how did you plan to pay that god in the first place? Belle asked seriously. Naza and Mayach exchanged glances before explaining their idea of creating new potions to Belle. I understand I can supply you with blue butterfly wings and Bradsaurus eggs. I'll sell them to you at market price, no haggling. In return, you only buy from me and you'll give me a 5% discount on my purchases, Belle said seriously. Mayach nodded as he shook Belle's hand. Likewise, this place is depressing. You won't have good sales here. I'll give you 15 million volleys in exchange for 25% of your family's profits, Belle said with a smile. Mayach looked at Naza for a moment, who nodded. Okay, 25% of our family's earnings will be yours, Mayach said with a slight smile. Belle nodded. It all worked out. I left, Belle said as he took his initial order, this time not truncated. Once Belle left, Mayach sighed heavily. I feel like I just sold my soul to the devil, Mayach said with a slight smile. When they told me the devil was attractive, I never believed it, Naza said with a smile. Mayach laughed slightly. Well, we have work to do. We'll work for Belle until we die, Mayach said with a sigh. Naza nodded slightly. Headquarters of the Hestia family. Who does that old man think he is? It's old age. In the living room of their mansion, Mordred and Semiramis could be seen discussing Belle and Diane's meeting. Belle, meanwhile, was sitting on a sofa while running his hand through the hair of Lily, who used her magic to have cat ears and a tail. Should we take revenge? Mordred asked seriously. Perhaps not a direct attack, but an attack on his pride, Semiramis said with a smile. The blonde and the brunette turned to look at Belle, who was focused on stroking Lily's ears while she purred in his lap. Swordsman and Queen stared blankly at the scene, while Lily stuck her tongue out at them in a gesture of mockery and victory. Headquarters of the Diane sect family. Queen and King's apprentice entered a rather elegant and high-class building. All the counters displayed ostentatious bottles containing very expensive liquids. Potions and elixirs of the highest quality were for sale in this place. The Queen of Assyria elegantly walked to a counter where there stood a girl with long silver hair, 150 centimeters tall, and an appearance that made her look like a porcelain doll. The silver-haired girl looked at Semiramis with intrigue, then at Belle with slight surprise. I would like to speak with your god, Semiramis said with a smile. The doll-like girl nodded slightly. I don't understand what you're trying to achieve with this, Belle said in a waiting room while looking at Semiramis. Two things, to humiliate an inept god and to provide you with help, Semiramis said with a smile. Belle raised an eyebrow, confused. You see, the potions heal your body, but you've been accumulating a lot of fatigue in your muscles. You possess abilities that accelerate your physical growth. These must generate a certain fatigue that the potions inhibit, but it's there nonetheless, Semiramis spoke with a slight smile. Belle nodded. That's why I'll get you a massage. I'd give it to you myself, but it's better if someone qualified does it. When someone inexperienced tries to act as a masseur or chiropractor, all they do is make everything worse, Semiramis said. Belle smiled slightly before nodding. No, please. In a certain room made for treating the wounded, an old god lay on the floor in a doja position, pleading with a doll-like girl. No, the girl replied curtly. Ermid, it's only an hour. We're getting paid a lot for this. The god spoke without lifting his forehead from the ground. You're selling out, or rather, you're selling me out. Where's your pride? Ermid said angrily. Who needs pride when you have money? Diane said seriously. Ermid, Bufo, and Molesta. My area is not massages, it's embarrassing, Ermid said with flushed cheeks. Please. Diane cried as she buried her forehead further into the ground. Ermid sighed in defeat. Belle walked barefoot through a brightly lit white room. For his treatment, he had been asked to remove his clothes and remain only in a white pair of shorts, which they provided. Calmly, Belle walked to the center of the room where a girl was waiting for him. Airmid had tied her silver hair in a ponytail, changed out of her uniform into sports clothes, shorts that reached above her knees and a tank top. Both garments were black. "I'm sorry about my appearance, I didn't have time to get anything better," Airmid said, her face red. Belle shook his head slightly with a smile before sitting down on a cot next to Airmid. With her face red, the silver-haired woman placed her hands on Belle's shoulders. "He's got too much accumulated fatigue, his shoulders are very stiff." "Wait, this," thought Airmid as she carefully touched Belle's shoulders. "Don't worry about your appearance, I think you look very pretty," Belle said with a smile and quite a bit of smooth talk before screaming in pain. Airmid had applied some force with his left hand where he was holding Belle's left shoulder. With a crack, Airmid released Belle's shoulders. Belle brought his right hand to his aching left shoulder. "Your left shoulder was out of place, how have you been moving that arm?" Airmid spoke harshly as he placed his hands on her thin waist. Belle simply denied knowing the reason as tears streamed down his face. "Extend your arm," Airmid said as she took Belle's left arm again. For several minutes, the sounds of Belle's bones creaking back into place and Belle's masculine screams filled the entire place. With tears running down his eyes but without any pain in his body, Belle glanced slightly at Airmid. The little girl took a pink cream in her hands before she began to rub it on Belle's body. Airmid's hands moved over his shoulders, biceps, pecs, and abdomen. Belle could feel Airmid's breasts touching his back, but his body was experiencing so many creaks that it was impossible for him to feel happy about it. After applying cream to her back, Airmid moved to the front of Belle and rolled up to take one of her legs and repeat the operation. "I recommend you rest for a few hours, preferably go home to sleep," Airmid said seriously. Belle nodded slightly. When her treatment was over, Belle left the room with her body glistening with cream and sweat, along with some pain in her body. The next day. His day started like every other day. He had his breakfast, did his daily exercises, and was currently in his combat practice. "And like every day, I was on the ground." With great speed, Belle stood up. Beldono's resilience is enviable. This time Belle's training partner was a girl with black hair. The dark-haired woman threw a kick which Belle managed to stop and grab her left leg. As he held the girl's leg, Belle smiled. "Belle, it's bad to be overconfident in a fight." Upon hearing Take Mikazuchi's voice, Belle made the mistake of diverting his attention from the dark-haired girl. The dark-haired woman, who was standing on her right foot, jumped before turning her whole body around. Belle swore he saw in slow motion the brunette's right foot heading towards him. Holding his cheek, the white-haired man rolled on the floor. "Beldono, are you all right?" shouted the dark-haired woman as she bent down and lifted the dark-haired man's head. "Yes, you almost broke my cheekbone, am I okay?" Belle said with a certain amusement. "Mikoto, take care of Belle for a while, I'm going to talk to Hestia about something, I'll be back in a moment to continue with the training." The dark-haired woman turned to look at her god, who had left the place. "Who would have thought that a girl as cute and slim as you kicks like the devil?" Belle said with a smile. Still holding Belle's head, the dark-haired woman smiled slightly. "You're not one to talk, it's hard to believe that such a thin boy can withstand so many blows," the dark-haired woman said with a hint of mockery. Belle chuckled slightly. Mikoto gently sat in Seiza position before resting Belle's head on her thighs. Unlike with Eyes or Semiramis, Mikoto's thighs were mostly uncovered, allowing Belle to feel the softness of the dark-haired woman's skin more freely. Belle sighed as he closed his eyes waiting for Take Mikazuchi. He had no choice but to meditate on his situation. The reason he had been training with Mikoto was so that he could gain more realistic combat experience with people of his own level. Mordred, Leonidas, and Lancelot were simply too much for the white-haired boy. Take Mikazuchi had very good technique, but lacked some physical strength. His training relationship with the girl from the Far East ultimately benefited them both that, and the girl was very grateful for him letting her use the thermal bath at his headquarters. "Beldono, in the time I've been her partner, we've only trained in hand-to-hand combat." Upon hearing the dark-haired woman's voice, Belle nodded simply. "While Take Mikazuchi-sama is away, how about we do some weapons training?" the black-haired woman said with some excitement in her voice. Belle glanced briefly at the girl's face before nodding and standing up. "Just yesterday Semiramis brought the weapon I ordered from Hephaestus-sama," Belle said with a smile. Mikoto watched in amazement as a 90-centimeter sword emerged from a magic circle, with a white blade adorned with golden hieroglyphs and a golden hilt. "Destroyer, the sword that matches my dagger," Belle said with a smile. Mikoto nodded as she went to a training dummy where she picked up her katana. Mikoto-san, I don't think it's a good idea for you to use your weapon," Belle said somewhat nervously. Mikoto turned to look at Belle in confusion while the white-haired man simply approached Mikoto and handed her the white-edged sword. "It's heavier than it looks," Mikoto murmured as she held the sword. Belle nodded before turning to look at the training dummy. With simplicity, Mikoto raised her sword before launching a slash at the doll. The dark-haired woman's eyes were wide open. The doll had been cut in two, the steel rod inside it was cut without any difficulty. Mikoto knew perfectly well that splitting that doll in half was not impossible, but she had barely used any force. Its name comes from the fact that this thing is too sharp. It gives you the feeling that you could destroy anything with it, Belle said with a smile. I can tell she's quite dangerous, Mikoto said as she threw several slashes into the air. After nimbly maneuvering the weapon in her hands, Mikoto returned Belle's sword. That thing would definitely cut my shinonome in two, Mikoto said with a slight smile as she looked at her katana. Belle simply laughed as he plunged his sword into the ground. The white-haired man extended his hand and put it into a golden circle that appeared in the air, from which he took out a potion. Beldono's magic is very useful. To think that she developed storage magic to keep all the treasures her family gathered over the years, Mikoto said with a certain admiration. Belle chuckled softly. The lie he had invented to explain his treasury to others was that it was a storage magic where he kept all the treasures his family had collected for generations before coming to Arario. I've always wondered what is the best weapon in your possession, Mikoto said as she brought a finger to her chin and assumed a thoughtful pose. Belle seemed equally confused by the question. He had never bothered to investigate which was the most expensive weapon in his treasury. Belle opened his mental catalog and began to investigate. Although he was used to seeing exorbitant prices, what he was seeing was in a league of its own. There were weapons that cost 10 times more than the value of any of their servants. While searching for the most expensive weapon, he found a section of weapons with an incalculable value. There were quite a few of them, but one in particular caught his attention. In Mikoto's eyes, a large magic circle formed on the ground. From the center of the circle, a hilt began to appear. Gradually, a completely black sword was revealed, so black that it seemed to absorb the light around it. This sword was the sword of the hero Albert Waldstein, the dragon slayer that snatched an eye from the black dragon. Mikoto was amazed by the beauty of the sword, and Belle, almost hypnotized, brought a trembling hand to the hilt. The moment his fingertips touched the hilt, Belle fell to his knees. He felt his soul being sucked out. Mikoto watched in horror as Belle's right arm turned completely black with purple flashes, along with dark red rays surrounding it. The most terrifying thing was that the rest of Belle's body became sickly thin. Mikoto swore she could see the bones in Belle's face and left arm. The dark-haired woman didn't hesitate and ran with all her might towards Belle, tackling him and making him drop the hilt. Belle fell helplessly to the ground, his arm slowly losing its black color, but the rest of his body remained just as thin. Beldone. Mikoto shouted as Belle traveled to the dream world. His body felt stupidly tired. He opened his eyes slowly. The first thing he saw was a ceiling he knew perfectly well. I turned to look to one side of him where I could see his wardrobe. He was in his room. Belle donated. Belle frowned upon hearing a slightly loud voice. Looking around to find the owner of that voice, he spotted Mikoto standing beside his bed. The dark-haired woman quickly invaded Belle's personal space, touching her forehead to see if she had a fever, and then running her hands over her shoulders and chest, looking for any irregularities. Thank goodness you seem to be okay, Mikoto said. Belle nodded slightly. You worried us all. Hestia-sama ran to look for Miyachi-sama and Semirami's dono went to Diane Sek-sama's pharmacy. Naza-dono and Ermid-dono were very worried. They said that you were in a rather serious state of weakness, Mikoto said seriously. Belle smiled to keep from crying. The scolding he would receive would be anything but normal. The sword princess also came looking for you. She said she was worried when she didn't see you arrive for her training. I didn't know you were training with her. That's surprising, Mikoto said with a smile. Belle smiled bitterly, imagining that Eyes would be very worried and not knowing what to do. In his mind he could see a blonde girl running clumsily around everywhere. I'll go prepare something for you to eat and tell Take Mikazuchi-sama that you've woken up. Apparently he wanted to talk to you about something, Mikoto said as she headed for the door. Thank you, Belle said with some difficulty. No problem, it's normal for friends to help each other in difficult times, Mikoto said with a smile. Belle simply smiled as he turned to look at the ceiling. Just as Belle was about to fall back asleep, a dark-haired god entered the room. Belle, how are you feeling? Take Mikazuchi said as he walked towards Belle's bed. Since I could die at any moment, Belle said with a touch of humor. Take Mikazuchi smiled slightly. Mikoto told me what happened. You put your hand on a black sword, your arm turned black, and you almost died from weakness, Take Mikazuchi said as he took a seat next to Belle. Belle smiled as he looked at the god. Zeus once told me that he awakened it in ancient heroes so they would fight monsters and protect the underworld. That's why some ancient heroes are much stronger than level 6 or 7 adventurers, Take Mikazuchi said seriously. Belle nodded, his face somewhat expressionless due to the tiredness in his body. The greatest users of it are said to stain their weapons black by leaving their legacy engraved on the weapon. There are some weapons that force it out and consume it in large quantities. This is because the past owners of those weapons were absurdly strong, Take Mikazuchi said with a smile. Belle nodded slightly. Everything pointed to that being what happened. Whose gun did you touch? Take Mikazuchi asked seriously. Albert Waldstein. Belle spoke with difficulty. He must have been one of the best users of it. The legacy he left engraved on his sword is so great that it forced your arm to turn black and practically absorbed all your vitality, Take Mikazuchi said seriously. You know, it bothers me that you call it it. It's confusing, Bell said with slight annoyance. I'm sorry, the truth is they never gave it a name, Take Mikazuchi said with a small laugh. You told me that this power has a lot to do with the user's will, their ambition to achieve something. Ambition. Hakai Haki, that sounds good, I'll call it that from now on, Bell said with a slight smile. Haki. Well, that certainly sounds good, Take Mikazuchi said while crossing his arms. And what will you call each variant separately? Take Mikazuchi asked with a smile. The one I already know how to use as a base is to anticipate my opponent's attacks, observation Haki. I won't go into too much detail, Bell spoke simply. The one you just showed serves to make your weapons, your body, and your attacks in general stronger. It creates an armor that becomes stronger or weaker depending on your will. Take Mikazuchi spoke. Armament Haki, there's nothing more to say. What's the last one doing? Bell asked. Use your will to subdue others, essentially rendering unconscious those with a will less than yours. Take Mikazuchi spoke seriously. To subdue others, superior will. What do you call something like that? Something that demonstrates superiority over others, Bell thought with a slight grimace. Conqueror's Haki, Bell murmured, though not entirely convinced. Take Mikazuchi nodded in satisfaction. The dark-haired god continued his conversation with Bell for some time until Mikoto entered the room with a plate of stew. Take Mikazuchi walked away and lingered around the room for a while his daughter fed the white-haired man. When the god saw that Bell had finished eating, he spoke lightly. All right, Bell, you'd better sleep for a while longer. Don't overexert yourself, Mikoto. Let's let her rest, Take Mikazuchi said with a smile. The dark-haired woman nodded as she picked up the empty, dirty dishes, then walked to the door. When Take Mikazuchi saw Bell settle into his bed, he smiled and gently closed the door. That same afternoon, his health condition improved rapidly. He still felt a little weak but was well enough to go for a walk. He was naturally a person who got bored quickly, so he decided to go and pass the time. Currently he was alone. Hestia was locked in Semiramis' office learning the hard way how to pay taxes and salaries for the Queen of Assyria. Mordred was taking his afternoon nap, Lancelot and Wyvern were on a date, and finally Lily was training with Leonidas. The little hobbit was very motivated to become stronger. Completely alone and with nothing to do, Bell wandered aimlessly until he reached West Main Street. Bell-san. A voice pulled the white-haired man from his thoughts. Following the direction of the voice, he could see a gray-haired woman running towards him. Sir, Bell murmured. Without realizing it, he had already reached the Lady of Abundance. Bell-san, I wanted to see you, Sir said with a smile. Bell raised an eyebrow, confused. Gotcha. Bell smiled with a hint of annoyance as he washed his hands in a sink while scrubbing several wooden plates with a rag. I'm sorry, Bell-san, I specifically made you come to work for me, Sir said with an apologetic smile as she bowed in apology. Bell smiled with difficulty. If I hadn't been greeting everyone and being lazy resting during work, I wouldn't have been scolded by Miyamama or forced to do a bunch of chores. Sir sighed. Do you know I'll be getting compensation later? Bell said, annoyed. Sir laughed innocently. What do you want, Bell-san? Sir said in a flirty tone. Bell smiled as he stood in front of Sir. Why don't you start by giving me a kiss? Bell said with complete seriousness as he took Sir's chin in his right hand. Sir looked into Bell's eyes before his face turned red as he babbled nonsense. PFFFFFFF ha ha ha. Bell laughed animatedly while looking at Sir. At Bell's laughter, Sir puffed out her cheeks in annoyance before leaving the kitchen. After learning the counterattack from Semiramis, Sir had been one of her main victims. She was very flirtatious with him and enjoyed teasing him, but she was terrible at receiving teasing. Bell smiled as he went back to washing the dishes, thinking about what he could ask Sir for later. Hurry up and work, Naya, white hair. Kid, you've already been sold by Sir. Just obediently accept your fate. While she was washing the dishes, the Catman sisters Anya and Chloe mocked and ordered Bell around. Bell smiled slightly as she continued her work and watched the Catman leave the place. Are you all right, Cranel-san? This time the one who interrupted his work was an elf who stood beside him. This is a large amount. Let me help you, said an elf with black hair and a slender figure that seemed as if it could break at the touch. Ha 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 ha, looks like I got you to help me, Bell said with a smile. No problem. It's also true that it's Sir's fault. Given Sir's responsibility, my colleagues who were sitting idly by are also wrong. We should be the ones to apologize, said the elf named Ryu in a serious voice. No problem, Bell said calmly. While the green-haired and white-haired people were washing the dishes, the atmosphere was quite uncomfortable. Neither of them spoke. Ryu-san, were you once an adventurer? Bell asked, trying to find a topic of conversation. Yes, before I was also labeled with the title of adventurer. So Ryu spoke with her typical serious face. What do you have to do to get a level up? Bell asked curiously about a topic that had been on his mind for days. The white-haired man looked at Ryu, waiting for an answer. Only by achieving a feat, Ryu spoke calmly. Bell raised an eyebrow as he looked at Ryu. You must accomplish a feat. A feat that even people and gods will praise, Ryu said earnestly. Bell nodded without taking his eyes off Ryu. Defeating an enemy stronger than you, gaining experience points of a higher rank. Once you reach a certain amount, that is, the conditions for a level up are met, Ryu said with a very serious expression. Bell's mind raced as he thought of all the possibilities with which he could fulfill that criterion. I need to go for something bigger. Hundreds of smaller enemies aren't enough, Bell thought. Leveling up and strengthening the body and heart, it's equivalent to the evolution of matter. Also, God's grace will only grant a higher rating to those who go through that path, Ryu said as he set a plate aside to dry. Bell nodded as he clenched his fist with determination. However, even if you fight monsters stronger than you in a fight against a more powerful enemy, you would usually lose, Ryu said seriously and with a touch of nostalgia. Bell smiled bitterly at the comment. Although technique and adaptability can also fill the gaps, forming a team is another option, Ryu said while staring into space. A team? Bell murmured. Bell wondered what in his case his team would prevent him from having an adventure. They were too strong. Yes, by relying on mutual cooperation to complement each other, compensate for the weaknesses of a lower level and defeat the enemy. All the adventurers of Arario have repeated this process several times and have gradually become stronger, Ryu said with an almost imperceptible smile. Bell nodded slightly. Cranel-san, if you truly wish to become stronger, having a team is essential. It's best if you keep that in mind, Ryu said earnestly, not wanting the white-haired man to abandon his companions and go into danger alone. Bell nodded slightly. Although it's not my place to say, it saddens me to see such a pretty girl like you with such a gloomy air, Bell said with a smile. Ryu opened his eyes slightly upon hearing Bell's words. Without asking permission, the white-haired man placed his hand on Ryu's head and stroked her hair. See, Cranel-san, Ryu spoke with embarrassment. Did you know that embarrassing a girl is a way to remove the rust from her soul? Bell said with a smile. Huh, Ryu murmured, confused. It doesn't matter, Bell said as he watched with a smile as small pieces of rust fell off Ryu. If there was one thing I had learned from Lily, it was that showing kindness and affection to someone was an effective way to bring emotional and mental peace to a person, and consequently to cleanse their soul of rust. I'm nosy, so tell me what troubles your heart, Bell asked with a smile. Something that certainly doesn't concern you, Cranel-san, Ryu said seriously as he withdrew his hand from Bell. Bell chuckled slightly. I don't think you did anything wrong, Bell said with a smile. Ryu raised an eyebrow as he looked at Bell. As you advised me, I recommend that you start looking at what's right in front of your nose and not behind you instead of focusing on what you no longer have. Focus on what you still have, Bell said with a smile. Ryu clenched his fist. Remember what I told you, what you're looking for is right in front of your nose, Bell said with a smile as he touched Ryu's nose. You seem to know something about my life, Ryu said harshly as he gently removed Bell's index finger from his nose. Ha, we all have our secrets, Bell said with a smile while looking at his reflection in a porcelain plate. Still with a smile that was starting to annoy Ryu, Bell finished washing the dishes. Thank you very much, Cranel-san. If you can, please visit the bar again next time, Ryu said, bowing. Sure, and remember, look for what's at the tip of your nose, Bell said with a smile as he touched Ryu's nose again with his index finger. This is starting to get annoying. I know perfectly well what I have in front of me, Ryu said with a sigh. Oh yeah, what is it? Bell asked with amusement. A stack of plates, Ryu said simply as he arranged the plates. Bell smiled nervously. Stupid elf, Bell said with a certain amusement. Hey, Ryu complained. Anyway, think about what I told you, Bell said with a smile. Ryu nodded slightly. Bell turned his back on Ryu and started walking out of the kitchen, passing the empty seats at the bar. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a voice. Bell-san. Upon hearing a voice, Bell turned around to see who was responsible, which was Sir. I'm so sorry about today. I'm very grateful for it, Sir said while bowing. Bell simply denied it. Bell-san, Sir spoke in a somewhat subdued tone. Bell raised an eyebrow. Because I'm not an adventurer, I don't know what to say, Sir said timidly. Sir. Bell murmured, confused. Isn't it okay not to go on an adventure? Sir asked with some discomfort. Bell looked at Sir, who appeared sad. Please don't force yourself, no matter what happens. I just wanted to convey that point to you, Sir said in a sad tone. The white-haired man simply nodded. Why am I afraid right now? Sir said, looking at the ground. Bell smiled slightly. I'm sorry for saying such unclear words, Sir said, shaking his head. It doesn't matter, Bell said with a smile. I'll keep making you lunch. Please continue to accept it from now on, Sir said with a slight smile. Bell smiled before placing a hand on Sir's head and stroking her hair. Bell-san, Sir murmured, his face red. By the way, I still haven't received my reward, Bell said with a smile. Sir watched as Bell's face slowly approached hers, his face taking on a new shade of red. Smoke tasted from her ears and her brain was about to short-circuit. Bell leaned in slightly and leaned close to Sir's left ear. Tell that person to keep their collection of broken dolls away from me, Bell said with a smile. Sir's face went from red to pale in a second. I don't know what you mean, Sir said, looking away. We both know that you do know, Bell said with a smile as he walked away from Sir. Sir looked at Bell, who slowly walked away from her, crossed the door of the Lady of Abundance, and disappeared from sight. The silver-haired woman clenched her apron with her fist. Bell, now away from the restaurant, looked up at the sky and then smiled. Perhaps it was his instinct or his haki, but he sensed that things were about to get complicated. Chapter 12. Meaning of an Adventure. The first light of morning shone from the sky, dimly illuminating the outer edge of the city. blocking your opponent's attack using the blunt part of your weapon. His dagger, already black, was in a dark tone, so dark that it seemed to swallow the sunlight. If it weren't for his glove, one could see that his hand was the same color. It had taken him a few days to be able to cover his weapons in black at will. Take Mikazuchi had told him that while haki could be trained, it improves much more in direct combat. And today he was here, trying to use all his aces to keep the golden-haired princess at bay. He was still bothered by the fact that he could see most of their attacks, probably because he wasn't serious, but no matter how much he saw them, he couldn't dodge them. When the silver rapier clashed against the black dagger, small sparks flew, proof of the struggle of wills. Good, murmured the blonde princess as she stopped her attack. He smiled slightly as he put away his dagger. Belle-san. Upon hearing his name, the white-haired man saw an elf running towards him. The elf abruptly invaded Belle's personal space, and while checking his wounds, she placed a cloth on a bleeding cut that Belle had on the side of his forehead. You need to be more careful, idiot, the elf muttered as she continued to check Belle's wounds. Even though they started off on the wrong foot, it took them a few days to establish a relationship of mutual respect. The elf began attending Belle and Ise's training sessions to keep an eye on the former. It didn't take long for her to become concerned about the white-haired boy. She knew her companion very well and couldn't help but worry about the excessive strength she used in a level 1 adventurer. While Lefia was treating Belle's wounds, Ise slowly sat down on the ground. With this we would finish your training, Ise said simply. Belle nodded with a smile. Tomorrow is your expedition, Belle said with a smile. Ise and Lefia nodded at the same time. As payment for your help, let me give you something, Belle said with a smile. The two girls saw Belle take 2 objects from a golden circle. With a smile, the white-haired man handed Ise what looked like a lunchbox. It's an item designed to carry large quantities of food while taking up little space. It can store 50 kilos and still weigh no more than a few grams, Belle said with a smile. Oh, Ise and Lefia murmured at the same time. Besides, if you open it and put your hand in, you'll see something great, Belle said while looking at Ise. The blonde nodded as she removed the lunchbox lid. The lunchbox appeared to be empty, but when she reached inside, she saw a kind of white mist envelop her hand. When she felt something touch her, she pulled her hand back to see. Jayagamarukan, Ise murmured, her eyes lighting up. Yes, it's full of Jayagamarukan, and because they're in the lunchbox they'll never get cold, they'll always be hot when you go to eat them, Belle said with a smile. Thank you, Ise said with a somewhat childish smile. Belle smiled as he watched the blonde eat the Jayagamarukan with a chibi face. The white-haired man looked at the elf before smiling more broadly again. Here, this is for you, Belle said as he gave Lefia a hair clip. Lefia looked with a slight smile at the black brooch with a blue flower as an ornament. It's also a magical object, made to enhance mental recovery and reduce mental strain. Besides, it matches your lovely eyes, Belle said, still smiling. Lefia's face, which had been astonished, turned red in an instant. I idiot, Lefia spoke with a red face and in a rather low tone. Belle just kept smiling. The next day, the handle of the cup broke. Hestia suddenly stopped what she was doing and stared intently at that piece of pottery. Hestia, who had remained silent for a period of time, lifted her head from the cup that had unnaturally broken and looked at Belle, who was finishing his breakfast before going to the dungeon. Ah, Belle-kun, Hestia murmured. As Belle, who had picked up his light backpack and was preparing to leave, was immediately reacted by Hestia and asked him to stop. Hestia was speechless. She couldn't say, because I have a bad feeling, don't go to the dungeon today. The little goddess looked at her family members. Today only Belle and Lily would be going to the dungeon, which worsened her bad feeling. Lancelot was in charge of looking after the headquarters. Leonidas had obtained several books from Ina and planned to stay and study them. There was a buffet that Mordred planned to go to, and Semiramis didn't usually go to the dungeon. He nervously looked at Belle's newly updated status sheet. Bellcranel, level 1, strength, x 1400. Endurance x 1530. Dexterity x 1420. Agility x 1600. Magic x 1650. Magic, Sacred Flame. Skill, Heroic Desire, Hero Development. Eroge Protagonist. Gold Rule, Unwavering Desires. Impulsive King of Assyria. King's Poisoning. The goddess Loli had had more than one headache because of the white-haired boy's growth. First, she didn't understand what SS was, then what SSS was, and finally X had left her even more confused. Seeing Belle, who was looking at her expectantly, Hestia didn't know how to express the worry she felt in her chest. Trying to find a way to say it, my gaze fell upon the Queen of Assyria. Semiramis, you told me you were going with Belle-kun, right? Hestia spoke forcefully, almost shouting. All eyes were on Hestia. Semiramis placed her teacup on the table before looking at Hestia with a raised eyebrow. Hestia's pleading gaze earned a sigh from the dark-haired woman, who gracefully rose from her seat. Hestia sighed as she watched the dark-haired woman walk beside Belle. The sun was slowly revealing its face from the mountains east of Arario. Her fully equipped figure was reflected in a full-length mirror. Under the sunlight, his pale blue armor and silvery white breastplate emitted a little light. Hey, eyes, aren't you ready yet? How much longer do you plan to waste time? Hearing the voice of a certain werewolf coming from her door, she responded with a simple, "just a moment," as she finished arranging her equipment. 12 days had passed since she had reached level 6. Today was the long-awaited day of the dungeon expedition. It was the scheduled date for the expedition in which the members of the Loki Familia gathered to explore the lower floors. For the overwhelmingly powerful Iz Wallenstein, that was the only way she could reach new heights. "Izu, hurry up. Let's have a competition to see who can kill the most monsters." A new voice echoed on the other side of her door. "How annoying, why are you here, Tiona? That's my line. The losing dog should act like a losing dog and wag its tail and walk away. I'm not a dog, I'm a wolf." "Anyway, when did I lose? Even though your application was completely rejected and you hurt yourself all over, you can even say something like, 'I'm a loser dog, sorry.'" No. Ignoring the boisterous sounds from the other side of the door, Iz took one last look. A sound entered his ears. In the morning sky, a metallic sound was constantly expanding. The slender clock tower located on the east side of the city began to emit a heavy groan. A sudden chill ran through his body. "Bell-sama." When Bell suddenly stopped walking, Lily spoke in confusion. "Is something wrong?" asked the hobbit. "No, how should I put it?" Bell murmured, unable to explain his bad feeling. The white-haired man glanced momentarily at the brown walls of the 9th floor before noticing the hobbit. The sensation in his body was strange. He couldn't explain it, but he was restless. The scene before his eyes fueled his paranoia. Throughout their journey through the 9th floor, they had encountered virtually no monsters, even though they were about to reach the 10th floor. Flicker. Paranoia filled every pore of her skin. Her steps were robotic. As she walked towards the 10th floor, her two female companions followed behind her. Belle looked behind her. She felt a gaze on her. She checked that it wasn't the gaze of her companions. Her paranoia only increased. Without realizing it, he was one room away from reaching the entrance to the 10th floor. Then, VOOOO. A roar which he knew perfectly well. His gaze fell upon a muscular body, covered in hair, a bull's head with two protruding horns, and a silver sword covered in red. VOOOO. The Minotaur turned into a cannonball. With terrifying speed, he ran through the center of the room and completely devoured the distance that separated them. His eyes could perfectly see the image of those long horns heading towards him. Flicker. His breathing became rapid. Her legs were trembling. He placed a hand on his chest. She was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. "Bell-sama." The little hobbit's voice brought her consciousness back to her body. Bell saw Lily as she gasped for air. Bell glanced out of the corner of his eye at Semiramis. The dark-haired woman was, as always, an unchanging beauty. He didn't want to be rescued. The white-haired man gritted his teeth. He had already been saved once from a Minotaur. He refused to do it a second time. "Now that I think about it, what was a Minotaur doing on the 9th floor?" Bell pushed the question out of his mind. It wasn't the time to think about that. He turned his gaze back to the dark-haired woman, whose eyes were fixed on the entrance to the next room. She had already realized that something was approaching them. "I'll take care of it," Bell said firmly. Semiramis saw Bell, a slight smile forming on her lips. "Take care of Lily," Bell said as he took a couple of steps forward. "If you see that I'm about to die, give me a hand," Bell said as he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. He had learned that he couldn't do everything alone, but at least he wanted the opportunity. It was his selfish desire before he was rescued. He wanted the opportunity to fight and prove that he could do it. Bell looked at Semiramis, who nodded with a smile. He took his sword in both hands. The white edge turned black. Her eyes shone for a moment. He was ready to overcome his first adventure. Dungeon 5 floor. The dungeon had the characteristic that the area became larger as you went further down. The 5th floor was already equivalent in size to the central plaza. Going lower, its size continued to expand. By the time the 40th floor was reached, the area was large enough to match the scale of the city of Arario. Although there were floors in the middle that ignored that rule, basically understanding that the dungeon was a conical structure is generally sufficient. The width of the passageways, each of the rooms, and so on, continued to become increasingly wider. However, the starting point, the 1st floor, was still quite cramped. Therefore, on an expedition where there were a large number of people, the forces would generally split into 2 or 3 groups and converge and meet on an agreed floor. Without exception, when the Loki Familia began, they also divided their forces into 2 groups. Just as Iz and the others were preparing to cross the crossroads, the sound of violent footsteps came from their right. They were extremely chaotic. Just as the aides in the front and rear were planning to take appropriate action, Finn raised his hand to stop them. He issued the order to halt there for now. Shortly after, a team of adventurers burst into Iz's vision. They seemed to be completely panicked. "Should we try calling them and see?" Tiona asked curiously. "Don't do it, it's for our own good." Inside the dungeon, we're basically not supposed to interfere with other teams, Tiona said disinterestedly. "Hey, what's going on?" Tiona shouted, ignoring her sister. "Idiot," Tiona muttered. The adventurers, who frequently looked back, suddenly stopped at Tiona's scream. What's wrong, you bastard?" Amazon," Tiona hurried, or rather, the Loki Familia expedition. Although Tiona immediately showed a surprised look that seemed as if the world was about to end, Bete did not and headed forward. Okay, are you calm now? Then answer these questions. What are you doing? Did you leave your companions behind and flee here after being attacked by a group of killer ants? Bete spoke in his usual grumpy tone. That. Compared to that, killer ants are 100 times easier. Bete did not understand the words that were spat out by the men and raised her eyebrows. There's a minotaur here. Bete murmured in a confused tone. Like I said, there's a minotaur. That bull monster is rampage through the upper floors. As they witnessed the dialogue between Bete and the other adventurers, expressions of surprise appeared on the faces of Finn and the others. Then, without anyone noticing, I's right hand suddenly trembled slightly. Hey, could it be a minotaur we let escape? Iz spoke with a great hesitation in her voice. It's impossible, isn't it? We really took care of all of them, Tiona said in a confused tone. I'm really sorry. Could you explain what you just saw? Finn said as he approached the adventurer. Why, yes, the adventurer spoke nervously as he felt the hobbit's gaze. The adventurers explained that they had entered the dungeon as usual, but while exploring they felt that something was wrong. Then they managed to spot an adventurer fighting a minotaur who was wielding a large sword. Was it really a great sword? Finn asked, confused. Wasn't this a dungeon arsenal? Tione asked as she looked at the adventurers. Yes, we weren't wrong, said the adventurer. Captain, Tione murmured. It's looking more and more suspicious, Finn said with a sigh. As a leader with good instincts, Finn predicted it was a joke by an evil god. It was impossible that a minotaur could have been overlooked on their previous expedition and gone so long without raising suspicion. About the adventurer they mentioned, Finn murmured with some discomfort. It was very likely that at this point he was already dead or had died after the 4 adventurers had fled. That kid was insane. He was fighting the minotaur directly. Finn opened his eyes slightly. I don't know what level it was, but it looked like an even fight. The only thing I remember clearly about the guy was his white hair. Iz's breathing stopped. Did he have any companions? Iz murmured. The adventurers looked confused, but one spoke up shortly after. A hobbit and a dark-haired elf. I don't know if they were her companions, but they were there. Iz's heart stopped. I only knew one white-haired adventurer who was accompanied by a hobbit and a dark-haired elf. Where did you see the minotaur? Iz asked as she approached the adventurer. On which floor was the adventurer attacked? Iz asked in a serious tone. On the 9th floor if it hasn't moved yet. Before she could finish speaking, Iz shot off. Moving along the path that those adventurers had come by, he ran like the wind. Surface, headquarters of Hestia Familia. The day was passing peacefully. After robbing a buffet, the blonde swordswoman was found sleeping in her room. Deep in his studies, Leonidas was reading several books at the dining room table. Taking advantage of the shade of a tree and the refreshing breeze, Lancelot was lying in Guyvern's lap while she read him a book. The story of the Argonaut had captivated Lancelot's interest, and the story only got better when his beloved girlfriend read it to him. The day was perfectly calm. Nothing interrupted the 3 servants' day of relaxation. You look worried. Guyvern's sweet voice pulled the Knight of Never Give Up from his thoughts. Master is struggling more than usual. He's using a lot of magic power, Lancelot said. I was summoned differently than you. I would like to share the same bond you have with Master, Guyvern said with a small pout. Lancelot smiled when he saw the beautiful woman. Belle's 4 servants shared a very strong bond with him. They could know where he was at any given moment, and they could also tell if he was fighting due to the decrease in the magical power he provided them. In other words, when Belle got into a fight, he would gradually begin to take over the mind he normally gave to his servants to fight more effectively, and they would sense this. On the other hand, Guyvern was summoned differently, and Belle never tried to establish a servant-master bond with her since she was not a servant as such. Therefore, she did not possess that bond. Lancelot shifted his gaze slightly. He could see Leonidas peering out of a window from the dining hall building and Mordred peering out of his bedroom window. His 2 companions had the same bad feeling as him. Then, his breath caught in his throat. A mental image came to him. I could see Belle receiving a cut to the chest from a humanoid beast. He quickly stood up. In a flash of red and gold, he saw Leonidas and Mordred running away. A helmet and a spear appeared on Leonidas, and Mordred, who was in pajamas, was covered by armor as her sword appeared in her hand. Lancelot was undecided. His 2 companions should be more than enough to defeat the beast and protect Belle. He had sworn his eternal loyalty to Belle, but he could not leave his beloved alone. Uncertainty invaded his body. Purple particles surrounded his body and his armor appeared and disappeared every instant, proof of his indecision. He wanted to protect his master, but he couldn't abandon Guyvern. What if she was attacked? Her summoning was due to their conflict with a powerful family, and what if that family attacked in his absence? Nor could he take Guyvern, he would be dead weight. Lancelot bit his lip, his nerves were eating him alive. At that moment a hand rested on his back. See. His armor appeared in an instant. I'll eliminate the enemy in a second, Lancelot said. Guyver nodded behind him. Lancelot shot out like a cannonball. Whoever attacked their master was going to regret their foolish decision. Dungeon, ninth floor, just as she had entered the final room before her destination. Hi. An imposing voice stopped her running towards the next room. I spotted a very large man. His musculature was colossal and his aura was imposing. The warlord eyes murmured as she looked at that man. As if in response to Eyes' murmur, the man's eyes narrowed. The captain of the Freya Familia Otter. While Eyes was mentally debating the reason why the captain of the Freya Familia was in this place, the warrior Bose was simply standing authoritatively in the center of the room. He stood before the only road that led Eyes to his destination. I challenge you, Princess of the Sword, Bose spoke in an imposing voice. Eyes' bewilderment soon became apparent. Otter, on the other hand, simply managed to grab a giant sword and silently pulled it out of its sheath. Why are you doing this? Eyes asked uncertainly. Is any reason needed to kill an enemy when he comes face to face in the dungeon? Otter spoke firmly. Eyes looked into the otter's eyes for a second. There was not the slightest doubt in those eyes. The blonde didn't understand exactly what was happening with the Freya family, first Vana Freya, Bringer, and now the warlord. An intimidating aura formed around Otter. There would be no escape from a fight now. Eyes drew her silver rapier as she stood firmly. The adversary before her was stronger than Finn, Gareth, or Reveria. He was truly the strongest adventurer of all in Aurario. Come, Princess of the Sword, Otter spoke firmly. Eyes' golden eyes gleamed as she sliced through the air in front of her with her sword. Get out of the way. Eyes shouted as she lunged towards Bose. With the roars of the bull and the boy's screams ringing in her ears, charging forward, she advanced. The battle between two top-level adventurers from Aurario had begun. She lunged at him with all her might. Ramming into him, she slashed diagonally so fast it was barely perceptible. Lukewarm, Otter murmured. Bose deflected the attack with terrifying ease, as if desperate were nothing more than a twig. Eyes kept her astonishment to herself, and taking a new position, she attacked Bose again. Eyes screamed in a deafening war cry as she exerted more force. His sword struck again and again in a merciless chain of attacks. Pouring out every ounce of strength, she attacked the Bose madly. Those moves, yes, you recently leveled up, didn't you? Otter spoke calmly. Eyes gritted his teeth as he watched how easily all his attacks were blocked. I have to get through. I need to save him. I refuse to let him die, thought Eyes. His frustration was as evident as the sweat running down his forehead. She unleashed the magic she had sworn to herself never to use against another person. Wake up, Tempest, Eyes shouted. She would do anything to get to the boy. Enveloped in the blessing of the wind, she launched herself towards her opponent. Otter's rust-colored eyes narrowed sharply. The first cut was blocked. Eyes could hardly believe what happened next. His enemy followed his every move, every attack, and deflected each and every one of his blows. Even when it seemed that she was going to give way or she had the advantage, her incredible maneuvers, colossal strength, and even the gauntlet on her left hand worked in sync to create continuous blocks and attacks. The extraordinary feat of technique and strategy completely shut down Eyes' storm. Their experience levels were simply too different. She had decided she would use it. She would finally use it, her secret weapon. Eyes took some distance as the wind around her increased. Get out of my way. Eyes shouted as she lunged back towards Bose. Lil Rathagal. He conjured his ace up his sleeve with a shout full of anger and frustration. The wind shone. A divine wind shot forward, making a straight line, so massive that it could never be used outside the walls of the dungeon. Otter's eyes lit up as he watched the attack directed at him. The muscles that bulged from his massive shoulders gripped his sword in both hands. Hoorah! Otter growled. With a great shout, the Bose prepared to block the attack. It was the first time Otter had been forced to use both hands and rely on his full strength. The two attacks had been neutralized. Eyes looked up, stunned. With a slight jump, Eyes separated from the Bose and looked at him with frustration. Otter had lost his armor, a section of his combat clothing was torn, and scrapes covered his cheeks and shoulders, but that was all. Let me through. Eyes growled, quite angry and frustrated at not being able to do anything to get past Bose. At that moment, several figures walked past Eyes. The blonde's eyes widened at what she had just seen. Dungeon XX floor. They ran with all their might. They didn't care in the slightest that their behavior had alerted many people. They passed by many adventurers. Upon reaching the 7th floor, they saw a group of adventurers, 2 Amazons, a hobbit, a werewolf, and an elf. The 3 of them walked right past them. In an instant, they reached the 9th floor. The entrance to the room where her master was blocked by a gigantic man. A blonde swordswoman they knew was fighting against that man. Let me pass. The blonde screamed. Anger and frustration were infused in her voice. The blonde's statement left the 3 of them breathless. Was that man withholding aid for his master's program? Was he behind the attack? Anger welled up in the depths of his soul. Otter was a formidable opponent even for the powerful servants. Mordred and Leonidas had a power level of advanced level 6. Lancelot had a power level of 7 in the middle. The Knight of the Lake glared at the Bose who dared to block the road. As madness enhancement flooded his being, his muscles tensed, his thoughts were limited to kill, and his savagery increased. Lancelot's strength had skyrocketed in an instant. Leonidas was the first to shoot out. His spear pointed straight at Bose's head. Otter reacted in time, blocking the spear with his sword. Crack. The sound of his sword clashing put Otter on high alert. The tip of the spear threatened to pierce his skull. With a display of reflexes worthy of his level and status, Otter leaned back, avoiding being injured by the spear. As he bent his knees and looked up at the ceiling avoiding the spear, his position made it impossible for him to dodge the next attack. A small suit of armor stood to one side of Otter and launched a savage kick to one of his sides. Ueg. Feeling several of his little things break, Otter could only groan in pain. His body was thrown against one of the dungeon walls. Bose held his right side as he stood up. Then he saw it, an abomination that could not be categorized as human, an armor covered in a black miasma. At an unprecedented speed, that monster dressed as a human raised his sword and slashed. Otter, proving he wasn't the warlord for nothing, dodged a great series of cuts. He had no sword, no armor, and his attacks were too fast. A cut appeared on his chest and another on his shoulder. Both were deep. Otter glared at the armor fiercely. That guy wasn't just a sword princess, he should start fighting seriously. Clenching his teeth, he prepared to fight. But the guy behind the armor wasn't an idiot. He wouldn't allow Bose to start fighting seriously. Lancelot threw a punch at Otter's stomach. Bose spat out a mixture of saliva and blood. Before he could react, Lancelot grabbed Otter's head with his left hand and slammed it against the wall. Lancelot used his index and middle fingers like blades and tore at Bose's skin as he lowered his fingers. After that, the three servants disappeared. Otter gritted his teeth. His left eye was closed as a river of blood covered that side of his face. Eyes was completely still, unable to speak. At one point she was unable to pass the Bose, and 5 seconds later, literally, he was lying on the side of the dungeon with blood covering one of his eyes. Eyes wasn't the only one in shock. Behind her, her classmates arrived just in time to witness the same thing as her. Dungeon 9th floor. His determination was at its peak. Using armament haki in his hands and sword, Bell fixed his gaze ahead. In that silent room, only the sound of his heartbeat was picked up by his ears. With each heartbeat, a drop of sweat fell down his forehead. Her breathing was ragged. Even as she tried to control it, it remained agitated. There were 2 seconds left before that beast appeared. Bell gasped for air. He gripped his sword tightly. With a sigh, Bell activated his magic. His hands, blackened by his haki, were enveloped in white flames. His sword, equally imbued with haki, was covered in white flames. The white-haired man stepped forward. Then VOOO. His gaze fell upon a muscular body, covered in hair, a bull's head with 2 protruding horns, and a silver sword covered in red. Without wasting any time, Bell launched a vertical cut. A wall of white flames was launched directly towards the Minotaur. VOOO. With a growl, the monster passed through the wall of flames and walked on. His body was smoking, much of his hair had been charred. The monster swung his sword downwards and pointed it at Bell. Bell placed his sword horizontally and launched an upward slash. The 2 swords clashed. That sword, stained black and imbued with white flames, was gaining considerable ground. The Minotaur stepped back slightly as he raised the great sword. Without wasting any time, both opponents clashed swords again. Blow after blow, the sound of metal being struck echoed in that silent room. Sparks flew when the edges of both swords clashed. In a bad turn of events, a spark flew and hit Bell's left eye. Bell closed his eye abruptly. The sudden discomfort made him loosen his grip. When the Minotaur brought down his attack, Bell's sword was sent hurtling towards the ground. Bell watched in slow motion as his sword hit the ground. He tried to pick it up, but it was stuck. The Minotaur raised his sword and lowered it abruptly. Ueg. Bell groaned in pain as he received a diagonal counterattack from his left shoulder to his right side. Blood trickled down his torso. Bell used all his willpower to avoid falling backward to the ground. White Hell, Bell murmured as he raised his right hand. An absurd amount of flames shot out from the palm of his hand. The Minotaur was completely engulfed in a hell of white flames. VOOO. Bell quickly grabbed his sword and pulled it out of the ground. The Minotaur, still covered from head to toe in fire, slashed with his sword. Bell clenched his teeth tightly. The Minotaur's sword was covered in white flames as it was directed towards Bell. Bell's hands glowed intensely black. His sword turned to an absolute black which seemed to be light itself. The white flames turned black. White and black flames clashed in a battle for superiority. Ah! Bell screamed, ignoring the bleeding on his torso. Without realizing it, his will had begun to exert pressure on the ground. VOOO! Shouted the Minotaur as he tried to gain ground at all costs. In the end, only one winner emerged from that fight. Slaz. The sword of black flames cut the sword of white flames in two. Bell continued the cut, and in an instant one of the Minotaur's tail fell victim to his sword. The Minotaur retreated. VOOO! With With a shout, the Minotaur threw down the broken sword. Taking firm steps, the Minotaur launched a blow with his left arm at Bell. Bell took a couple of steps before launching a cut. V-O-O-O. With a shriek of pain, the Minotaur saw his left arm fall. There was no blood. The black fire cauterized the wound. The Minotaur's skin and muscles weren't tough enough to withstand the edge of Bell's sword. Imbued with haki and covered in fire, the monster's body didn't stand a chance. If you waste time, Bell will charge forward. Bell's sword pierced the Minotaur's abdomen completely. That monster didn't have time to scream in pain or do anything. "White hell," Bell murmured. The black flames turned white. The edge of the sword began to generate an abysmal amount of fire. While the black blade produced small rays, the white fire completely enveloped the monster's body. The smell of burnt meat filled the place. The monster's body exploded into black ash. Bell sighed as he released his sword. He had a large cut on his back from which blood kept oozing. Bruises adorned his biceps. Her fingers and palms were covered in burst blisters. Cortez's face and body were bleeding profusely. Bell saw the mountain of ash. The adrenaline left his body. Her conscience went with her. He fainted while standing up. Just as his father had entered that jet-black vortex, the boy faced that powerful red Minotaur. His struggle with the Minotaur rekindled the image of his past that had been burned into his eyes forever. When she arrived, he was already fighting fiercely. Eyes couldn't stop him. She just stood there, frozen in place. She couldn't move, unable to even make a sound. The mighty sword of the furious Minotaur against the flaming sword of the boy, roars against screams melted in each of their back-and-forth weapon attacks. His incredible growth, the amazing transformation he had achieved, becoming an adventurer, the determination and ambition screamed from his throat. "Ah!" the boy screamed. "V-O-O-O-O-O!" shouted the Minotaur as he tried to gain ground at all costs. Eyes took a step back. If she had seen her companions, she would have noticed that they did the same. That boy had exerted an overwhelming presence. To put it mildly, their will had intimidated them. Eyes felt a chill run through her body when that presence collided with her. Tiona, Tyone, Finn, and Reveria. Nobody said a word. They simply watched the battle unfold from as close as possible. Just like Eyes, they were captivated, watching with bated breath. Argonaut, Tiona murmured. The Amazon couldn't help but murmur the name of the story she loved so much. "I always loved that fairy tale," Tiona murmured. The clash of wills between monsters and adventurer continued. In the end, that white-haired boy cleanly cut the monster's sword. His horn followed him. Then his arm fell. Finally, the boy stabbed the monster and it disappeared in a pillar of flames. The Minotaur was gone, leaving not a trace behind, leaving only the boy. That damned guy won," Bate murmured in amazement. "There's nothing left, zero mind," Tyone murmured. "She fainted while standing up," Tiona said in amazement. For her part, the name of that adventurer was a name that Eyes would never forget, the back that overlapped his father's. They arrived just in time. They were angry with the Queen of Assyria. How could he let his master go into danger? His anger lasted very little time. The queen did not say a word to them. She simply stared straight ahead. The three of them watched the boys battle. It was a low-level battle. The only thing of a high level was the will of his master. A will that captivated them and compelled them to follow him. The three of them were amazed. As his armor was torn apart and his clothes were ripped to shreds, the boy's chest was exposed. A well-defined torso. The muscles of a warrior that Leonidas had worked so hard to build in his master. Each blow that the boy endured without surrendering showed the absurd resistance to pain that Mordred had built up. His light steps and precise cuts showed the mastery with the sword that Lancelot even in the three of them were amazed. When his master and the Minotaur clashed swords, the four of them felt pressured by the pressure their master exerted in the environment. Hobbit Lily was on her knees, consenting of her own free will, refusing to stop watching her captain's battle. The battle ended. Bell lay unconscious on his knees. As if seeing Bell asleep was a sign, Lily lost consciousness in the same way. The smile that Semiramis had had all this time disappeared. There were black engravings on Bell's back. Hestia had not sealed her state. A certain elf had been snooping through her master's statistics. Semiramis did nothing to stop it. She knew little of Bell's plans, but she knew he had something in mind involving those people. The queen smiled slightly upon hearing the elf say that all her stats were in S. She had kept her true status to herself. Leonidas took a couple of steps forward, took Bell in his arms and carried him gently. For his part, Mordred charged Lily, which got her out of trouble. Without saying a single word, they said goodbye to the Loki family. Although Bell didn't know it, that jet armor and that white fire had left their mark on the soul of that monster. Freya suddenly left her chair and stood up immediately. At the same time, the battle between Bell and the Minotaur was in full swing. In front of the round window that was suspended in the air, Freya stood motionless. Her silver eyes widened in shock. "This can't be really," the goddess murmured. He was known as Mirror of God. He had a power of God that allowed him to be used in the... Originally, it was only used to look down into the underworld from heaven and granted the ability to see distant places. But for the gods to enjoy the celebrations of the underworld, it was recognized as the only exception. Of course, besides celebrations, it was forbidden for other private matters. If that was discovered, they would immediately be sent back to heaven. Also, the Mirror of God also had a variety of channel modes. The special vibrations would quickly be discovered by the gods in the surrounding area. Therefore, regardless of who God was, none of them had engaged in that kind of stupid, self-destructive behavior. However, this goddess of beauty used her beauty to deceive all the surrounding gods' men. Through a contract in which he promised, "Only today will not cause any harm to any family," a path was opened without going through all the known risks. It was all to witness that battle. Through the scene she saw through the mirror floating in front of her, Freya's expression changed from shock to joy, and finally she stared at it as if in a trance. "Fufu, few, 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 fufu. Did you see, Otter, this beautiful scene?" Freya shouted, completely unaware that her son was currently returning from the dungeon with his face covered in blood. Belle's soul had reached the level where it shone, as it stung Freya's eyes. While it emitted such a bright light, its color remained clear and transparent. Otter. Level 7. Strength S999. Stamina S999. Dexterity S991 S999. Agility S989 S990. Magic D566 D575. Crack. With a loud noise, a wall fell down. The warlord had punched the wall after updating his status. It had been months since his condition had risen by a single point, and today it went up 27 points. Instead of being happy, I was frustrated. A bitter taste filled his mouth. He crumpled the statement sheet before throwing it away. He wanted a rematch. The scar on his left eye throbbed as his frustration grew. In a matter of seconds, he had been cornered. What bothered him most was that he was so confident fighting against the Sword Princess that he never expected to deal with rivals of such magnitude. His show of force was not even the tip of his true power. He wanted to prove it. I wanted a real fight. He clenched his teeth in frustration. Bellcranel, level 1, strength, X 1400 X 1618. Stamina X 1530 X 1768. Dexterity X 1420 X 1640. Agility X 1600 X 1888. Magic X 1650 X 1900. Chapter 13, Level UP, sounds of crying echoed. His sobs filled the room, tears streaming down his face. He clung tightly to someone's chest. Also, the one patting the head and holding that child who was covered in blood and bruises was a burly old man. "Does it hurt, Belle?" the old man asked as he hugged the boy. The child could only continue crying on the old man's chest. The old man couldn't help but smile. He continued to hug the trembling child. "That's why I told you not to run out of the village. Seeing you being attacked by a goblin terrifies me," the old man said in a worried voice. The boy just buried his face deeper into the old man's chest. "However, you must endure it. You haven't lost to that monster. Lift your chest," the old man said with a slight smile. I remembered him perfectly, his inspiration. I wanted to be like that person. He wanted to become as strong as him, the one who had saved him. I wanted to be like him, my only hero. Too small, too small. Instead of making this old man your target, why not aim for something bigger? The old man said with a smile. "So if I can become like the heroes of legend, if I can become those people," murmured little Belle. "Will you love me? Will you be proud of me? Will you be happy?" One after another, several questions came out of her mouth. I'll be so happy I won't be able to close my mouth. You're my grandson, I'll show you off to everyone," laughing out loud, "and no matter when, I'll still be proud of you," the old man said with a bright smile. Belle smiled. "No matter what, I will protect you. No matter what, I will think of you, so don't say it's for this old man," the old man said with a smile. Belle tilted his head. "If you're a man, then go after women's behinds. If you're a man, then pounce on women. Let others see your heroic figure. Keep moving forward," the old man spoke with great determination. Although he didn't understand those words as a child, he nodded. "As long as it's for the person you're attracted to, it doesn't matter if you're a hero or not. You can do anything," the old man said with a broad smile. The old man lifted Belle's head from his chest, wiped his tears with his thumbs, and looked at him with a dazzling smile. "If I have to say why, it's because you're the grandson I'm proud of," the old man said with a kind smile. Belle opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the wooden ceiling, which he was more than used to. Her lips bore an etched smile, and thick tears flowed down from her. I remembered that day so clearly. After returning home with his grandfather's friend, whom he called mother, hugged him tightly and then scolded him. His grandfather always teased him, saying that he was his mother's favorite. Belle laughed slightly. I couldn't stop missing those two people. In a single instant, he lost both of his family members. At that moment, an idea crossed his mind. If a wish brought Guyvern to life, should it do the same for her grandfather and mother? Belle, still lying in bed, took the grail from a golden circle. The white-haired man saw the grail with a slight smile. The atmosphere at the Hestia family headquarters was very quiet. Everyone was waiting for Belle to wake up. In that silent place, a great series of knocks were heard from above. Everyone ran towards Belle's room. Obviously, several arrived faster than others. Upon opening the door to the room, they found something that could be described as a battlefield. The bed was torn to pieces and roughly thrown aside, the wardrobe door was smashed to pieces, and several sofas were torn to pieces and scattered on the floor. In the middle of the room, Bell stood, his hands resting on a desk. A river of tears flowed beneath the white-haired man's eyes. But the strangest thing was that he was laughing. Ha 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 ha. With a loud laugh, Bell laughed with all his might. There were 2 books on the desk. No one could make out what the covers of either book said. All I had to do was explain that they couldn't come. You know I'm not an idiot, Bell shouted. With a scream full of frustration, Bell slammed his fist on the desk, splitting it in half. Bell continued laughing as tears continued to stream down her cheeks. Nobody dared to investigate the matter. From a distance it was clear that it was delicate. Even Hestia wasn't Hestia enough to start investigating. With his room wrecked, Bell finally went down to the first floor. Everyone could clearly see the frustration on Bell's face. As Hestia was about to run towards Bell, Semiramis extended her foot. The little goddess tripped and fell face down. Remember your punishment, revealing your master status. How far will your ineptitude go? Semiramis spoke harshly. Hestia swallowed hard. Update my status, Bell murmured as he sat down on a sofa. Hestia turned to look at Semiramis, who nodded. Bell simply took off his shirt and threw it aside. The little goddess approached Bell and, using her ichor, proceeded with the upgrade. Taking a sheet of paper and placing it on the back of the white-haired man, Hestia copied Bell's statistics. Here are your final level 1 stats. 1, and congratulations on your level up, Hestia said with a smile. Bell nodded slowly. Bellcranel. Level 1. Fuerza x 1400 x 1618. Resistencia x 1530 x 1768. Destreza x 1420 x 1640. Agilidad x 1600 x 1888. Magic x 1650 x 1900. Bell looked at his statistics with satisfaction. Continuing with Bell's level up, Hestia continued her work. You have the option to choose between 3 development skills: Hunter, Abnormal Resistance, and Luck. I recommend the third one, Hestia spoke. Justify it, Bell said seriously. You have skills that allow you to passively use the other 2. Obtaining them would be inefficient and would only slow you down, Hestia said. Bell raised an eyebrow. Your abilities function passively. You always have those 2 development abilities active, as if you had gained them through leveling up. Similarly, their efficiency depends on your level. At level 1 they are at I. At level 2 at H. If you gain, for example, Hunter, it would be at I, and your ability would become useless since your status would respect the development ability you have from your level. Hestia spoke seriously. Bell nodded. Hestia-sama said something intelligent. Lily is worried. It's going to rain soon, Lily said with a panicked face. Hey, Hestia shouted as she heard everyone else laughing. Then it will be luck, Bell said calmly. Hestia nodded as she continued leveling up. Moving her fingers along Bell's back, Hestia performed the level up. You finally reached level 2, Bellcun, although I would normally say that in your situation I don't even have time to be deeply moved, Hestia said with a slight smile. Is that so? Bell asked, slightly confused. Seeing that Bell's mood was improving, Hestia smiled broadly. When you joined my familia, your expression filled with joy after returning with a victory against a goblin. It seems like it only happened yesterday and it's still fresh in my memory. It truly is an incredible feeling, Hestia said with a nostalgic smile. Bell forced a smile, remembering that event. In that, Hestia named the movements of her hands. Over, Bell murmured. Hestia nodded slightly as she took a sheet of paper. It seems that nothing special has changed, Bell murmured. Did you think that the power is rising? Or something similar would happen, Hestia said with a hint of mockery. Bell displayed an expression that was difficult to decipher. At that moment, as Hestia finished granting Bell the level boost, she saw something that left her paralyzed. We are the same. After Hestia remained silent for a while, Bell called her in confusion. Kami-sama. Bell spoke again. Hestia remained completely silent. Bell-sama. Upon hearing Lily shout his name, Bell turned to look at her. The hobbit and the servants had a look of utter astonishment. Bell raised an eyebrow as he looked at everyone. Master Leonidas murmured. Bell nodded slightly. Master, it's shining, Leonidas murmured. Bell raised an eyebrow. You're shining, you're literally radiating light, Leonidas said with an expression difficult to describe. Bell raised his hands slightly and brought them into his field of vision. Bell's scream was evident. His hands emitted a golden light. Bellcun, what are you? Hestia murmured. Kami-sama. Bell said, confused. As Bell's body glowed like a lamp, everyone had confused expressions. Bell-sama, your presence, it feels like that of a god. Lily spoke with a stutter in her voice. Certainly, Master's presence is similar to Hestia-sama's, only his is stronger, so to speak, Guyvern said. Bell remained silent as he looked at her body as best he could. Bellcun, Hestia spoke in a rather low tone. Yes. Bell said, confused. Okay, do as I say, close your eyes, Hestia said seriously. Bell nodded as he closed his eyes. Imagine a lamp, imagine that this lamp is lit, Hestia spoke. Bell nodded as he thought of the mental image of a lamp. Now cover that lamp with a blanket, a thick black blanket, a sleeve that doesn't let the light escape, Hestia said. Belle nodded again. In everyone's eyes, the light emitted by Belle's body disappeared. You did well. What you just did is called hidden. It's a form of the arcanum. Hestia spoke seriously. Belle raised one of his eyebrows. Without saying anything, Hestia placed a sheet of paper on Belle's back and copied his state. Congratulations, you have 2 new abilities and new noble phantasms. A rather nervous Hestia spoke as she handed the sheet to Belle. Bellcranel. Level 2. Fuerza I0. Resistencia I0. Destreza I0. Agilidad I0. Magia I0. Suerte I. Magic. Sacred Flame. Skill. Heroic Desire. Hero Development. Eroge Protagonist. Gold Rule. Unwavering Desires. Impulsive King of Assyria. King's Poisoning. Zagonaut. The right to charge for an active action. Battle continued. Allows continuation of combat after suffering mortal wounds. Reduces the mortality rate from injuries. Noble Phantasm. Gate of the World, Prince of Heaven. The Mark of the Divine Heir. Grants the ability to learn the skills of the gods. Grants unlimited. Reserves of Arcanum, limited only by the prince's mortal stamina, allows the combination of divine and mortal power. Falna hidden potential speed. Belle looked at his status sheet with a complicated expression. Hahaha, apparently you can mimic the powers of a god mimic. Yes, that's right. Your noble PHANTAMS MIMICS the powers of a god. Hestia spoke quite forcefully. Belle smiled nervously. Although 4 forms of Arcanum, if you were a god you would be the laughingstock of everyone, even the most mediocre could use at least 80 forms of Arcanum. Hestia spoke. Belle laughed slightly. Falna and Espijo are super common forms, everyone can use them. Hidden is much more advanced. It took me 200 years to learn to use it. Few gods can use it. Potential, only the oldest gods could use it. Hestia spoke seriously. Everyone in the room looked at Hestia in amazement. Hestia-sama, are you feeling well? Aren't you sick? Lily spoke with a face of total astonishment. Huh, Hestia murmured. How to say it? Hestia-sama, Guyvern murmured. Huh, Hestia said, confused. You always seem to have no idea what you're talking about, and you usually have an air of idiocy about you, and today you're talking as if you know what you're talking about, Semiramis said harshly. Hey, shouted Hestia, offended. You can't deny the fact that it's true, Mordred said with a smile. I'm not useless. Hestia shouted, watching Hestia argue with Semiramis and Mordred. Belle smiled amusedly. Hey Kami-sama, does this mean I can give a Falna? Belle said curiously. Apparently Hestia said as she crossed her arms. The little goddess made some signs to Leonidas, who stood up and went towards her. We gods set rules for ourselves, one of them being that you can only do 1 conversion per year, but if your noble phantasm grants you powers without those limits, then Hestia spoke seriously. Guided by Hestia, Belle pricked one of his fingers before running it along Leonidas's back. Leonidas's condition was evident. Your Falna is without earthly limitations. You can unlock the Falna of others, then you should also be able to perform a conversion. Hestia spoke seriously. At this moment Belle was doing practically nothing. The little goddess took her hand and guided her through some movements. Leonidas. Nivel 1. Fuerza I90. Resistencia H110. Destreza H105. Agilidad I80. Magia I30. The conversion was successful. Now Leonidas is part of Belkun's family, Hestia said seriously. Belle and the others were amazed. Once again Hestia took Belle's hand, this time placing it on Leonidas's head. Potential brings out the true value of the children of the underworld. In the past, the most ancient gods awakened the potential of children with their arcanum so that they would fight alongside the gods. Those children became terrifyingly powerful. Hestia spoke gravely. Belle nodded slightly. As Belle's hand shone with a golden light, Leonidas's entire body began to glow. I don't feel any change, Leonidas murmured. What Belle did was awaken any potential that you have dormant in normal people. Skills and magic would begin to emerge as their stats began to grow faster, Hestia said seriously. Belle nodded. Since your Falna isn't restricted, it must be much more effective than mine. You should be able to bring out Leonidas's true level, Hestia said with a smile. I understand, Belle murmured as he continued to be guided. When Hestia tried to use Belle's Falna to reveal Leonidas's true level, the goddess could see an error in the language of the gods. Apparently, since Leonidas isn't from this world, he can't be assigned his true level. It's a shame. If it were possible, he'd receive a power boost for every level increase, Hestia sighed. Kami-sama, Belle spoke in a serious tone. Yes, Hestia spoke softly. Would you teach me the language of the gods? I don't understand these hieroglyphics, Belle said with some sadness. Relax, be grateful you have me here among the gods. I am the goddess with the most control over the arcanum. I managed to control 13-14 types. I will teach you everything about the arcanum and the language of the gods. Hestia said with great confidence. Belle literally smiled. Well, now that we have Belle-sama to update our stats and will grow faster with him, what is Hestia-sama for? Lily asked with a smile. You're going too far. Hestia shouted angrily. Ha ha ha. Belle laughed with a big smile. When they saw Belle laugh, everyone smiled. Later that night, in the dark night, only one person's footsteps could be heard. That woman walked elegantly. Using her hand, she tucked her long black hair behind her pointed ears. A gold necklace with a ruby adorned her neck. The necklace appeared to emit its own light. He arrived at a certain place. Two guards with the symbol of a Valkyrie on their clothes were guarding the door. The woman walked between the two men. None of them paid any attention to him. It almost seemed as if it didn't exist. She walked, avoiding everyone. He arrived at the mansion's courtyard. A large number of adventurers were training. She gave a small smile. That smile had unleashed chaos. The chaos in Aurario had turned night into day. Someone had attacked the Freya family. A cloud of poisonous gas had appeared in the middle of Folkvalor. So far there were at least 15 dead and another 30 hospitalized in serious condition. It was expected that at least half of those adventurers hospitalized for poisoning would die within a few days. The first-class adventurers who were in that place were saved from dying or going to the hospital, but ended up highly weakened. A certain goddess was crying thick crimson tears because she didn't have what she needed to carry out her plan at this precise moment. The next day, it's past 3:00 p.m. The god meeting should be over by now, right? Misha muttered as he looked at a clock on the wall. The report with the results has probably already been sent, Ina said simply. At this point, what the employees were most concerned about were the adventurers' aliases. Are you curious too, Ina? What kind of aliases will appear this time? Misha said with a smile. I'm a little more worried about it this time, Ina said with a slight laugh. As expected, me too, because the adventurer I'm in charge got a level up, so I'm waiting for it to arrive, Misha said with a smile. Just as they both started chatting, suddenly and without warning, a sound of banging appeared. In front of the door, an employee holding a roll of files stood there, breathless. They're here, the results of the god meeting have been sent, said the generic employee. We waited for a long time. Misha sighed. Hey. Let me see quickly. Ina spoke in a demanding tone. Setting aside her work, Ina headed for the door. The group of people quickly gathered and the numerous parchments recording the degrees were passed from hand to hand. Take a quick look at this alias. Zoo, incredible. As expected of the gods. We absolutely cannot compete with them. As expected, the gods are different from us. It really is shining tail, beautiful hands. My chills are acting up. It makes her hair extremely frizzy. Gods can truly attain this kind of title. They are truly an existence worthy of our respect. Hearing the sudden burst of sound, Misha, who was next to him, suddenly shook his shoulder. I was really a little slow. Hurry up, Ina, shouted Misha. Ah yes, Ina spoke. Ina followed Misha and ran off. After squeezing through the human wall to examine the list of aliases, she worked alongside Misha and entered his eyes. At the same time, Belle's face appeared in Ina's mind. Ina, I've got it. I'll give it to you, find it quickly. Ina shouted. Ina received the list from Misha's waving hand. It was a scroll that neatly listed the adventurers and their aliases. Ina scanned each piece from top to bottom, moving on to the next as she finished examining it. Then at the bottom of the page, Ina noticed the name of her target. Ahaha, if it's the Ina River. Huh, is that Belkunz? Misha murmured. Ina couldn't help but laugh. When Misha looked over his shoulder to see him, he smiled too. Not all adventurers were fortunate enough to possess an epithet in addition to their name. And bellcranel possessed that epithet. Bellcranel, level 2. Title, Handsome Adventurer, Sweet Mask. Further down on the sheet, it said that the title was given by the goddess Loki, and the mastermind behind said nickname was none other than, as one would expect from Reveria-sama. Only she is at the level of thinking like the gods. You're certainly right, the boy is quite cute. Damned he will manage to capture Reveria-sama's heart. Ina laughed heartily. She couldn't tell if she was laughing at Belle's nickname or at the fact that the blame had fallen on Reveria. That day, a rumor spread throughout the city that a novice adventurer had captured the heart of the elf princess. Ah, you finally arrived, Naya, said the waitress Anya. Ahaha, you really dared to arrive late, Adventurer Kun, laughed a blonde waitress who went by the name of Lunwar. Belle did not respond. He simply raised his hand in greeting. He was breathless after running so far to get here. The poor white-haired man was pursued by an abnormal number of gods who wanted to assess his condition or recruit him. Even though my physical abilities must be far superior to theirs, but what the hell was that? There were a couple of times when I was almost caught. Belle thought, somewhat annoyed. Until now, the only thing that stood out was that they wanted to recruit him. Sir and the others have been waiting a long time, Naya. Even though the kitchen is so busy, we're still getting it ready, so hurry up too, Naya the Catman said cheerfully. I'm sorry, Belle apologized. If the main character isn't there, there's no way to start. Go quickly now, said waitress Lunwar. Bell gave a slight nod before wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve and entering the bar. His other companions had come to this bar to celebrate Bell's level increase. They had arrived a while ago while Bell had stayed at his headquarters to rest. The white-haired man had barely entered when he heard someone calling him. "Bell-sama, here," spoke a somewhat childish voice. At the back of the bar, which was packed with customers, Lily waved her hands vigorously to get Bell's attention. Bell approached a table in the corner of the bar, which had been prepared in advance for this celebration, a table where all his colleagues were. Facing a smiling Sai and a Ryu who looked at everything with her usual stoic expression, Bell bowed his head to apologize for being late. As Bell took his seat, he felt many eyes close to him. He didn't understand how, but his hearing was much better than normal. He could perfectly hear what they were murmuring. "A human with white hair, it must be him. I think it was something like Sweet Mask. So that's the boy. Apparently he's called the fastest rabbit in the world. Hey, has it been decided yet? It must just be that the gods are making a lot of noise, right? No matter what, it's impossible in just 1 month." "It's true. But it seems it's true that he defeated a minotaur. That monster that appeared on the 9th floor. That's why I say he only defeated one minotaur. Don't be so easily surprised. So when you were a level 1, you were able to defeat a minotaur. All by yourself, you know." He who would do such a stupid thing?" Bell tilted his head slightly and his gaze met that of an adventurer who quickly turned to look away. "You've suddenly become famous, Bell-sama," Lily said, trying to ignore all the stares directed at them. "Even a moment ago I was being chased by gods I don't know," Bell said calmly. "That seems to be the fate of a famous adventurer. It's not limited to you, Bell-sama, so please bear it patiently," Lily said. Bell simply gave a slight smile. "So since you've also arrived, Bell-san, let's begin," said a smiling Sir. The celebration proceeded normally, with Bell embarrassed whenever he could by Sir who fell easily. Semiramis watched all this with a smile, a somewhat sinister one. Mordred, for his part, simply ate. While Bell was slightly lost in his thoughts, a voice pulled him from them. "Cranel-san, what will you do from now on?" Ryu asked. Bell raised an eyebrow, confused. "Your future actions, I'm a little worried about them," Ryu said. Bell thought about it for a while before speaking. "Regarding that, I plan to prepare some equipment tomorrow with Lily. After all, my armor was almost completely destroyed," Bell explained, though he had to change his plans since Lily wouldn't be able to accompany him. "Cranel-san, what happens after that?" Ryu asked. Bell, for his part, looked perplexed at the question. "First, I plan to assess my physical condition on the 11th floor. If I can easily attack there, then I plan to continue and venture onto the 12th floor," Bell explained. "That's a wise decision," Ryu praised. "Although I can be a bit nosy, I feel it's still best not to venture into the middle floors. At least after analyzing your situation, that's what I think," Ryu said. "In other words, do you think Bell-sama and Lily are no match for the middle floors, Ryu-sama?" Lily asked. "I didn't say that. I just meant that the upper floors and the middle floors aren't the same," Ryu explained. Ryu paused briefly after speaking before continuing. "This isn't about individual skill, but rather that this isn't a place where one person can manage on their own. The middle floors is a place like that. I don't know how much help you can offer, Ard-san, but if Cranel-san is alone, he wouldn't be able to handle the monsters and the terrain of the dungeon," Ryu explained. Then, Ryu-sama, Lily spoke as she understood where he was going with this. "Yes, they need to increase the number of members on their team," Ryu said. According to the elf, Bell's group consisted of Lily, Mordred, and Leonidas, 3 level 1s, and Bell, a newly leveled level 2 obviously. Leonidas and Mordred were much stronger than their level indicated, but the elf wasn't aware of that. She could only sense that they were more than they appeared, but she couldn't fully discern their strength, so as a precaution she was counting them as normal level 1 adventurers. "However, Ryu, if it's just Bell-san and Lily-san, wouldn't it be easier to escape? If there are too many people, then someone might have difficulty escaping, right?" Sir said, making her point. "There's some truth to what you're saying, Sir. If they're planning to escape, then they're already in a difficult situation. Instead of imagining being forced into that dangerous situation, why not think about how to prevent it from happening in the first place? That's more constructive," Ryu explained. Bell couldn't help but let out a sigh. "You should wait until you have a foolproof plan. At the very least, you should ask one more person to join your team," Ryu explained. Bell smiled slightly. Leonidas and Mordred were enough for his safety in the dungeon. If he needed more protection, he could bring Lancelot. Leonidas, meanwhile, was writing down Ryu's advice in a notebook. "Hahaha, are you worried about your team's situation, Sweet Mask?" A male voice spoke. Bell looked up slightly and could see another customer who was drinking while yelling at him. The customer, or rather an adventurer, got up from his table and brought his 2 companions to the table where Bell was sitting. Her forehead and cheeks were covered in deep scars. This would make anyone want to back down unconditionally. "I heard what you were saying. It sounds like you're looking for teammates. If that's the case, why don't you join our team?" he said. Bell glanced briefly at the man. "Mordlatro, estimated value, 760 million. "And what is the invitation for?" Bell asked with a smile. "It's nothing, it's all for good intentions, because my friends are in trouble and I'm very kind, so I extended a helping hand." Hee, I don't seem like it, do I? Mord said. Belle smiled slightly. This is to help others, so I'd like to get into the topic of fashion. Allowing you to join our team is no problem, right? Mord said. Belle kept smiling as he looked at the man. Then we'll take you to the middle floors in exchange, the adventurer said. Without taking his eyes off the man, Belle picked up his mug and took a couple of swigs of his beer. Lend us these beautiful fairies, said the adventurer. Belle laughed slightly. I also want an elf serving me wine, you understand, right? I don't know how much money you spent, but sharing is the basics of being companions. Right, the adventurer spoke. Ha ha ha, come on, old man, you know you don't lend your house and your wife out, Belle said with a smile. Mord looked at Belle with a confused expression. Belle calmly stood up and in one swift motion had already put his arm around the dark-haired man's neck and began to drag him to another place. You're already a little drunk, look. That elf is a waitress here, we both know the reputation of this bar, Belle said with a smile. PFFFFTTTT, ha 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 ha, what an idiot. The alcohol is going to blind me. I almost went into the boss's room by myself, Mord said with a thunderous laugh. Belle, for his part, continued to smile. I thought they were ladies' companions, Mord said calmly. As if it were so easy to find such a beautiful elf to be a lady, Belle said with a smile. Ha 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 ha, you're right, Mord laughed again. Arriving at a table, Belle took a seat while Mord sat next to him, watching his companion leave. Mord's friends Scott and Guile followed him, and likewise Leonidas and Lancelot went to sit at the table where Belle was. But she's a waitress here, you've got balls, man, Mord said with a smile. You see, Belle said with a smile before signaling to Anya, who brought them a round of drinks. Your nickname really suits you, having such a harem. You must have a way with words, old man. Tell me some tricks, Mord said before taking a swig of beer. Ha 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 ha, Belle laughed slightly. Belle-sama has a knack for making friends, Lily said with a nervous smile. Well, Master is quite charismatic, Semiramis said with a smile. Oh heavens, Lancelot is in trouble, Guyvern said worriedly. If one looked at the table where Belle was talking and laughing with that group of adventurers he barely knew, one could see Lancelot with his face completely red on the table. To avoid ending things this way, Leonidas simply continued the conversation while drinking juice. To think that Cranel-san dealt with a group of adventurers without lifting a finger, Ryu said with slight amazement. Ha ha ha, he has a devilish way with words, Sir said with a smile. Master has an alluring aura, he can easily dispel the ill intentions of others. It's as if he calms your heart, Mordred spoke, as he left a plate of snacks completely empty with only bones and slight leftovers. A rather terrifying power, to be honest, Sir said with a smile. She has an enormous knack for making allies, Semiramis said, glancing sideways at Belle. That's one of the most troublesome skills, turning those around you into allies is a first-class skill, Mordred said as he fixed his eyes on a steak. With the exception of Mordred, who was eating, the others glanced sideways at Belle. Special 2, the strongest. The brave one looked cautiously at the man standing in front of him. That white-haired man had knocked out a level 6 veteran, and 3 level 6 youths, 4 adventurers specializing in close combat, had been defeated in one blow. Finn tried to look into the eyes of the man in front of him. Those blood-red eyes had frozen his body. His knees were wobbly, sweat ran down his cheeks and back. A tremor ran through his entire body, and despite all that, his thumb didn't hurt. The hobbit refused to accept that this man, with an aura 1,000 times more intimate than King Otter's, was not a threat. Being a hobbit already made it difficult for Finn to be intimidating, but with the man in front of him it was insane. He didn't even reach his knee. In a quick calculation, the man in front of him was over 3 meters tall. At least that thing was human. In his entire life he had never been intimidated by the height of an opponent and had never underestimated himself because of his size, but at this moment he felt like he could be stepped on like an insect. Finn gathered whatever courage he could find and with the most serious expression he could muster spoke. Can I ask who you are? Finn asked seriously. When the white-haired boy turned to look at him, Finn felt himself shrink. Ari no, murmured the white-haired boy as he looked over Palom's shoulder. Finn, who had his spear held diagonally to stop Ai's advance, looked over his shoulder. What he saw was Ai's in a state of great shock. Even Ai's is intimidated by this man, Finn thought seriously. Bellcranel class, Ryder, the white-haired man spoke seriously. Finn remained silent as he watched the white-haired man. I asked you once more, are you my master? The white-haired man asked as he looked at the elf. Lefia remained silent before looking to both sides and then looking at the white-haired man. Master, am I? Murmured the elf. The white-haired man nodded. The elf's scream of shock could be heard throughout the mansion. A spirit from the past? What kind of joke was this? Finn felt very out of place. Now he understood why Ai's didn't rush to attack that man. After the strange man appeared and the blame for his presence passed to Loki and Lefia, Reveria along with Ai's had taken the injured to the infirmary. As they walked, they had to calm all the other members of their family down, as the noise had already roused them to arms and made them ready to fight. The white-haired boy had been taken to Finn's office along with Loki and Lefia. When Ai's and Reveria finished their medical treatments, the two of them headed to the hobbit's office. With everyone present, the conversation began. The little elf used a very ancient magic which allows mages to summon warriors to support them in battle, the white-haired man said seriously, answering a question that had never been asked before but that everyone was wondering about. Finn looked seriously at Loki and Lefia, who were very surprised by the event. Magic like that should be highly coveted, especially if it summons guys as strong as him, Finn said seriously as he looked at the white-haired man. Yes and no, it's a very complex magic. First, it's designed by elves and for elves. Second, you need to possess the person you wish to summon. Third, the elf in question must have some connection with the person summoned, Bell said seriously. I understand the first and second, but the third, does Lefia have any connection to you? Finn said seriously. Ha 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 ha, there were many elves on my ship. I'm a lover of beautiful elves, what can I say? The white-haired man said with a loud laugh while holding his stomach. Finn smiled slightly. Getting back to the topic, this magic fell into disuse since elves didn't usually interact with anyone, so they couldn't summon truly powerful warriors. This magic became a way to see loved ones again, but the mind required for the spell was too great, and very few elves could remain conscious after casting it. The vast majority died from lack of mind, Bell said seriously. Everyone looked at Lefia with concern. Ha, the spell really drained 3/4 of my mind, Lefia said with a nervous smile. If Lefia, a mage with an S in magic at levels 1 and 2, was left almost without a mind, an adventurer of level 1 or 2 at best would be left in mind. 0 people without Falna would die trying to perform the spell, Reveria said seriously. They all nodded slightly before looking back at Bell. If you acquire the possessions, the green elf would be a great summoner. She has more than enough mind, and the ties for it, Bell said with a smile. Everyone turned to look at Reveria. From your last name, I deduce that you are a descendant of Rashina, Seldia's younger sister, Bell said with a smile. Reveria nodded slightly. Seldia belonged to Albert's good-for-nothing group. Seldia and Evilda are the strongest women I've ever met, and Albert is the only one who's given me a decent fight, Bell said with a smile. Everyone stared at Reveria in amazement. It would be almost impossible to obtain a belonging from people who lived more than 1,000 years ago. Perhaps in my homeland, there are some belongings of Seldia-sama, but I doubt they will give them to me, Reveria said with a sigh. Following Reveria's words, attention returned to Bell. And tell me, how long will you be here? You said it was magic to see the dead again, so I doubt it's permanent, Loki said seriously. You're very perceptive. The saying, the less chest, the more brains, applies to you, Bell said with a smile. Loki felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. By the way, you have a strange aura like a spirit, but without being one, Bell said uncertainly. It's because I'm a goddess, Loki said proudly. PFFFFFTTTT. Ha, a goddess. Yeah, right, Bell laughed with a loud and resounding laugh. Upon seeing the white-haired man laugh, several veins stood out on Loki's forehead. That was a good joke, but calling yourself a goddess if you were a beauty like the green elf, I'd overlook it, but you, who look like a perverted old alcoholic, PFFFFFTTTT, ha, I can't help but laugh, Bell said in a lively tone. I don't want to hear that coming from you. You also have the air of an old alcoholic and pervert. You haven't stopped harassing Reveria for a moment, Loki spoke angrily. Come on, girl, you should know the difference. In my case, it's flirting. In yours, it's harassment, Bell said with a smile. What's the difference? Loki shouted as he slammed his fist on the table. I'm handsome and you're not, Bell said with a smile. Loki remained completely silent. He's right about what he says, Finn said with a smile. Certainly, Reveria said with a slight nod while Lefia did the same. You should agree with me, Loki shouted, tears cascading down his face. After a laugh that everyone except Loki shared even eyes, the conversation returned to its original course. Answering your question, supposed goddess, we can say that the time is proportional to the number of people who remember the summoned one. Let's say that the more famous the warrior is, the longer they can remain summoned, although this is relative, Bell said seriously. Everyone in the room gave a slight nod. Because of my fame, I could go about 10 years without a supply of mind. If I had to use my power to the fullest, I'd lose about a month per battle I fought, Bell said as he brought a hand to his chin. And what if someone supplies you with a mind? Finn asked. Again, it's relative. For example, I could remain as long as the little elf is alive and giving me mind. If she dies, I could change summoners. As long as I have a summoner, I can be in this world eternally, Bell said seriously. Finn nodded. And how do they supply you with mind? Finn asked. Right now I'm receiving the mind of the little elf, Bell said with a smile. Everyone except Bell turned to look at Lefia. So you called me master, that means I'm kind of like your boss, Lefia asked curiously. We can say yes as long as I don't lose confidence in you. I will follow you, Bell said. And if you lose trust in me, Lefia asked. It depends, Bell said with a slight smile. The orange-haired elf looked at Bell in confusion. If you let me change summoner without resistance, everything will be fine. If you don't let me go, I'll have to get rid of you, Bell said with a slight smile. Lefia swallowed hard while nodding. Ha, but apparently you're a decent person, Bell said with a smile. Lefia sighed softly as she listened to the man laugh. By the way, little elf, they don't have anything to eat here, Bell said with a smile. Lefia glanced slightly at Finn, who nodded. Sure, follow me, Lefia said as she stood up. Lefia walked slowly to Finn's office door, and after opening it she walked out, still at a slow pace. The white-haired man, upon reaching the door, had to bend down as far as he could to pass through it. While standing, his head almost touched the ceiling. After seeing the white-haired man leave, those who remained in the room looked at each other. What will we do? Finn murmured. This was one of the few times that Braver's mind couldn't find a plan of action in his situation. He seems like a reasonable person, yet I can't forget the fact that he left Gareth, Tiona, Tyone, and Bate in the infirmary. He's far too dangerous, Reveria said. Finn nodded slowly. Hey, Eyes, what do you think? Loki asked with a smile. He is a kind and pleasant person. I'm sure he can live peacefully in the family. Eyes spoke slowly. Then it's decided if Eyes says so, Loki said, still smiling. Wait a minute, Eyes, is there something behind those words? Finn asked. My mother, she was his daughter. In those times, many spirits were hunted for their power. He took in a great number of them on his ship. Before my parents met, she sailed alongside him. Eyes spoke seriously. Finn nodded in understanding. I met him for the first time when I was 5 years old. He was furious that he hadn't been notified of my birth. He sent my father so far away that he returned 2 days later, Eyes said with a slight smile. Those present smiled nervously. He's a good person. As long as we're not criminals, he won't hurt us. Even though he was a pirate, he has very strict moral codes, Eyes said seriously. That fixes everything. If he can live with us, I wouldn't mind having him in the family. Someone like him can help us a lot, Finn said. Hehe, his strength is undeniable. I'd say he's a level 7. I want to see that Vixen's face when she hears that, Loki said excitedly. Loki, do you think that's right? Reveria asked. Don't worry, I'll just give her my fauna. The blessing of some spirits also worked with levels. It'll be like doing a conversion, Loki said excitedly. Finn smiled in a rather awkward way. The Loki family's dining room was a mess. Most members had expressions that were difficult to describe. In front of him stood what could only be described as a giant. With his enormous hand he grabbed a barrel of beer and emptied it in 2 gulps. Even though he was leaving the warehouse without supplies, nobody dared to say anything to him. His size alone was intimidating. That Cruz tried to stop him, only to fall unconscious with a look from the white-haired man. Belsama, Lefia murmured as she took his arm. Yes, Bell asked, confused. Its size, it's making others uncomfortable. By the way, why is it so big? Lefia said, somewhat uncomfortable. My mother fed me a lot of vegetables as a child, and I always drank a glass of milk before going to sleep, Bell said with a smile. Lefia river lightly. Speaking of which, this place is very small, Bell said. Well, it's not made for people your size, Lefia said with a small laugh. I'm only 666 meters tall. There were bigger people on my ship, Bell said indignantly. Lefia forced a smile. While Bell was complaining, a white aura surrounded him. In everyone's eyes, its size began to decrease. When the aura disappeared, he was still quite tall, measuring 16 meters, but it was nothing compared to his previous height. Can you control your size? Asked an astonished Lefia. There was only one below, and this is the minimum height I can be. I developed this magic because there were cities where it was difficult to access the locals due to my size, Bell said simply. Lefia nodded in amazement. Well, don't just stand there, little elf, bring me more of this healing water, Bell said with a big smile as he placed an empty barrel to one side of him. Lefia nodded before heading to the kitchen. After eating, a room was assigned to the ancient pirate captain. Loki stood behind the imposing back of the now smaller man. Now stay still and let me work, Loki said seriously as he pricked his finger with a needle. Ha ha ha, it reminds me of what Arya used to do. She called it state, if I remember correctly, when that good-for-nothing Albert took her away. I got a new spirit who did the same thing, Bell said with a smile. Loki smiled slightly. Well, here's your level, Loki spoke as Bell's condition was revealed to his children. With a blow, the red-haired goddess fell on her back as she struggled to stand up. Bellcranel, Nivel, Fueza SSS 1320. Resistencia SSS 1225. Destreza SS 1109. Agilidad SSS 1345. Magia SS 1100. Suerte X. Diving X. Resistencia Anormal X. Spirit Healing X. Strong Defense X. Strong Body X. Crush B. Healing Power B. Magic Resistance X. Fist Fighter B. Fist Strike B. Magic. Mouth. Quick Cast Magic creates powerful shockwaves. Titan. Quick Cast Magic. Enchantment Magic greatly increases the user's stats size. Quick Cast Magic allows the user to shrink anything they wish. Beyond a certain limit, the size cannot be reduced. Skills. Unwavering Desires. Accelerates growth. The effects last as long as your feelings remain unchanged. The effects are determined by the strength of your feelings, Captain. Improves leadership skills. Increases charisma. Increases the strength of those under their command, Noble Phantoms. Moby Dick. The embodiment of his legend sends enemies and allies to a chosen location, summons the entire fleet that comprised his crew, one main ship, 4 secondary ships, 1,600 crew members, 43 subordinate crews. All those who swore loyalty to him will be summoned to fight for their captain. Are you kidding me? Loki said. Bell simply raised an eyebrow as he looked at the redhead. You're not even human, the goddess murmured. Bell Rio-Ligerman. I haven't seen that reaction in years, Bell said with a smile. Your height and now this, you're definitely not human, Loki said in shock. Bell just laughed. Loki maintained a forced smile. I don't know if it's good or bad. You're lying, this is great news on our side, gahahaha. The blow he gave you finished off your brains. After making Bell a member of his family, Loki ran towards Finn's office. The hobbit showed a worried expression, the dwarf who had just come out of the infirmary laughed openly, and the elf sighed wearily. I won't lie to you, I saw the light at the end of the tunnel, Gareth said with a smile. Reveria sighed again. This topic is going to give me gray hairs, but as Gareth says, as long as he's on our side, it's a spectacular news, Finn said seriously. And what if he decides to destroy Erario? Reveria asked. Come on, Eyes trusts him besides. If he decided to destroy Erario, there would be nothing to stop him, Finn said. In his history, he sank an island in his fight with Albert. And he sank another in a fit of rage when one of his children was kidnapped. Someone who can put an island underwater like Melon is definitely not someone who can be stopped, Gareth said. Speaking of his history and Melon in one of his adventures, it is said that he landed on the island that is now Melon, and that he and his crew eliminated the monsters that were gathered there. They fought for 20 days. When in the end he decided to seal the entrance where the monsters came out using all his strength. He split the island in half and used the rock to seal the entrance. Finn spoke seriously. Before the families of Zeus and Hera, he created the first seal. If someone were to read that, they would think it was fiction, but in Melon, he is almost worshipped as a god by the inhabitants and fishermen. Loki spoke seriously. The continued clash of monsters against the stone, the erosion of the stone, and human stupidity finally destroyed a seal that lasted 700 years. Reveria spoke wearily. Treasure hunters dug into the stone thinking that Whitebeard hid his treasure there, Gareth said while stroking his beard. All those people found was an innumerable mass of monsters, Loki said with a slight laugh. Getting back to the main topic, as long as it's aligned with good, it shouldn't be a problem. If it decides to cause chaos, well, we should run, hide, and pray, Finn said with a smile. That was a bad joke, Reveria said, somewhat annoyed. Who said I was joking? Our best card against him would be King Otter, and he's not family. Besides, I can't estimate how many seconds of time he could buy us, Finn said seriously. Everyone in the room sighed. Talk. Baz? Without getting up from the bed where he was and taking a bottle of wine away from his mouth, a certain white-haired man spoke. With a slight creak, the door opened. Bell managed to see a blonde woman enter his room. It's been a while, Eyes, you look good. The resemblance to your mother is striking, Bell said with a smile. Eyes nodded slightly. Bell, son, do you know what happened to my father? Eyes said with her head bowed. Of course, I would have liked to be there to support him, Bell said as he clenched his fist. So. Because you never went after that monster. Eyes shouted. Bell could see tears forming in the blonde's eyes. I am weak, you are very strong, surely you could have defeated him, Eyes said. Probably at that moment, Albert was very strong and managed to leave him badly injured and make him flee. He was a level 11 at that moment. I was a level 12, Bell said simply. Then, Eyes shouted, her eyes still teary. What's your goal? Why would I put my children in danger? Eyes, are you seeking revenge against the dragon? Bell said calmly. Eyes nodded, still annoyed. Albert must be turning in his grave, Bell said seriously. Eyes glared at Bell. Foolish girl, Albert fought not for fame. Not for money, not because it was his duty. He fought to protect you. He gave his life so you could live. Sacrificing yourself like this only tarnishes his legacy. If you go and die fighting that monster, you'll be spitting in Albert's face, Bell said harshly. Eyes clenched his teeth and fists. I deeply regret not being there to help Albert, but leading my children into a vendetta would only lead to their deaths. What would be the point? Albert wouldn't have wanted anyone to die avenging him. Speaking of what he wanted, he would never have enjoyed seeing his daughter kill herself to avenge him, Bell said harshly. Each word had fallen like a brick on Eyes. The blonde couldn't bear it and burst into tears. Bell placed the bottle of wine on the table before standing up. Taking a step forward, the white-haired man wrapped the blonde in a hug. You are the daughter of the one who was once my daughter. I will protect you first. I must begin by clearing your heart. Apologize for every time you were hurt. Every time you thought of revenge. Apologize to your father's wounded heart, who would not have wanted to see you like this, but would be proud to see how strong you are. Bell spoke warmly as he hugged the blonde. The blonde simply cried on the man's chest. What is your name? A booming, lively voice filled the place. That man's laughter was too loud. He was standing there in front of a blonde woman. The blonde was a spirit that the man had saved from some humans. Ayaria, the blonde spoke timidly. Ha 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 ha, I see if you have nowhere to go, you're welcome to come aboard my boat. That man was very noisy, and his smile, although beautiful, was annoying because it never disappeared from his face. The blonde nodded shyly. Hey stupid elf, it's rude not to introduce yourself, the captain said. I felt outraged by the insult. My name is nice to meet you. Well said, stock up on supplies, we're leaving in 3 days. After his announcement, that man returned to the ship. 4 years have passed since Arya joined the crew. Arya is amazing, she's a very kind woman and her cooking is the best, although he has been behaving strangely for days. What are you saying? That was the captain's voice. I ran towards the voice, and when I reached the bow of the ship I saw the captain looking quite annoyed. In front of him was a dark-haired man I didn't know and Arya. Please, Bell, let her join my group. He wants to take Arya away. Captain, break his teeth, I thought angrily. My annoyance was obvious on this ship. We were all children of the captain, and among us we were all brothers, none superior or inferior to the other. I wouldn't allow anyone to take one of my sisters away. Albert, you come to my ship and ask me to hand over one of my daughters. Do you want me to hit you? The captain looks extremely upset and I don't blame him. Please, I beg you, the dark-haired man said as he pressed his head to the ground. I can see many people surprised by that guy's actions. Who is he? The captain called him Albert. Could it be him? While I was arguing mentally, a truth came to my mind. The mercenary king is bowing his head. I screamed in my mind, Father. Upon hearing Arya's sweet voice, I snapped out of my thoughts. The look in Arya's eyes was very determined. Arya, are you sure? The captain looked Arya directly in the eyes as he said those words. I could see Arya nod slowly. Albert, if I find out you hurt Arya, there will be nowhere in this world where you can hide. The captain spoke in such a loud tone that it made my body tremble with fear. 10 years have passed since Arya left with Albert. 3 years after he left, Albert came begging for our captain's blessing to marry Arya. The wedding was spectacular, and of course I was the bridesmaid. Today our ship arrived at the place where Arya and Albert were staying. Their residence was on the monster border, but apparently they were on vacation. As soon as I got off the boat, I could see Arya waiting at the port. Beside him was... Who is that girl? I shouted as I ran towards Arya. When she saw me carrying Arya, she smiled and waved her hand excitedly. Eyes, introduce yourself, Arya said with a smile. My name is Eyes, the little blonde girl said as she bowed. She's so cute, I thought fondly. At that moment I felt a chill run through my body. I could see our captain walk past me with a dark aura. Oh heaven, she murmured as she saw the captain stand in front of Albert. With his large hand, the captain grabbed Albert by the neck and lifted him up. It's been a while, Albert said with a smile. Why didn't you tell me? The captain said as his aura grew. Well, you know, monsters duty, ha ha ha. The dark-haired man spoke with difficulty. I was in the front row. With one blow, the captain sent the mercenary king flying. The clouds dissipated and a powerful wind shook the whole place. Where I end up, nobody knows. The only thing I managed to hear was that Albert was swimming for 2 days. In the middle of the night, with the moon at its fullest, she opened her eyes. Lefia had a nostalgic feeling in her body. I had had a strange dream. It seemed more like a memory than a dream. Arya, Lefia murmured as she looked at the top bunk where her roommates slept. Chapter 14, The Everburning. The next day after the party for Belle's level up, a certain white-haired man was walking through the city streets. The sky was clear and the light breeze kept the air cool. Silently, Belle saw his destiny, the Tower of Babel. Because he needed a new suit of armor, he had decided to go to the Hephaestus family shop. The white-haired man was hoping to find another hidden gem in that shop. He didn't use the elevator. Instead, he climbed the stairs to the 8th floor. From time to time, he glanced out the window at the Arario landscape, lost in the city's beauty throughout his journey to his destination. Belle simply headed to the store where he bought his first armor. After entering the store, he looked at each and every suit of armor on the mannequins, those on the shelves, and those in boxes. No armor could convince him. In other words, he was looking for the work of a single blacksmith. Since Belle wasn't one to give in easily to his whims, he decided to go and ask at the counter. Maybe, just maybe, there were some jobs available at another store. Why is it like this? Walking towards the counter, Belle could see and hear an argument between an employee and what appeared to be a customer. Why is it always in that kind of corner? Do you have some grudge against me? Belle got a better look at the man who was arguing in an indignant voice. He was wearing a casual black kimono and his bright red hair told a lot to the eye. I did it desperately. Shouldn't I have better treatment? The redhead continued, his voice filled with anger and indignation. That's the decision from above, at least when you're able to sell it, the employee said, looking rather uncomfortable. Are you trying to shirk responsibility? You'd better say those words. The redhead growled as he slammed his fist on the counter, his angry words cut off by the employee's voice. Welcome. The employee ignored the redhead's tantrum as he looked at Belle. Do you have a problem? The employee asked kindly. Yes. Are you currently selling Welf Kraso's work? Belle asked calmly. Belle's words left both the employee and the redhead speechless. So are you planning to buy Welf Kraso's work? The employee asked nervously. Yes. I want to use Welf Kraso's armor, Belle said in a calm but determined tone. Faced with Belle's response, the employee remained silent once again. Ha 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 ha, you deserve it. Even if it's me, I still have 1 or 2 customers. With a thunderous laugh, he hit the counter again. Bell looked in the direction of the redhead, his eyes sparkled for a second. A smile formed on the lips of the white-haired man. Welf Krazo's armor is here, the redhead said as he dragged a wooden box towards Bell. Bell looked at the armor in the box. The shiny white armor was similar to the armor that was destroyed in his fight with the Minotaur. There were only a few minor differences. How's it going? Do you want to use it? The redhead asked with a bright smile. Bell smiled slightly as he looked at the redhead. Since this is a rare opportunity, let me tell you my name, customer number 1. I am Welf Krazo. Currently a very low-level blacksmith in the Hephaestus family. Would you like an autograph? The redhead spoke with a radiant smile, a smile similar to that of an older brother when he teases his younger brother or that of a child when he receives a gift. After meeting Welf Krazo in person, Bell was guided to a small room on the 8th floor where he took a seat on a bench. So you're the sweet mask, the record holder. Welf exclaimed, still smiling. Bell nodded with a smile. You really are younger than me. No, adventurer and age aren't related, are they? Welf said simply. So Krazo-san, how old are you? Bell asked with interest. I'm 17 years old, right? Don't call me Krazo-san. I don't like my last name, Welf said somewhat uncomfortably. So Welf-san, Bell said, raising an eyebrow. Welf sighed as he nodded slightly. Bell remained silent as he watched Welf make some strange gestures as if he were putting together a monologue in his head. Then I'll say it bluntly, I don't want to let you go, Welf said firmly. Bell raised an eyebrow as he looked at Welf. My work, whether it's a sword or armor, doesn't sell. Although I'm a little embarrassed to admit it, I have confidence in my products. However, that point is useless. The pieces that do sell almost seem to have been returned, and I don't know why, Welf said in a dejected tone. Bell had a vague idea as to why the envy of the riffraff towards talented individuals was the reason he could see it. The armor in the box and the one the Minotaur destroyed were of a higher quality than any work on this floor. However, you appeared. An adventurer who recognized the value of my armor appeared, Welf said with a slight smile. Bell nodded as he smiled back at Welf. You came twice to buy my products. You're my customer, a real customer, aren't you? Welf said with a satisfied smile. Yes, Bell said casually. Welf nodded, satisfied with the short answer from the white-haired man. This is a very rare opportunity. An adventurer personally requested to purchase my armor. I said it before, you recognized me. For us, nothing makes us happier than that. You're my first customer, so I don't want to let you go. How could I let you go? Welf spoke in a firm voice mixed with a nostalgic tone and a dreamy look. Bell smiled at Welf. He resembled his grandfather when he read him a story, a firm voice for reading properly, a nostalgic tone due to the feelings the stories provoked in him, and the dreamy gaze of a child. So you expect me to be your customer from now on? Bell said with a slight smile. That's right, I want to get even more involved in this. How about you make a contract directly with me, bellcranel? Welf said with a big smile. Bell simply listened to a passionate explanation about the benefits of a contract between blacksmith and adventurer. And look. The shopkeepers who sell swords, axes, and shields have been secretly eyeing us, haven't they? Welf said with a smile. Bell nodded slightly. All those people want you. They're like me. They want to sign a contract with you, Welf said seriously. The white-haired man sighed softly. It's not just you. All level 2 adventurers who received the level boost are under scrutiny. There are good points and bad points. That's the difference between a low-class adventurer and a high-class adventurer, Welf said, crossing his arms. The white-haired man glanced casually at the many blacksmiths he had been ignoring for a while. Bell had no interest whatsoever in associating with mere half-breeds. It is my desire to become your personal blacksmith. Otherwise, another blacksmith will come along and I will lose the client I almost got. Regardless, I would like to sign a contract with you. And if I were to sign a contract with a promising adventurer, my value would also increase. Welf spoke with great determination in his words and eyes. At this point, Bell was more than convinced. He just wanted to see more of the passion that this blacksmith could demonstrate. Welf's ambition could only be described as a blazing fire. Perhaps you don't believe what I said before. However, level 2 isn't important. Out of all the armor, you chose my work. I never expected that one day someone would say they'd like to use my products, Welf said with a somewhat sad smile, but his gaze still burned with great passion. I understand. Then I'll sign a contract with you, Welf-san, Bell said with a smile. Okay, settled. I was thinking about what I should do if you refused, Welf said with a big smile, then spoke in a sigh. With a handshake, Welf and Bell sealed a verbal contract. Let's talk about the formal contract next time, Welf said with a slight sigh. Welf, still squeezing Bell's hand, lifted her up high while smiling. Bell laughed nervously as he watched the other blacksmiths leave the place. After seeing that none of his companions were still around, Welf let go of Bell's hand. Then I'll say it, could you listen to my selfish request? Welf spoke as the fire in his eyes only grew stronger. Obviously, I'll return the favor. I'll rebuild your equipment for free, Welf said firmly. What's this about? Bell asked somewhat seriously. Please let me join your team, Welf said with great determination. Bell smiled broadly. 2 days later, 3 days had passed since Bell's level increase. 2 short girls were walking along the cobbled streets of Arario. A hobbit and a goddess walked calmly under the blue sky. It seems we've already got everything on the list, murmured the hobbit as she looked at a sheet of paper. Yes, we got a pretty big dadobas. I'm sure Guyvern will make something delicious for lunch. Hestia said with a big smile. Bel-sama will be quite pleased with that, Lily said with a slight smile. I know. We also managed to get on Ninsun's list of places to visit. Fresh meat and milk will be delivered to our doorstep, Hestia spoke with sparkles. As Hestia and Lily carried large backpacks on their backs, they appreciated the scenery, seeing a large number of shops and vendors. The two looked around for anything they might be missing at their headquarters. A why goddess and hobbit on their walk could hear a shout filled with indignation. Seeing where the scream came from, they could see a god with an annoyed look, while in front of him were two girls, one an elf and one a human. I don't have time to deal with a couple of brats. Go away. You. HMPO, let me go. Let me give this idiot god what he deserves. Let's find another family. They don't want us here. Hestia watched angrily as the god closed the door in the faces of the two girls while the elf was being held by the human. Come on, Hestia-sama, we still have one place to visit, Lily said while glancing sideways at the two girls. Hestia nodded slightly. Since Arario became known as the Labyrinth City, more than half of the families who called it home made their lives in the dungeon. However, the activities of each family reflected the interests and personalities of their gods. Merchant-type families like the Mayach and Diane sect families were not few. Is it always this dark around here? It wouldn't be so bad if it weren't so hot and humid, Hestia said casually as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. The little hobbit simply nodded as she continued walking. The two girls had arrived at a long, narrow stone building. Hestia approached the door of the building while knocking on it a couple of times. Is anyone home? Hestia said as she opened the door to the shop. The building that Hestia and Lily had just entered belonged to the Goibniu family, a family made up of artisans and blacksmiths specializing in weapons and armor. The workshop was dark, with the only light coming from the forge at the back of the room. Many tools designed for metalworking hung neatly on the stone walls. Several blacksmiths worked hard at their stations, the sounds of their hammers accompanied by the roar of the flames behind them. Welcome, oh, if it isn't little Lily, said a man who was wearing work clothes. Since joining the Hestia Familia, Lily had become a frequent face in this place. Although she was learning to fight with a spear, she still felt more comfortable using her small crossbow. Because she no longer had the need to disguise herself, her face became familiar in this place, especially since she was almost always accompanied by Leonidas, and the king of Sparta attracted a lot of attention. While Hestia felt completely out of place, Lily approached the man who was the workshop boss. I need arrows for a little ballista, Lily said calmly. The man, who appeared to be in his 40s, nodded as he stroked his beard. Just as he was about to speak, an explosion silenced him. A door separate from all other workspaces had been blown to pieces. A simultaneous sigh was released by all the blacksmiths in the place. Go to the destroyed door, the chief said with a sigh. Lily nodded with a nervous smile. As she approached that door, Lily could hear other explosions and some curses. Arriving at the room workshop separate from the rest, goddess and hobbit could see a girl with red hair and green eyes. Her work clothes were dirty and her face was covered in ash. Hey, Marco-sama, Lily said in a small shout. Hey, the redhead let out a confused sound as she turned to look at Lily. Oh, but he's my #1 client, the redhead said with a smile. Marco Powell, a 16-year-old half-dwarf girl who is a well-known blacksmith and crossbow maker. Although the redhead had a huge number of clients, her eccentric personality meant that almost all of her clients placed their orders through her god, which meant that nobody went directly to her. Except for one person. As Hestia watched Lily and Marco talking like old friends, the little goddess felt even more out of place. Marco-sama, why did your workshop explode? Lily asked curiously. Ha 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 ha, he tried to make arrowheads that are magic swords, Marco said with a smile. For many years, various blacksmiths have tried to forge magic swords on the tip of an arrow. The results have been lamentable. The small space has generated little firepower. And today the eccentric Marco Powell was trying to make arrowheads 4 times smaller for his little ballista. I actually managed to create them, but the power is very low. It would be cheaper to buy some explosives than these arrows that barely have the power of a firecracker. I try to increase the power, but everything becomes very unstable, and it just explodes, Marco said with disappointment. Lily nodded slightly. Hey, in my family there are several excellent forgers of magic swords. I've asked them, and we all came to the same conclusion: unless the magic swords adore you, it's impossible. I even went to blacksmiths from the Hephaestus family, Tsubaki-san, and I ended up blowing up a workshop and getting scolded by Hephaestus-sama, Marco said while scratching the back of his neck. Lily smiled nervously. She had just remembered that one of the workshops under the control of the Hephaestus family had been blown to pieces, and now she knew the reason. Hahaha, I'm at a standstill. I'd like to meet a prodigy in the forging of magic swords or something like that, Marco said with a tired laugh. Although Lily wanted to help her friend, she didn't know how. Anyway, come here, I'll give you your arrows, Marco said, regaining his good humor. Lily nodded with a slight smile. After receiving 3 packages of arrows, each containing 50 of them, Lily and Hestia headed towards their headquarters. As the sun set and the sky turned orange, they both walked slowly through the streets. The many businesses they had passed by earlier were either closed or in the process of closing. As Hestia approached one of the many stalls to buy perfume, Lily stayed away while watching the goddess indulge in a small treat. The hobbit looked around. The streets were almost empty. Looking into the alleys, she saw 2 girls talking to a figure she couldn't quite identify. The first girl was a human who had pink hair and the second was a blonde elf. Those girls were the ones they'd seen earlier. That figure was probably a con artist. There were many in Arario, but it wasn't her place to do anything. It wasn't her problem. Looking more closely at the figure who was talking to the 2 girls, one could see a man with gray hair and glasses. Lily's eyes lit up as her breath caught in her throat. That man was the captain of his former family. None of that should affect her. Those 2 girls had nothing to do with her. If that man was going to lead them to ruin, it wasn't their responsibility. So why was I heading that way? Lily walked towards the place where the 2 girls were. Her pace was quick. As they approached, I could hear the conversation. "So can we join your family?" asked the blonde elf. "Of course, they'll just have to provide financial support to their family, you know, normal things," Zanny said with a slight smile. Seeing Zanny's smile, Lily walked faster. "Hey!" Lily shouted loudly, startling the 3 of them. "Is it burning?" Zanny's murmured. The little hobbit stood before the man responsible for a good part of her suffering. "Aren't you too far from your burrow? Go away," Lily said seriously. With a click of his tongue, the gray-haired man left. As Lily watched Zanny's leave, the 2 girls looked at Lily in surprise. Just as the pink-haired human was about to speak, someone else spoke first. "Help her, Kun," Hestia shouted as she ran straight towards Lily. After seeing Lily leave, Hestia began to pursue the hobbit. Lily glanced sideways at the 2 girls before looking at Hestia. "I'm sorry to leave you, Hestia-sama," Lily said in an apologetic tone. Hestia nodded slightly. "Hestia-sama," murmured the blonde elf. "Yes," Hestia said as she looked at the elf who was smaller than her. "Hestia, how in Hestia familia," spoke the elf. "Why yes," Hestia said somewhat uncomfortably as she looked into the elf's bright gaze. "The family of Sweet Mask, the record holder," the elf spoke quickly. "Yes, well, Belkun is one of my children," Hestia spoke, somewhat uncomfortable with the little elf and angry about the nickname Loki gave Bell. "Hestia-sama, please let me join your family," the little elf spoke forcefully. Seeing the elf's pleading look, Hestia took a step back. It was difficult for Hestia to deny anything to a pleading child, and the little elf was just too cute. Hestia turned to look at Lily, who looked away with a nervous laugh. If Lily hadn't intervened first, Hestia wouldn't have been in such a tight spot. "I beg you, Hestia-sama, I've been trying for several days now and no one has accepted me into their family. Please carry my luggage if necessary," the elf pleaded. Hestia swallowed hard. For a moment she saw Belle instead of the elf. "Come on, cousin, I don't think the way you're asking is appropriate," the pink-haired human said with a nervous laugh. "Trafficking rhymes. Emma-san, you know we don't have much money left. All the families we tried rejected us. The only one that accepted us was that very suspicious guys," the elf named Primo said with a sigh. "Well, you're right," said the human Emma, scratching the back of her neck. Seeing the 2 girls who had been rejected multiple times, Hestia's heart leaped as it clenched. "I think we should introduce ourselves first. I am Hestia, the goddess of the Hestia familia. If you could tell me your name, age, and if you have had a falna." Hestia spoke with a slight smile. "I am Primo Libera, the next mage to reach Reveria-sama. I am 10 years old and I have never belonged to any family," the blonde elf spoke with a big smile. Hestia smiled nervously at the elf's introduction. She already had an idea of why they rejected her. Almost no family would take a child burden without any prior experience or falna. "I'm Emma Flores, I'm 15 years old and I've never had a falna." "A pleasure," the pink-haired girl said politely. Hestia nodded slightly before looking at Lily, who again looked away. Hestia laughed nervously as she watched the 2 girls. At the same time that Hestia and Lily were in the Goibniu family, and then I realized that the contract I signed was fake. On the streets of Arario, one could see a white-haired man and a black-haired man talking animatedly. "I swear that's how things happened," the dark-haired man said with a smile. "Ha ha ha, damn it, Mordson, you yourself said that guy was a con artist. How could you trust him?" the white-haired man said with a lively laugh. "Honestly, I have no way to refute that," the dark-haired man said with a smile. The white-haired man simply laughed while shaking his head. "Anyway, here, Belle, it's what you wanted," the dark-haired man said as he handed a notebook to the white-haired man. Belle took the notebook and opened it, giving it a quick glance. The notebook was full of maps of the middle floors. There were a lot of shortcuts marked on them along with mining areas for collecting some valuable materials. The notebook was basically a manual for traversing the middle floors while facing the fewest monsters and collecting as many materials as possible. "By the way, I was at a bar yesterday. I overheard some adventurers talking badly about you," Mord said seriously. Belle shrugged. "I heard them talking about you being a cheater and a bunch of other nonsense apparently. Some gods are resentful of your family's success. Be careful," Mord said worriedly as he looked at Belle. Belle sighed wearily. Your family is in the crosshairs of many disreputable families, a war game where they take everything you've worked for now. No one dares to do anything. Let's hope there's no one to lead all those fun-hungry gods. Mord spoke seriously. Belle looked at the dark-haired man with a complicated expression. Any information I hear I'll let you know, Mord said with a smile. Belle nodded slowly. Since we're on the subject of an exchange here, take this to the middle floors and tell me what it's useful for, Belle said as he took off his backpack and gave it to Mord. Mord took the backpack and opened it. Inside, he saw 4 swords and 2 wooden boxes. The dark-haired man took one of the swords and pulled it out of its sheath. The sword had nothing special about it, just an engraving of a rabbit on the hilt. Mord softened the sword a couple of times. She's quite light, Mord murmured. Yes, I want you to take and use those swords as much as you can, Belle said with a smile. I understand. How much do these things cost? Mord asked. 15,000 volleys, Belle said with a smile. 15,000. You're kidding me? This thing looks like it's worth double or triple that, Mord said with a look of astonishment. Let's just say the person who made them is quite talented. Try it out and tell me your impressions. If you're convinced, I'd be happy if you promoted it to your acquaintances, Belle said with a smile. Mord nodded before sheathing his sword and taking one of the 2 wooden boxes. 30 test tubes filled with a purple liquid were visible. What are these? Mord asked. Dual potions. They heal wounds and restore the mind. They cost 35,000 volleys each, Belle said with a smile. Healing and restoration of the mind? Are you kidding me? Mord said incredulously. I assure you they work. I'd like you to take them on your adventure and give a few to your acquaintances, Belle said with a smile. Mord nodded as he closed the wooden box. The Myach family logo was visible on the lid. I feel like you're using me as some kind of intermediary, Mord said with a smile. Let's say yes, they are little-known quality products and I would like you to pass them on to the adventurers of Riveria that you know, Belle said, returning Mord's smile. Hahaha, I hope you invite me for a drink after you use me, Mord said with a smile. Belle nodded, still smiling. So what do you plan to do from now on? Mord said while looking to one side. I plan to spend a few days going to floors 10 and 11 to test my strength and then attempt an expedition to floor 18, Belle said seriously. Mord nodded, still looking away. Now that I have some fame, I'd also like to take advantage of it to recruit more members for my family, Belle said as he approached a Jaiga Marukan's stall and bought a few for his goddess. It's a good idea to expand your family now that you have the chance, Mord said seriously. After receiving his order from Jaiga Marukan, Belle looked curiously at Mord, who had been looking the other way for a while. Following Mord's gaze, Belle could see a black-haired girl talking to a goddess. The goddess looked very annoyed. Who would want you, ugly? The goddess's scream, along with the sound of the door slamming shut, reached the place where Belle and Mord were. The envy of goddesses towards pretty girls is sometimes too much, Mord said with a certain grace. Belle nodded as he looked at that girl. If you're looking for new members, why not go for that beauty? Mord said with a smile. You know what, I think I'll do that, Belle said, returning Mord's smile. Mord laughed happily as he bumped fists with Belle. After seeing Mord leave, Belle walked towards that girl. The girl with black hair and eyes who seemed depressed bore a certain resemblance to a girl Belle knew but couldn't identify at the moment. Excuse me, Belle said calmly. The dark-haired woman jumped, snapping out of her shock only to see Belle smile at her. Are you new to Arario? Belle asked with a smile. Why yes, I arrived 2 days ago, the dark-haired woman said with some nervousness. Forgive me for being so rude, my name is bellcranel and yours, Belle said in a friendly tone. Karen Morris spoke, the dark-haired woman politely. A pleasure, and tell me, are you looking for a family? Belle said with a smile as his eyes sparkled slightly. The dark-haired woman looked slightly surprised as she watched Belle. The sun set slowly. Under the orange sky, Belle saw his headquarters. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see a black-haired girl following him. The girl was carrying a paper bag in her hands and happily eating Jayagamarukan, so Belle knew she hadn't eaten all day. By the way, did you realize that you followed a person you don't know to a place you also don't know? Belle said with a certain amusement. The dark-haired woman jumped when she realized that. You seem to be a natural airhead, Belle said with a smile. With a slight blush, the dark-haired woman turned to look away. Hahaha, from now on be more careful about the people you trust. Come on, let's go to Kami-sama so he can give you his fauna, Belle said with a smile. The dark-haired woman nodded as she followed Belle. A few hours later, Belle sat on the sofa in his office while looking at some status sheets. As soon as he arrived with Karen by his side, he was met with the news that Hestia and Lily had brought 2 other girls. Increasing the number of members in their situation could bring them more problems than benefits. Even so, all 3 girls had quite high values, which was really attractive to Belle as it increases the number of his collectible dolls. Belle looked at the status sheets of all 3. All 3 had considerable potential. While Belle was still looking through the status sheets and trying to decipher one in particular, a couple of knocks sounded on his door. With a simple come in from him, 2 black-haired women entered. Hestia and Semiramis looked at Belle before taking their seats. What's going on? Belle asked. Semiramis turned to look at Hestia, indicating that she would begin to speak. Belle-kun, I want to apologize for bringing those 2 without informing you, Hestia said while bowing her head. Never mind, I really should thank you increased my collection without me even having to tell you, Belle said with a smile. Hestia sighed as she felt a weight being lifted from her shoulders. Moving on to another topic, since I brought them here, I suggest you use Arcanum to awaken their potential before you say anything. Normally their bodies would glow and it would be strange. But if you use Hidden at the same time as Potential, it won't be noticeable in the slightest that you use the second one. You can also use Hidden to use Mirror and no god will notice that you're using the second one. Hestia spoke seriously. Belle nodded as he made a mental note of what Hestia was saying. Since awakening her second noble phantasm, Hestia had been teaching Belle the correct way to use the Arcanum and how to read the states. After seeing that Hestia had said everything she had to say, Semiramis spoke. Master, I believe it is time for you to summon more servants. Summoning 2 should be sufficient, Semiramis said seriously. Belle nodded as he looked at the Queen of Assyria. Right now our family is having conflicts with that goddess. Dividing our strength too much would be counterproductive. I believe Leonidas and Mordred should be watching over him. Lancelot would be in charge of protecting our territory, and I'll take care of administrative tasks. In a conflict, I'll go wherever necessary. Seeing it that way, we're fair, Semiramis said, crossing her arms. We need to expand our numbers, Belle said, understanding Semiramis's words. Yes, those 3 girls would temporarily delay Master's objectives, summoning a servant to look after them in the dungeon, Semiramis said seriously. Belle nodded as he summoned the Grail. Archer, caster, and rider, which one shall I summon? Belle wondered to himself. Both Semiramis and Hestia looked at Belle with curiosity about the servant that would be summoned. The next day, we finally reached the 11th floor, in a large room covered with a lush meadow that did not grow taller than a boot, and a fog similar to that of the 10th floor but less thick. A red-haired blacksmith shouted those words as a sign of victory. Is this your first time on the 11th floor, Welfson? Seeing the redhead's happiness, a white-haired man spoke with a slight smile. Ah, that's right, but I'm sorry, Belle. I kept bothering you almost all day, Welf said with a small laugh. When Belle met the red-haired blacksmith, he had signed a contract with him. He had also ordered a new suit of armor and some weapons. Mord had already taken the weapons and he was wearing his armor right now. No problem, and it's because of the blacksmithing skill. I'm not completely unfamiliar with it, Belle said with a smile. Since you're kind, that really helps me a lot, Welf said with a slight sigh. Welf's goal was to gain the development skill blacksmithing. The difference between the blacksmiths who possessed that skill and those who did not was enormous. To say it was like night and day would be an understatement. Belle glanced briefly at the redhead. The ambition and determination in his eyes were incredibly strong, and even when he spoke negatively, these qualities didn't disappear. During their conversation, he had mentioned with considerable frustration that the companions he had joined his family with had already achieved the level increase. Despite uttering those words filled with frustration, his goals didn't waver in the slightest. I'm very grateful, Belle. Even though I'm isolated within my family, I still have no intention of abandoning them, Welf said, scratching the back of his neck. You don't have to thank us, everyone is fulfilling their part of the agreement, Belle said simply. After saying those words, Belle's armor shone slightly as it reflected the little light. Belle's current armor consisted of a silver breastplate and a pair of boots. Both pieces of armor were considerably heavier than they appeared. The blue pants, along with the white and gold gloves and vest, were made of monster leather and not simple cloth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that those cloth pieces provided more protection than his previous armor. Thanks to Cristo Caminelli, who did an amazing job creating the illustration. Now I'll do a little self-promotion and leave their social media links here. It would help a lot if you followed them. I'll also leave their social media links in the announcement for the publication of this chapter. Cristo Caminelli Twitter, at @eChristenPie, at @LChristenPie, Krista Caminelli. Channel /UCT6 FMGQSVBG2N VSMP UJ5EU. Reddit user /LChristenPie. Welf couldn't help but look proudly at Belle's armor. It was his best work so far. Lily, who until this moment had been admiring Belle's abdomen, walked a couple of steps until she reached Welf. I don't fully agree with this contract, but everything has been explained to me, Krazo-sama. Lily spoke harshly. Welf could only utter a gulp as he looked at Belle, who simply smiled. However, you do your part of the deal here, Lily said as she handed Welf a small notebook. Welf took that notebook, and when he opened it, he could see several drawings that he could perfectly identify. We have 2 new members in our family. Here are drawings of the type of armor they will need and the measurements for it to work. Also the type of weapons they chose, Lily spoke, while looking at a Welf who was absorbed in looking at those drawings. Leave it to me, I'll have them ready in a few days, Welf said with a smile. Lily nodded and then looked back at Belle. Belle was currently talking to Leonidas and Mordred. Then, a breaking sound entered the ears of everyone present. It really is big, Welf murmured as he looked at one of the walls which was falling to pieces. He's an orc, Belle said casually. Bugi-uo. An annoying squeal from a pig echoed in the room, announcing the birth of the orc. It's not finished. That's why they say from the 10th floor onwards, it's no joke, Welf muttered. Just as Welf said, the sounds of the walls breaking did not stop for a single moment. Ara, don't be so pessimistic. Fortunately, this room isn't fogged up and the area is quite large. We don't need to worry about being surrounded quickly. In the worst-case scenario, we can still retreat to the 10th floor, Lily said calmly, with a hint of mockery directed at the blacksmith, whom she couldn't quite tolerate. As Lily took her spear in both hands, Leonidas passed his sword to Belle. Previously, Lily was the one who carried the luggage, but after her move to the vanguard, Leonidas had taken over that job. The backpack that the king of Sparta carried on his back was much bigger than the one Lily carried when she met Belle. All right, leave the orc to me, Welf said with determination. Huh, is it okay? Belle murmured doubtfully. The power of an orc was enormous. Basically, taking a direct hit was enough to cause a level 1 adventurer or even one at level 2 to lose their combat ability. This is what I want. Its movements are slow and its head is large as well. Even if it's me, I can easily handle this, Welf said with a smile. Belle looked at Welf with a complicated expression. Belle-sama, please act on your own, taking advantage of any opportunities you see. Let Lily offer her power and help this blacksmith's-son. Lily spoke earnestly. Belle nodded as he drew his sword. Taking a breath, Belle ran quickly towards the monster's imp. Throughout his journey to the 11th floor, Welf had been taking care of eliminating monsters with Lily's help. This was not strange, as they both desired the level increase and were therefore working hard for it. Wielding his sword, Belle launched himself into combat. That was fast, Welf murmured as he watched Belle's fight over his shoulder. With a single slash, he had cut through a large multitude of imps, creating a great blaze that carbonized a monster similar to an armadillo but much larger. Fufu, please don't be stunned and let them crush you, okay? Belle-sama will be sad, Lily said in a mocking tone. Welf glanced over his shoulder at a smiling Lily who was standing next to the corpse of an orc. Even though he was arguing with Lily, he was also alert and noticed. There were two monsters, clearly different from the orc, that silently crept along and were planning a pincer attack on Welf. Silverback. That furry white monster had intertwined muscles throughout its body. It made anyone think of apes. However, what was different from apes was that a silvery, tail-like braid hung from the back of its head. Welf's cheeks couldn't help but tremble. After hearing a sound coming from the dead wood behind him, another silverback leaped to the ground. This is bad, Welf thought. In the dungeon, the situation of being outnumbered and surrounded had to be absolutely avoided. A cold sweat ran down Welf's forehead as he observed the three enemies. Welf couldn't help but recall the past when he was ostracized by his peers and angrily took a large amount of recovery potions and challenged the 10th floor by himself. It was a memory of barely surviving. Welf took a step back as he tried to think of what to do. Then, a whistling sound passed over his shoulder. Welf was stunned, then watched as a silver spear flew over him and pierced the chest of one of the silverbacks. Looking over his shoulder, Welf could see a small hobbit with her arm outstretched. She was the one who had thrown that spear. Welf was stunned by that action. Lost in his confusion and fear, a voice pulled him from his thoughts. A person walked quickly past one of its sides. Welf was able to see it. Bell of a single short movement in two to a silverback. After killing the first one, the white-haired man jumped, avoiding the attack of the second. Positioning his sword downwards, the boy let himself fall. Falling on top of the monster, Bell pierced its head. Welf stared at the scene in a trance, then smiled and placed his longsword back on his shoulder. As expected, the teammates are great, Welf said with a big smile. Chapter 15, he's a saint. I mean, you're too fast. It's no wonder you got here in a flash, Welf said casually. Bell chuckled slightly at Welf's comment. After their battle on the 11th floor ended, Bell and Welf sat down to rest while chatting. Leonidas and Lily were extracting the magic stones from the monsters, and Mordred was calmly eating the breakfast that Wyvern had prepared. As expected, having a talented person in battle makes everything easier. Although relying on them too much is also a problem, Welf said with a smile. Bell nodded as he smiled back at the redhead. For a temporary team, we did pretty well. Although we haven't developed any team techniques yet, we did very well attacking together, Welf said simply. Bell nodded before turning to look at the hobbit. Every time at these moments, I always feel sorry for the helpers, Bell said with a smile. Welf laughed as he agreed with Bell's words. Because the number of monsters they had killed was enormous, Lily and Leonidas had a heavy workload, but they both did it diligently. Speaking of which, the number of people seems to be increasing. What do we do? Do we move to another location? Welf said as he watched several teams arrive where they were. Bell nodded as he watched the adventurers. Because the room they were in connected 2 floors, many people would pass through that place, and because it did not have annoying fog, it was usually used as a base by adventurers. Or should we eat here now? After all, there are plenty of people here. No need to worry about the monsters, Bell said as he casually looked at Mordred's lunchbox. The white-haired boy couldn't help but feel hungry at the sight of Wyvern's kitchen. Upon hearing Bell's words, Welf nodded in agreement. Mordred, for her part, raised her gaze as she offered her lunchbox to Bell. The blonde's look in action reminded Bell of a child showing a drawing to his parents. With a slight smile, Belle took one of the pieces of fried chicken from the lunchbox. Glancing at the blonde out of the corner of his eye, Belle felt a rush of sugar. She's too cute, thought Belle as her cheeks flushed and her heart raced. Seeing Mordred eating and Belle appreciating the blonde, Welf simply took his own lunchbox and started eating. Devils! Seeing a redhead swear, a certain hobbit approached him. No, Leonidas-sama, you're using too much force, the hobbit said as she looked at the magic stone that the king of Sparta had shattered. Under Leonidas's watchful gaze, Lily took a dagger and then plunged it into the chest of an orc. Carefully insert the knife until you feel it hit something, then make a vertical cut to open the skin and muscles. The magic stone is almost never behind the ribs, so you don't have to cut any bones when the stone is exposed. Use the knife to pry it off, Lily said seriously. Leonidas nodded as he watched Lily's elegant and swift movements. While the hobbit removed a magic stone with 3 movements, Leonidas struggled not to pierce the magic stone. It's difficult to do this when you have such big, clumsy hands as mine, Leonidas said with annoyance. He's been doing this for many years and Leonidas-sama only a few weeks. He shouldn't worry too much, Lily said with a smile. Leonidas nodded before standing up and walking towards the next monster. Glancing sideways at the redhead, Lily continued extracting magic stones. The little hobbit was quite happy at this moment. Her condition was already at a fairly high level. It would not be an exaggeration at all to say that at this moment she was stronger than Welf. In his life, he never believed that his usefulness would go beyond extracting magic stones, and today he was here with a level increase about to happen. Lily simply couldn't contain her good humor. At that moment, a deafening scream of terror was heard. Lily quickly raised her gaze. Not only her, all the adventurers in the room had noticed something strange. Their faces reflected fear and terror. At the entrance to the room where it connected to other paths, a monster with amber-colored scales made its way through the fog. It had a long tail, razor-sharp claws, and a mouth full of sharp teeth. It was approximately 150 centimeters tall. Its body was 4 meters long. It was a small dragon. A child dragon, shouted a random adventurer. Child dragon, a rare monster that appeared on the 11th and 12th floors. In these vast floors, the total number wouldn't exceed 5. Being able to find one was beyond rare. It could even be considered luck. That is if you disregarded the report that once wiped out a group of low-level adventurers. Faced with that monster, Lily froze. Assistant Lily, run fast. A shout from Welf did nothing to snap Lily out of her shock. Seeing the dragon approaching her, Lily was so scared she couldn't move. The hobbit's breathing and heart stopped for an instant. Her body lost all ability to move. All she could do was stare into the eyes of that monster. When her body finally managed to respond a little, all she could do was close her eyes. Are you okay? In the midst of her despair, a single voice pulled her out of her trance. Opening his eyes, he could see that white-haired man he called Captain. Although she didn't see it, Belle had demonstrated abysmal speed, charging from behind the child dragon and slicing its neck in one fell swoop. Regaining her senses, Lily only managed to run towards Belle. It buried its small head in the white-haired boy's abdomen and stayed there seeking refuge. Belle just smiled as he stroked the hobbit's head. 16th floor. Between the rocky walls and floors, a group of adventurers advanced at a slow but steady pace. The group of 3 avoided direct combat as much as possible. There was no need to waste energy unnecessarily. Interrupting their march was a monster resembling a white tiger. A Ligerfang leaped at them. The adventurer carrying a shield, Guile, was the first to jump. Using a considerable amount of force, the blonde man with the shield had stopped the tiger monster's charge, and using even more force had sent it flying against the wall. Haha, not a scratch, this rabbit shield is amazing, laughed the blonde guy. Along with the blonde man's laughter, and before the monster could recover, a dark-haired man had pierced his head. Belle told me it's made with several layers of almiraj skin, the dark-haired man said. If I bring you the skin of that Ligerfang, my friend Belle's blacksmith will make me a better one, the blonde man said, pointing at the dead monster. It would be a matter of discussing it with Belle. Even so, it's incredible that something made of almiraj skin and a little metal is so resistant, another black-haired man spoke. This one thinner than the first, who bent down to take the magic stone out of the monster. That blacksmith probably has a high level of blacksmithing skill, said the first black-haired man as he sheathed his sword. Mord is probably right. Anyway, we should feel honored that they let us use these things for free, said the blonde Guile. Potions are also quite useful. They have a great healing range, and the mental recovery they provide is quite good, said the dark-haired Scot with a slight smile. I'm thinking of giving away one box and keeping the other. Giving 1 or 2 potions to several adventurers should fulfill Belle's objective, Mord said as he continued walking. If we show the weapons to some of them, they'll attract their attention. I mean, they're not a big deal, there are plenty of better weapons out there. They're third-rate weapons, but at the price they're going for, they'll definitely turn heads, Guile said. If they see weapons made of such simple materials being so good, they'll probably want that blacksmith to make them weapons and armor with higher quality materials, Scott said. If we pull a few strings, we could fill that blacksmith's order book with orders, Mord said with a smile. We don't even know him and we're about to fill him with work, Scott said with a touch of humor. He's Belle's friend, so if he's Belle's friend, he's also my friend, Mord said with a smile. The three shared a laugh as they continued on their way. Earlier that same day, while Belle's group was going to the dungeon for the first time with Welf at the headquarters of the Hestia Familia, more specifically, a certain girl was beginning to awaken. Opening his eyes, the first thing he saw was a wooden ceiling very different from the one in the hotel where he had been staying. She still found it difficult to process all the events that had happened in such a short time. She had come to Arario looking for her sister, but although she went to the guild to ask, there was not the slightest information about her. Undeterred, she decided to search the city for her. As a country girl, she obviously didn't understand what it meant to look for someone in a city crowded with people, and combined with her poor sense of direction, she ended up lost. In the end, she met a certain elf who was looking to join a family to fulfill her dream of becoming a mage like her idol, Reveria. Unable to leave a small child alone in such a large city, she had accompanied her in all her attempts to find a family. Although she had no intention of joining a family, they had rejected her without even asking, which hurt her deeply. There were only two families who were going to accept them. The first was an orange-haired god who was willing to accept her seeing the god's depraved face. She grabbed the elf and ran away before she could accept being in the family of a degenerate. The second was a gray-haired man with glasses. Although she had only been in Arario for a few days, she knew of the bad reputation of the Soma family, even knowing that the little elf in her desperation was willing to accept. Just as she was about to grab the elf and run away again, a certain hobbit appeared. With an annoyed look and words laden with venom, that hobbit had made the gloomy man leave. After that, the goddess Hestia had arrived. That goddess had accepted them, seeing herself cornered by the elf, and brought them to her headquarters where she offered them her falna. Emma took her clothes from her wardrobe. She only had 3 changes of clothes, and the wardrobe, though of considerable size, looked too empty. The day before, their goddess had told them that in a few days they would go shopping. That hobbit had also taken their measurements, both of them and the dark-haired girl that their captain brought. She felt particularly anxious at the idea that they would be bringing them custom-made equipment. She felt uneasy at the idea of acquiring debt so soon after starting out as an adventurer. Now fully dressed, Emma took the doorknob and opened it. Going down to the first floor and leaving the dormitory building, Emma headed towards the dining hall building. The pink-haired girl casually glanced towards a certain tree where a purple-haired boy was taking shade, reclining in the lap of a beautiful maiden. Upon entering the dining room, she could see 5 people, the 4 who would be her companions and the dark-haired elf who gave her a strange feeling. While Karen and Primo were having breakfast, Emma approached the table. A green-haired catman had immediately brought him a plate of food. Emma smiled at the catman, whose name was Atalanta. Her captain had brought her the day before, shortly after she joined the family. As he took his seat, he could see in the distance 2 women who could very well be called witches. The first an elf with black hair, the second a human with amethyst purple hair. Setting her coffee cup on the glass table in front of her, the dark-haired woman turned to look at the 3 newbies. Lily should already be talking to that blacksmith about her team. Keep in mind that this money isn't free, and even though Master will pay it, they'll have to pay it back, Semiramis said calmly. The 3 girls nodded. They felt puzzled by the way some of their family members called their captain Master but decided to ignore it. Until this team is ready, they'll be training here at our headquarters. Any objections? Semiramis said as she turned to look at the girls. The 3 denied it, somewhat frightened. Primo will remain under Medea's guardianship. Karen and Emma will be under Lancelot's guardianship with Atalanta's help. Any objections? Semiramis spoke in a serious tone. Again, everyone denied it. All right, I'll go see how our little goddess is doing at her job. Everyone else get to work, Semiramis said as she stood up. At Semiramis's words, only Atalanta seemed somewhat annoyed. Medea, level 1. Strength I0. Resistance I0. Agility I0. Dexterity I0. Magic I0. Magic. Rain of light. It is a shower of light beams capable of disintegrating the target. Alpha Epsilon Rho Omicron Arrow. This is a wind spell which cuts the target. Seleno. Lightning type spell. Alpha Tau Lambda Alpha Sigma Atlas. Alters atmospheric pressure to anchor the target in one place. Mu Alpha Rho Delta Omicron Psi Argus. Creates a glass barrier which protects the user. T Rho Omicron Psi Alpha Tropha. Space teleportation spell. Skills. Territory creation. Ability to create a special terrain that is advantageous to the user. Object construction. Allows the creation of magical objects. High-speed incantation. Aids in magical enchantments. Allows the activation of magic without the use of magic circuits. Teachings of Circe. Represents the moment when he learned sorcery in the Temple of Helios. Poison-proof. Invalidates all poisons, making the user poison-proof. grants a buff to detoxification magic while curing someone of poison. It can also restore their physical strength. Noble Phantoms. Rule Breaker. It is a weapon that materializes and embodies the divinity of the Witch of Betrayal. It is an iridescent serrated dagger that is thin, brittle, and dull. It is a noble phantasm of the anti-thaumaturgy type, capable of dispelling and destroying any kind of sorcery. Argon Coin. It is a golden fleece cloak from the winged ram Chrysomalos that Phrixus gave to King Eats as a token of his gratitude. Pain Breaker. Returns each and every curse and wound inflicted through sorcery to 0. Upon seeing her status revealed, that witch looked quite dismayed. The magics that your status indicates shouldn't be compatible with foulness since it's not from this world. That's why they're marked differently, and I only marked some of the many spells you know. Her master's voice pulled her from her train of thought. The purple-haired witch saw that boy with white hair and a charming smile. I shouldn't have this, the witch stammered, pointing to the third of her noble phantasms. It's probably of a different kind than you can access. The grail I summoned is different from the normal one. Let's just say it's capricious, the white-haired man said simply. No, you don't understand. I shouldn't have this. It's stupid, the purple-haired girl said as she stood up, not caring that she was topless. I really don't understand it. I'll have to investigate to resolve the doubts of your heart, Belle said with a smile. The white-haired man stood up and with a swift movement took Medea's upper garment and handed it to her as he stood in front of her. With a smile, Belle placed his hand on the purple-haired girl's head. If there's anything you want to talk to me about, anything that's clouding your heart, please tell me. I'd be more than happy to listen, Belle said with a smile. Medea clicked her tongue as she swatted Belle's hand away. Come on, don't be like that. You shouldn't frown, although your beauty isn't diminished in the slightest, Belle said with a smile. Do you go around saying that kind of thing to all the girls? Womanizer, Medea said with slight annoyance. Ha 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 ha, not all of them, only those I consider truly beautiful and whose beauty has captivated me, Belle said with a smile. Medea clicked her tongue again. His summoning was too rare, a grail too abnormal, and a master too abnormal. Is this okay? Hearing a voice, she came out of her thoughts. The witch could see a small elf practicing her magic. The ground was full of craters and smoke was billowing from everywhere. Insufficient, you have too timid a tongue. Several times you stumbled and were about to cause an ignis fatuus, Medea spoke harshly. Although Medea had no knowledge of the magic of this world, the day before Semiramis had taught her the basics, and using her own knowledge she was able to understand the rest. In a single day her understanding reached a level sufficient for her to be someone's teacher. The little cousin became depressed. Confidence is fundamental in magic, but don't be so confused. Doubt as well as arrogance will lead you to make mistakes that your opponent will use against you. You must have enough confidence to sing without hesitation, combined with enough caution to be aware of your surroundings. Medea spoke seriously. Primo nodded as he resumed practicing his singing. Medea crossed her arms as she closed her eyes, the scene of her summoning still echoing in her mind. His current master's degree made him somewhat uneasy. She was too sweet to be her true personality and not a facade. Although Semiramis had spoken good things about him, as a maiden in love she felt distrustful. Even so, the witch had decided to give that man a chance. It would allow him to gain her trust. At the slightest betrayal, she planned to leave. With a resolution in mind, Medea smiled. She already knew what she would do. She would give her master a trial period before deciding whether to stay or leave. Atalanta. Level 1. Strength I0. Resistance I0. Agility I0. Dexterity I0. Magic I0. Magic. Skills. Crossing Arcadia. It is a skill that allows you to move quickly across the battlefield. Aesthetics of the last spurt. It allows anticipation of the enemy by letting them take the initiative and then confirming their actions. Caledonian Hunt. Increases agility in a run. Golden Apple. Attract the enemy's attention to her by displaying a valuable object. Noble Phantoms. Viba's Catastrophe. After presenting a complaint to the gods, a faint flash illuminates the sky, accompanied by a sound like rain. However, instead of a downpour, it is a rain of arrows of light that fall upon the enemies like a torrential downpour. As the malevolent gods seek a sacrifice, they unleash a torrential rain under the name of catastrophe. Agrius Metamorphosis. It is the hide of the Caledonian boar, the magical beast that Artemis unleashed upon the earth. Sent as divine punishment by the goddess when the king of the city-state forgot the offerings to her at a harvest festival. It was a large and brutal beast that completely destroyed the crops of Caledon. Tauropolos Skiathermocrasia. The enemy is absorbed by the darkness, which takes the form of a sticky substance and forcibly assimilated. Grabbing the pink-haired girl by her wrist, the cat girl sent her slamming face first into the ground. While Emma tried to compose herself and wiped her teary eyes, Atalanta stood there. The cat girl casually saw the Knight of the Lake, who was teaching the dark-haired girl how to use the sword. Karen's ability allowed her to gain an increase in her parameters when fighting one-on-one, but she was still a level 1 with all her parameters at 0. The increase was substantial but insufficient to do anything to the man in front of her. Atalanta glanced at the girl in front of her. She was supposed to help her figure out how the girl's ability worked, but she really had no idea what she could do. The only thing Atalanta could think of was to teach him how to defend himself. The cat girl took a pair of wooden daggers and handed them to the girl, who still had teary eyes. Fighting with twin swords isn't about slashing everywhere. You must fight using combinations. One sword must complement the attack of the other, Atalanta spoke. Emma watched in amazement as Atalanta elegantly wielded 2 wooden swords in her hands. The cat girl was an archer, but that didn't mean she didn't know how to use a sword. Using a straw dummy, Atalanta stabbed it in the stomach with one sword and then sliced the dummy's neck with the other. You have 2 hands and 2 weapons. It sounds simple, but it's easy to forget when concentrating on your dominant hand. When you launch a first attack, you shouldn't retreat to retrieve the first weapon. That's what you have to for, Atalanta said seriously. Emma nodded somewhat nervously. What the green-haired girl was telling her was really difficult for her. Perhaps it would have been better to have chosen a rapier like Karen-san, Emma thought. Emma's idea of joining Karen's training dissipated when she saw Karen being sent flying towards the fence of her headquarters. Karen Morris. Nivel 1. Fuerza I 55s. Resistencia I 64. Agilidad I 46. Destreza I 35. Magia I 200 points in a single day. You're making good progress. Seeing her state, AI Karen slightly withdrew her attention from the sheet of paper and turned to look at her goddess. Lancelot honestly has no mercy on anyone. Look at him treating a young girl like a rag, Hestia said while shaking her head. No, it's fine, it's not like the monsters are going to have mercy on me for being a woman, Karen said simply. Hestia nodded slightly before looking at her other 2 daughters, both of whom had their tops uncovered as they viewed their statuses. Emma Flores. Level 1. Strength I 41. Resistance I 56. Agility I 74. Dexterity I 29. Magic I 0. I was hoping my ability would become clearer, Emma said with disappointment. You still don't know what she does? Karen asked, looking at the pink-haired girl. Emma denied it. I don't understand what a rhapsody means, Emma said sadly. Karen nodded slightly. She had no idea what it meant either. After finishing their brief conversation, the 2 turned to look at the youngest in the group, who looked disappointed. As expected, magic doesn't appear so easily, Primo said with disappointment. Both Emma and Karen looked at Primo with a drop of sweat running down their foreheads. Did she expect to awaken another kind of magic? Well, no magic appeared, but an ability did, Hestia said calmly. Seeing a smiling Primo, Emma and Karen couldn't help but stand behind her to read her status. First free. Nivel 1. Fuerza I 15. Resistencia I 30. Agilidad I 20. Destreza I 82. Magia I 93. Magic. Pleiades Light. Skills. Elf Eris. Doubles the power of magic. Allows the user to level up their magic. Breaks the limits of magic. Accelerates the growth of magic. Allows magic to grow without limit. Both girls turned to look at Primo with confused expressions. Yesterday, as soon as they received their fauna, they displayed magic. The fact that they both also had abilities made them forget that it was very unlikely to obtain magic upon receiving a fauna. Today, after a training session, she had unlocked a skill. Is this Elfa really a prodigy? That was the question that ran through Emma and Karen's minds when they saw Primo. Cousin, your ability clearly states the effects. Only the second point isn't entirely clear. I digress. It's important to keep such an ability a secret, otherwise you'll attract unwanted attention, Hestia said seriously. Primo nodded obediently. And don't worry, sooner or later your states will manifest more magic or abilities. You have the same potential as Primo-chan, only she got there first, Hestia said with a smile. Emma and Karen nodded, though somewhat disappointed. She was frustrated. His self-esteem was shattered once again. She felt that even with her newfound strength, she was still that useless girl. She was saved by that person again. She didn't like feeling like that. The helplessness was overwhelming. After being attacked by the child dragon, her group returned to their headquarters. Lily felt completely useless because she couldn't do anything. Deep in her depression, she felt a hand on top of her. The hobbit raised her gaze. Behind her stood the person to whom she directed her feelings. She had been so deep in her thoughts that she forgot they were updating her status. A slight blush covered her cheeks as she covered her breasts with her arms. Its current location was the captain's room of his family. Your status improved significantly, Belle said with a smile. Belle handed Lily a sheet of paper, which she accepted calmly. Level 1. Strength A 803, A 876. Stamina A 821, A 895. Agility S 930, S 987. Dexterity S 967, SS 1012. Magic B 789, A 814. Magic Cinderella. Hero's Helper. Enchantment magic increases all parameters for a period of time. Activation chant his helper. Skills. Anonymous hero. Family bond. Allows you to copy one skill from the people you share fauna with. Maximum 1. Activation may be required depending on the skill type. If you don't have a clear idea of which skill you want to copy, the skill that best meets your needs and/or desires will be copied. Hero Pulus. Increases physical stats, strengthens spirit against adversity, increases attack damage when wielding a spear, enables passive use of the Lancer development skill. Skill effectiveness depends on level. Congratulations, a new magic and a new ability have appeared also. One of your abilities has been updated. Its effect has changed slightly, Bell said with a smile as he stroked Lily's head. Lily's feelings were confused. On one hand, she felt happy with what her condition showed, and on the other, she was frustrated by her deplorable performance today. Come on, you can't change what was forged over years. In a few days you were used to running away and not fighting directly, Bell said with a smile. Lily nodded slightly. Seeing Lily in a state of depression, Bell took the hobbit by the waist, wrapping his arms around her. Hiya, Lily screamed as she felt her body being lifted. Now that I think about it, you were a nuisance. Your uselessness almost cost the life of the first piece of my collection, Lily. I'll give you a punishment, Bell said with a smile. Without giving her time to respond, Bell already had Lily completely immobilized. You'll be my Dakimakura for tonight, you're the perfect size, Bell said, still smiling. Again, without giving her time to answer, Bell had already lain down on his bed while holding Lily in his arms. With his left hand he held the girl's small waist, and with his right he held her equally small back. Bell-sama, Lily squealed, completely embarrassed. The hobbit was currently in an extremely embarrassing position, immobilized in Bell's arms with her chest exposed. Lily, no matter how strong you become, I will always want to protect you. That's my selfish wish, Bell said in a serious tone. The little hobbit nodded slightly. Whenever you're in trouble, even if you can still solve it on your own, I'll jump in. I'll go straight to help you because I refuse to lose one of my prized possessions, Bell said with a smile. Giving in, Lily moved her head slightly, trying to settle into Bell's arms. Don't be ashamed that I'm going to help you. It shows how much I value you. Likewise, I expect something reciprocal. When I'm in trouble, will you be there? Bell said seriously, remembering the many talks Semiramis gave him about his complex of wanting to do everything alone. I'll be the first to go to wherever Bell-sama is. It's my duty as Bell-sama's assistant. Lily said with determination. Bell nodded contentedly as he bent his wrist to pat Lily on the head. Just as Lily expected Bell to finish his joke, the white-haired boy moved his head slightly on his pillow and closed his eyes. Without realizing it, Lily had become trapped in the arms of a completely asleep Bell. The next day, her eyes slowly opened. His body was extremely tired. Getting out of bed, he went to his wardrobe where he took his clothes. Using a comb and standing in front of the mirror, she combed her black hair. That girl had woken up quite early without needing an alarm clock. She had a good biological clock. When she was a noblewoman, she was usually woken up at this time to receive etiquette lessons and sometimes swordsmanship. Fully dressed, Karen left her room. The dark-haired woman glanced down both sides of the hallway, casually looking at the room at the end. It was her captain's room. When she arrived in Arario, she tried to enter the families of numerous goddesses. Since having heard terrifying rumors about perverted gods, she had closed herself off to the idea of entering the family of a male god. She appeared in high spirits on every occasion, smiled, and showed her determination. The result. They had all rejected her. Those goddesses had annoyed expressions. Several had called her ugly. Karen didn't worry much about her appearance, but being called ugly by several goddesses cut deep into her soul. With her meager funds, she bought some face masks. And the next day, with a radiantly beautiful face, a goddess slammed the door in her face while yelling, "You're horrible." An emo aura enveloped Karen as she thought about that day. She continued her wanderings in search of a goddess who would accept her. They all denied him the opportunity to enter their family. Just when she was thinking of giving up, that boy she called Captain arrived and offered her a place in his family. Although she was very reserved and always on guard, distrusting any stranger so as not to fall into the clutches of a depraved man, that boy had completely charmed her. Bellcranel gained her trust by doing absolutely nothing more than giving her a nice smile. Now that I think about it, if that boy had other intentions, I would now be involved in immoral acts. A shiver ran down Karen's spine. The captain isn't like that, Karen thought as she hugged herself. She didn't know Bellcranel completely, but she knew he wasn't one of those men who tricked young girls and took them to the pleasure district. As Karen sighed in relief, she casually glanced back towards Bell's room. At that moment, before Karen's eyes, Bell and Lily left that room together. Karen could see a smiling Belle and an embarrassed Lily, so. She ran. With a flushed face, Karen arrived at her family's dining room. When the dining room door was abruptly opened, Guyvern jumped slightly in surprise. At this hour in the dining room there were only Guyvern cooking, Lancelot keeping his wife company, and Leonidas reading a book while having some coffee while breakfast was being prepared. Apologizing slightly, Karen took a seat opposite the redhead. Relaxing her thoughts, Karen considered the whole context. Last night after Belle and his group arrived, they went to take a bath in their respective section and then went to eat. While Ella, along with Emma and Primo, were being academically advised by Leonidas in the common room, the dark-haired girl remembered seeing Belle and Lily go up to the second floor. Karen remembered hearing Belle tell Lily to follow her to her room. From that moment on, the dark-haired woman did not remember seeing Belle or Lily at all. Recapping his day, he hadn't heard any noise in Lily's room since he woke up. Their rooms were adjacent and they got up at the same time. Yesterday he could see that he could faintly hear Lily's movements in her room, but today I hear nothing. With a flushed face, Karen brought her hands to her head. She looked at them with admiration. How the blonde in her small armor clashed swords with that knight in blue armor. Every time the metal of their swords clashed, sparks flew everywhere. The ground beneath their feet cracked as the two collided in a clash of force. The gentleman threw a kick that sent the blonde flying. The blonde threw her sword at the knight. The knight used his own sword to repel the sword that was thrown at him. In that moment of distraction, the blonde appeared in front of him and hit his stomach. Using incredible strength in his legs, the knight avoided falling on his back. In an instant, those two clashed swords again. It's impressive to see two people at the top fighting, isn't it? Turning his attention away from that battle, he could see a red-haired man who was smiling in a brotherly manner. "Why yes," she answered shyly. "The clash of their wills is impressive. Both are fighting to break their limitations," said the redhead. "Are you looking for a level up?" "Yes, every time their swords cross you can see the determination of their souls. Both seek more strength," the redhead said with a smile. Further, although their strength is top-notch, there are much stronger things out there. None of them are willing to lose what they've gained in this place. They train for that person, the redhead said with a confident smile. "You too." "I trained on my own, although I'm currently focused on academic study. My goal is to memorize everything that's public knowledge about the dungeon," the redhead said, crossing his arms. "Anyone who saw you from afar would never think you were a bookworm." "Ha ha ha ha, listen, train your muscles and train your brain. Strength is useless if you don't know how to use it, and all that knowledge is useless if you don't have the ability to put it into practice. I almost forgot. You must also train your soul. Muscles and brains are useless if you doubt what you've achieved when the time comes," the redhead said with a big smile. She smiled happily. "And tell me, do you want to learn how to use a sword?" the redhead asked. The redhead could see how that girl, a young elf, lowered her head and looked at the ground. "I don't think I can do it. For me, it would be impossible to be like those swordsman wizards from Elven Tales," the young elf said dejectedly. The red-haired king of Sparta looked at the elf with a serious expression. "Listen, cousin, do you think I've been a strong person my whole life? I started out as a scrawny, muscle-less kid. I trained and trained day and night when my hands hurt and bled. I kept wielding my spear over time. My hands became calloused and my body grew strong. If you want to wield a sword, then wield it. Hold it with both hands and swing it," the redhead said with a smile. The little elf looked at the redhead with a smile as she nodded. "Today Semiramis was going to get your magic staff. Go and tell her what you want," Leonidas said while lightly patting the elf's back. With a nod, and after seeing the fight over, Primo left to look for Semiramis. The next day, a new day dawned. There was no exploration planned for Belle's group today. The day before, Welf had arrived at their headquarters in the middle of the night saying that he had finished the weapons that had been ordered. Since the three rookies were asleep, Semiramis took the equipment and carried it away. After handing over the equipment, the redhead had told Belle that he would meet him tomorrow in the main square and then go to his workshop. After a long walk and passing through quite a few detours, the first sensation Belle had upon entering the workshop was the strong smell of steel. As Welf opened the windows to illuminate the dark place, Belle looked around the workshop. "I'm sorry, it's a little dirty in here. Could you please overlook it?" Welf said with a slight smile. "I have no problem," Belle said simply. "Well, as I promised, Belle, tell me what you want me to forge and I'll do it," Welf said with a serious look. Belle nodded as he began to wander around the store. Looking at the blacksmith's work, Belle was thinking about the type of weapon he would like. "I mean, Belle, I'm a little curious, but is that a lute?" Welf asked curiously. While Belle looked around, Welf had noticed something on Belle's belt, something he had noticed since the first time they went to the dungeon, as it was very conspicuous. In Belle's belt, besides the hestia dagger, there was also the horn of the minotaur he had killed. "It's loot obtained from a minotaur. I don't know why, but it's hard for me to give it up," Belle said sincerely. "If that's the case, do you want me to use it?" Welf asked casually. Belle smiled broadly. The idea of having a weapon made from the loot of his first adventure appealed to him greatly. The hours passed. Despite being able to leave, Belle decided on his own to stay so he could see how his weapon was forged. "It seems there's something you want to ask," Welf said as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Belle looked at the blacksmith, completely silent and somewhat confused. It doesn't matter, just ask whatever you want. I don't want to hide anything from the person I sign a contract with, Welf said seriously. Belle looked at Welf with the same seriousness. Ever since he met him, there was something he wanted to ask him. Welf-san, why don't you want to make magic swords? Belle asked seriously. For Belle, it was necessary to give your all to reach the top. You need to give everything, every bit of your strength, and use all your talent for it. Someone who only made half progress would never get there. There are several reasons, Welf said as he looked at the oven again. Seeing that Welf was thinking about what to say, Belle closed his mouth and prepared to listen and only casually offer his opinion. I hate magic swords, Welf said firmly. Belle nodded. Actually, even though my work isn't selling, the number of clients was once numerous. No, even now, there are still many, Welf said with some annoyance and regret. Belle raised one of his eyebrows in confusion. That just makes me angry. They find my weapon at the gun shop, see that it has the Krauze signature on it, and head straight to my workshop saying, please make me a magic sword. Welf said irritably. While the redhead was talking, he pumped air with the bellows into the oven, fanning the flames. They don't even look at my work. Magic sword, magic sword, magic sword. Apart from you, everyone else is muttering that word. I know my work is still immature, but you know what? I'm not happy about it, Welf said with frustration. Belle nodded, understanding the blacksmith's frustration. All those who sought him out, none came with the intention of buying his work. They only wanted one thing, only magic swords. That was all they asked for. I had enough and I said to them, you pile of trash. Who cares about your commissions? And I rejected them outright, Welf said, his words filled with pride. Ha 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 ha. A somewhat dry laugh escaped Belle's lips. I hate magic swords. I hate that they will absolutely break. Magic swords that will eventually leave the user on their own, Welf said in frustration. Sparks began to fly each time the hammer struck the lute, fragments of burning metal bouncing off. I hate magic swords. Their power corrupts people's hearts. Whether it's the user's modesty or a blacksmith's pride, it will consume everything. At least that's how the swords we created were, Welf said bitterly. Belle nodded slightly. I will not create a magic sword. Even if I do create one, I will not sell it, Welf said, his voice thick with emotion. Ignoring the sweat flowing down his cheeks, Welf raised his hammer again. The sound of hammering continued. Without the slightest pause, the fiery melody of metal against metal enveloped the workshop. Belle glanced slightly out the window. Sunset had already arrived. Finished, Welf murmured. With a smile, Welf placed a dagger on a table, probably because the material was so good. Of all my work so far, it's definitely the best, Welf said with a smile. Belle nodded as he looked at that reddish dagger. Oh, sorry, I didn't have time to prepare a case for you. I'll make one tomorrow. Why don't you just grab one at random and improvise with it? Welf said with a smile. I understand, thank you very much, Belle said with a smile. Welf nodded as he smiled back at Belle. Okay, let's give it a name, Welf said as he looked at the dagger in his hands. Belle nodded slightly as he looked at a focused Welf. Ushiwakamaru, well, Mino-tan, muttered Welf. Ha ha ha, I prefer the first one if possible, Belle said with a nervous laugh. Huh, you think Ushiwakamaru is better, Belle? Welf asked curiously. Belle nodded with a certain determination. Then take it, Welf said as he extended the dagger toward Belle. Okay, I really appreciate it, Welf-san, Belle said with a smile. Welf took a random sheath and put it on the dagger, then offered it to Belle. Belle, who took the dagger, found that the redhead did not let go of it. Loosen up with your stiff way of speaking. I've only known you for a while, so you don't have to trust me completely. However, please treat me the same as you treat Assistant Lily and speak to me casually, Welf said with a smile. I understand, Welf, Belle said with a kind smile. Still smiling, Belle extended his hand towards Welf. Welf quickly returned Belle's smile and shook his hand. I look forward to working with you a lot from now on, Welf said with a smile. Belle nodded, smiling as well. Chapter 16. And a new adventure begins. Crack, crack, crack. In a certain dark and silent place, only the sound of the stone being broken like glass could be heard. A hand sprouted from a certain wall. It was a rather large hand, wheat brown in color with completely black nails. The hand slid through, breaking the wall. A figure appeared. Putting one foot on the ground, that figure left, leaving a hole in the wall. That thing was definitely not human. Nearly 3 meters tall, with a muscular physique, his skin was brown, his fingernails and toenails were black, long black hair fell down his back, 2 red horns adorned the sides of his head. His face, of masculine build, had savage features in every expression. The newborn looked around. All he saw were dark corridors. Seeing his gigantic hands, he began to open and close his fist. His memories were hazy. Hearing a roar, he turned to look at the place of providence. His crimson-red eyes caught sight of a black figure running towards him. A rhinoceros-like monster charged straight towards their position. Seeing the monster, he delved into his memories. There were only 3 things he remembered. The first was to be engulfed in white flames, the second was red eyes, and the third, grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr entered his range. As the monster's head exploded in a shower of blood, the entire ground trembled from that beast's attack. The third thing he remembered was the desire to fight. Crack, 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 crack. Hearing the sound of the stone being broken, he saw a huge number of monsters being born around him. A smile of pure savagery adorned his face. Let us fight. With a cry, that newborn uttered his first word. One after another, the black rhinos charged at him. Using his bare hands, he started a great massacre. Monster after monster, each one was torn apart by the newborn's hands. Ha ha ha, that's all, shouted the newborn with a maniacal laugh. Almost as if answering their pleas, the wall broke again. This time a black rhinoceros almost 3 times larger than a normal one had been born. The eyes of both opponents glowed red. The black rhinoceros ran towards the dark-haired one. With a smile, the dark-haired man charged towards his enemy. The black rhinoceros launched a powerful downward blow with enormous ease. The dark-haired man used his left hand to stop the attack. With a psychopathic smile, the dark-haired man threw a punch with his right hand straight into the chest of the black rhinoceros. His right hand involuntarily took on a black hue as it sank into the monster's chest. Blood gushed out, splattering the dark-haired man's face. Ignoring this, he went further in and grabbed something hard with his hand. Feeling this, he didn't hesitate to take it and pull it out. After receiving his baptism in blood, that newborn raised the magic stone as a sign of triumph. As the monster turned to ash, the blood that covered it evaporated. As if by some instinctive force, he brought the magic stone to his mouth and bit it. Her eyes sparkled slightly as a smile graced her face. The dark-haired man walked towards the nearest monster, then plunged his hand into the monster's chest and ripped out the magic stone. With a smile, the dark-haired man surveyed the enormous number of corpses covering the ground. His maniacal laughter filled the place. That dark-haired man grabbed a monster by the horn and then threw it against a wall. The walls and floor of the extensive apartment were extremely damaged. This floor was supposed to be a labyrinth, but at the moment there were few labyrinthine rooms. Most of the walls had been torn down. Despite having spent hours killing his fellow humans, the dark-haired man did not feel the slightest fatigue. There was only one thing that caught his attention. His arms were completely black from his hands to his elbows. I didn't understand what was happening in his arms, I just felt it was something natural for him, as if having that black coating on his arms was something innate. Looking away from his hands, the dark-haired man surveyed the destruction he had caused. It's not enough, growled the dark-haired man. Clenching his teeth in frustration at a poor battle, the dark-haired man threw a punch at the ground. Give me something better, shouted the dark-haired man. Although his fist shook the ground, his scream caused a real earthquake. His howl was claiming the royal authority that was rightfully his. His will had been expelled in the form of a shock wave in all directions. The 50 floors above him felt his presence, which was announced by making the ground beneath his feet shake. That unleashing of a power that she hated so much, a power that made her champion run. That mother stopped recognizing that newborn as her son. Now he was a threat. Again the dark-haired man heard the creaking of the stone. This time it was the roof that was creaking. R-O-O-H-H-H-H-H. With a powerful roar, a new monster announced its presence. The dark-haired man could see the monster. It was a dragon with black scales. Although he didn't know it, this monster was the strongest monster on this floor, the Cadmus. But it wasn't just any Cadmus, it was a black Cadmus, an improved species bred only to kill him. Ha 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 ha, that's what I'm talking about, shouted the dark-haired man. The dragon charged straight at the dark-haired man. With a smile on his face, the dark-haired man raised his right fist, which was jet black unlike previous battles. This time the black on his arm was even blacker and rays of light emanated from it. Eat this, yelled the dark-haired man. As Cadmus charged at the dark-haired man, the latter launched a powerful blow. Both attacks had an impact. For the second time that day, that dark-haired man caused an earthquake. Without taking a single step back, the dark-haired man applied even more force. Cadmus, feeling the scales on his head shatter like glass, stepped back to regain his balance. It was a big mistake. Seeing his enemy's strength diminish, the dark-haired man applied even more force. The ground beneath his feet cracked as he pushed the dragon. At this moment, the dragon was unable to use its teeth, as the dark-haired man's fist was clamped over its nose, forcing its mouth shut. It couldn't use its legs either, as they were occupied trying not to retreat any further. In short, Cadmus had made a terrible decision from the start. Still smiling, the dark-haired man applied even more force. His arm began to glow as he desired more attack power. Oh, the dark-haired man murmured in amazement. In an instant, his arm burst into white flames. His smile widening, the dark-haired man, without knowing how, set his legs on fire and increased his speed. The Cadmus was suddenly dragged across the floor of the 51st floor. With a smile, the dark-haired man summoned an enormous amount of fire in his right arm. At that moment, Cadmus could no longer hold back. The dark-haired man drove his arm completely into his head. A hellish white fire enveloped the dragon. The Cadmus was consumed by fire and turned to ash. The dark-haired man surveyed the scene with satisfaction. Only 3 things remained of that dragon: a gigantic magic stone, a thick layer of black fur, and the 2 horns of the dragon. With the sound of the glass crumbling, both horns shattered into pieces, or rather, only the outer layer. The dark-haired man saw how from the 2 stories a pair of jet-black axes had been born. It almost seemed like his reward for his battle. The dark-haired man smiled as he walked towards the axe and picked it up. Flicker. The dark-haired man took the axe with a smile, gripped it, and began to swing it. As the dark-haired man brandished his new weapon, the stone behind him broke. A new monster was born. This one had a skeletal form. Seeing its target, the monster, like lightning, moved towards it and cut it down in an instant. A dishonorable attack from behind. The dark-haired man grunted as he felt the blood trickle down his back. Flicker. Ha ha ha, the dark-haired man gasped and put his hand to his head. At this moment, the dark-haired man felt a sharp pain in his head and a phantom pain in his back, which was uninjured. Recovering, the dark-haired man took the axe and did a somersault. In the air, the dark-haired man seriously looked at that skeletal monster which tried to cut him from behind. The dark-haired man took the axe in both hands and let himself fall. That axe, already black, was stained a black with purple undertones. That monster didn't realize what had happened until after he had an axe embedded in his head. A warrior doesn't attack from behind. Growled the dark-haired man as he stood on the monster's back and raised his axe, then plunged it into the monster's head again. Falling onto the monster's ash, the dark-haired man walked towards where Cadmus's corpse lay. With his left hand he took the black skin and threw it over his shoulder. He took the other axe with his right hand, carrying both in one hand, and then walked towards the magic stone and carried it using his left hand. Carrying his reward on top of him, the dark-haired man began to walk. The magic stone would be his food, the skin his clothes. All this time he had been naked, and the axes his weapons. As he walked, the dark-haired man looked over his shoulder several times. The best warriors knew perfectly well when it was time to retire. With a slight huff, the dark-haired man continued walking. 29th floor. Walking through the dungeon corridors, a certain expedition from a certain family had to stop when they felt the ground tremble. What the devil? Earthquake. The annoyed growl of a certain werewolf was followed by the worried cry of a certain short-haired Amazon. Finn, amidst the chaos of his family, a certain dwarf turned to look at a hobbit who was deep in thought. Let's hurry to the safe area, Finn said seriously. Don't you think so? Asked the dwarf. Could some monster in the deepest levels have caused that? I hope that wasn't the case, but if it is, God help us, Finn said seriously. The dwarf nodded slightly. At this point, trying to go down to see what happened would be begging to be killed. Our supplies are limited. It's best to continue forward, Finn said with an overly serious expression. With a nod, the other members of the expedition began their walk, taking care where they stepped. The birth of that newborn brought a series of problems to all of Arario. When Arario began to shake, several houses collapsed, domestic animals went crazy, and adventurers rushed back from the dungeon. Nobody knew it, but deep within the dungeon, an irregular with the potential of an advanced level 8 had been born, which had defeated a level 7 dragon. 2 days later. I'm sorry for dragging you here so early in the morning, Hephaestus. I don't want you to think I'm forcing you. It's nothing. I'm always alone, so it's nice to have breakfast with someone once in a while. At a certain restaurant, 2 goddesses had gathered to share breakfast. The goddess of mischief, Loki, looked with a smile at her companion, the goddess of blacksmithing, Hephaestus. I just want to thank you again for lending my children some of your blacksmiths for their expedition. They're a great help, Loki said with a genuine smile. It's nothing. Priority access to the loot of the lower floors is all the thanks we need. What about your children? Do you think they'll make any progress on this expedition? Hephaestus asked with some curiosity. They had a little trouble last time, but I have a feeling this time they'll succeed. They even left singing Let's Do It. And now Izutan is level 6. Everyone looked excited, Loki said as he cut a piece of meat with a knife before picking it up with a fork and bringing it to his mouth. As Loki finished swallowing his food and watched Hephaestus eat elegantly, he decided to ask a question of his own. By the way, Hephaestus-stan, did you get any information about the dwarf's child? Nothing at all, Loki asked curiously. Oh, hee, what's this? Are you curious about Hestia? Hephaestus said with a small laugh. I don't know if you know, but 2 of his children managed to stop the warlord and another one of them wounded him in the face, Loki said seriously. Without warning, Hephaestus dropped his fork onto his plate. Supposedly those 3 are level 1. Where did the dwarf get those kids from? Loki said while massaging his temple. Are you implying that Hestia is lying about her children's levels? Hephaestus asked seriously. Huh. No, the dwarf can be a nuisance, but she's too honest. I'd even say she's incapable of lying about something as serious as the levels, Loki said while looking away. So, asked Hephaestus, the Falna doesn't take into account an adventurer's previous life. Even so, how did they become so strong without using a Falna? The technique is something that can be acquired without it, but to acquire such monstrous strength to push back the warlord, is that even possible in the current era? To make matters worse, he got 2 rather pretty girls, Loki said, trying to decipher what was happening. Even if you ask me honestly, I don't know what's going on, Hephaestus said, crossing his arms. What intrigues me most is the dwarf's captain. I've spoken to him several times. His expression is difficult to read. I feel like he's lying to my face and I just can't see him, Loki said with annoyance. Hephaestus couldn't help but smile as Loki continued his list of complaints. One of my children teamed up with Hestia's child, Hephaestus said with a smile. Huh, so you're playing both sides with me and the dwarf by sending blacksmiths all over the place, aren't you? Loki said indignantly. He signed a direct contract with Sweet Mask. My boy seems to like Hestia's child very much, Hephaestus said, still smiling. Hephaestus brought another piece of food to his mouth while wearing an amused expression. Loki, however, was not amused at all. Her face turned sour. You're horrible, Hephaestus. Cheating on me with that dwarf, Loki said with obvious indignation. Be glad no one's around to hear that. They might misunderstand, Hephaestus said irritably. While Loki continued his tantrum, Hephaestus sighed several times in annoyance. Headquarters of the Hestia family. It was early in the morning, and as usual, the adventurers of a certain family were out training. It would be better to say that two people were training while the others watched a show. In one part of the garden, 4 posts were driven into the ground, and rope was used to mark the perimeter. Inside the ring were 2 men, both shirtless and with their fists wrapped in bandages. The first one was a redhead who looked to be in pretty good shape. The second one was a white-haired man who had quite a few bruises and cuts on his face. Although the biggest difference was that the white-haired man's cuffs were dyed black. Tilting his head, the white-haired man managed to dodge a blow and then launch a counterattack directly at the redhead's ribs. Taking a few steps back, the redhead got back up and then threw a jab with his left which made the white-haired man stagger. Unlike a certain blonde or a certain gentleman, the king of Sparta was very good at containing his strength, using just enough to cause damage but not enough to knock someone out with a single blow. While the white-haired man used his arms to stop the redhead's jabs, the sound of a bell was heard. This concludes your lesson for the day, said the redhead. The white-haired man nodded as he spat out his mouthguard. Walking towards her corner, Lily hurried to pass a towel to wipe the sweat and blood from Belle's face. While the redhead removed the bandages from his hands, a certain god watched everything from afar. Beldono possesses exceptional stamina, a dark-haired woman spoke. The black-haired god nodded as he watched his daughter, who had finished her practice session with another black-haired woman. Leonidas Dono is definitely a spectacular teacher. Beldono already has knowledge in judo and jiu-jitsu. So boxing is definitely a great choice to complement those styles. He could also learn some Muay Thai later, Take Mikazuchi said with a nod. I'm sorry if my question sounds a bit silly, but aren't many of those close-quarters fighting styles useless against monsters? Asked Karen, the dark-haired girl who was recovering from her training with Mikoto. Actually, yes, due to the wide variety of sizes and shapes of monsters, martial arts involving holds are useless in a perfect world. Adventurers would only face monsters. Too bad we're not in a perfect world, Take Mikazuchi said, crossing his arms. Karen nodded, understanding the god's words. As Take Mikazuchi said, while techniques involving keys were useless against monsters, adventurers didn't only face monsters, so the possibilities of taking advantage of such techniques were many. Tower of Babel. After spending almost a week receiving training without authorization to go to the dungeon, the 3 rookies finally received the go-ahead to go. Although normally the 3 of them should have been excited, this time they were surrounded by a gray aura. The reason: the brilliant equipment they were carrying. This morning they had received their equipment from Semiramis, as well as a paper which specified how much debt they were carrying on their shoulders. Starting with Emma, who wore a suit made of monster leather with metal plates covering her chest and the sides of her waist. Her weapon was 2 brown-handled swords with a 45 cm blade. She had a debt of 51,000 volleys. Next was Karen, who wore armor similar to Emma's, only hers included boots with metal guards and knee pads. Her weapon was a silver rapier. Her debt was 65,000 volleys. The last one was the Primo Elf. Her armor was a robe made of monster leather which reached to her knees. Her weapon was a magic staff, which the upper part was the staff adorned with a green crystal, and the lower part was a sword blade 56 cm long. Her debt was 133,000 volleys. The little elf gripped her staff tightly. The staff alone cost 102,000 volleys, the crystal alone was worth 12,000 volleys, and her cloak alone was worth 19,000 volleys. The young elf's equipment was the most expensive of the 3. The 3 of them walked quite slowly while holding their weapons tightly. They hadn't even been adventurers for a week and they already had a large debt to pay. At that moment, the 3 of them were afraid of damaging their equipment and going even further into debt. It would be wrong if I got the money on my own and paid off the debt they have with Master. Seeing Catman look at the 3 girls with a hurt expression, a certain witch sighed slightly. You'd be doing more harm than good. Nothing good comes from spoiling a couple of brats. They need to learn to take responsibility for their things, Medea said in a calm voice. Catman wanted to refute what Medea said, but not finding a way, she simply shut her mouth and kept her words to herself. You. Wipe those expressions off your faces. You're heading to the dungeon. You must have clear minds. And cousin, if you fail, your magic knows what awaits you, Medea spoke harshly. Karen and Emma nodded slightly as Primo swallowed hard. Dungeon first floor. The blue walls and poor lighting presented an unfamiliar scene for the 5 members of the group. Walking forward, Catman stopped in her tracks as her ears twitched slightly. With perfect timing, a couple of goblins were born from the ground. Before Atalanta could move, a purple whip restrained her arms. We're supposed to be here to supervise, we're not here to do the work of brats, Medea said as she deactivated her magic. With a click of her tongue, Atalanta looked away. Those swords aren't shiny decorative objects, you must use them, hurry up. Medea spoke with obvious annoyance because she didn't want to be in that place. The 3 newcomers exchanged glances, and Karen and Emma quickly took the lead. In front of the 2 girls were 5 goblins who jumped on top of them. Emma sighed as she clasped her trembling hands. The feeling of standing in front of a goblin and training with Atalanta was so different, although the latter was much stronger. The former had a terrifying appearance instead of the cute and kindness that Atalanta had. The pink-haired girl unconsciously took a step back, and when she realized it, the goblin was already falling on top of her. Trembling with fear, the pink-haired girl backed away again. At that moment, a certain black-haired girl stood in front of her companion and with a single blow cut the goblin in half. Sensei is much scarier than a bunch of goblins, the dark-haired girl said. Looking at Karen's back, Emma felt small. Both started with the same level of experience, and at the same time, the crucial difference between the two was the teacher they had. While Atalanta pampered Emma and always faced her with great joy and care, Lancelot showed a terrifying side to his pupil, hitting her and facing her with such killer instinct that he made Karen faint on 6 different occasions. In other words, Atalanta never intimidated Emma and therefore did not teach her the fear of battle. Come on, Emma-san, the 3 of us are in this together, Karen said with a slight smile. Emma nodded slightly as she clenched her twin swords in frustration. Not to burst your bubble, but you just destroyed the monster stone at this rate. When will you ever pay off your debt? Medea said with a smile. Karen's joy vanished in an instant when she saw the monster's ashes and not a magic stone. Careful. Lost in her depression, Karen didn't notice a goblin behind her. At that moment, Primo screamed and ran towards her, pushing Karen aside and wielding her weapon with both hands. The little elf slashed. The attack was careless and poorly timed, but she managed to make a deep cut in the monster's neck. Karen-san, be more careful, don't listen to Sensei. He enjoys making others feel bad, Primo said with a slight smile. Karen nodded, somewhat embarrassed as she stood up. Medea, for her part, clicked her tongue. Clenching her teeth in frustration, Emma watched her 2 companions who had faced the monsters without hesitation. Something similar happened to Primo as to Karen. The little elf was constantly bullied by Medea, and from day one she met a witch much more terrifying than any monster on the upper floors. Of the 3, Emma was the only one who had arrived at the dungeon without knowing what it is to overcome fear. Biting her lips slightly, Emma ran towards the 3 goblins who seemed to be planning how to attack after losing 2 of their companions. Approaching a goblin, Emma felt her hand tremble. She felt that at any moment she was going to drop the blade. This is not the time to hesitate, Emma thought as she used all her strength to stop the trembling in her hands. The pink-haired girl stood in front of the goblin. Before the monster could jump, Emma launched an upward stab with the blade in her right hand before the goblin could defend himself. The short sword pierced his stomach. Emma watched as the monster's blood trickled down to her hand. She felt like she wanted to vomit. Gruu, the goblin growled weakly as blood trickled from his mouth. Hearing the goblin growl, Emma was startled. By pure instinct, she moved her left hand and launched a horizontal slash which separated the goblin's head from its body. You must throw combinations. One sword should always complement the attack of the other. Remembering Atalanta's words, Emma felt truly happy to have practiced that movement so many times. Just before Emma could celebrate her victory, the 2 remaining goblins pounced on her. Just before Emma could feel terrified, her 2 companions stood beside her and used their weapons to pierce the goblins' heads mid-jump. Emma once again saw her 2 companions dwarfed. The god Takemikazuchi turned his gaze to the ground beneath his feet, feeling the slight vibrations. His displeasure was considerable. Takemikazuchi-sama, we're leaving. The god raised his eyes from the ground in response to a forceful voice. Yes, but don't push yourself too hard, Mikoto. I always say this, but never forget how you felt on your first day as an adventurer, Takemikazuchi said seriously. Yes, sir. Mikoto spoke in a military tone. Nodding contentedly at the dark-haired woman's enthusiasm, the god turned to look at the rest of his family. The same goes for all of you, Takemikazuchi said with a slight smile. The small group of 6 humans which comprised the entire Takemikazuchi family shared a nod. We must go, Takemikazuchi-sama spoke a tall, burly man who was also the leader of the group. I wish you all the best of luck, Takemikazuchi said with a smile as he watched his children leave. Takemikazuchi watched their figures disappear into the distance and looked down again at his feet. A few moments passed before the god sighed slightly as he scratched his head. I should go to work too, the god muttered as he turned his neck. Turning on his heels, the god prepared to go to his work. Just as his children earned their living in the dungeon, he didn't remain idle and contributed to his family's expenses with his own labor. I keep losing in sales to the place where I work, Take Mikazuchi muttered as he walked. The dark-haired god could not think of his goddess friend, who was currently his boss or something like that. Although Hestia had taken over most of the positions in Jayagamarukan of Arario, Take Mikazuchi knew perfectly well that that elf was the one who had total control of absolutely everything. After starting to help Bell with his training, he received a promotion, going from fry cook to supervisor. His job consisted of going from one location to another, making sure everything was in. He currently had 15 locations under his command. Hestia is undoubtedly very lucky. No, I'm quite fortunate to be her friend, thought Take Mikazuchi as he walked. That god couldn't help but think about that dark-haired man who seemed to be a magnet for good luck. To think I agreed to train in exchange for them letting us use their hot springs, Take Mikazuchi muttered to himself. Training him doesn't cost me anything anyway, and Makoto has benefited a lot from that training, Take Mikazuchi thought as he stopped in the doorway of his home. Hey, Take Mikazuchi. Upon hearing a voice calling him, Take Mikazuchi froze, his hand on the doorknob of his home. Take Mikazuchi knew too much about whose voice it was. Hermes, murmured Take Mikazuchi. Yes, I'm Hermes. It's been a week, hasn't it, Take Mikazuchi, said the one identified as Hermes in a cheerful voice. What are you doing here? Take Mikazuchi said harshly. Aw, don't look at me with that angry face, and I came all the way here just to talk to you too, Take Mikazuchi. Hermes said in a hurt tone. Take Mikazuchi remained silent as he looked at Hermes. I just got back to town and happened to be passing by, so I thought I'd stop by and congratulate you. Congratulations on Makoto-chan's level up, Take Mikazuchi. Your family has gone a little stronger. We'll have to do business in the future, Hermes said with a smile. Whether in the heavens or on earth, that god with the hat had always been extremely good at finding a way to succeed. Hermes extended his hand, but Take Mikazuchi did not return the handshake. Hermes, why did you return so soon? Take Mikazuchi said seriously. After participating in the last Denatus, Hermes had departed normally. When that god left the city, he didn't return for at least a month, but this time he was only gone for 10 days. By far, it was the shortest trip he had ever made. With all these interesting newcomers taking the stage, you can't blame me for being curious about them. So I took care of a few things and came back a little early, Hermes said with a smile. Take Mikazuchi did little to lessen the distrust on his face, especially Hestia's sweet mask. With him being the new record holder, I'm sure I'm not the only one interested in the boy, Hermes said with a rather large smile. Take Mikazuchi frowned as the charming god revealed his true intentions. Take Mikazuchi, you see Hestia quite often, don't you? Do you happen to know anything about bellcranel? Hermes asked with a confident smile. Take Mikazuchi remained silent. Looking at Hermes, Take Mikazuchi knew a few things that he was sure would make the traveling god euphoric. In heaven, Hermes had also been one of the select who tried to learn to use that nameless power which Bell named Haki. Take Mikazuchi knew that if that information came from his lips, Hermes would be so excited and euphoric that it would be impossible to silence him. Nothing. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you, Take Mikazuchi said firmly. Haha, you're so cold, Hermes complained with a small laugh. Of course, Take Mikazuchi would never reveal information that was entrusted to him. His ethical and moral codes prevented him from betraying the trust that a friend apprentice placed in him. Without saying a single word about that white-haired man, Take Mikazuchi entered his home, leaving the god of travelers outside his house. There were strange things in the world, very strange things to tell the truth, but some things would attract more attention than others, and Semiramis knew it perfectly well. The beautiful brunette, ever since she had accepted bellcranel as her master, had dedicated herself body and soul to his safety. Despite having a great change in his way of seeing the world, the white-haired boy was still very innocent, and there were many things that he completely ignored. One of those things was that money wasn't infinite wealth theoretically, but bellcranel defied that logic. Even so, if a family without high-level members spent what they spent without credible sources of income, it would cause a lot of rumors and unwanted attention. Since she was summoned, her family had continued to make quite large investments. At first, it could be justified as being due to the fortune of a young nobleman who had wanted to go and live in Arario. Up to that point, everything was believable. But from that moment on, and since a standard fortune of a few $100 million was established, his family had made much larger expenditures than his fictitious fortune could support. Hephaestus could certainly keep his mouth shut, and since they traded with him, his cover-up became bigger and more believable. Even so, everything has a limit. The servants were very strong, but in the eyes of others they were only level 1 and Bell was a level 2. Justifying his expenses with income from the dungeon was a terrible idea because of that. In addition, the guild kept a rough count of how much money each family in the dungeon earned. For example, if the guild billed that they obtained 1,000 volleys in magic stones and their family billed 100,000 to cover their expenses, it would definitely raise doubts because it wouldn't make sense. They did not have an alibi like other business families. An example would be Ishtar, who could justify her extra income from the pleasure district, a means that the guild could not monitor. But the Hestia familia had no such alibi. They had recently become partners with the Mayach family and were earning income from there. They had also begun to put together a fast food franchise. But again, this income was too small to be an alibi. Because of all this, Semiramis had set to work creating an alibi. He started by buying properties, then remodeling them and selling them at higher prices. Then he bought several building complexes and started renting out the rooms. All of this produced a stable income, but it was far from what she expected and needed for an alibi. That's when he had a brilliant idea. That idea needed to use Lancelot to intimidate and threaten many people. The Queen of Assyria had used magic to deceive a large number of people and used Lancelot to silence a few of them. Thus, through deception and threats, the beautiful brunette obtained the deeds to a casino. A group of adventurers and a swarm of monsters were locked in combat on the 13th floor of the dungeon. All the adventurers' armor and weapons were decorated with the same emblem, a sword rising from the ground. The emblem of the Take-Mikazuchi family, Chigusa. A scream of terror echoed through the complex of rocky caves as the aforementioned Chigusa fell to the ground with a stone axe embedded in her back. Someone from the center moved forward, covered Chigusa's position. Shouted the group leader, his voice filled with concern. The group's leader clicked his tongue as he gripped the handle of his weapon. A slight opening in their formation was exploited by an Almurej who had attacked one of his frontline comrades. The clashes of steel and stone echoed through the cavern. The Almurej had surrounded the team. No matter where the humans looked, they could see the ring of monsters getting closer and closer. A girl launched a counterattack, her shiny black ponytail flapping behind her. Stepping in front of her fallen comrade to protect her, the girl swung her sword so rapidly that her allies only saw afterimages as she sliced through the nearest Almurej. "Captain Auka, lead the retreat. I'll cover you." The girl shouted in a manner that gave the impression of a solemn warrior. "Thank you, I'm counting on you," Auka said with a slight sigh. Mikoto's violet and purple armor gleamed as she stood firm, urging her allies to escape. The man in charge of the group gave the order, and Mikoto took his place in front of the monsters to cover their retreat. H. Screaming at the top of her lungs, the dark-haired girl launched herself towards the group of monsters. She easily dodged their attacks. The rabbit monsters outnumbered her, but none of them could overpower her. His elegant and refined movements were completely different from the other adventurers and monsters around him. Even the Almurej, known as one of the most agile monsters in the middle floors, could not keep up with his movements. Any of them who was careless enough to attack her head-on was cut to pieces. As sweat ran down her forehead, Mikoto faced the last of the Almurej. Then, Urgia. The situation changed once again when a wild roar echoed through the cavern. Mikoto and the remaining Almurej turned towards him. Two bodies resembling rocks made their appearance. "Tough armored," Mikoto murmured. The hard-armored ones were armadillo-like monsters that had the best defense on the upper floors. A hard-armored in its coiled state was virtually invulnerable to physical attacks. Most swords would merely bounce off its spinning body, not even slowing it down. Faced with the appearance of those monsters, Mikoto was speechless. She knew perfectly well that her companions would not have time to react to the attack of those monsters. "There is no other option," Mikoto murmured as she gripped the handle of her kanata with both hands. The dark-haired woman sighed heavily as she tried to calm her nerves. "Normally this would knock me out just for a second. I can't take it anymore," Mikoto thought as she concentrated as best she could. The two monsters coiled their bodies and rolled away at a terrifying speed. Any ordinary adventurer would run away at the sight of an armored hard rolling towards them. But not Mikoto. She stood still, her gaze fixed on the monsters, wielding her katana. With her mind and heart calm, Mikoto could perfectly see the monster's movements. Taking a final breath, he prepared himself. The dark-haired woman tilted her body and placed her katana horizontally at waist level. After Mikoto's actions, everything happened too fast. A first armored hard rolled past at high speed towards Mikoto. The position of the dark-haired woman would allow the monster to continue on its way, but that was not the case. A sharp blade met the monster's body. In normal situations, the katana blade would have been torn to pieces, but this time, Mikoto used every ounce of strength she had to keep her weapon steady. The monster's own momentum as it collided with the sharp weapon caused it to be cut in two. The dark-haired woman didn't stop to look at the armored man's mangled body. She plunged her katana into the ground diagonally, bending her body and touching the hilt of her weapon with her forehead. The second hard-armored vehicle struck again with the dark-haired woman's weapon. Once again, the monster had been cut in two. Heya, sighing heavily, Mikoto stood up and began to run. "I'm too far from Belle's level," Mikoto thought as she felt her body grow heavy with every step she took. The dark-haired woman had been a practice partner of a certain white-haired man for just over a month. She had been there when he awakened a certain strange power. From that day on, she had also been training to try to learn it. He had managed to express it. This was due to the intervention of the white-haired man himself. But his level of mastery was very different from Belle's. While Bell could imbue his weapons with that black armor for hours on end, Mikoto could barely do it for a few seconds, and after that she was completely exhausted by the physical and mental demands involved. What the dark-haired woman had just done was a true demonstration of skill. She had calculated exactly the moment when the monsters were going to collide with her weapon, and in that fraction of a second she had activated Haki. Even so, she was currently still one step away from fainting from exhaustion. "Are you hurt?" Aoka asked as she saw Mikoto arrive with the group. "I can still fight. How is Chigusa?" Mikoto said hurriedly. "This isn't good. The potions we have might be able to save her, but first we need a safe place to heal her. It's too dangerous here," Aoka said seriously. There was no way to predict when the monsters would be born from the walls. The chances of being surrounded during recovery if they chose a bad location were extremely high. "That means," Mikoto murmured. "Yes, we'll go back to the 12th floor. I'm sorry for asking so much of you," Aoka said apologetically. "Please don't say such things. We're a team," Mikoto said with a slight smile. Aoka smiled back at Mikoto before continuing to lead the group. First free. Level 1. Strength I-97 H-112. Stamina H-130 H-152. Agility I-89 H-109. Dexterity H-196 G-214. Magic G-286 F-302. Magic Pleiades Light. Skills Nulf Eris. Emma Flores Level 1. Strength H-154 H-179. Stamina H-167 H-189. Agility H-197 G-208. Dexterity H-124 H-148. Magic I-0 Magic. Skills Pure Amours. Karen Morris Level 1. Strength H-160 H-183. Resistance H-196 G-211. Agility H-146 H-167. Dexterity H-131 H-156. Magic I-0 Magic. Skills Never Retreats. Noblesse Oblige. Increases strength and agility when facing an opponent directly. His day in the dungeon was over. After updating their status, the three sat in a circle in their goddess's room while looking at their status sheets. Undoubtedly the most cheerful of the three was the dark-haired Karen. Although her face remained impassive, a small smile along with a floral aura could be seen around her. "Before I go to dinner, Emma, Bellcranel told me to give you this," Hestia said as she took a book from her nightstand and handed it to the pink-haired girl. Emma took the book with both hands. "It's a rather old dictionary. Go to the marked page. There's the meaning of rhapsody," Hestia spoke. The pink-haired girl couldn't help but get excited as she looked at the book in her hands. "Let me tell you right now that it's the meaning of the word, not the ability. It can help you get an idea of your ability, but don't expect too much," Hestia said seriously. Emma nodded a couple of times as she opened the book. Seeing the excitement in Emma's eyes, Hestia sighed as she left her room. Feeling a bit tired from working all day, Hestia went down to the first floor, then left the small building and headed towards the dining room. The little goddess was quite happy. "I was about to go and have dinner next to Belle and enjoy the rest of the day with him." Today, Belle and Lily didn't go to the dungeon. They went with Ermid to get a massage for their tired bodies. Just as the little goddess was about to enter the dining room, she saw a figure standing at the gate of her headquarters. Walking slowly, Hestia approached the fence where she could see a male figure. "Take," Hestia murmured as she looked at the god of the Far East. Hestia Take Mikazuchi spoke in a low tone while looking at the ground. Seeing her friend's distressed state, Hestia became worried. While Hestia was preparing to find out what had happened to Take Mikazuchi, a certain white-haired man was watching everything from a dining room window.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.